Cheng had already taken one, leaving only two. Who knows when it can be used. But if we intermediate dragons could also advance directly like that, we'd be high-ranking dragons. That Yancheng is too cunning. Speaking of Xuanyu, he immediately went to find Bai Shu after finishing his business. She greeted him with a teasing smile. Golden Dragon Princess. Causing Xuanyu to sweat as he awkwardly said, "Please stop making fun of me." Bai Shu stopped teasing. Her eyes filled with determination as she announced, "I'm going in." With confident steps, she declared, "I'll say this now. I don't need servants." Chu Luo signals the start as the second match participants enter the arena. Bai Shu's opponent appears its duo Huo. Chu La signals the start, and the two enter the arena, ready to fight. Da Huo stares intensely, his eyes burning with battle lust. The battle begins, and he stares intently at Bai Shi, not wanting to keep her opponent waiting. A powerful aura erupts from her. Behind her, the image of the Abyss Ice Demon Dragon appears, and in her hand, she grips an ice spear, her eyes filled with determination. Da Huo hesitated as Bai Shu launched the first attack, skillfully unleashing her second soul skill. Frostfall, white snowflakes surrounded her, sending chills down Da Huo's spine as he internally assessed the situation. He was good at speed, but now he couldn't widen the gap between them. The wind element was being devoured and reduced. This ice and snow was slowing his body's cooling rate. This wasn't good. Bai Shu pours all her strength into her legs, soaring into the air and finally reaching her opponent's head, her face suddenly hardening with a dangerous look never seen before. That demeanor sent shivers down Duo Huo's spine, and he mentally wailed, "So scary." Covering his face, he surrendered, begging her to stop. The match concludes, and the announcer declares Huang Tutu the victor, igniting the crowd once more with cheers of awe and admiration. Ignoring the present, Bai Tu approached Xuanyu, whispering mysteriously, wondering if they were waiting for some kind of princess. Xuanyu was speechless at the question. Before the announcer could approach them, he said, "The competition is over for today. You may return to your rest." Seizing the opportunity, Bai Shu quickly urged, "Huang Xiong, do your best in the next match." Xuanyu also waved goodbye playfully. "Let Yancheng take us back. Bye-bye." Yuan Lang, stunned, asks if they aren't waiting for him, but Xuanyu and Bai Shu, ignoring him, climb onto Yancheng's back and head back. On the way, she couldn't help but ask, "Yancheng, what are your attributes? Are you good at strength?" He obediently confirmed, "That's right, Dragon Lord. I excel at defense and strength. My bloodline is pure, but because I only excel at strength, my bloodline intensity isn't enough, so I haven't been able to evolve. Fortunately, I have the Dragon Lord's care." Hearing Ingium Trin's answer, thoughts raced through Hianvu's mind. This evolution means Ingium Trin has room to grow, and my bloodline's power will subtly influence him. I don't know much about the Dragon Clan, but I can ask Ingium Trin. Although Tan Thang is a mid-level Dragon Clan member, his power is considerable. But since Niam Trin has acknowledged me as his master, I won't absorb him. Nian Cheng's bloodline is likely similar to the Mountain Dragon King's, and was stimulated by the Golden Dragon King's bloodline, resulting in a situation similar to a human martial soul master's second awakening. After a moment of thought, he looked at Nian Cheng and shared, "To be honest, Shu Shu and I were originally wild dragons, and we only recently joined the Royal Dragon City. I don't know much about our dragon clan, and I was surprised you accepted me as your master. But," he shyly replied, "Dragon Lord. Honestly, I felt like it was a rare opportunity to speak directly, so I just said what I was thinking." Xuanyu suddenly burst out laughing, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Honest, I've heard other dragons say you're opportunistic and deceitful." But Cheng weakly defended himself. "I'm wronged. Dragon Lord, I really didn't think that much. I simply felt that becoming your servant would be an incredible honor, and since there were limited slots available, I couldn't hesitate." This was beyond Xuanyu's understanding, so he couldn't help but ask, "What are these contract slots?" Cheng then patiently explained, "Because dividing divine sense, mental power, and bloodline power would drain the Dragon Lord. Upper dragons can only have 3 servants, 5 for god-level dragons, 8 for true god level, and up to 12 for super god-level dragons, the maximum amount. Bai Shu interrupts, wondering if master-servant contracts are common among dragons and if there are other restrictions, but Chung eagerly explains, they're very common. We lower dragons are essentially servants who gain the protection of higher dragons. So our status naturally rises with theirs. When a high-ranking dragon takes a low-ranking dragon as a servant, they choose the strongest, as a servant's strength is a reflection of their master. She seemed to understand, but still had concerns. If one becomes a dragon knight, is the dragon forced to become a servant? It seemed absurd, but Chung quickly denied it, saying no. How could that be? Dragon mounts are all high-ranking dragons, and they sign equal symbiotic contracts with their knights. At most, there's a blood relationship. And Fu, the dragon knights are rare. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyu and Bai Shu's faces flushed, and their hearts pounded. That night, in Qianyu's castle, under the dim moonlight, Bai Shu spoke up. Qianyu, should we stop hunting dragons for now? Qianyu immediately replied. Definitely no dragon hunting during the Dragon Ascension tournament. How many Dragon Knight lineages are watching this place? Let's quietly participate in the competition and learn more. The secrets of the Celestial Dragon Star are more profound than we imagined. Whether it was yesterday's Ascension Dragon or today's Dragon Chant, both can stir my Dragon God bloodline. He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He could even envision a scene of a dragon god ruling over the dragon race, making him feel unable to harm ordinary dragon creatures. Bai Shu frowned upon hearing this. Unable to harm them, Xuanyu, still lost in thought, explained softly. Although the Dragon Horse Galaxy and our Federation are enemies, it's mainly a conflict between races. Conflict arises from development, not personal desires. If there's a peaceful way to seize everything here, it's a better choice. Xuanyu shares his thoughts. Inspired by the master-servant contract, if he becomes the dragon god, will all the dragons here submit to him? In that case, everything here would naturally belong to the Federation, and my only true enemy would be the head of Tianlong. Bai Shu understood his intentions, but still couldn't hide her worries, wondering when he would become the dragon god, and what would happen if the Federation went to war with this place. As his idea seemed too idealistic, realizing she was misunderstanding, Xuanyu quickly clarified. No, you've got it wrong. I didn't mean we wouldn't be enemies with the Dragon Clan anymore, or that we wouldn't slay dragons. I meant that from now on, we need to treat the Dragon Clan differently. The dragons here are used to getting their way, and few are truly cautious. So we need to differentiate when hunting them from now on. Only hunt the dragons who do evil deeds. There's also the benefit that if we're discovered killing evil dragons, we'll have a chance to explain and redeem ourselves. Bai Shu seemed to understand, teasing him. You think too much. Princess Gold Dragon. As soon as she finished speaking, her arm was pulled forcefully. Bai Shu struggles, widening her eyes as she asks, Xuanyu, what are you doing? Let me go. Xuanyu replies with a teasing look. You still remember I'm Xuanyu, unwilling to give in. She stares straight at him and retorts, you're the son of the Golden Dragon Moon Goddess and the Silver Dragon Princess. Xuanyu is a combination of those two names. Bai Shu's words inadvertently touched upon the longing that Xuanyu had been trying to suppress. I miss them a little. Mom and Dad. Are you all well? I truly hope we can reunite soon. Another day passes, and the blue sky promises wonderful things. At the arena, crowds gathered, their faces etched with surprise, until Xuanyu and his companions appeared, unleashing a torrent of praise. That's the Golden Dragon Princess, so majestic, so powerful. Hearing the cheers, she smirked. You're so popular now, an idol to the youth. Her appearance, the leader of Rising Dragon, and my healing of you last night were all factors in Rising Dragon's success. At that moment, the crowd parted, creating a space that felt very strange to Xuanyu. Cheng Liang feigned a laugh, respectfully inviting her. Please, Miss, no, head of Thanglong. You first. He stared in surprise, wondering, When did Chong Liang become so agreeable? Where did he crawl out from? Without much thought, Xuanyu nodded in agreement. Okay. Slightly confused, Yuan Lang quickly probed. What's going on? Everyone's waiting for Lan. Truong Luong retorted sharply. Why? Shouldn't we? Everyone has seen Lam's extraordinary bloodline. Wien Lung, upon hearing this, had a sudden thought. Everyone must have received the family's notice, wanting us to personally feel the bloodline's aura during her fight. He pondered for a moment, then asked what they wanted. Cheng Liang responded frankly, saying that such a powerful individual was wasted in their hands, and a phoenix couldn't stay in a chicken coop forever. If she agrees, we of Dragonhand City would welcome her. I can offer her what you cannot. What do you mean? He suddenly asked, his words laced with veiled meaning. Are you planning to make a move? Perhaps. The one who challenges me will face me in the elimination round, and I'll send you crawling back to your wretched home. Seeing the other's intent, Yuan Lang became noticeably more cautious. He dismisses the challenge, saying if they're matched in the round robin, they can compete then. As for Lan, he believes her feelings for Fong Long Than outweigh any benefits. Back in the arena, the participants are taking their places. Chula gives the familiar signal. Please welcome our first contestant, Golden Dragon Princess Lam. As for her opponent, the moment the referee announced it, a claw appeared, and he swung his trunk in a display. Yuju, the opponent of Xuanvu, was announced by the referee. Standing opposite him, Xuanvu stared intently at the figure before him, inwardly assessing that his opponent's strength had likely reached the superduo level. Moreover, this giant dragon's physical strength is extremely high, arguably the strongest among giant dragons, save for the high-ranking dragons he's encountered. He continued to assess. This guy isn't on the same level as Yan Chung yesterday. Could he also be here to pledge allegiance? Just as Xuanyu predicted, Yuju was putting on a show to curry favor. Greetings, Golden Dragon Princess Disha. Would you consider taking me as your servant? I would gladly serve you as my master. Hearing this, he thought to himself, he really came to submit. Then, he decisively refused. I don't need it. Yuju didn't give up, pleading as much as he could. Golden Dragon Princess Disha, I'm far superior to yesterday's opponent, even among the mid-tier dragon race. I'm exceptional. Even if I can't ascend to the high-tier dragon race, I could still reach true god level. Am I really less useful than that guy? Helpless. Xuanyu explained it wasn't about usefulness, but that he wasn't looking for any servants, asking if he wanted to fight or surrender. Yuju suddenly changed his tune, his tone shifting. Golden Dragon Princess, while your bloodline is noble, your combat abilities might not match mine. Won't you reconsider? Xuanyu glared. Are you threatening me? Yuju replied. Not at all. If your highness doesn't want me as a servant, then allow me to challenge you. With that, he charged towards Xuanyu like a moth to a flame. He had no intention of dodging, standing still and unleashing his aura, as if waiting to see how his opponent would attack. Everyone watched the tense scene unfold with bated breath. On the grandstand, everyone was shocked by the unfolding scene as he recklessly charged forward. But Xuanyu remained unfazed. The onlookers were terrified. Why wasn't the Golden Dragon Princess fighting back, and instead avoiding the attack? They buzzed with disbelief at the scene before them just standing there. He was already enduring the pressure of the wind. Who could withstand that even the high-ranking Dragon Clan experts present wouldn't want to be attacked head-on like that? What was the Golden Dragon Princess doing? He charged relentlessly, but Lan fearlessly summoned the mighty Golden Dragon, sending Yushu reeling. His hesitation growing, he regains his composure, unleashing a devastating move that shocks the entire arena, a roar that stirs my very bloodline. It's terrifying, even behind the shield. I'm filled with dread, feeling suppressed, unfazed. He brazenly activates his ability, instantly enhancing the power of the fist on his arm. He advanced powerfully, unleashing a fatal blow, and Yuju's strong ivory tusk cracked, the falling fragments causing him heartbreaking pain. What? My ivory lamb quickly soothes him. And this contestant, please calm down. He turns away and excitedly announces Lam's victory, leaving the audience in utter shock. Oh, mighty Golden Dragon Princess. Golden Dragon Princess is the best. Sister, don't hit him. Hit me. Cheng Liang wondered aloud. How is this possible? Her strength is so great that she defeated Azure Dragon with just one punch, having a knack for strength and using a human body. Tianlong quickly denies the possibility, thinking that the head of Shenglong is so easily obtained. She absolutely didn't become the head of Shenglong based on her appearance. Strength is the deciding factor. Bai Shu worriedly approached. Are you okay? Xuanyu calmly replied. I'm fine. Don't worry. She was startled when he tightly grasped her hand. The energy transfer makes Bai Shu uncomfortable, wanting to shrink away. This is... Kai Xuanyu squeezed her hand tighter, reassuring her softly. Endure it. That power wasn't mine, but transferred from the rising dragon platform. At that moment, dragon energy surged beneath her feet, quickly flooding into her dragon core. He hasn't fully absorbed it yet. This is an extremely pure source of dragon force, perfect for cultivation. We must use it to temper our physiques when we return. The effect will surely be significant. Now, please welcome Bai Xiumei and her opponent to the arena. Bai Lan steps forward powerfully, causing Bai Tu to hesitate. It seems this one is not far from advancing to a mid-level dragon. His aura is repulsive. But why? He confidently stirred the air and announced, the second match begins. As soon as the command ended, he unleashed a powerful attack. She surveys the battlefield, calculating her next move. The attribute of light is inherently opposed to her dark attribute. No wonder this aura makes her so uncomfortable. Purple energy envelops Bai Tu, threatening to overwhelm her opponent's brilliant power. Unafraid, Bai Lan continues his control strikes, his radiant aura enveloping him within the withered circle. Unafraid, Bai Lan immediately conjures a defense. But it's not enough. The barrier is too weak to stop her attack. Bai Shu pierces the shield, charging straight at her opponent. Luckily, she only tears a small layer, and Bai Lan is deeply moved, thanking her for her mercy. He quickly ends the battle, and Bai Shu emerges victorious. The match is over, and the entire stadium is silent, overwhelmed by the speed of it all. Bai Shu calmly acknowledged, "You're right. The Dragon Ascension tournament has been very beneficial. When fighting that lower dragon, I felt I could use my martial soul true form more flexibly. The Dragon God armor and Dragon Spear are even more effective than I imagined, comparable to a 3-word battle armor." Xuanyu calmly considered. Perhaps they could combine it with their battle armor. But they couldn't yet, to avoid detection by the Dragon Clan's experts. In the following days, Lan Xuanyu shared the excess dragon force he had gained from the Ascension Dragon with his teammates. This dragon force is even greater than what we got from hunting dragons. And everyone enters a period of intense cultivation. Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shushu win 3 consecutive matches, constantly advancing in the elimination round. And before they know it, it's the night before the round-robin tournament. Back at the Grand Estate, Yuan Lang solemnly announced, "Shu, Lan, my father asked me to bring you something good." He recounted everything with a look of conviction. "The family has decided to support you at all costs." Bai Shu immediately asked, "The family already supports us so much. How else can they help?" Yuan Long quickly clarified, "Look at this." He raised his hand, sincerely showing his goodwill. "Lan, Shu, the family hopes you can sign our Dragon Clan's Millennium Contract. If anyone violates the Millennium Contract, they will be against the entire Dragon Clan. After signing this Millennium Contract, the 2 of you will officially become honored guests of the family, with a status no lower than the clan leader." Flustered, Yuan Lang clarified, "No, you misunderstand. With the Millennium Pact, all Dragon Clan members will know you belong to the Imperial family. This is a huge help. As long as you don't declare you're leaving the Imperial family, the clan won't restrict you unless we face a grave crisis related to life and death. They would never force her to fight unless absolutely necessary." Xuanyu and Bai Shu nodded in agreement. Understanding. He took out the item. So, his heart raced. Baishu looked at the item and thought, "This scent, it passes." Nguyen Lang calmly explains that this is dragon marrow, and her eyes linger on the item as she senses a stirring in her blood. Her bloodline grew hotter. A fierce desire surged in her heart. Was this the dragon marrow's influence? He earnestly explained the item's properties. Dragon marrow was indeed rare, and only that of the high-ranking dragon clan was useful. The dragon marrow passed down by the great families. These are mostly left behind by deceased family elders. We dragons have a tradition of leaving our most valuable resources to future generations upon death. Bai Tu is doubtful, wondering if this isn't desecration of the elders' bodies. But Nguyen Lang quickly corrects her. We dragons don't concern ourselves with such things. After our elders pass, their bodies will rot and fade away if left unattended. That is the true disrespect. You could say that the entire being of an upper dragon is a treasure, and for the sake of the clan's development, these things must be passed down. Among them are dragon bones, dragon scales, and dragon hides. But the most precious are dragon essence and dragon marrow. These three smaller boxes contain dragon essence. Dragon embodiment is actually divided into stages. After completing the preliminary embodiment, it's marrow refinement. Once marrow refinement is complete, bone and marrow become one. Our bloodline will produce molting and evolution, which is characteristic of adult high-ranking dragons, and is basically a sign of becoming a god. Dragon marrow naturally extends throughout the body, so you must help each other during cultivation by applying it to each other's spines and protecting each other from the atlas to the coccyx. Apply it evenly. With the aid of dragon marrow, cultivation will be much more efficient. Xuanyu frankly asks, "What about the dragon essence? What does it do?" He fluently answers everything. We dragons, the core power actually lies within the dragon essence, which is the lifelong cultivation of a god-level dragon. It's our clan's most precious treasure, and it will help release dragon energy, greatly aiding your future spiritual cultivation. After a moment's thought, he decided, Huang Xuan, once a member of the royal family, always a member of the royal family. We are willing to sign the 5-year contract. A gleeful Yuan Lang produced the contract for everyone to sign. Excellent. The contract is here. A drop of blood to seal it. Very well. It's done. I must return quickly to give the contract to the Heavenly Dragon City for registration. I won't disturb your training any longer. Now, he excitedly departs. Let's work hard together. In the round-robin stage, Xuanyu quickly urges, Cultivate. Cultivate. Let's hurry back to our rooms to cultivate. Baishu is stunned. So fast, he confirms. Yes. We can't delay, she whispers shyly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Then, I need to change clothes. Okay. Baishu immediately ran into the room, and a flustered Xuanyu asked why she closed the door. She called out, telling him to stay outside. He wondered why she was being so mysterious, and if applying dragon marrow required a sense of ritual. He recalled what Huang Yuanlong had said about applying it to the spine, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Baishu's bewitching voice echoed in Xuanyu's mind. Xuanyu, why are you standing there like an idiot? Come here. He tried to calm himself, thinking, this isn't right. She's still a child. Baishu's voice came from inside the room. Xuanyu, come in. Xuanyu hurriedly reassured himself. Calm down. We're just cultivating. Don't think too much. Then he softly announced, I'm coming in. He pushed the door open, but the room was shrouded in darkness. He glanced around, shyly searching for a familiar figure. Xiu, Baishu chided him impatiently. Hurry up. What are you dawdling at the door for? Let's get started, Xuanyu thought to himself. Dejected. What's wrong? Why do I still feel disappointed? It's not like she's still fully clothed. She turns around, and he quickly approaches, but seeing his lover's back, he instinctively stops. Xuanyu couldn't stop the dark thoughts. This distance was too close. He needed to calm down. The mission was more urgent, but in the end, he gave in. Abandoning his responsibility, Xuanyu activated his ability, Show me the mirror. Shu. She tried to adapt, and he calmly illustrated the process. 2-2. Dragon essence isn't suitable for direct absorption, so I'll convert it before transferring it to your body. Xuanyu seriously instructed. I'll start tempering you directly. Then Tutu will apply dragon marrow to your spine. He tells her to focus on absorbing, that the silk will apply a small amount to start. To test it out, Baishu quickly complies. Understanding. He retrieves a golden crystal, infusing it with the power of his spontaneous fire, and it immediately radiates a powerful energy. Its light filling the room. Little Bao's soul emerged, casually remarking, "This is the core power of the superior dragon race. The energy isn't suitable for the dragon god's bloodline requirement, but it's extremely vast and pure, so it can't be wasted. It's mine now." Xuanyu focused intently, calmly placing the energy on Bai Shu's back, and she immediately grimaced, suppressing the discomfort. Bai Shi's mind strains, enduring each stream of power flowing through her body. What is this? It feels like I'm burning alive. Xuanyu softly tries to soothe her. Hold on. I'm using dragon crystal energy to temper your whole body. Then dragon marrow to strengthen your spine. She braced herself, as he calmly announced it was a type of dragon force tempering. Tuzhou, I'm starting to apply the dragon marrow now. Hang in there. Shusu appeared calm. Don't worry. I can take it. She struggled to suppress the discomfort, constantly pushing herself to overcome. Xuanyu focused intently on the transformation. Mind and spirit aligned, allowing no distractions. Bai Shu gripped the sheets, enduring each spasm, the pain like bones being crushed, then smoothed. I must endure. I need great power. I can't let Xuanyu bear the burden alone. I have to help him. I'll enter the dragon realm with him. I must go to the dragon realm. The next morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, as Bai Shu peacefully enjoyed her sleep after the ordeal. She gently opened her eyes, a subtle warmth filling her heart as she gazed at her lover. Her mind racing, as she sits up, thoughts swirling. She tells him that her chaos core is about to evolve into a dragon core, then turns to him, expressing her gratitude. Xuanyu, you're truly amazing. A sleepy Xuanyu looks bewildered. Who? Tu. You're awake. Bai Tu happily recounts what she felt. I think I've become a titled Duluo. I haven't fully regained my senses, but my body's strength far exceeds what it was before. Xiao Wu jumps up excitedly, embracing her beloved. Xuanyu, I'm so happy. Bai Shu gently advises that now she understands why he risks staying. Only here can they quickly step onto the world stage. A truly amazing feeling. Let's grab some food. And then you can try the dragon marrow. It's really effective. After a night of cultivation, I feel it merging into my blood and soul power. It seems I can control it now. Xuanyu looks sad. Guilt enveloping him. It must have been painful. Making you suffer so. She immediately confirmed and recalled the sensation, saying, Yes, it will hurt. I felt like my bones had turned to dust. But Bai Shu boldly expressed her thoughts. The cultivation method of the dragon race's heavenly dragon refinement is indeed different from ours. But the effect is amazing. Dragon marrow not only gives me strength, but also tempers my bone marrow. Bone structure affects the body, meridians, and ultimately, the skin, to become stronger. I'm not afraid of pain. Xuanyu gives his lover an encouraging look. Shu, you're truly amazing. He pulled her into the dragon's embrace, his mind filled with unspoken thoughts. He wasn't in a hurry to refine his marrow. For now, using the divine tribulation lightning combined with the dragon essence to temper his body was probably the best choice. Xuanyu quickly came to terms with the situation. Accepting his current limitations, his progress in this area was clearly slower than Xu Xiu's. But as long as he was improving, that was all that mattered. And the days of cultivation passed quickly. The eve of the round-robin tournament arrives in a flash, and Yuan Lang provides the necessary data. Lan Xu, the round-robin tournament is almost here. Let me give you a simple introduction. The round-robin tournament is divided into 10 groups, each with 10 competitors, meaning each person must fight 9 matches. Ultimately, the top 3 from each group will advance to the finals. He provided practical information and earned the qualification to participate in the Mecha Master assessment. Fortunately, the two were assigned to the same group and could support each other. Xuanyu asks seriously if the clan leader has any advice, while Yuan Lang, like Zhang Li, explains, "My group has many strong players. I definitely can't make the top 3. So I'm counting on you. Your group also has some very strong contenders." He laid out his terms plainly, unsure of their chances, especially for Xu Xu, whose goal was to reach the top 3 by taking points from the weak. Lam, San Xu Xu make it. You are the key. When you face an opponent you can beat. Injure them so they can't continue to the next round. Got it. Yuan Lang calmly suggests that if they can win, they must strive to enter the top 6 in the finals. As the top 6 will receive Dragon Essence or Marrow, the higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. Moreover, if Lan achieves first place, there's a special reward of entering the Dragon Realm once. In addition to the gifts Lan has already received, Baishu quickly interjects, considering the scene before them. "Big brother, if we get first place, as a dragon seat, can I also enter the Dragon Realm?" He expresses his goodwill. Of course, in a sense, the dragon seat is part of the Dragon Knight. This is a shared honor. She solemnly assures him. "Okay, then we'll definitely do our best." Baishu telepathically communicates with the person next to her, her eyes full of trust. "Xuanyu, where you are?" "I am." Her words made Xuanyu blush. "We're counting on you." Back at the arena, Xuanyu's group strode forward, when suddenly a beam of light descended from the sky, and a gate slowly materialized in the center, with people slowly emerging from within, pointing forward. Yuan Lang solemnly explains the necessities, mentioning that his father is among the dignitaries, though not particularly prominent. The special envoy quickly and safely lands. He contrasts sharply with the scene before them, unleashing dragon force and continuing to solidify his form. This is true power. Xuanyu muses. The pillars of light emitted by these dragon race powerhouses differ, not only in color, but also in size and height. Yuan Lang excitedly explains the mechanisms behind the power levels, noting that the viewing ceremony isn't short, and the powerhouses are reluctant to change the size of their light pillars, so they must maintain them constantly. The stronger the power, the higher the intensity of the pillar, and the powerhouses compare themselves to each other. The black-armored knight slowly surveyed his surroundings, and Xuanyu couldn't help but admire him, secretly thinking that the black-armored knight was indeed different from Huang Daoqi. His pillar of light was on a completely different level. The dragon energy erupts from the dragon ascension platform, its 50-meter pillar of light, a testament to power. As it converges on the vase and flows into his body, after the dragon energy filled his body, it condensed into drops of clear liquid without needing to be controlled. The energy enveloped his body, and his mind slowly considered it, quickly forming a small lake in his dantian. The dragon energy is too immense to absorb all at once, but in liquid form, it can be absorbed gradually. The power of 30 god-level dragonkin. By compressing the dragon energy into liquid, it's far better than cultivating in the dragon power shrine. This is the benefit of the bronze dragon knight. Dao Qi observes from afar, feeling fortunate. It's blatant favoritism. But who can say anything in the face of this massive pillar of dragon energy? Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. "Lan Lan." Liang Wei approached with an unfriendly expression. "I didn't expect to see you here." Xuanyu wondered who Wei was, and Yuan Lang quickly explained that it was the Holy Light Bronze Knight, Huang Liang Wei, ranked 11th, from the Rui Long City Liang, Rui Shao family. He irritably considered the possibility that Wei was also a super god-level powerhouse, meaning that all the knights ranked in the top 11 were super god-level powerhouses, a truly terrifying number. Xuanyu pondered it, hypotheses forming in his mind, meaning that within the entire Duluo Federation, only Zhulei was currently a super god-level powerhouse. Moreover, these Holy Light Knights not only possessed immense power, but they also had dragon mounts. What terrifying strength! Luo Lan calmly managed the proceedings, and with a nod, Zhu Hai announced the order of matches. Competition Area 1. Match 1. Tong Yufeng versus Ao Hao. Competition Area 2. Match 1. Shuahan versus Jiang Chen. Competition Area 3. Zexuan and his opponent step into the arena, their auras clashing as they prepare to fight. Match 1. Lan Xuanyu. Arena 4. Match 1. Chuhai's voice echoes as both contestants carefully assess each other. First round. Match 1. Begin. Zexuan spreads his wings, soaring into the air. As Xuanyu analyzes his opponent, knowing his strength lies in speed and flight, his strength lies in power. So I must create distance and fight smart. He's already taken the high ground, creating distance. So I'll rely on speed and technique. Xuanyu transforms into a stream, his mind filled with amusement. As he kicks off and rushes forward, Xuanyu roars, displaying his might, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Eager to show them the power of the federal interstellar supergod Mech 58 war god. Seizing the moment, Zexuan creates countless clones, each a formidable and imposing figure. Xuanyu is shocked by the sight, thinking, "Oh crap, there are clones." Regardless of how many illusions there are, Lan roars with imposing power, unleashing his golden dragon howl. The resounding roar stunning the phantasms into inaction. Han was now drenched in sweat. The bloodline suppression was too terrifying. His combat skills and techniques vanished in an instant. His body stiffened, and he was completely unable to move. At that moment, Xuanyu's golden dragon roar closed in. Without hesitation, Zexuan conjures a protective barrier, secretly admiring his own spatial manipulation skills. But Xuanyu sees through the deception. "This won't work on me." Xuanyu closed in on Zexuan and unleashed his power. The golden dragon roar. He was terrified by the pressure, unable to move his body. Why was she screaming and charging straight in? Did she want to go head-to-head? "Calm down, sister. Don't come any closer. I'm scared," he pleaded. But Xuanyu had no mercy, and an explosion erupted. Zexuan watched in stunned silence as the barrier around him shattered. Zexuan felt the pain transfer to his real body and cried out, "It hurts." Then, to his horror, his wings were impacted and slightly shaken. In the blink of an eye, starting from the dragon scales, the vibration rapidly amplified, spreading throughout his body, leaving no part untouched. Dragon scales, bones, meridians, flesh, all were affected. While standing still in the arena, Xuanyu was struck with a novel idea, an attack he'd just created but hadn't named yet. "Let's test it on you first." Then, in the princess's classroom, Xuanyu eagerly began to explain. "First, detonate the divine thunder of extinction within your own body. By channeling the explosive force through his body as a vibration, he hurts himself first to hurt others, but his body is strong, and he always has enough dragon energy to recover." The more he thought about it, the more impressive it seemed. Simply put, he uses his strong body as a base. Being the heir to the dragon god's bloodline, the power of the divine extinction thunder increases with my strength. So why not just call it Dragon God Tremor? He immediately shifted to his true form to observe. But this fighting style is a bit too intense, so powerful that even he couldn't continue the attack. Perhaps it shouldn't be used so carelessly. It needs adjustment. Meanwhile, tormented by the lightning for so long, Zexuan wondered just what this power was. The tremors within his body spread relentlessly. Why was this terrifying vibration eroding him? He couldn't endure it any longer. This was bad. He had to sever it quickly. With no other choice, he took the final step, severing his own arm, and dark blood gushed from the wound. Xuanyu's face turned grim as he witnessed this. This man was truly ruthless. Severing his own limb to stop the tremors from spreading throughout his body, a real loss. Chuhai was also momentarily taken aback by the sight, and those around him were equally horrified. Unable to bear it any longer, he immediately stepped down, using his inner strength to carry the heavily injured Zexuan back. After a tiring ordeal, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Taking a full minute to stop the bleeding from Lin Zexuan's wound, he'd lost at least a third of his blood. It was only because of his robust physique. Another race would have surely succumbed. What a powerful impact. This raw, skillful, and immense power is truly terrifying. Immediately afterward, Zhu Hai concluded that this dragon princess was no simple foe, and as the referee, he announced her victory over Zi Huan. Moments later, in the vast arena, Chu Hai's announcement echoed arena number 3. Match number 2. Zijianmo versus Bai Shu. Bai Shu immediately recalled the conversation in the room. Back then, Yuan Lang revealed the match's situation to her, that the family had made arrangements for her to face the strongest in the group, Zijianmo, in the first match, advising her to forfeit and conserve her strength for weaker opponents in later matches, hoping to reach the top 3 inches the group. As Zi Yanmo was on par with Zai Tianlong, one of the top young talents of the Dragon Clan. He hails from Pride Heaven City, whose lord is the Bronze Knight Pride Heaven Dragon. Baitu's expression turned serious at this. Yuan Lang continued to spill information, revealing that Yan Mo was the disciple of the 6th-ranked knight, even stronger than Kong Mo Lalan, and that his dragon bloodline had mutated, granting him the blood of a superior dragon from birth. Though young, his cultivation speed is astonishing, so his family advises him to concede rather than fight. Back in the present, Bai Shu's figure seems lonely. Yan Mo glanced at his opponent and pursed his lips, while Bai Shu glared back just as fiercely. Zhu Hai then announced the rules of the match, warning them to control their attacks and not kill their opponent. From afar, Yan Mo responded boisterously, understood immediately changing his tone. He greeted, "Greetings, Miss Bai Shu. I am Yan Mo from Pride Heaven City." Then, as if continuing a customary greeting, he turned cold and declared, "Forgive me." But then, Bai Chu suddenly raised her hand in surrender. "Sorry. I forfeit." The entire arena erupted at her words. Yet, she casually drops a bombshell. "I forfeit." Everyone is stunned, including Yan Mo and Chu Hai. Recovering, Chu Hai announces, Yan Mo wins. Despite the victory, Yan Mo's face was filled with doubt, disliking this method of surrender. But in the round robin, there's no rule against it. And ultimately, victory is determined by total points. Xuanyu then approached Bai Shu and said softly, "Let's go over there to cultivate." And she agreed without hesitation. Xuanyu intensely focuses, sensing the changes in his body, and how the liquid dragon energy was produced after being compressed by the Dark Ink Knight, who has no intention of guiding him, to see if he has the aptitude to comprehend it. His mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps he could temper his body with the dragon energy here, consuming and absorbing it, then compressing it. He felt a sense of discovery, and his body felt lighter. When the vortex of meridians couldn't bear any more dragon energy, the energy within would gradually be compressed. I'll stop absorbing for now, before my meridians have a problem. Just now, when the Dark Knight gathered dragon energy into his body and turned it into liquid, he seemed to use a swirling method to convert it, worth the risk. Suddenly, spirit energy condensed, forming a sphere that dripped and finally fell. Hearing the sound, Hianvu inwardly rejoiced. Success. This means he can now gather more dragon energy and convert it into dragon force liquid to take back and help everyone. Amazing. Liang Wei stared at the scene in front of him. Astonished, he turned to look at La Lan in disbelief. But she coldly snorted, not wanting to pay him any attention. He gazes into the distance, contemplating Lam's ability to grasp such power despite being far from god level. It must be due to her solid foundation, strong mental fortitude, and near-divine sense. Seeing his attitude, Liang Wei sneered, saying that her absorbing so much dragon energy would reduce the others' gains. Lan Lan calmly replied that this was a stage for them to compete based on their strength, relying on their own abilities, and that she only saw jealousy. He then declared boldly that if others didn't figure out her method, allowing her to gain more, it only proved their stupidity, a provocation that made Liang Wei's face flush red with anger, wondering if she was being insulted. Meanwhile, Yuan Mo observes the two radiant figures ahead. Curious as to how Xuanyu can absorb so much dragon energy without fear of backlash, he must disrupt her. As the two continued to absorb dragon energy, the commotion put Xuanyu on edge. She opened her eyes, gazing at Yan Mo with disdain. So, you've discovered me and come to cause trouble. Do you really think these petty tricks will work? He can't let this go. Shu Shu and Bai Shu act, their eyes firm and calm, already in motion. Instantly, the two join forces, and the golden aura around them intensifies. As their hands meet, a sacred power emanates, reaching its peak. The encroaching Yan Mo is blinded by the light. Everyone around was shocked by the commotion. This guy is really something. So domineering, Liang Wei watched, and a surge of anger rose within him as he blurted out. Does she even understand that the talented are often envied? Seeing this, Luo Lan retorted with indignation. Could you have done that while carrying the weight of the world during the competition? If you could do it, you would have already. Only the mediocre escape envy. Stung by Lalan's words, Liang Wei nervously prayed. Don't say it. Don't say it. I'll strive to be even more formidable. After the commotion, the stands are now eerily silent, as someone steps forward to praise her, saying, You were amazing today. Even with such severe injuries, they definitely won't recover in time. Victory is ours. Tomorrow, Bai Shu fatzes Lin Zewan, Xuanyu says sternly. Huang Huying, we just absorbed a lot of dragon energy. We must immediately go into seclusion until tomorrow's competition. Please tell the servants not to disturb us. Yue Lang happily agreed. No problem. No problem. You all just focus on cultivating. The scene shifts to a quiet night, with the moon high in the sky. Just then, Xuanyu returned with Bai Shu, excitedly announcing, Everyone, I've brought back an immense amount of energy for you all today. Start absorbing it immediately. The others were equally delighted, replying, Understood. Without a second thought, he takes action. Little treasure. Come help. Yes. Master. Just watch immediately. The group of 6 gathers around Xuanyu in a circle, and he begins channeling his inner power to everyone. Xiaobai watches as Xuanyu transfers his inner power, a hint of worry in his eyes. Master, the energy intensity is too high this time. Converting it alone is effective, but absorption is a bit slow. I can directly convert this heart force liquid into a relatively thin immortal spirit energy for everyone to cultivate. The effect will be better, although it's a bit wasteful. The speed of improvement will be faster. Hearing this, Xuanyu asked with some doubt. Waste, you mean just a little bit? Back in Eternal Sky, it was the same. The Sea God Pavilion Masters were so distressed they wanted to hit me. Seeing his distress, Xiaobao tried to soothe him, saying that they could still absorb the dragon energy in the future. It would be a true waste not to use all the dragon force liquid today. Xuanyu said calmly, Well, let's give it a try. Xiaobao immediately exerted his power, his hands wielding 2 powerful streams of energy. As the energy cleansed them, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. This feeling of being purified and refreshed is simply wonderful. Old wounds are swept away in an instant. Everyone felt a sense of elevation, spiritual power, Chao's energy, and bloodline strength all grew rapidly, and the essence of life seemed to change imperceptibly. Hearing the praise, Xiao Bao excitedly said, Of course, primordial spiritual energy belongs only to the God realm. Other energies can't compare. Xuanyu's power, initially strong, gradually dwindled until only fragments of energy remained, causing him to open his eyes in frustration and shout, No, Xiaobao. Explain this to me. How could all that heart essence be used up in just 15 minutes? Xiaobai, terrified, innocently explains, Master, please, let me explain. Didn't I say it would be a bit wasteful? The levels of primal aura are quite different. In the dark outside the palace, it's strangely lively inside, as Xuanyu grills Xiaobai. You little rascal. Primal aura is indeed good stuff. But did you know that using heart essence could support our cultivation for a whole month? Little treasure stammered. Master, I was wrong. So, tell me, what's the best way? At that moment, Qianlei stepped forward, his voice filled with joy. Boss, this is truly a transformative feeling. It's amazing. If we always cultivate with heavenly spiritual energy, I feel like I could become a god in just 1 year. Yin Hui chimed in excitedly. I've improved a lot too, Meng Qin also shyly praised. It's really amazing. She seemed to sense his mood, and asked if it was too costly, to which he lamented the exorbitant price. Hearing this, Wuge chimes in, lightening the mood, saying the effect is truly remarkable. His cultivation has greatly improved, and most importantly, his spiritual power has increased. He seems to have reached the spiritual realm. Xuanyu is surprised, saying that's great. You must be getting close to becoming a titled Duluo. Huh, with a smug grin. Yuga said that at most, 3 more times should get him to the titled Duluo level. We should still use the pond as a base, and try the immortal spirit energy when we have enough. Bai Shu still has less dragon power fluid in her body than before, so I'll have Xiaobao guide everyone to cultivate again. He then dispelled the awkwardness and ordered, everyone, cultivate first. I'll go see Tree Elder. They quickly agreed. And in the hazy, eerie forest, Xuanyu appeared alone, waiting and calling out softly, Tree Elder. Suddenly, the tree opposite them glowed with a mystical light, a pale blue radiance, and a voice echoed, Why have you returned? Aren't you in the middle of the Ascension tournament? The Tree Elder materialized, a hint of a smile on his face, as he inquired, Is everything going smoothly, Xuanyu? Standing before him, happily replied, Tree Elder. We gained benefits from the Ascension tournament, and we haven't used them all. We're here to repay everyone and help them cultivate. Please tell the others to gather here. When I arrive tomorrow, I'll help them cultivate and teach them how to temper their bodies. Now, the old tree spirit stares intently at Xuanyu, speaking with a hint of doubt. You seem different again. Your progress is too fast. Did you take all the benefits of the heavenly dragon star? Xuanyu doesn't argue, only replies, I've brought you something good. You've selflessly helped me cultivate before, and it's time for me to show my respect. Then, to the Tree Elder's astonishment, Xuanyu condensed the spiritual energy in his hand, channeling the power of Earth. Absorbing the Earth's spiritual energy, Xuanyu gradually gathered his strength, calling out to Xiaobao. Okay, Xiaobao. He transformed 2/3 of the dragon essence within him into immortal spiritual energy for the Tree Elder. As Little Treasure obediently looked on, witnessing the immense power continuously transferring before him, the Tree Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He was now enveloped in a pure and abundant force, the rough surface of his branches gradually shimmering with a faint, glossy green light. Leaves sprouted rapidly from the branches at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though it was only 2/3 of the dragon force liquid, it lasted nearly 20 minutes. The Tree Elder felt it too. The more power it received, the more the forest seemed to regain its vitality. All the barren branches disappeared, replaced by emerald leaves covering every limb, transforming desolation into vibrant life. The feeling of abundance washed over them, and the vitality made them feel as though they were before the eternal tree. After absorbing the immense power, the elder tree glanced at Xuanwu with goodwill, saying, I feel reborn. Thank you, young man. Hyunwoo humbly replied, It's the least I could do. He then made a suggestion, asking the elder to gather everyone to help him, to which the elder, surrounded by power, readily agreed. A new day dawns at the Dragon Ascension Grand Tournament's arena. As a massive crowd gathers, Xuanyu and Baishu calmly emerge. But Xuanyu senses something amiss. Something's wrong. No mech knights have appeared. Given the current dragon energy intensity, he doubted he could absorb as much dragon energy as yesterday, and wondered how to make things work, since he wanted to help his teammates cultivate. Then, he told Baek Tu that they should absorb as much dragon energy as possible before the competition started, to which Baek Tu calmly agreed. Meanwhile, the two continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The crowd was impressed, wondering if they were great kings, when an announcement echoed through the arena. Round 2. First match. In Arena 1, Li Chongming vs. Zhang Zhaoyang. In Arena 2, Wang Yifan vs. Deng Zhelu. In Arena 3, Lan vs. Xiao Xiu. Xuanyu, though his eyes were closed, was inwardly displeased again. The first match. So be it. He slowly opens his eyes, pondering to himself after the match. He'll use the time to absorb dragon energy. Later, he'll try to stimulate a reaction from the Dragon Ascension Pillar, without any Dragon Knights around today. The chances of being discovered are lower. Outwardly calm, Xuanyu secretly prayed for this round to pass without incident, but a sudden tremor shook the ground. This is Xiao Xu, looking cool in her attire, radiating an intimidating aura, a rare and powerful female dragonkin, highly sought after among the dragon race. Though a woman, she's as strong as any man. And Xiao Xu's goal in this Ascension tournament is to become a high-ranking dragon. That way, she could find a powerful partner, and maybe even become the wife of a dragon knight, her lifelong goal. Suddenly, Xiao Xu's expression changed, seeing Xuanyu's stunning beauty. She was initially taken aback, but then became enraged. However, the Golden Dragon Princess and Huang Baixu appeared, their strength not to be underestimated. The Golden Dragon Princess before her was even more exquisite. Most infuriatingly, they could transform into human form, infuriating, as if declaring her dominance. She suddenly spoke, smoke billowing from her mouth as she bravely proclaimed, "Listen here. Whether you're the Golden Dragon Princess or the Silver Dragon Princess, I'm not like those pushovers you fought before. I will defeat you, and I will grind your pretty little face into the dirt." With that, she roared, "Let the match begin." Without waiting, Xiao Xu unleashed her attack with full force. With unwavering resolve, he held his heavy sword high, a faint golden light emanating from its tip. He advances powerfully, his will set on victory, but it's not enough to break her. Hinvu activates her shield, blocking the attacks from all sides. Xiao Xu thought to herself, her body lunging forward, the corrosive effect mostly neutralized. I have many more tricks up my sleeve. A menacing thought crossed her mind as she unleashed a hail of thorns. Golden Dragon Princess, where will you run? The relentless attacks catch Xuanyu off guard, as Yuan Lang anxiously wonders if Xiao Xu is showing no mercy and trying to cripple him. Observing the match, Muo calmly explains the intricacies, saying it's thanks to her desperate efforts that she stands out among the mid-tier dragons, especially since she excels at mid-range combat. And a battlefield like this arena suits her perfectly. An explosion rips through the arena, and he can't believe what he's seeing. That light. Did it sever Xiao Xu's dragon aura with pure spear technique alone? The mountain dragon in Xuanyu's hand is overflowing with power, and its light reveals a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Xuanyu held the mountain dragon to his chest, channeling his strength to amplify the blow. Chuhai sensed impending doom and urgently shouted, "Hold back," but it was too late. Hianvu had already finished off his opponent, and Xiao Xu collapsed in the arena, bleeding profusely. He stood there, the murderous intent still burning in his eyes. Chuhai was furious, but Xuanwu cut him off, explaining that she had tried to kill him, and he couldn't control himself. He tried to calm himself, regulating his fiery spirit. Knowing today's events would be judged, Yuan Mo commented in shock. Too fierce. Too fierce, the first time in the Dragon Ascension tournament that someone has been killed. This isn't allowed. Yuan Lang quickly interjects. But there are special circumstances. It's hard to stop a fight of this caliber. Xuanyu calmly heads backstage. Time is of the essence. Let's quickly absorb the dragon energy. The second match depends on you. Baishu rushes to greet her. You absorb it first, I'll be fine later. Anyway, she looks at her opponent, who is now crippled. Zhe Huan stumbles away, muttering about his knees and back. He's badly injured, tears streaming down his face in pain. I concede. Moments later, the referee boldly announces Huang Sushu's victory in the second match. Yuan Mo sinks into thought, his mind filled with speculation, finding this turn of events unfathomable. That spear technique was on par with a dragon knight's, though the power was lacking due to cultivation. A truly formidable opponent. Hyunwoo meditates, calculating the conditions. Today's dragon aura is barely enough for 33 heavenly trials. Tomorrow, I must work harder. The next day, the dragon platform was as bustling as ever. As Lalan gazed suspiciously towards the spatial gate, Changyang casually strolled toward the observation area. Looking relaxed and composed, he cheerfully greeted his friend. The Dark Knight, saying, "Long time no see. How have you been?" Lan simply responded with a cold, "Hmm." Huan kindly introduces the newcomer, Lan Xuanyu, the 6th-ranked Heavenfall Knight out of all 18, even higher than the Darkstream Knight. Luolan. Most importantly, he's Zi Yanmo's teacher. And Zi Yanmo is on our team. Bai Zhu observes and deduces that he respects the Dark Knight, quickly adding that it's partly due to the Dark Knight's status, which predates the arrogant Heaven Knight, and also because he often receives favors from the Dark Knight, hence his humility. With curiosity, Lan Xuanyu focused his gaze on the arena, thinking, "Let me see what this rumored Golden Dragon Princess is like." Meanwhile, Lan Xuanyu continued to cultivate, ignoring him, thinking to himself that no matter who he was, he had to absorb the dragon energy. Isn't she supposed to be a beautiful and composed young woman? How is she so different from the rumors he diligently cultivates, gradually gathering strength to enhance himself, and must quickly convert dragon energy into dragon power fluid to maintain his position? Opportunities like this are rare. It would be ideal if Dragon Knights watched every match. Any violation will result in disqualification and punishment by Fonglong City. Remember, your opponents are your kin, so friendship comes first. We can't have any more casualties. The crowd below is furious, voicing their opinions. Is this really allowed? It's like building her up just to knock her down. What's the background of this Golden Dragon Princess? You really don't know why the Dragon Knights are here today. Luo Lan announces from the stands that the competition will begin, and the referee follows suit. Round 3 of the elimination tournament begins, and in Battle Zone 3, Lan faces Zhu Yixing. Xuanyu focuses intently, slowly activating his abilities, while Lam's opponent, Yue Cheng, stares ahead in terror. A cold sweat trickles down his face as fear grips his mind. This woman was just warned for harming her own kind, but it seems to have only fueled her ferocity, even more so than in the previous 2 matches. This is too violent. Last time, the dragon scales alone were enough to paralyze his opponent with pain. Wasn't she just warned not to harm her own kind? Why is she even more reckless? This sister isn't scared at all. She wants to dispose of me, seeing me as trash, weak, pathetic, and without support. Xuanvu looked at her opponent's face and smirked, filled with smug thoughts. According to Huang Yuanlin's files, he's a coward who always prioritizes his safety, adapting his tactics to his opponents. But in the 3rd match, he unleashed the Golden Dragon's might, revealing a ferocious aura that shocked his opponent. He amplified his energy output, his mind racing with excitement, increasing the difficulty for him. The referee didn't keep the audience waiting long and announced, "Begin." But as soon as he spoke, Yixing clutched his head, looking incredibly cowardly and weak. "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I surrender. I'll get out of here myself." The spectators were dubious, constantly making comments. "He's already surrendered. What is Uncle Yicheng doing? How embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing. To surrender out of fear." The referee immediately added fuel to the fire, stirring up the uproar, saying it's extremely rare in the history of the Thanglong cycle competition for a young prodigy to surrender out of fear. Bai Zhu happily approaches, saying, "You really made a big splash as soon as you arrived, scaring everyone." Xuanwu naturally recounts the strategy. Subduing others without fighting is the most valuable method. Lan calls out loudly, "Stadling Yicheng, Uncle Yicheng." Unable to contain his anger, he unleashed a barrage of questions, lamenting that such a spineless fighter could be considered one of his own, questioning if the age of peace had lasted too long. Yet, Lan showered praise on the remaining opponent, acknowledging Lam's ferocity and monstrous nature, but dismissing Ha as utterly worthless. If he faced the Federation fleet, wouldn't he just pee his pants? Cheng Yang immediately saw through him, carrying the Golden Dragon Princess so much. He was extremely annoyed and didn't hesitate to reprimand Ha. Unexpectedly, there are still high-ranking dragon clans like this. People who have completely lost the face of the high-ranking dragon clan, Uncle Lan. I think he should be severely punished. How can a dragon like that be qualified to participate in the Dragon Ascension tournament? Han doesn't even want to be a dragon. You continued, along with the energy in your hand, that he needs to be taught a lesson. Han painfully pleaded. I know I was wrong, but was still struck. He was kicked out of the arena, and Xuanyu casually remarked that being knocked off the Dragon Ascension stage meant disqualification. So, Xu doesn't have to fight anymore. Bai Shu quietly reminded him that luck is always on his side. She secretly rejoiced, thinking that if she had no opponents today or tomorrow, she'd have 3 wins and 1 loss, he exclaimed in surprise. Amazing, Bai Shu happily joked. You're the one who wins so easily, Xuanyu suggested. Let's take the opportunity to absorb some dragon energy. She quickly agreed. Okay. The next day, at the Thang Long Grand Arena, the referee announced the 4th round of the tournament. He fell into thought, his mind racing. There are no dragon knights here today, and without sufficient dragon energy, if he wants to continue helping his teammates cultivate, he must focus on the Thang Long Pillar. But how can he get a response from the Thang Long Pillar during battle? Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu steps forward, her face seemingly harmless and kind. Greetings, Golden Dragon Princess. I'm Tang Xuanyu, your opponent for this match. Please be gentle. I'm a little scared. Chang Liang is utterly surprised, blurting out, Isn't that Tang Xuanlan is up against fatty Tang Xuan? Interesting. I wonder if her attacks can break through this fatty's tough shell. This guy is indeed difficult to deal with. I see. He anticipates what's to come. Lam has won her previous 3 matches, but against relatively weak opponents. Starting now, she faces true Dragon Clan powerhouses, and he wonders if she has what it takes to compete with him. The referee swiftly announces the start of the match as Lan Xuanyu raises her hammer, continuously building power. Xuanyu wouldn't back down either, her strength unyielding. Han faced her cautiously, his mind racing with strategies, knowing Lan's desire to attack was fierce from the previous 2 matches, usually attacking relentlessly from the start. Today he's changed his tune. Or is he really going easy on me? Lan Xuanyu takes the initiative, rushing forward. Despite her beauty, he won't show favoritism as he wields his hammer with swift precision, battling his conflicted thoughts. But Xuanyu was fearless, his eyes burning with determination. Lan Xuanyu sensed something was amiss, his body instinctively recoiling, terrifying, but their powers clashed violently. The deafening sound of weapons colliding, echoing. Gan Huyen was immediately countered, his inner energy throbbing with pain, his eyes filled with fear, his mind with panic. He'd given that attack everything, but his opponent remained an impenetrable wall. Tears welled in Lan Xuanyu's eyes as his will to fight crumbled, unable to withstand such terrifying power. His very soul trembled. He was fortunate to have detonated the earth element, or he would have been severely injured. Now he understood why Lin Zhewan was defeated, and why Chu Shu had perished. Hu Yanvu eyed his opponent, contemplating his next move. He hadn't expected the fatty to have such strong defense. Even his full-powered god-slaying quake had been neutralized. It seemed this would be a long fight. His face paled as his mind and body struggled to keep up. There was no other way. He could only defend for now, hoping he could withstand it. Oh no. She's coming. This is terrifying. Lan Xuanyu clutches himself, his will to resist growing stronger. He must hold on. I can't block it. It's too strong. But his strength is nothing. His body is sent flying. The audience is in shock. Panic sets in. The Tang Xuan family, known for their defense, hailed as the Wall of the Dragon Clan, was blown away in an instant. How domineering is this attack? Utterly terrifying. Lan Xuanyu struggles to stand his ground, but the sight of Xuanwu's eyes sends shivers down his spine as his aura intensifies with each step, radiating a terrifying energy. He knows his end is near. If she had unleashed this power from the start, I might have been able to withstand it. But after that shockwave, I don't know if I can take it. If she does that again, I'll definitely be injured, and I won't be able to continue the competition. She's good. No one can stand against that. Lan Xuanyu raised his hands to shield himself, tearfully begging, I surrender. Please stop. Xuanyu's spear stopped just in time. Its threat diminished, but his dual-colored eyes remained unchanged as he spoke with heavy resolve. Listen closely. If anyone dares defeat Tutu, I will not forgive them. Zhongtai immediately declared Lam the victor, and Bai Tu was spared by He heir. Thanks to 2 uses of the god-slaying tremor, Xuanyu explained gently that the second time was a fake, just a simulation using soul power. For all warfare is based on deception, she asked instinctively. What about Longtai? Any response? He gave a thumbs up with a confident look. Although there aren't any, I have a plan B, a gradual shift to the dark. A clandestine rendezvous under the cover of night. Has Wuga brought the items yet? She quickly answered that it had arrived. Wuga carefully held the booklet. Liang Pu had collected and selected some materials, and was just waiting to give the list to him. Xuanyu took it and flipped through the pages. His future cultivation resources originating from here. What I can't do today. I'll go find the first target and see what I can gain. She immediately provided information currently. There are 2 targets in the city, near the ascending dragon platform, 2 lower-level dragons, and 1 mid-level dragon. The information is accurate. Without hesitation, he decided to target all 3 of them. And so they set out. On Tianlongxing exists a mysterious organization, the Anti-Dragon Alliance, which publishes a list at any time, detailing the misdeeds of dragon creatures, enraging many, but leaving them with nowhere to vent. Xuanyu issued the order to move out. The Tianlong Star government has long regarded this organization as rebellious, deploying considerable resources to hunt them down, but to no avail. After learning about them, Xuanyu immediately had Liang collect the lists published by the Anti-Dragon Alliance. Finally finding his scapegoat, after a short while, Xuanyu climbed back through the window. I'm back. Bai Shu quickly ran out. You were gone so long, he happily replied. We made our move today. She worriedly asked. Was it too hasty? We still have enough cultivation resources, and now is the perfect time. He quickly explained. Everyone's attention on Tianlong planet is focused on the rising dragon trials, and most of the dragon race's god-level powerhouses are in Rising Dragon City. Xuanyu explained the situation, adding that everyone was cultivating and needed a lot of energy, causing her to worry, saying that he had already done so much for everyone, and they didn't want him to risk himself for their training. He then embraced his beloved, saying, in the future, if the Federation wants to take over Tianlong and Tianma stars without bloodshed, perhaps that task will fall to us. Bai Shu was still confused. What do you mean? Xuanyu explained. If all 33 Skywings and the plant-based powerhouses break through to the god level, plus the Federation's mechs and battle armor, we could resist the Dragon Knights. Otherwise, how could we stop the 18 super god-level knights and their dragon steeds? She anxiously asked. But is that even possible? He pieced together the available information. Elder Tree said that 2 plant-based spirit beasts are about to reach the god level, and I also have 6 dragon slayers, both for research and as combat materials. As for the Dragon Ascension Tournament, as long as we prove that the energy of the Dragon Star helps the Eternal Tree, the Academy and Tang Sect will support us. Tianyu expresses his feelings, saying, I want to help you. He continues, Shosho, how long has it been since we... Bai Shu is flustered. What are you talking about? He gently pulls her closer. Are you pretending to be confused? You need to apply the dragon marrow for cultivation. Right, she grumbled, annoyed. Ugh. So it was dragon marrow. Tianyu dressed before cooking rice. Why does he seem so disappointed? What else did you think it was? Bai Shu snapped. Don't say any more. Hurry up and apply it. On the fierce battlefield, Tianyu and Huang Yu exchanged cold glances before the referee's command. Round 5. Group 3. Facing Hu Huangyu. With those words, the match began, and he observed his opponent, formulating a plan. A light attribute soul master, she should be called the 5 Elements Dragon. After the competition, I'll have Vu absorb him, that should be good. Since he's on the list anyway. To win, he must rely on his elemental advantage, slowly depleting her dragon force. That was the plan. His mind raced. But Tianyu had already leaped into the air, coiling around her. He floated in the air, power swirling around him. Yu was stunned by the sight. She hadn't fought like this before. Why wasn't he following the usual protocol? Yu watched from above, unable to suppress a smile, as he activated his magic, clouding his opponent's thoughts. Wait. She transformed into a dragon and took to the skies. Is he just a sitting duck? Or does he have a special ability that requires his true form? I can't figure it out. Yu is intrigued. His mind races with strategies. These dragons probably don't know. But against human soul masters, by unleashing my true form and spirit, my combat power doubles. And I aim for a swift victory. Sensing the threat, Yu launches the first attack. He gracefully shifted, swiftly dodging every attack. His mind reeled. His face pale with fear. He dodged them. But now what? Yu raises his shield, determined to avoid injury. But the clash of energies overwhelms him, and he desperately searches for an escape. Facing the famous Golden Dragon Princess head-on is unnerving. And with no time to dodge, he has no choice but to fight. As the smoke clears from the attack, Yu is utterly bewildered. Where did she go? But then, the Xuanyu appears behind him, delivering a direct blow. His body takes the hit, and pain begins to envelop him. But Yu refuses to yield, activating his ultimate move, transforming into a silver dragon and charging towards Xuanyu. The force of the impact sends them both flying, leaving the audience in stunned anticipation. Backstage, Bai Shu worried, but Xuanyu stood strong. The crowd was shocked. The Golden Dragon Princess rose. After such a brutal clash, the referee announced her victory, and she rushed to his side. How was he? Using telepathy. Xuanyu says he's afraid he'll cough up blood if he speaks. His opponent's power is too great, and he needs time to recover. Luckily, he has the Golden Dragon's protection. His overlord body, Dragon God armor, a 2-word battle armor, and the Dragon God bloodline to rely on. So there's no need to worry. He confidently gives a thumbs up, adding that he's improved his annihilation shockwave, and its true power hasn't even been unleashed yet. There's still more to come. What should he call it? Second stage, God-killing shock or God-killing shock? Second stage strike. Bai Shu was visibly annoyed. I think you're just being stupid. Xuanyu offered words of encouragement, telling her not to worry and to be careful, wishing her a smooth promotion. The stage was set, and the 2 contestants entered the arena on command. In Battle Area 3, Huang Chut-Chu would face Wang Yushan. Bai Shu looked at the girl before her, her spirit filled with worry, Tai Bei and Dragon King Wu San. Her fighting style was incredibly reckless, and her reputation surpassed even Xuanyu's previous opponent. Huangyu. Xuanyu has always carried too much responsibility, unknowingly growing into a towering tree. When he entered the inner court of Shrek Academy, Xuanyu once thought of abandoning the 33 Heavens Wing. But no one expected what would happen. They were eventually approved to enter the inner courtyard. But then, he had to shoulder this responsibility again, facing everything, showing him no mercy. Bai Shu closed her eyes, her mind sensing every stream of spiritual power around her. It wasn't the first time everyone had asked him, what can everyone do for him? Instead of him simply sacrificing for everyone, who am I working so hard to cultivate for? It's so I can help him shoulder some of the burden when needed. Just now, he clearly could have won without getting hurt, but he always chooses to severely injure his opponents, effectively eliminating them from the match, all for my sake. This match, no matter the cost, I must win. The referee adjusts the match and loudly announces, "Begin." Wu Shan intently observes her opponent, her mind set on victory. She prefers her axe to claws, and she's determined to become a dragon knight. Not just a little dragon, she unleashes her energy. Goodbye to remain unconcerned. As Wu Shan stomps the ground, cracking it and distorting space with her power, she flung her axe toward the enemy, and the white-haired cultivator seized the opportunity, deftly dodging the attack. She gathers her strength, unleashing a technique that effortlessly seals her power. Witnessing this, Wu Shan's mind reels. This is true destructive force. She was besieged by unpleasant emotions, her mind searching for a sound strategy. But her battle axe couldn't cut through the clinging dark purple light. Although it didn't directly inflict damage, It slowed her body's rotation and slightly altered her attack direction. Wushan desperately enhances herself, unleashing an attack with terrifying force, but it's useless. Her spirit falters. This is bad. Her opponent specializes in control. The violet-black light grew, writhing relentlessly. She had to think of a way to defeat her. It was as if the opponent had foreseen her every move, always dodging or redirecting her attacks. If this continued, she would be at a severe disadvantage. She had to end this quickly. With no other choice, she unleashes a flurry of attacks. A storm of blows. Baitu senses everything, her eyes betraying a heightened caution. She gently thrusts her sword forward. The dark energy growing ever denser, Baishu's voice echoes in the arena. Her power, a vortex, devouring everything. All that remains in Wushan's mind is fear, power, terrifying power. This Wang Xiu is no mere flower. She's a dark sorceress, a terrifying figure from the shadows. Her dark energy fills the arena, and her power surges toward Wushan. Overwhelmed, she raised her hand in surrender. I yield. Baishu retracted her power, the darkness in her eyes gradually fading. The arena returns to normal, and the referee immediately announces, in Battle Zone 3, Huang Tututu wins. She slowly walks backstage and asks, "How's the recovery going?" Xuanyu praises her without reservation. "I'm fine. Tutu, you were amazing." Baitu whispers in her ear, "Long marrow tempering really works. I was able to easily control my 8th soul skill." You couldn't help but exclaim how amazing it was. Xuanyu happily suggested continuing the dragon marrow massage tonight, but she shyly retorted that he made such a serious matter sound so strange. Time passes, and night falls. Xuanyu meditates in his room, contemplating every possible move. Shushu won today, and Wu Huangyu will likely forfeit tomorrow due to his injuries, resulting in 1 win and 1 loss. Her future looks bright. But as for me, my opponent tomorrow is Shang Yanmo, the strongest in the group. His strength is at least at the Super Duoluo level, and I'm only a titled Duoluo. Wu Huangyu's 5-colored domain is a spiritual domain, proving his spiritual power is already close to the god level. Facing Shang Yanmo and the other powerhouses, I wonder if I can win without the dragon god transformation. To prepare for the battle with Shang Yanmo, I won't seek out my teammates tonight, but use all my dragon power to strengthen myself. Am he afraid? Xuanyu sits alone, contemplating his uncertainty. But he will not falter. He will not cower. He will not tire. He must be steadfast, for he knows there are things more precious than life itself. He has people he wants to protect, and images of his mother and loved ones flash through his mind. Nana. So, he absolutely won't back down. He must win. Xuanyu sat in contemplation until the next morning, when suddenly, a burst of light erupted around him. At that moment, a glimmer of starlight flashed in Xuanyu's eyes as he marveled at himself. His spiritual power generated a unique movement, and the speed of the bloodline vortex in his body suddenly slowed. He could clearly sense the life force of every plant outside and the voices of people far away. Just then, Baizhu awakens to a surprising sight, golden light erupting from Xuanyu as he undergoes an energy transformation. Baishu recognizes his condition. This is spiritual substantialization, a phenomenon that occurs when mental strength reaches its peak, nearing the pinnacle of the historical realm. What happened during the match? He's utterly confused now. What's wrong with me? Hearing this, Baishu reassured him, explaining that his spiritual power had reached the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Unexpected joy before facing a formidable foe like Zhang Wenmo. His spiritual power breaks through again, adding to his strength to face Zhang Wuman. At the Dragon Ascension platform, the arena, he sees something and suddenly stops. The Dragon Ascension pillar. Seeing this, she quickly asks him what's wrong. Meanwhile, as Xuanyu closed his eyes, sensing the energy within him, he felt it emanating from the depths of the Dragon Ascension platform, as if there were another world, a world so vast it seemed boundless, filled with 9 vibrant colors, containing an unfathomable amount of energy. This is bad. I'm dizzy. The consumption is terrifying. In the blink of an eye, a third of my spiritual power is gone. Is that colorful energy the power of the dragon god? Or the power of the Ascension Dragon Pillar itself? Only those with dragon god blood can harness the pillar's abilities. Suddenly, the 4 dragon knights, each representing a different color, appeared to observe the match. Chu Hai announced. Matches in other groups are temporarily suspended. Group 3. Lan versus Wanmak. Will proceed alone. Please enter the arena. The 2 step forward to face each other. And Yanmo speaks first. It seems all 4 dragon knights have come to watch our match. Miss Lan, I wonder if your injuries have recovered, she answers bluntly. I'm fine. Replacing him. He gets straight to the point. Good. I'll use my full strength in this fight. Hien Vu is resolute, showing no hesitation towards his opponent, saying, words are useless. Seeing the dark dragon knight, La Lan asks, La Nguyen, why are you here today? Hearing this, Yisi explained, the day the dragon flew, Lan awakened the core power of the dragon realm. The chief elder said we need to observe her. Today, she faces Yanmo, and I've come to see her performance. The man was skeptical. Awaken the depths of the dragon realm. Even so, win isn't certain, it's not confirmed. But I've seen that light. Even if she's rejected, even the chief couldn't bear it. Her future potential is still worth anticipating. Luong Vi, having overheard everything, immediately offers his opinion. Then why let her participate in the trials? Wouldn't it be better to send her directly to the dragon realm? He calmly replied that she was too weak, and it was too easy to fail in the dragon realm. If she wins the championship and ascends to the dragon realm, it proves she's near the god level, reducing the danger. Otherwise, they'll have to wait until the seal is broken. Hearing this, they all decided to observe patiently, as it made sense, so they would wait and see. The 2 prepare to face off, as one takes a stance, allowing the other to attack first. Ladies first, he says, as Xuanyu begins his battle stance. Seeing the tension rise, the 2 on the sidelines grew anxious as well. One was Tung On Mak, heir to the light dragon, and the other, Dong Nao Tian, whose pure light attribute cultivation made him incredibly powerful. After observing his opponent, he realized this man was more than just a super duo. He was likely level 97, maybe even 98. Without hesitation, Xuanyu decided to attack from above. Realizing his opponent's intentions, he smirks and counters, but Lan senses something amiss. But Hien Vu immediately began to strategize, not revealing any fear of his opponent's power. If he tried to evade, his momentum would falter, and he might never get another chance to counterattack this. Warmok is stronger than he imagined. Unleash the full power of your bloodline and soul force. Merge them into pure strength, and become one. Suddenly, they collide, creating a massive explosion that echoes throughout the arena, witnessed by everyone in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, Liang Vai chuckled, saying that wild will always be wild, but at this moment, Xuanyu was overwhelmed by his opponent's power and crashed to the ground. Despite that, he struggles to his feet to continue fighting. Even though her special rhythm forces his attacks to halt in terms of raw power, she's still below him. Watching this, Zhang Liang sneers. Boss, it seems this lamb is still green. Aren't you going to be a hero and save the damsel? Hearing this, Shi Long uncomfortably explained that Lan was a wild dragon clan member who had just begun cultivating dragon power, and it was hard to say who would go further. He paused, stunned. She can compare to you, he continued, explaining. Her potential is even greater. In the previous clash, her dragon roar affected the elements of each source, and her bloodline suppressed him. Otherwise, how do you think she became the Dragonflight champion? Back then, everyone was just flying. Her bloodline suppresses all dragon clans, including us. Today, 4 dragon knights have arrived. It's highly likely due to the intensity of her bloodline, enlightened by her teammates. Zhang Liang was speechless, unsure what to say. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Xuanyu began to sense the power within the ultimate light attribute. The speed and destructive power are terrifying, so he can also use and guide light elements like that. That really hurts. Against the speed of the light element, combat skills are useless. Only a head-on clash is the best way. Immediately, the golden dragon materialized and flew ferociously forward. Yanmo swiftly dodged, and a massive explosion erupted across the arena. The golden dragon god crashed to the ground after the explosion, yet he struggled to rise before the astonished onlookers. The other students are stunned by Hyunwoo's power. That's a serious injury. Yet he's getting up. Terrifying. He's equally shocked by her defense. How strong is she? At that moment, Yanmo decided to unleash his power, and the image of the dragon god Bang appeared behind him. In a flash, Long Shen Bang flew to attack, and the two frantically charged into battle. In the tense situation, neither hesitated, and they decisively lunged at each other. A deafening clash echoes as crimson light blinds the area, and as the smoke clears, the two dragon gods stand silently, facing each other. But the explosion has taken its toll on Xuanyu, as blood spills from his mouth. He silently observes his opponent, a hint of doubt creeping in. Even the celestial dragons wouldn't dare clash with him head-on like this. But she, without delay, he roars and charges forward, launching a counterattack, and the two clash head-on once more. Everyone was shocked and annoyed, urging him to just give up. Meanwhile, Bai Xiu quietly observed the fight, still worried about Xuanyu. The leaders watched in awe at his indomitable spirit, and Luo Lan declared that even in defeat, Lan would be fine, with a powerful bloodline and the stubborn, unwavering heart of a dragon. She possesses everything a bloodline knight needs. With sharp claws, Xuanyu leaps into the sky. What's this? He launches his aerial assault, diving straight toward his opponent. But at that moment, he senses something amiss in the battle. The golden dragon god descended towards Non-Mak, who suddenly sensed something strange about his opponent. Something wasn't right. It was a mirage. He'd fallen into a trap. Seizing the chance, he unleashes a finishing move. Golden Dragon. But a familiar voice makes Yanmo look away. It's Prison Shatter. But he couldn't evade Hyunwoo's surprise attack. A massive explosion shook the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Moments later, he too succumbed to the youth's power, the explosion weakening him despite his remaining strength. Seeing this, Bai Xiu quickly spoke up. Referee, announced the results. Hearing this, Zhu Hai immediately announced, Lan wins, exhausted but victorious. Xuanyu collapse. Unable to even stand, he finally won. The arena is silent. Everyone stunned by the intensity of the battle. Bai Xiu anxiously rushed onto the field. Lan, how are you? Are you badly injured? But Xuanyu was too weak to move, and could only stare blankly at the sky. I finally won. All of that patience. It was all to prepare for this final blow. From the start, I knew I couldn't make up for the difference in power with cultivation. I could only pay the price of injury to set up the situation. Each time I endured, each injury I sustained, all of it was real. The Silver Dragon King's power supplemented the Golden Dragon King's, but half of my grave injuries were feigned. In the final moment, the treasure-hunting beast cast a golden dragon illusion, while my true form reverted to human and hid in the corner. Then, as he weakened, I struck the decisive blow. The pool of blood beneath Xuanyu slowly disappears, as she anxiously calls out, Lan, don't scare me, what's going on? Xiaobao immediately appeared, reassuring her. Miss Xiushu, don't worry. Master is fine. He was seriously injured on purpose. Bai Shu was confused. On purpose? What do you mean? The little one explained. Master needs a plan to expose the dragon god's bloodline. This is to avoid detection by the Order's knights later on. So the injuries and blood are real. All to get closer to that dragon. Luo Lan muses that this battle has demonstrated exemplary strength, igniting the passion of the younger generation. It's been a long time since such a role model has appeared. Qianyang happily adds that he hopes they learn not only her will, but also her wisdom. What he admires most is her constant patience and ability to remain calm and rational. Even the judges are impressed. That girl is truly something. Liang Wei. On the other hand, some people just have all the luck. Hearing this, the other man chuckled. Sounds like sour grapes to me. Sensing the hidden meaning in his words, Liang Wei retorted, "You, back with Hianvu." A surge of energy suddenly erupts around him, leaving everyone speechless. The four rush to his side. 2-2. Step aside, not wanting to attract attention. He quickly warned, "Other teams, continue the competition. Keep watching the battle. No one is allowed to come near here." At that moment, Lalonti combined her consciousness with the other three, and the other students were shocked by the sight. What was happening? All four dragon riders were here. Something big must be going on. Meanwhile, Xuanyu remained motionless, and he recognized a familiar sensation. It was just like that place in Dragonfall. Suddenly, streams of crimson energy emanated from Ya Yuan's hand. Suddenly, they glowed under the astonished gazes of both. "It seems I know what's happening. I can almost confirm the energy is from the same source." The elder states that it's highly likely the Dragon Ascension platform has connected Dragon Realm to our heavenly dragon star. At that moment, Zhang Yang also realizes the situation. But how can this girl absorb the power of the Dragon Ascension platform, when even the elder has tried countless times without success? Liang Wei noticed something was off, and recalled the previous battle, the bloodline. He lost too much blood just now. "Did you guys notice? The blood from the previous fight was all sucked away." Hearing this, he couldn't believe that the Dragon Ascension platform had absorbed blood like this in the previous battle. Then the two argued over the same issue. But today the speed was extremely fast. If Huang Liangwei said so, then I've noticed it too. The excessive blood loss from the previous battle led to this change. But what if it were us? Could we attract and absorb that much energy? Though still unconscious, Xuanyu hears their conversation in his subconscious. "Nice try. But even if you bleed dry, it's useless." So, he decided to wait patiently and see what changes would occur after she absorbed so much energy, and then they could talk about whether or not to try it themselves. Moments later, Hianvu suddenly glows, dragon scales appearing on his face. Luang Vai hesitates, wondering if she has absorbed all the energy from the Thang Long Dai. Lalan immediately retorted, annoyed, "Shut your foul mouth. The Dragon Ascension platform is huge. Think before you speak." The drunken man beside her was just as defiant. "Lalan, are you looking for a fight?" Seeing them bickering, he couldn't help but shout, "Is now really the time to argue? Just be quiet and wait." Xuanyu focuses on his inner power, as a sea of scarlet liquid rises within his mind. A sudden, complete transformation that takes him by surprise. As the two little guardians reminded him, "Master, don't move. The four knights are watching." He communicated telepathically. "Ah, Bao. What's wrong with me? Did our plan succeed?" The boy, overjoyed, replied, "That's right. Your blood has caused a reaction in the rising Dragon Lord. That is the true power of the old master. When you break through to the god level, you will surely be able to explore it clearly." Upon receiving Hianvu's next plan, he thought, "I know. I'll wake up later. Help me conceal my appearance well." The little one obediently replied, "No problem. Rest assured." As he awakens, the four surrounding him ask with concern, "She's awake. She's awake. How do you feel, girl?" Though he knows it's an act, Xuan Wu feigns ignorance, playing the innocent, Lord La, and esteemed lords. "It seems I dozed off just now. Why are you all surrounding me? What is this colored dragon energy? I see colors everywhere. What's happening to me? Did you all extract something from me? Why has everything inside me turned into colors?" Meanwhile, Ya Yuan explained that she had encountered an opportunity. Her bloodline seemed to have attracted the energy within the Dragon Ascension platform. Likely a bloodline transformation of some kind. With his acting skills, he maintained an innocent, clueless facade. Transformation. What kind of transformation? At the Dragon Ascension platform in Dookie Arena, Ya Yuan continues to explain everything in detail. Her blood awakened the platform's energy, manifesting a dragon-like transformation. The cause requires further research, so she should return to sense the changes. And after the joint military exercise, they will guide her. Seeing their dedication, Hian Vutu politely thanked Grand Craftsman Dong, promising to cultivate diligently. Hearing this, the four felt relieved and cautiously took their leave. telling him to rest well. Meanwhile, Luo Lan couldn't contain his excitement, thinking he was truly blessed by the heavens. So outstanding. Truly too outstanding. Seeing that things were gradually settling down and everyone was returning, he said, "Let's go back too. I'll report this to the chief immediately. As for whether we'll proceed with the test, we'll have to wait until the Thang Long competition is over." Understood. Now that it's getting dark, all the students are returning to their rooms to rest and recover. Back in Xuanyu's room, he returns to his true form, and they embrace. Bai Shu, still shaken from the recent battle, he scared her half to death. "You really scared me. Why did you have to risk so much?" Xuanyu chuckled, reassuring her. Sorry. I made you worry again." She was a little curious. "I can feel that the bloodline aura in your body is stronger. Aren't they suspicious?" Hearing this, Xuanvu recounts the events to her, saying he was suddenly inspired today, his spiritual power reaching a concrete level, and he seemed to see the dragon god's energy on the rising dragon platform, wondering if he could use his bloodline to awaken it. If it works, winning against Tong Yug isn't important. They're stronger than me. If I don't give it my all, I won't have another chance. So I need a way to make the dragon god appear. I told Bao, if I fall unconscious after the fight, don't panic. I'll make the dragon god's bloodline appear before the dragon knight. Then use the dragon god transformation to fight. Avoiding suspicion. Seeing her handsome boyfriend shine so brightly filled Bai Shu with admiration. Xuanyu had grown so much. Now brave and cautious, he faced even super god-level experts without fear. He knew how to use his advantages with the dragon clan at his disposal, and had everything planned out. Commanding the elements. Having such an outstanding young man as my boyfriend makes me so proud. I must also strive to grow and become a powerhouse just as he is. Seeing him gaze at her so intently, she couldn't help but blurt out, "Why are you looking at me so deeply? Are you so captivated that you want to offer yourself to me? Don't be shy. Be bolder." Heinwu is getting too forward, making her uncomfortable. "Don't make me slap you when the mood is so good. Tell me the truth. How bad are your injuries?" Hianwu immediately stood up to prove himself, saying he was fine. He was healed by the Ascension Platform's energy and needs to cultivate immediately. But this opportunity to absorb and cultivate is especially suited for him, so he can't share the Dragon God's energy with them right now. Hearing this, Bai Shu was happy for him. "That's great. Then start cultivating quickly." As she turned to leave, Xuanyu hugged her from behind. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. "So, do I need to keep sacrificing myself?" She was speechless, then suddenly grabbed his hand and flipped him over. After 3 weeks of round-robin battles, Xuanyu easily won. In Bai Shu's subsequent matches, although she lost one, Lan Xuanyu helped her achieve a record of 7 wins and 2 losses, ranking 3rd in the combat zone. Another day passes, and as the two sit together, he speaks first. 2-2. Tomorrow is the finals. She understands the hidden meaning in his words. After a moment, Bai Shu comforts him. "All right. I know. It's just the finals. I'll be your mount." Hearing that, Xuanyu felt a little less worried. "Shu, come on. I'll carry you." Seeing that Xuanyu was still strong, she excitedly chimed in. "Great. Then I won't be polite. Let's go. Little land dragon mount. Let's go." He happily replied. "Understood, Princess." Bai Shu then softly expressed, "Actually, I'm fine. I'm willing to be your mount. I truly wish to be your dragon mount." Her sacrifice and willingness stirred something within him. 2-2. You're too good. Then, swept up in the moment, Bai Shu subtly signaled to him. Xuanyu, finally. He gently kisses his white moonlight, thanking her. 2-2. At the Shenglong platform arena, the Heavenly Dragon announces, "This match is Xing Wenmo versus Zheng Shude. This opponent's wood attribute can absorb light energy, which happens to counter Zhang Wenmo. However, Xuanyu disagrees, saying his strength is still a bit lacking, and even though he's countered, Zhang Wenmo can still win, causing Tianlong to waver slightly. Just one sentence made Tianlong fall for her, a love even Google can't explain. It's too mysterious. Noble blood. Stunning beauty. And so young. Who else is worthy of her besides me? Moreover, the closer he gets to her, the more his usually calm heart races. He truly desires to possess her. Back at the fight, the two combatants step forward to face each other. Zheng Wenmo and Zheng Shuda wasted no time, launching their attacks immediately. Despite the brief moment of confusion at the sight of his opponent's massive illusion, he remained steadfast in his resolve to fight to the end. In an instant, Zhen Yanmo sprang into action, intending to strike first, head-on. Observing this, Xuanyu already foresaw the outcome. The victor was clear. At the Kai Thang Long Arena, the match has ended, and the referee's voice announces the results. The first match of the elimination round, Tung On Mak wins. Aren't you number 4? Lin, upon hearing this, Xuanyu happily replied, Not me. Good luck. His response makes the man slightly awkward, and he replies, Very well. His attitude leaves him speechless. Frozen in place, Xuanyu found himself in a difficult position, and Bai Zhu, who was next to him, had observed everything. You really know how to flirt. He clearly has feelings for you. But Xuanyu felt disgusted and thought, Spare me. What flirting, my heart belongs only to Tutu. Her words made her admirer blush with a mix of shyness and embarrassment. He's up. The referee announces. Round 2 begins with Wu Chenji. As soon as the match starts, he unleashes his power. At that moment, Tianlong unleashed his prepared technique, and as Chenji approached, he quickly focused his energy to counterattack, instantly surrounding Han with a surge of power. A massive shockwave erupts, sending Chenji flying back, unable to withstand the force, a sight that leaves Xuanyu in stunned disbelief. It was over in an instant. How fast? I didn't expect Celestial Dragon to be this strong. The dust slowly settles, revealing his feet. At that moment, the referee's voice declared Tianlong the victor, and his opponent approached to offer a polite congratulations. Hearing this, Tianlong blushed and humbly explained, My opponent was relatively weak. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. Against you ladies, I'm not sure I would have won. Xuanyu was annoyed by that smug look. What's with the blushing? And Han's eyes are unsettling. He's too strong. I need a plan to deal with him. But Tianlong already has a plan in mind. She congratulated me. After the Ascension tournament, I'll ask the teacher to help me propose. Her support will help me ascend to the position of chairman in 1,000 years. À moment, the referee announced the next match. Contestants number 13 and 14 to the arena. Hearing this, he immediately walked away, saying, 2-2. Let's go. Meanwhile, the 3 Grand Arcanists appeared, quietly observing the match. Seeing them both approach, Ji Shuang immediately offered her opinion, saying that the sisters could be considered a very prominent pair. It's a pity the younger sister became a dragon seed. They can only be counted as one entity. Hearing this, Luo Lan immediately chimed in. Vice seat. This is a wise move. In terms of cultivation, they are still a bit weak. The two of them working together can go further. Hearing this, Ji Shuang remained firm in her belief that with Lan's bloodline, the Order of the Dragon Ascension tournament meant nothing. Her future already in the Chief Knight's plans. Meanwhile, Liang Wei offered his opinion, no less impressive, saying that if it were him, he would use the Dragon Ascension tournament to directly test the bloodline. Wouldn't that reveal the results sooner? Hearing this, he calmly suggests inviting the chief to announce the Dragon Ascension tournament, attributing it to Knight Dong Shengguang. But understanding the hidden meaning, the other man awkwardly declines, saying it was just a joke. Pay no mind to them. Ji Shuang is somewhat moved. While Xuanwu's side awaits their opponent, heavy footsteps echo in the distance. The arrival of their opponents immediately put them in a difficult position. As Song Guanho approached from afar, Han offers a respectful greeting. Greetings, Vice Chairman. Hello, Miss Lam and Miss Tutu. We're from Yunshui City. I am Song Guanho. This is my wife, Shui Yun, who bows her head in greeting. I am Luo Shui Yun. The others respond. Greetings. But at that moment, he already has information on their opponents. Luo Shuiyun's presence is a huge boon to Song Guanho. A very direct one, and the referee's voice immediately rings out, "Begin." Immediately after, he smirked. "Forgive me." And the two quickly launched their offensive formation, as Xuanyu signaled, and Bai Tu joined forces with him, without hesitation. With hands joined, a surge of power erupts from both of them. Without delay, Xuanyu urges. "Let's go," she understands. "Hurry," with both sides ready. The match begins. And Bai Shu opens with an ice magic spell. With weapons in hand, she and Xuanyu prepare for battle as Shuiyun unleashes a magical assault, as Bai Shu parried, turning water into ice. He observed their fighting style, making an initial assessment if they fight as a pair. There must be something special. There's more than just synergy between a dragon and its knight. The best combination requires a chemical reaction similar to martial soul fusion. Realizing this approach wouldn't work, the queen ordered Shuiyun to attack. She flies into the sky and unleashes an electrostatic tornado, leaving Bai Shu bewildered as he utters, "Strange." As the crackling lightning descends, sensing the moment, Xuanyu urgently tells her, "It's here." He seems to sense the danger and quickly pushes Bai Shu away. Water turns to cloud. Cloud friction creates electricity. Crackling thunder. "Shushu. Be careful." Lightning strikes down relentlessly, shaking the very heavens. Yet he calmly faces the danger. Xuanyu slowly closed his eyes and unleashed his power, leaving the queen and Shuiyun in disbelief. What was happening? How could he be unharmed? Realizing things aren't going as planned, his face darkens as he orders them to increase their power and try again. She unleashes her magic, creating even more dangerous lightning strikes than before. Yet, Hianwu stood tall, completely unscathed. Bai Tu could only think to herself, he's absorbing power again. No matter how much lightning strikes him, he's conveniently using the lightning to digest the dragon energy, absorbing Long Tai's power, while using the lightning to help him process it all. What a calculation! The queen is growing increasingly frustrated as she watches. "I don't believe you're truly immune to lightning. If one bolt isn't enough, try two, or however many it takes." At this moment, Xuanyu gleefully takes advantage of the situation, feigning disorientation, urging them to strike. The more the merrier, but then he realized he was overdoing it. If he's unharmed, wouldn't he seem arrogant? He should keep acting a little longer. With that, Xuanyu transformed into a Hollywood actor, feigning dizziness as Bai Chu ran over innocently, asking if she was all right. The judging panel witnessed the entire tense confrontation from afar, and upon seeing Shuiyun and the queen's attack, Liang Wei remarked that it was truly foolish, wondering if they'd ever grow up. "Let's see how they play their hand." Ji Shuang quickly retorted, "You can't possibly think Lan isn't deliberately provoking them to unleash more lightning to temper herself." He was bewildered. Is that wild girl really that clever? Even Liang Wei didn't see through her trick. So he reluctantly explained, "At first, I heard this golden dragon princess of ours was known for her recklessness. But now it seems she deliberately concealed her intelligence." Chu Yang chimed in. "Vice leader is right. That blockhead Zi Yanmo lost to her last time. One day, she'll be extraordinary." Qi Shuang recognized the talent Xuanyu possessed, which Ling had unlocked. "Using everything at your disposal, that's how we find our successors. Lan, this is your man. Isn't it? Did you accept the gift?" "Not yet. But they've signed a 1,000-year contract with Huangye in Fonglong City. It seems you're quite the opportunist." Lan, annoyed. Lan retorted that it was one of her qualities, daring him to do the same, adding that benefits are earned, unlike some who rely on innate talent, but he just wants good fortune to fall from the sky. He raises his eyebrows and stares at Lan. "What did you say?" The two keep bickering. So Ji Shuang quickly advises, "All right, let's watch the competition." Only then do they stop arguing. Meanwhile, on the field, referee Zhu Hai announced that with 5 minutes remaining, if there's no clear winner, the decision will be based on performance during the match. At that moment, Xuanyu thought to himself, "The Bronze Knights must see what I'm doing." Hopefully, they'll give me a hint. My opponent is incredible. Where could he find such an opponent? What a pity. After a moment, he signaled Baiziu. Shushu. Let's stop pretending. She responded. Let's go. Xuanyu summoned the golden dragon. Ready for battle. His eyes filled with determination and confidence. Sensing danger, Baishu shouts for Lan to fall back, shielding him as she unleashes her power. Activating soul fusion. Deep Blue watches as Baishu's magic creates a purple whirlwind. Countering the opponent's attack, it pierces through the lightning and rushes toward Shuiyun, leaving her panicked, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The queen cried out in alarm as Shuiyun staggered under Baishu's assault. Collapsing in pain. Unable to resist, Chu Hai announces that the queen, Luo Yunshui, is unable to fight, and Lan Basiu wins. The crowd erupts, marveling at the successful counterattack. Was it all an act? This golden dragon princess is too cunning, seizing every opportunity to improve. No wonder she's progressing so fast. Tianlong is utterly bewildered, pushing herself too hard. Tempering herself in battle, Lan is truly not following the normal path. She's becoming increasingly unpredictable. The next day, at the Dragon Ascension Arena, the first match of the second round of the finals, Lan Bai Shusho versus Duan Mi Chu and Chu Tian Mi. Seeing this matchup, Xuanwu was puzzled. Of the IA clan's representatives, a total of 3 pairs have the dragon transformation. Yet we faced 2 teams in a row. But then he reconsidered their opponents for today. Was this the Aerial clan transforming into the Dragon clan during the Dragon transformation era? As soon as Diet Chu saw them, he shook his head, lamenting their bad luck. I'd rather face the Sky Dragon than you guys, Tianmi said, adding, yeah, we don't want to run into you. Baishu, Pozled, asked, why don't you want to face us? He calmly replied. You'll find out when we fight. The referee's voice echoed. Begin, but even as he spoke, Xuanyu sensed something and rushed to protect Baishu. The others immediately launch an attack. But fortunately, Xuanyu's reflexes are sharp. The audience erupts in murmurs, wondering what happened. 2 silver lights flashing past each other so fast they couldn't see a thing. As the white smoke clears, his figure emerges, and Xuanyu realizes the situation. The enemy has aerial abilities. The 2 Diets watch the block in dismay, wondering what kind of defense it is that only leaves white streaks, exactly why they didn't want to fight them. Meanwhile, Baishu is being held so tightly she can barely breathe. Regaining her composure, she unleashes her power, Ice Demon Snow. Death Spirit Manipulation, a shield appears, enveloping them both for absolute protection. Tianmi and Juchu are visibly exhausted. But what must come, will come. Bakesusu's mastery of large-scale spatial control is the last thing they want to face. The Golden Dragon Princess has an incredibly strong defense. What to do next? He begins to analyze the situation. To win this battle, he must defeat his opponents in the shortest time possible. He felt the same as Diet True. Otherwise, if they allowed their opponents to unleash their full range of control, their space to maneuver would shrink, and they would surely lose. They both agreed on a plan and charged forward, ready to risk it all. With a plan in place, they fuse, ready for battle, leaving Hyunwoo to reflect on the Dragon Clan's powerful bond with their dragons, achieving unparalleled synergy. Baek-shu and he began to cast their spells, their powers linking together as she underwent a transformation. Baishu's eyes turned a mystical purple, captivating all who beheld her. Zing he beauty. Jumi could only stammer. Beautiful, so beautiful. The onlookers were stunned by her beauty, but he quickly reminded himself that now was not the time for admiration. Diet True immediately charged forward, determined to win swiftly. Meanwhile, Silver Moon remained strangely calm, her piercing gaze seeming to cut through space itself, her unwavering eyes fixed on her opponent, her entire being radiating boundless power. Her attack takes Destroyer by surprise with its destructive force, forcing him to brace for impact. Sensing his predicament, she slowly unleashes her magic. An aura enveloping her, her hands move with a hypnotic grace, captivating the audience, who murmur in awe, unable to look away, their minds and vision completely stolen. Bai Xiu creates a massive vortex, overwhelming Destroyer's power, surprising her when he manages to block the attack. But she was soon submerged in the sea of water he created, taking advantage of the situation. Bai Xiu wasted no time in ending the battle with her 9th soul skill, Heavenly Demon Dance. Moments later, the referee's voice boomed, announcing the end of the match, and Bai Xiu's victory. The audience erupted in applause, marveling at her overwhelming power. Tianlong, watching nearby, furrowed his brow, realizing he couldn't underestimate Bai Xiu. As the match concludes, she turns to Xuanyu with a gentle gaze, thanking him for the power of his dragon god bloodline, which has finally allowed her spiritual power to reach the spirit domain realm. Hearing this, Xuanyu happily replied, "Why thank me? Think about how you'll repay me instead." After the contestants gathered in the center of the arena, the judges began to announce the results, dismissing those who were eliminated and keeping the top 8. You all performed admirably today. The top 8 in the Rising Dragon competition will, of course, receive a reward. This reward left Xuanyu and Bai Xiu stunned. Its appearance made him suspicious. This box is so smooth. Surely it's not all dragon marrow inside. The competition ends, and we find Hyunwoo's group back at their base, where the treasure inside the box is exactly what he expected. Seeing it, Baiju exclaimed in surprise. "They're quite big, so many dragon marrow. Enough for me to use for months. Or maybe a year if I'm frugal." Xuanyu pondered for a moment and said, "A year, you'll have already refined the marrow successfully by then. Other dragons don't cultivate as lavishly as we do." She retorted, "Well, not necessarily. I've seen the celestial dragons. They're of your dragon god bloodline." After all, Xuanyu excitedly suggests that she trade with him, thinking he'd agree. But Baizu is clearly annoyed. She unleashes a torrent of complaints. "Do you even think before you speak? Why would I trade? What's yours is mine. Why would I trade with someone else? I'm not trading anything." Her face clouded over, and she pouted. "I think someone must be used to being a girl." Hearing her words, Xuanyu becomes serious. His hand gently lifts her chin, making her heart flutter. He presses her for answers, asking if she's gotten used to being a girl. And after a moment's hesitation, she replies, "Do you want to try?" Her face flushing with embarrassment. He sat beside her, still holding her hand tightly. "Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Don't be so tense." But Bai Xiu, still annoyed, turned to him and said, "Xuanyu, I've always believed in you, after all. You're my boyfriend." Hearing this, Xuanyu leaned gently on her and whispered, "Shu, when will we make our relationship public?" Shu blushed and stammered, but still pushed Xuanyu away. "You haven't confessed to me through the Sea God's fate blind date, so don't even think about it." He suddenly remembers that they already attended the Sea God fated date assembly once, and they've been together for so long. Hearing this, she feels something is off and retorts, "That won't do. The Sea God fated date assembly is a major event within Shrek Academy. Without it, it's like the Academy hasn't witnessed their love, which would be their biggest regret." Didn't his parents confirm their feelings through the assembly? Xuanyu gently takes her hand, his voice sweet. "Of course we have to participate. If we can, I really want the whole world to know that we are truly in love, that we are both willing, and then hold your hand under everyone's blessing." Baishu, her face flushed, replied that they had both made significant progress in the competition, but he still needed to be careful not to get cocky and reveal their identities. Seeing her evasive expression, Xuanyu couldn't help but tease her, thinking to himself that she was so cute when she was embarrassed. After a moment, he turned serious and replied, "Don't worry, I won't. Next, I'll need to use the dragon god's power, so I hope the knights are prepared." The next morning brought another tense day of competition at Thanglong Dai's arena. Lalan announces the start of the battle, and the stands fill with spectators eager for the contest. Suddenly, the referee shouts, signaling the start of the match. Lan, Bai Shushu, and Tang Xuan begin. Tang Xuan, with a serious face, grips his weapon, ready for the battle. Having seen his opponent, Xuanyu recognized him instantly, Tang Xuan, Dang Xuan, the former leader of the Earth Dragon lineage, hailed as a potential champion, alongside Ziyan Mo and Qi Tianlong, and the eldest son of the Tang family, Bai Shu, and he readied their weapons, prepared for the clash. To test his opponent's strength, Xuanyu launches the first attack. Each spear thrust aimed directly at Lan Xuan's chest, but his weapon seems unable to pierce the armor. Suddenly, the sound of shattering water echoed as his weapon crumbled to pieces. Shocking Xuanyu, he marveled at the incredible defense, wondering what kind of dragon armor could be so strong. Seeing Xuanyu's expression, Lan Xuan smirks, then stomps his foot, triggering a series of explosions racing toward Xuanyu. His power stuns him as a rock erupts from where he stood, barely dodging it. Saved by Bai Shu's magic, Xuanyu lands safely, turning to her to say thanks. But Lan Xuan's face darkens with rage, realizing he can't hold back any longer. Xuanyu retaliatus, summoning the golden dragon roar to battle Lan Xuan. Xuanyu unleashes his power, forcing him to retreat. He realized that controlling him with a counterattack from below was simple but effective, a true master. Lan Xuan wasn't afraid of anyone and quickly countered. The earth around them suddenly rises, violently shifting the ground, as fiery stones plummet from above towards him and Batu. She casts a shield to protect herself, and Haiyan Vu realizes something's wrong. This stance, she's going after Tutu, and the attacks are intensifying. Realizing Lan Xuan's strategy was premeditated, he pondered a countermeasure. They want to separate him from Shuzhu. Kill her first, then deal with him. Attacking from below. Controlling gravity. Meteor shower. Spinning burst. Earthen wall defense. It takes great effort and precise control of the earth element to create this siege, whether it's cultivation, technique, or even tactics. It's truly formidable. Unfortunately, it's useless. Xuanyu begins to cast magic, his eyes revealing his determination to win this battle. Lan Xuan watches, wondering what new trick he has up his sleeve. Although their strength is evenly matched, the outcome has already been decided. The meteorites are already above Bai Shushu. Even if she blocks this attack, she won't be able to withstand the falling meteorites and will surely be seriously injured by my second attack. But before he could finish his thought, Xuanyu interrupted him. The rocks now seemed to obey his will, falling one after another, leaving Lan Xuan bewildered, wondering what just happened. Seizing the opportunity, Lan Xuanyu strikes Lan Xuan from behind, who realizes his mistake and thinks, this isn't good. He wastes no time unleashing the annihilation shock detonation, causing Lan Xuan to collapse in agony. Seeing his attack land, Xuanyu thinks to himself, this divine dragon armor is truly amazing. Taking a full force hit from Lan Xuanyu's annihilation shock, even in his dragon god transformation state, it wasn't shattered, only showing a few small cracks. Meanwhile, Bai Shu seized the opportunity to strike again. This froze Lan Xuan in place, and she followed up with a barrage of ice spells, leading to an explosion of cold that left him screaming in agony. Xuanyu and Bai Shu combined their strength to end the match. Xuanyu focusing all his power into a final punch. Xuanyu delivers the final blow. The combined power, leaving Lan Xuan no chance to react. And the attack creates a massive explosion across the arena. Witnesses are left speechless by the sheer destructive force, as a defeated Lan Xuan lies prostrate. Then, the referee, Zuhai, announced the end of the match, with Bak Tutu as the victor. The judging panel, witnessing the battle from afar, couldn't help but discuss it. Truongyang observes that this is elemental separation, a new power brought about by the seven-colored energy. It's too strong. Looking at that seven-colored afterimage, I can't help but feel suppressed. Liang Wei urgently added, I don't think the Thanglong competition needs to continue. We must quickly test it out. It really worked. It actually formed. Hearing this, Wei hurriedly advised, Brother Hoang, no need to rush. The chief will decide this. It can't be decided in haste, nor can any of us decide it. Luo Lan couldn't resist a jab, saying some people are too focused on benefits. Afraid of losing out? Liang Wei retorted. asking if he didn't want bloodline evolution. Luo Lan denied it, saying he did, but not like Liang Wei, who only cares about himself. The first and second seats will decide this matter. Let's report it. Dragon Brother. Meanwhile, the competition continues with intense matches, as the 8-4 round should be incredibly exciting and closely watched. But because the first match was so unique, the following three seemed a little lackluster, especially the two matches of Ziyanmo and Shi Tianlong, whose opponents were clearly weaker. They effortlessly subdued their opponents and emerged victorious. The final four were set. Lam Hin Vu, Bach Tu Tu, Tai Thien Long, and Tu Ngon Mak, along with one lucky wildcard, became the top four of the Thang Long competition, ignoring, of course, the wildcard's mere presence. The hot favorites for the championship are the pairs of Tai Thien Long, Tu Ngon Mak, and Lam Hien Vu and Bach Tu Tu, but luck only goes so far. In the draw for the top four, Tu Ngon Mak's luck ran out. As he and Tai Thien Long were drawn as a pair, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shu must face the relatively weaker contender. And after a hard-fought battle, Ziyanmo lasts only 35 seconds against Shi Tianlong, while Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shu win their match with some effort, advancing to the final duel. Meanwhile, in space, within the Federation's 7th Fleet, a meeting was underway on the flagship's bridge to discuss future plans, including maintaining the current training intensity for roughly 2 more years, according to Federation intelligence, and the formation of the 8th Fleet, as General Bach Lang announced, which would draw officers from other major fleets to oversee its command. Because of our outstanding performance in the previous battle, our fleet will be assigned the most officers. Everyone, keep up the good work. Lafon happily praised the victory, and General Bai Lang added that their great triumph had come just in time. A few days ago, the Federation sent word of a momentous event in the Longma system, and we spent a fortune to get the recording. It will greatly help us understand the strength of the Longma system's elite forces, so this meeting is adjourned, and everyone should come watch the recording. Based on our intel, this competition is called the Dragon Ascension Tournament, held on Tianlong Star, though the exact reason for it is unknown. What we have is the final match. So please, generals, watch the big screen to see the situation. On the screen, a battle unfolds between Xuanyu and Lan Xun, leaving Luo fans surprised. Humans. Why are there humans? Feng Hai echoes. The dragon race of Tianlong Star considers transforming into human form a great honor, and Jinghe senses something, wondering why it feels so familiar. Suddenly, his eyes widen as if he's discovered a secret, exclaiming, "No way." At that moment, he quickly stepped forward to cover the screen, stammering, "Wait. Don't look yet." His strange behavior made General Bai Ling wonder. "Jinghe, what are you doing?" he whispered. "Sorry, Commander. It's like this." After hearing this, General Bai Ling made a firm decision to turn off the screen. Due to some special circumstances, we'll stop watching for now. Everyone, return to your positions. We'll review the recording another day. Once everyone had left, General Bai Ling began to inquire. "Wait, you said it was a Xuan Wu, but it's a woman. Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Bai Ling asked sternly, seeking clarification. While he affirmed with certainty, "Commander, the other one is Bai Shu, and like the other, she's definitely related to Lan Xuanyu, even though she's a girl." Bai Shu hasn't changed at all. He was speechless, thinking that this kid really has a way, as Jinghe spoke his true thoughts. Though the reason is unclear, their infiltration was undoubtedly a success, and this is a serious matter. "Commander, I believe we should report to the Federation immediately, lest this information be leaked and their identities exposed. After all, if we can buy this video footage, there's no guarantee that the Federation's files won't be leaked by someone with ulterior motives." Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Ascension platform, the excited referee Zhu Hai announced that the 2 finalists would each receive a complete featherbone, set a truly grand and valuable prize that left Xuan Vu and Bak Tu wide-eyed. He pondered how to use it. A dragon bone over 150 meters long, Strong and huge, it must be a strength attribute dragon bone. But he couldn't determine which dragon race it belonged to. This complete dragon bone with dragon essence and marrow was definitely not something from the Sky Dragon clan. It must be from the Feather Realm. Something personally chosen by a powerful Feather Knight. But how can he maximize its benefit? Before he could ponder further, Tianlong's voice cut through his thoughts, saying that such a complete feather bone could be refined into a nether feather, which is a bone feather. By using your divine sense to control it, you can instantly turn a bloodline knight into a bone knight, also known as a deputy bone. He happily turned and replied, "Is that so? Thank you." Seeing Xuanyu's beautiful smile, he couldn't help but be moved. As she turned away, Tianlong's voice rang out, "Today's battle, I will win. How about we make a bet?" Xuanyu turned back with a sharp look. "Bet what?" he stammered, proposing that if he won, she would marry him. But if he lost, he would still marry her. And the air grew thick with awkwardness, leaving Baishu and Xuanyu frozen in place. He stares in disbelief, thinking the man must be insane. While Baishu can't hold back any longer, he steps forward, berating Tianlong, asking if he's lost his mind. Since either way, he benefits, he stammered, explaining that if he won, she would have to listen to him. But if he lost, he would listen to her until he could finally win. Xuanvu seethed with rage, thinking, "Are all the Long clan this shameless? Are you seriously ill?" he retorted. "Enough, why would I marry you?" Tianlong hastily explained. "Because, in my clan, only I am worthy of you." Hearing this, Xuanyu's face darkened. "I have a 5-year agreement with the royal family." Despite her anger, he continued to persuade her. "That's no problem. I can invite a teacher to officiate for us. No matter which house you're in, you can still be my wife. The more ambitious you are, the more certain we are to become lineage knights. And at that level, the constraints of the oath will be minimal. Outside my concern. You're overthinking it. This is a competition, not a matchmaking session. I don't like you at all." But he tries another approach, saying that feelings can be cultivated, but finding someone worthy of him only happens once in a lifetime. And he can't miss it. Baishu can't help but laugh at this fiery exchange. Xuanyu angrily retorted, "Are you trying to break my fighting spirit?" Tianlong looked him in the eye and answered honestly, "I don't need to break your fighting spirit, because I have absolute confidence that I will win, and I won't hold back during the fight. We dragons, when we subdue a female, we beat them into submission first. Even if you don't like me, I will subdue you. You will still be my wife." Just like the Dark Dragon Knight's wife was his dragon. She resisted her whole life. But in the end, wasn't she still ridden by Lord Lalam? Xuanyu quickly covered Baishu's ears. "Thank you. We don't want to hear any more." Finding Tianlong's story a bit much, he thought to himself, a dragon mount nailed to the body by a knight is his wife. How could anyone treat their loved one like that? After a moment, he regained his composure and said, "If you wanted to break my fighting spirit, you've failed. On the contrary, you've ignited it." Seeing his worried face, Xuanyu pressed her advantage. "How about we change the terms? If you win, I'll marry you. But if you lose, you'll become my servant. Do you there? You want to marry me, don't even dream of it. Your gamble was unfair from the start. If I were to marry you, I'd have to spend my life with you, give up everything, and put you first. If you want to gamble with my life, then gamble with yours." Hearing this, Tianlong hesitated, realizing that refusing would undo all the momentum he'd built, and more importantly, how would he ever propose after this? Suddenly, an angry voice boomed from nowhere, asking what was wrong with agreeing. A true man should always strive forward. If you believe you're destined to win, why consider the consequences? Without the will to advance, how can you overcome obstacles and reach the summit? Hearing this voice only fueled Tianlong's arrogance. Xuanyu's expression grew serious as Niantrox Sang seethed with anger, seemingly realizing something he'd heard this voice before. A voice that nearly ended his life. It was a projection of the voice's owner who brought Nana, secretly protected in the inferno of the planet, almost causing her to be lost forever. The owner of this voice is the chief of Tianlong Star, the true leader of the entire Dragon Horse galaxy, and the master of the Tianlong before him. The celestial dragon seat's arrival at the arena causes the dragon to kneel and bow. "Teacher, I pay my respects." Seeing him, Xuanyu thinks with resentment, "If I had to name the person I most want to kill on Celestial Dragon Star, it would undoubtedly be him, the one who almost became my mother's killer." But now he fears being discovered, as no one knows the limits of this man's power. As more people arrive to assess the situation, the ancestral trial descends, and Ji Shuang begins with a greeting. "Lord," Xuanyu thinks as he sees him, the second-ranked of the 18 Dragon Knights. Ji Shuang, the Light Dragon Knight, second only to the Heavenly Dragon Seat, possesses immense power, the leader in the seat's absence. 18 Dragon Knights. Is this competition really that important? Could they be here for me? No. Impossible. Why would they need so many knights to deal with us? At least a dozen of them are hyper-god-level powerhouses. They could destroy a planet in the blink of an eye. Tianlong roared, vowing to obey his teacher's orders. And in a flash, Tianlong Star equipped his armor. He was now confident of victory. While Xuanyu and Baizu looked on in shock at the formidable gear, Tianlong stares at him, resolute, declaring he will defeat him. But Xuanyu coldly retorts, telling him to make his move. He smugly announces the start of the battle, proclaiming that win or lose, this will be a tale sung throughout their dragon clan. Then, let the competition begin. At the signal, both charged at each other with the speed of light, and Xuanyu unleashed his power, his dragon wings spreading wide. Seeing this, Tianlong didn't hesitate to attack. While he transformed into a golden stream, ready for battle, Xuanyu unleashes a powerful spell towards Tianlong, who barely manages to block it, then retaliates with a sweeping blade. Forcing Xuanyu to react quickly, he soared into the sky, dodging the blade, then assessed the situation and dove back toward Tianlong. His wings spread wide, touching the armor. But something's wrong. Tianlong smirks, and he realizes with dismay, something's not right. Anchoring on his shoulder, it's stuck, like lava, burning his core. Baisu then cast magic to save him. Deep Blue rising, realizing she's begun to formulate a plan against him, the heavenly dragon raises his weapon to defend himself and escape. But Xuanyu seizes the opportunity and unleashes a relentless assault. Caught off guard, Tianlong couldn't react in time as Xuanyu's sharp claws lunge toward him. Then, he unleashes another ultimate move, pouring all his power into creating a magical orb. This sight fills Tianlong with unease immune to fire. Shedding his skin, unique in all the world, absolute power trumps all. With enough cultivation, no technique mater. And with that thought, he unleashed a massive strike, shaking the very earth around him. This entire attack isn't aimed at Xuanyu, but at his greatest weakness, Bai Shu. She's overwhelmed by the sheer power, and he's running out of time to think. If I block, I'll have to take the full force of that terrifying strike, but if I don't, it'll hit Shu in the air. The blade is locked on, there's no escape. However, Xuanyu, as if with a plan, flies straight into the sky, while Tianlong's attack nears Baishu. Liang Wei, witnessing this, laments Xuanyu's foolishness in abandoning Huang Shushu, knowing that attacking Tianlong won't stop the blade, and Huang Zhushu alone can't withstand a god-level strike. As Tianlong's attack hurtled towards her, Baishu remained calm, as if she had a plan. And Yuan was caught off guard by what was happening before him, wondering what was going on. Baktu smiled faintly, then raised her hand to lock onto his attack, turning it back towards Tianlong. This shocks him into exclaiming, "What?" As the surrounding spectators gape in astonishment. At this moment, Xuanyu is both happy and proud of Bai Shu, as the true meaning of the heavenly demon dance of heavenly secrets is to reverse the universe and invert yin and yang. Even though Tutu can't fully unleash the power of the heavenly devil dance of secrets yet, his practice has been long enough to complete one reversal of fate. Sensing this terrifying power, Tianlong becomes wary, a truly difficult opponent. But before absolute power, he's worthless. As he spoke, the dragon god unleashed an overwhelming attack. Heading straight for Baishu's counterattack, Xuanyu was initially surprised, but then realized the reason to use the powerful attraction to pull him into the blade's aura. From afar, the sub-dragon clicked his tongue in admiration. That kid, the dragon god, is not bad, adapting to the situation. Truly wonderful. He shifts back into human form to evade the wide-ranging attack, leaving Tianlong stunned. What? Back to human form. The only advantage is a smaller target. If he gets a hit, the remaining force of that strike will also hit me. And I'll be injured. But what does it matter? Xuanyu begins to execute his attack plan. He teleports behind the dragon, catching him off guard. As Xuanyu moves, the dragon's attacks seek him out, disrupting his plans. Its destructive power sends Heavenly Dragon flying, giving Xuanyu the chance to strike from behind. Having suffered 2 consecutive blows, the celestial dragon is in immense pain, his sturdy armor showing signs of cracking. After adjusting himself, Xuanyu takes to the air to assess the situation. Tianlong crashed face first into the ground, the surrounding earth churning violently. After a long moment, he finally sat up, panting. You truly surprised me, to push me this far. So, I've lost, not because of strength, but because I underestimated my opponent. But his face darkens, and he says, I cannot lose. He bears a heavy responsibility. He is of the Dragon Clan, and will inherit the position of Heavenly Dragon Seat. How could he lose this battle? Moreover, losing means becoming her slave. And if that happens, how can I become a knight, or control the Dragon Clan in the future? I've been suppressing my strength, preventing myself from breaking through to the god level. All to win this competition. The judging panel couldn't help but discuss the previous match. And Jiang, seeing Tianlong seemingly lose control, was extremely worried, wondering what the little Tianlong was doing. Actually wanting to perform the Blood Dragon explosion technique, activating his heavenly bloodline grants him a surge of power, temporarily suppressing his injuries, but using it will damage his bloodline, weaken him, and even endanger his life. He turns to the Heavenly Dragon Star for guidance, asking if they should intervene. In return, he offered only silence, his eyes glued to the fight. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure beside Tianyu noted that he seemed to be getting stronger. He looked at her and confidently said that this was his fight, and he would make sure his opponent lost all his teeth. As he finished speaking, Tianyu's eyes hardened. Spreading his wings wide, he lunges toward Tianlong with blinding speed. But the old man's blade is too fast. The force of the attack made him cough up blood, and Tianlong's strike was like lightning descending upon the earth, cracking the ground and causing violent tremors. Tianyu is sent flying, his body taking heavy damage. Moments later, he struggles to his feet, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Tianyu notices something that shocks him. He clenches his fist, still trying to use his power. With that, he prepares to launch himself toward Tianlong, and the two engage in an earth-shattering battle. Liang Wei could only shake his head in dismay, wondering if he really intended to make the Heavenly Dragon his servant. Otherwise, why risk so much? Surely, the Heavenly Dragon couldn't afford to lose. This fierce battle has exhausted Tianyu. As he rests and recuperates, he realizes that he and the Ascension Dragon platform share a faint connection, a feeling of bloodline fusion. Therefore, I choose to confront the Heavenly Dragon's sacrifice on the ground, using his attacks to temper my body, and the Dragon God's power to heal my wounds, ensuring a steady advantage. Tianyu and Tianlong clashed in a fierce battle, and he suffered immense damage, leaving his body aching and exhausted. But Tianyu's spirit never faltered. He roared, and his desperation caught the Dragon God off guard as he charged into battle with the last of his strength. However, Tianlong was indeed a formidable opponent, his painful blow sending Tianyu flying. He collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing him unable to fight back, Tianlong was filled with worry. Did Lan harbor some deep-seated hatred for him? Was it worth risking so much when she was already so injured? Why risk so much to fight me? A moment later, Tianyu slowly and painfully sat up. Seeing him awake, Tianlong shouts, "Why is she like this? To win? She's willing to risk her life. She's already like this. Why won't she give up? Does she really want to die?" He lashed out in pain, roaring that he would grant her wish. But as Tianlong's blow fell, Tianyu instantly teleported away. This leaves Tianlong bewildered, wondering where he went. Now, Tianwu's icy gaze appears behind Tianlong. His surprise attack caught him off guard, and the force of Tianyu's blow was devastating. Tianlong takes the full force of the blow, painfully dropping his weapon. Seeing his opponent motionless, Tianwu finally feels a sense of relief. He slowly collapses. Having spent every last ounce of strength in the fierce battle, both fighters, exhausted from the brutal exchange, fall in opposite directions. The judges, witnessing this, were unsure how to proceed, and Tianlong wasn't in much better shape. Realizing the situation, Tianlong Tin declares the match a draw, but suddenly, a voice rings out. "Wait, Bai Shu," filled with emotion, cries out, "We won! We won!" Witnesses agreed, noting that they had two people. Jiang suddenly remembered her, while Tianlong Qing frowned in thought, realizing he had forgotten Huang Yushu, Lan's dragon rider. He bit his lip, unable to believe his champion had lost again. Then, he snapped out of it. "What are you doing? Save him! I declare the finals over Lam." Huang Tutu's victory marks the end of this season's Thang Long competition. Lam is the champion, and the rewards will be distributed according to tradition, except for the Dong Knights. Everyone must immediately withdraw from Thang Long, no delays. All obey the order and shout their agreement. Back in the recovery room, Xuanyu rested as Bai Shu explained his condition to Yue Lang. Though Lan's injuries were severe, the Bronze Knights provided timely aid, so he should be fine. Try not to worry too much. Huang Huyan must be exhausted today. I'll help her clean the blood later. He felt relieved hearing that, saying he wouldn't intrude any further. As night fell, Bak Tu remained by his side, tending to him. Remembering the battle from earlier, she couldn't contain her anger. Bai Shu thought grimly, "Thousand Feather Dragon, you were ruthless. I won't forgive you. Just you wait," she thought, venting her anger on him, causing Hian Vu to cry out. "Tutu, that hurts. Are you trying to kill your husband?" she asked. Startled. "Huh, you're awake." Hian Vu sat up and rubbed his head. "I've been awake for a while. You scrubbed me hard enough to wake me up, don't worry. It hurts, but it's not as bad as it looks." Bai Shu then grabbed his collar tightly. She then complained, "Honesty is the best policy. Why don't you ever explain things to me beforehand?" Xuanyu replied softly. "We have to face a group of dragon knights, all of whom are at the peak of their existence, changing their emotions. They can all sense it. If I told you beforehand, your performance would be too calm to mimic them. I was also very nervous today. After all, this is the first time I've seen the Heavenly Dragon Seat since arriving here. Today, all 18 Dragon Knights have arrived, which is beyond my expectations." Bai Shu looks worried, wondering if they can succeed. Xuanyu explains in detail that these Dragon Knights likely want to research whether they can draw out the Dragon God's power from the Dragon Ascension platform, but the probability is low. The Dragon God's power is at the top of the God realm. He created super artifacts, something that likely requires the power of a God King. These Dragon Knights can't possibly be at the God King level. Like Uncle Luo once told me, he couldn't destroy the Heaven Holy Abyss halberd, so I'm guessing the Dragon Knights won't succeed. Hearing this, Bai Shu breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. The Dragon Ascension platform will be yours sooner or later. Just don't let those knights absorb it. They're strong enough already. If they get any stronger, I'm worried they'll attack the Federation." Xuanyu seemed to realize something, turning to her and saying seriously, "Hurry. Tell Huang Yuanlong we're leaving immediately for Fenglong City. Tell him I'm awake." Bai Shu asked in confusion, "Who? Go back to Fenglong City. Your injuries haven't healed yet. Why the rush undeterred?" Xuanyu sets off, promising to explain on the way, and asks her to prepare his departure. Upon hearing Bai Tu's request, Yue Lang immediately prepares the carriage for a return trip that very night, gently apologizing to Huang Xuan for the sudden change of plans. Moonlight understood and quickly replied, "Understood. Understood." Returning to Dragon City is also convenient for healing. Even though Hian Vu is awake, He still has to pretend in front of him. At that time, he was full of confidence, believing that his disciple would definitely win, and he was already extremely angry, only refraining because the Bronze Knight was there. Bai Shi understood everything and continued. If they could gain something from the Ascension platform, it would naturally improve his mood. If they can't find us, or the royals in Fenglong City, they'll take their anger out elsewhere. For now, it's best to avoid the brunt of it. Bai Shu thought to herself. He is the chief of the Heavenly Dragon, practically the head of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Why use such a low-level dragon coffin? Xuanyu added that his cold personality could be seen from the way he treated the Heavenly Dragon. We don't need to expose ourselves to him to provoke this. Avoidance is best. With the Dragon Knight and the terrifying existence backing us, I believe he won't dare do anything excessive. She wondered. What about going to the Dragon Realm? Are we still going? He postponed it, waiting for another plan. For now, we won't go. After we return, I'll ask Huang Dao Qi too. I'll say my injuries are too severe and need time to heal. Once I'm stable, I'll request to go to the Dragon Realm again. Bach Tu replied. So you're not in a hurry then? Xuanyu quickly reassured her. Everything is changing, and his eagerness to go to the Dragon Realm was to gain something from the Dragon God. But now it seems that Dragon Lord is likely to take most of it. At this, Xuanyu flattered her, saying that she was truly talented and beautiful, and that he couldn't hide anything from her. She giggled, asking what would have happened if he had lost, and if he would have really married the Heavenly Dragon sacrifice. The thought of being that man's wife infuriating Xuanyu, she turned and shouted, That's why I absolutely, positively couldn't lose. I was ready to stab him in the heart back then. He's so annoying. Wunlang, noticing her discomfort, asked, What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Why the sudden fierce expression? Suddenly remembering Beishu was there, he excused himself, saying his wound was acting up. Beishu then added that, in a way, Ji Tianlong was also pitiful, abandoned by the Heavenly Dragon Seat. Xuanyu added that it would be difficult for him to restore Xu Wei unless his bloodline underwent a qualitative change. Since the Heavenly Dragon Seat has given up on him, the possibility is even lower. The conversation continued until the group reached Fenglong City, their final destination. As they entered, Beishu and Xuanyu greeted Dao Qi. Father, we're back. Seeing them both return, the old man smiled. It's good you're not rushing to the Dragon Realm. Leave the construction of the new Dragon Power Hall to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Now that you're back, go and rest. I'll let you know if anything comes up. Xuanyu and Beishu agreed. Yes. Meanwhile, in the hall, Xuanyu turned to her. Tutu, we need to see the Elder Tree and tell them we're going home. Bo Shu asked. Puzled. Going home. But what if they want you to go to the Dragon Realm? We can't control that time. Xuanyu begins to lay out his plan, claiming that his serious injuries have affected his origin and that he needs to recuperate in seclusion. After he recovers, they can talk. If they return and then come back again, it may be a long time before they can return home. So even if it's a bit risky, they have to go back once. Bo Tu agrees, saying that if it really doesn't work out, they can have his subordinates tell them that they've returned to where they were before, since they don't know where they lived before anyway. The two are happy for the long rest after the competition, happy to go home. Meanwhile, a magical event is taking place at the Dragon Ascension platform, attended by many, even Qi Shuang, Luolan, Ya Yuan, and Zhao Yang are present at the event. Tian Longqing sternly says, Begin. Everyone simultaneously unleashes their power through their blood, and he confidently believes his bloodline is the highest among the dragon riders, containing the most energy. If there's a reaction, I'll be the first to get it. Everyone's dragon blood opens a formation at Thanglong Dai. Zhishuang worriedly thought, ignoring the bloodline loss. Ever since his cultivation reached this level, he could feel its instability. If they absorb too little Dragon Realm energy, their power will wane, but absorbing to saturation won't increase it. According to legend, the reason cultivation hasn't increased in so long is because there's no divine position. Aviva, the transcendent powerhouses, can't cultivate a system on our own. We need to constantly replenish our power with external energy to maintain our cultivation. But our lifespan can only be extended, not truly immortal. Suddenly, a whirlwind surrounds everyone, and Ji Shuang exclaims that the ascension pool is reacting. This makes Yayuan contemplate that the knights of the past also wanted to create a divine realm based on their powerful strength. No matter how hard they try, they can't reach the gates of the divine realm. Unless their personal strength reaches the legendary God-King level, perhaps then. Creating a divine realm would be a natural progression. Without a special opportunity, no amount of cultivation will lead to success. The Dragon Clan's power in the Dragon Realm is certainly strong, but far from enough to reach that level. Meanwhile, Luo Lan is excited. This time, Lan might obtain a higher-level bloodline energy from the Ascension platform. This evolution might give me a chance to continue cultivating. Everyone watched and cheered. Their efforts were not in vain. The stream enveloped the heavenly dragon star, who reveled in its power, boasting that it felt like a complete transformation, clearly due to a bloodline of a higher level than their own. Ji Shuang, Yayuan, Luo Lan, and Zhu Yang are all surprised by this multicolored stream. Ji Shuang gradually understands what's happening indeed. The four-colored glow brought forth by her bloodline isn't rejected and is naturally absorbed. The feeling of my bloodline being cleansed puts my whole body in a state of excitement. This is the feeling of bloodline sublimation. And at this moment, the sky has turned a bleak gray. Having absorbed too much, Tianlong Xing's body shows signs of exhaustion and dizziness, a bad reaction from excessive blood loss. He immediately considers a solution: stop the bleeding, circulate his own blood, and create new blood. The energy within the blood can also be cultivated, but upgrading one's bloodline has been an impossible feat for 1,000 years. And today's results are clear. After a moment, he announces, "That's all for today. We'll resume after recovering our energy." Everyone shouts in unison, "Wind! Wind!" as night falls. A tiring day comes to an end. Xuanyu and Bai Shu meet with Elder Shu, who welcomes them, saying, "Xuanyu, Bai Shu, I thought my mission was nearing its end, but it seems I won't be dying anytime soon." Xuanyu is overjoyed to hear this. It was then he explained his reason for coming. He planned to bring everyone back to the academy, as anyone left behind would cause trouble if discovered. The elder agreed that a trip would be good, to give a full report to the academy and the Federation. Xuanyu then raised his concerns, saying that they had gathered a great deal of intelligence, as well as a lot of rare metals and dragon corpses. How should we divide it up? The documents can all go to the Federation, who will share them with the academy. But I think we should split the mineral resources in half. You need to accumulate merit points with the Federation, but it's best to bring the treasures back to the academy. He's mainly worried that if someone discovers those treasures weren't produced by the Federation, they'll suspect their origins, which would threaten your identities. As for the dragon corpses, I suggest we don't give them to the Federation. Give them all to the academy to secretly build an ecological warship, which will also help conceal your identities. Having said that, he sighed deeply and said slowly, "Xuanyu, with resources like Tianlong Star, even the academy has nothing to reward you with. The resources in the inner courtyard are certainly not bad, but compared to the cultivation resources you obtained from Tianlong Star, they are nothing. You must be mentally prepared." Xuanyu suddenly realized something, and quickly reassured him that everything he obtained from Tianlong Star came from the mole, and that the academy was his home. Even though the academy can't offer suitable cultivation resources, there's still a reward there that interests you. Even if it's tied to Tang Sect, what reward could possibly interest you? He leans in close, whispering that he wants the Tang Sect's forbidden weapon vault, and the elder is stunned. The elder laments that even if the vault were open to him, there would be restrictions. And what does he intend to do? Detonate Tianlong planet? Let me tell you. The Academy and Tang Sect's assessment of you includes a serious tendency towards violence. Contrary to his worries, Xuanyu showed confidence and determination. Not detonate, but it's good to have heavy weapons for self-defense. I want to know the extent of annihilation that our current top-tier technology can achieve. In terms of resources, the Federation is certainly inferior to the Dragon Horse Federation, But technologically, the Dragon Horse Federation lags far behind, as they haven't truly entered the age of technology. After listening, he calmly asked, "Do you think that in a one-on-one situation, a super god-level mech warrior would go all out?" He then presented his thoughts. "Our Dragon King-class escort warship might not be a match. What would truly deter them is the main cannon of a mothership. Therefore, I want a reward in science and technology to better equip the heavenly wings and keep everyone safer." Meanwhile, burning fuel without reserve and flying at full speed, the 33 Skywings warship returned to the vicinity of the 7th Fleet in less than 3 days. Under the warship's guidance, the 33 Skywings warship silently sank into the passage in the belly of the Star River warship. At that moment, Xinghe greeted Xuanyu warmly. "Xuanyu, welcome back." Xuanyu turned to him, beaming. "Commander, you came all this way yourself." Xinghe quickly put his arm around his shoulder. "Come with me for a moment." "You rascal." This surprised Xuanyu, who asked, "Huh?" Xinghe put on a detective-like face and asked, "Xuanyu, there's no one else here. Tell me honestly, what's going on?" Without beating around the bush, Xing, he asks if he's pretending to be a woman, telling him to be honest. Xuanyu, thinking it's something serious, asks if he's serious. Xing, he then begins to recount everything that happened not long ago. The Federation obtained a video from a secret channel, claiming it was a competition in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. And in the video, it was 2 women against 1 man. According to the footage you sent, it was likely a high-ranking dragon from Tianlong Star. Hearing this, he became extremely worried. The Federation has footage of the Rising Dragon finals quickly. Suppress the news, it mustn't get out. If I'm recognized, I'm in big trouble. He complains about being tired of your affairs for days, and asks if I think he's a fool. When I first saw the video footage, I asked the commander to seal it and all related news, and ordered anyone who saw it not to disclose it. But the video wasn't very clear, and since you were disguised as a woman, some people recognized you, but only vaguely. So we asked if you were a man disguised as a woman, or a woman disguised as a man. Xuanyu tries to explain to Xing that, of course, he was pretending to be a woman, and Xinghe knows their martial souls, both of which have the presence of the dragon race. So they pretended to be high-ranking dragons to blend in men know what's up. Upon learning the truth, he grinned and gave Xuanyu a thumbs up, saying, "You're a real talent. I can't believe you infiltrated so deeply. And your acting is superb, a man pretending to be a woman. And so convincingly, even I couldn't tell." You win. Xinghe's attitude sent a chill down his spine. He didn't feel like he was being praised at all. Xuanyu turned in a large number of important documents and a portion of minerals, and Commander Xing helped him win a trial position in the team. General Beilang readily approved their return to Duluo Latin and even sent a combat team to escort them. As Xuanyu and Baisu set off, someone spotted him and called out, "Xuanyu, you're here." He turned and replied calmly, "We're back. We're home." Xuanyu took her hand gently and said, "Shu Shu. Once the issues with the Dragon Horse Galaxy are resolved, we won't be so busy anymore. We'll go back to our home planet, and then explore everywhere. Travel. What do you think?" Hearing this, she blushed with shyness. "Are you serious?" Xuanyu looked at Baishu with loving eyes. "Of course. It's true. If I can really inherit the dragon god's bloodline, then in the future, there may really be a chance to become a dragon god. At that time, won't we be able to go wherever we want? Creating a god realm for fun might even be possible." She thought with amusement. A moment later, she remembered something and asked, "Xuanyu, do you think Nana has woken up yet?" Xuanyu replied that he didn't know, and that he had 2 important things to do, one of which was to see if Nana had awakened. This made Baishu wonder. What was the other thing? What could be as important as Nana awakening? Instead, Xuanyu gently embraced her, saying he wouldn't tell her, because she would find out in due time. At long last, they were home. Welcoming him were the teachers from Shrek Academy, and upon seeing him, Zichen happily said, "Xuanyu, welcome back." Xuanyu, surprised to see them, greeted, "Elder Yi, Teachers, why bother welcoming us? It'll scare the students. He explains that they're actually of the same generation. Even more so, your contributions to the Academy deserve a proper welcome. So let's head back to Shrek Academy to discuss this further. Zichen then turned to order Xuanyu. Little Wang, go and gather everyone for a Sea Gods Pavilion meeting. Understood. He looked at him with pride. Xuanyu, it seems you've done a great service to the Academy again. Let's head to Sea Gods Pavilion first. The others can stay here and cultivate for now. The students responded in unison. Yes. Back at Sea Gods Pavilion. Seeing the unchanged scenery filled him with emotion. I'm finally back. It feels like ages since we last said goodbye. Nana, have you awakened yet? And Uncle Lei? I wonder how he's been. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Xuanyu. He turned around quickly and cried out in joy. Uncle Xuanyu and Wu Lin's eyes met. In an instant, the sadness on his face vanished. Uncle Luo Wu Lin patted the child affectionately. Xuanyu, it's good to be back. He couldn't help but embrace him. Uncle Luo. Wu Lan scanned him, noting the changes, and Hian Wu eagerly replied that he'd tell him everything later, maybe he could even help. He was no longer the scheming strategist from Tianlong Star, but a child home again, eager to boast. At Sea God Island, Yulin interjected. Let's go. Everyone should be here already. Xuanyu quickly followed. Okay. The word gods and the others also gradually entered. Upon seeing Yulin, they bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, and quickly took their seats. Zichen spoke first. Tell us. It seems you had a wonderful opportunity on Tianlong Star, to which Xuanyu happily nodded. Indeed. Many unimaginable things have occurred, masters, elders, teachers. Tianlong Star is truly a treasure trove. As he described it, everyone was gradually amazed, especially when Lan Xuanyu mentioned his assessment that all the Dragon Knights were likely to be super god-level powerhouses, causing everyone's expressions to change. Tang Miao even exclaimed that with so many super god-level powerhouses, they must only fear that our mother star has the ability to destroy the Dragon Star. Even the god of death was worried. Xuanyu, what are your thoughts, hearing this? He calmly continued. I feel that this planet can truly be considered a treasure of the universe. A planet that can produce so many super god-level powerhouses, the planet's own power. The vastness of its life core over 100 times, that of our home, it would be a waste to destroy it. In my opinion, if it truly comes down to a fight to the death, our chances are slim. I believe the best way to obtain Tianlong and Tianma stars is through gradual infiltration. If we could win over or conquer some of the powerhouses from these two planets, control gained in this way would have the planet's support, allowing us to obtain these precious planets at minimal cost. However, Tianyu rejected this, saying it was far-fetched to expect peaceful relations with a planet that has over a dozen god-ranked powerhouses. Undeterred, he continued to explain that it wasn't entirely impossible, basing his judgment on his understanding of the Dragon Clan and her unique bloodline, inherited from her parents. Your parents have the blood of the gold and silver dragons, and you inherited their bloodline, which is why you were favored by the Dharma dragons on Tianlong Star. Your bloodline has begun to transform into the dragon god's bloodline, and when you break through to the god level, your dragon god bloodline will truly be restored. Within the Dragon Clan, there's a rule called bloodline supremacy. You can cultivate to the super god level, even restore the true dragon god's power. In that case, you could rule the Dragon Clan, and once you do, obtaining Tianlong Star will be easy. Even the Pegasus Star will naturally succumb to peaceful evolution. Zigen and Zishen were both secretly impressed. To become a dragon god and then rule the Dragon Clan, this child dares to dream big. Wu Lin, sitting nearby, added that if Xuanyu became the true dragon god, then conquering Tianlong Star would be very likely. But wanting to become a god king without the existence of the god realm is impossible. Xuanyu, do you understand? He nodded shyly. Yes. He then quickly stood up to show everyone. Seniors, please take a look at this. That scene made Xuanyu secretly admire him. After only one trip out, This child could materialize his spirit. That means it's about to go from the spiritual realm to the divine essence realm, which is the level of divine evolution. After recreating everything, he didn't hesitate to point out, "Please, everyone, during the Rising Dragon tournament, I discovered a giant stone pillar called the Rising Dragon Pillar. It's highly likely a super artifact once created by the dragon god. During the competition, I tried to make contact and could clearly feel the enormous dragon god energy contained within. Indeed, 1,000 waves converge into one. But for us, it's a soul fusion technique. For it, it's self-development." Xuanyu, standing there, replied, "Under normal circumstances, even Duluo continent might not be able to provide enough energy to become a god king. I understand what Uncle Luo is saying. But what if I absorb the energy that once belonged to the dragon god? Moreover, the dragon realm still hides the dragon god's bones." Yulin firmly reminded, "I admit your theory holds water. But you're human, and against so many super god-level powerhouses, you'd have no chance of escape." But his tone shifted to one of determined declaration. Gaining more support before fully maturing would ensure an escape route if discovered. He hoped to bring all 110,000-year plant-type soul beasts and the people of the 33 Skywings. If they all became gods, they would be able to protect themselves, even on Tianlong's star. At the same time, I'll borrow the life energy of Tianlong's star to help the eternal tree evolve again, leading to the evolution of the mother star. Only by trying and experiencing it can you understand how fast cultivation is on Tianlong's star. After returning this time, I will be careful in my actions and words, and won't easily come to the dragon realm." The more he spoke, the more impassioned he became. If I could break through to the god level, the true dragon god bloodline would be restored, and the human traces on me would be completely suppressed. A sudden silence fell over the hall, and Zijin finally couldn't help but praise him, saying that after hearing Xuanyu's words, his first reaction was that he was getting old. "That's incredibly bold, even with such an opportunity presented. I doubt I would seize it. Even the god of death seems pleased. Your daring personality is much like my own in the beginning. Back then, when I was a living canon, I was even crazier than you. But he's a bit like my son." Only Wu Lin was speechless at this statement. He calmly reminded everyone that they didn't have a full quorum, but to vote on supporting Xuanyu's idea, Death God was nonchalant, saying that if it was his son, and he was supporting him, then he would too, depending on what he thought. Wu Lin was silent for a moment before admitting that, deep down, he wished to keep him locked away in Sea God's pavilion, never letting him return, to keep him by his side, as that would be the safest course. But I can't do that. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, and I can only respect his decision, striving to keep him safe. This time, I'll return with you, waiting for you in the 7th squad. If you're in danger, I'll be the first to appear by your side, even against the Blood Knights. We'll find a way out." For a moment, Xuanyu looked lost. But then, there's Nana. Sensing his worry, he reassured him. "She's still improving. If I'm not mistaken, she'll break free soon. Don't worry. If it comes to it, we'll go with her. We owe her so much." A pang of sorrow struck Xuanyu's heart as he heard his uncle say that he and Nana would be with him, that they would live for him. In a moment of emotion, he softly called out, "Father," hearing the words he'd longed for. Wu Lin's eyes welled up. "Xuan." The others were stunned as he fought back tears and smiled. "Xuanyu, you've finally called me that. My son has called me. What could be more wonderful than this?" But thinking of everyone else, he hurried away, saying, "I'm sorry. I was too happy. Please forgive my rudeness." Xuanyu earnestly expressed, "Father, let's be together. Forever." However, the god of death was deeply troubled, wondering if things would have been different had he been given a chance in the beginning. Meanwhile, Wu Lin quickly regained his composure and said, "Then, let's continue the vote." It was then that Meng Fei laughed, saying support was definitely needed, mainly because they were afraid of being verbally attacked if they didn't help. "Xuanyu, what kind of support do you need? The Academy and the Tang Sect will do their best." His words filled him with gratitude. thanking the sect masters. I'm hoping for as much technical support as possible. And I hope we can use the Silver Armor Rock battleship. Only a powerful ecological warship can escape a super god-level powerhouse. Without hesitation, the god of death agrees, offering it in exchange for the dragon essence. He brought back dragon bodies, being the most suitable for crafting ecological warships. Much to Xuanyu's delight. Then, the two hallmasters must give me some life-saving items. Could I perhaps use everything in the forbidden weapon armory? Tang Miao finally speaks up, saying that while others might want to use the forbidden armory to protect their lives, he's afraid that you'll actually use them. Aren't you after the heavenly dragon essence blood? What do you want from the forbidden armory? Hearing his request, Xuanyu frankly admits that against a super god-level powerhouse, he can only rely on external objects to escape just in case. Of course, since good things have many uses, Mingfei hesitated, saying this was a decision for the sect leader. But the god of death remained calm. He would deny him the most dangerous items, but let him choose the rest. And if anything happened, he would take responsibility, seeing that he was stuck. Wu Lin reluctantly agreed. Knowing his son's personality all too well, Xuanyu's mind was as wild as the wind, and he truly dared to act. When it came to courage, he himself was no match back then. She then instructed that the Silver Wing Dreadnought was currently being upgraded, which would take about 2 years. He could take the Silver-Winged Dreadnought warship, and Wu Lin was immediately overjoyed, knowing that with it, even a mecha master could be dealt with. Death then turned to Xuanyu, instructing him that, if possible, bringing back god-tier dragon blood to create an ecological battle armor could greatly increase its power, even surpassing his own strength when he was alive. He added that the energy collection system experiment had failed. Xuanyu nodded obediently, then curiously asked what the space energy collection system was. Meng Fei explained that energy exists in many forms throughout the universe. Collecting energy through spatial conduits, a fingernail-sized piece of non-elemental star matter can sustain collection efforts for over a year. This excites him, and he asks if these are all equipped in the silver armor Great Peng. To which the Death God replies, that's why it needs upgrading. I'll have Tang Sect technicians set up a spatial transfer at Tianlong Star. In times of danger, we can transfer to the Silver Wing Dreadnought in a short time. Xuanyu's face showed immediate surprise. A transfer block formation. The other party slowly continued. We've long possessed the technology to block spatial teleportation over long distances and large areas in 2 directions. But in terms of energy, non-origin crystals and the silver bodies they produce have completely solved the problem. It was then that Tu Chan expressed his gratitude for the spatial wormhole, which allowed them to restart many stagnant spatial technologies. She unhesitatingly agreed that this accomplishment should also be attributed to Hian Vu, and that achievements deserve rewards. Due to his great contributions and invaluable assistance to the Academy and the Tang Sect, there will be 3 rewards. First, he will be awarded the red-level Shrek Medal of Honor. Secondly, due to his growth and contributions to the Academy, and as the Sea God's Pavilion Master, I grant him the qualification to be a reserve member of the Sea God's Pavilion. Once he breaks through to the God rank, he will become a full member. As for the third reward, the Tang Sect and us have discussed it, and considering your merits and those of your teammates, we believe your trials have been sufficient. You have surpassed your peers, even your seniors, and your reputation is well deserved. Your father once held it, and now, it should belong to you. We believe you will soon bring glory to this name. Representing the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy, I officially declare that this year's Shrek 7 Devils title belongs to your team, led by you. As you are currently undercover on Tianlong Star, the Academy will not hold a formal ceremony, but will officially announce you as the new generation of Shrek 7 Devils at the Sea God's Fated Blind Date Festival in 2 days, where you may face challenges from senior students. However, these challenges only affect the matchmaking event, not the 7 Devils title. Tell your teammates to prepare well. Zichen quickly stood up, saying, today's meeting is adjourned. Your parents must want to catch up. Dismissed. Xuanyu respectfully replied, thanks, boss. Wu Lin quickly put his arm around him. Let's go see your mom. Xuanyu had no choice but to agree. Yes. Zichen quietly watched them disappear. As they left, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. Like begets like, the Dragon King's son, quite possibly the dragon god of the future. I truly look forward to that day. She nodded in agreement, and the corridor fell silent, but in his heart, Xuanyu felt a sense of trepidation. Was Nana really about to awaken should he call her mother? Or Nana? The door to the room opened, revealing the dragon egg enveloped in a powerful aura. Xuanyu's heart ached as he softly called out, Auntie, Auntie Nana? No. Mom. Overcome with emotion. He couldn't hold back his tears as he cried, Mom. He gazed at the egg, desperately calling out, Mom. Gently reaching out to touch it, then pressing his face against the shell, whispering, Mom. It's me. Xuanyu. Please wake up. Even Wu Lin choked up. Yes. Nana. We miss you so much. But Xuanyu, don't worry too much. Your mother will wake up soon. Looking at the egg before him, Xuanyu couldn't help but marvel at how much more beautiful the Yinlong egg was now compared to when he had left. The entire surface of this enormous egg was covered in dense, silver dragon patterns, each one seemingly alive, radiating a silver glow that lingered around the dragon egg. The dense life energy, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, surged from all directions, merging into the silver dragon egg, providing what it needed. Wu Lin choked up as he recounted that the eternal tree was also the source of life for the entire Duluo star, transformed by his aunt, who was sparing no expense in providing for her granddaughter-in-law. This made Xuanyu uneasy. His parents were constantly absorbing his great-aunt's life energy. Would they? He quickly reassured her that the Academy and the Federation had agreed to it. Otherwise, if the life energy his great-aunt infused into the eternal tree decreased sharply, the Federation would have noticed. In truth, this is also why the Federation so readily agreed. The materials brought back from Tianlong Star shocked them. They made the Federation realize the disparity in power between us and Tianlong Star when facing top-tier experts. At the same time, Wulin affirmed, even though a super god can hardly keep up with the Dragon Horse Federation, if we rush to cultivate a God King, and you become the Dragon God, we can take over Tianlong Star. Xuanyu seemed relieved. Dad is right. I thought so too. Dad knows the most about the Dragon God and the Dragon King's bloodline. Can my bloodline eventually ascend to become a dragon god? Hearing that, Yu Lin became curious. Weren't you confident just now? Why are you hesitating now? Though hesitant, he still frankly expressed. Although I'm confident, theoretically, I'm worried that if the Academy and Tang Sect place too much hope on me, it will affect the overall situation if I fail. Looking at his son with affection, Yu Lin said he didn't want him to become a dragon god, as a god king requires immense energy, and that dragon pillar is likely a super artifact of the dragon god, one that he might know. For a moment, Xuanyu was stunned. His father knew. The other man calmly reiterated, that small space used to depend on our mother star. I once went inside and lived there for 3 years, burying the remains of over 1,000 dragons. I also benefited, building the foundation for my future. He couldn't hide his shock, so it really was the dragon graveyard. Wu Lin confirmed. It's very likely the same space. The space began to deteriorate when your mother took something important out of it. I later learned. She didn't elaborate, but I'm certain the dragon god's remains are in that space. When I entered that space, I was too weak to obtain the core essence of the dragon tomb plane. After escaping the planet, it likely drifted through space, eventually choosing the Tianlong Star, a plane where the will of the dragon god may still exist. Hearing this, Xuanyu was immediately shocked. The dragon god's will. Does father mean the dragon god isn't dead? Yu Lin calmly replies that after being attacked by several god kings and ultimately split into the Silver Dragon King and the Gold Dragon King, if he weren't dead, the Silver and Gold Dragon Kings wouldn't exist. But a god king is a powerful being, and with the gold and silver dragons, his life was prolonged. It wasn't death, only his consciousness was likely destroyed. And the Dragon Tomb chose Duluo Planet possibly because of you and your mother. Unlike me, who only absorbed the essence of the Golden Dragon King, she was the true Silver Dragon King. With his understanding, he continued to explain that perhaps the Dragon Tomb clan came here because they sensed her aura, existing through Duluo Latin. She must have taken something important, destabilizing this dimension and causing its departure. To restore her power, she needs to devour me, combining silver and gold dragon bloodlines to ultimately give birth to a dragon god. But out of love, your mother chose to die by my golden dragon spear. And I think it was at that moment that the dragon graveyard truly broke away. Your mother and I were in a difficult dimension, and I sacrificed myself for her. For that was the only way to keep us together. If I had known she was pregnant then, no matter the hardship, I would have given up everything, so we could live for our child. Yulin recalls that after you were born, you possessed our powers, equivalent to the combination of the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, and you could become a dragon god. The only problem is the source of energy, so you must go to the dragon graveyard. If you can use the dragon god's remains, it will greatly benefit your ascension. Furthermore, I don't know how much energy the ascension pillar can provide, but from your description, I guess it's the basis for the existence of this small space. The dragon graveyard. It was the life energy on the massive Tianlong planet that allowed the dragon race to continue to reproduce, and the ascension dragon pillar relied on the dragon god's remaining thoughts. It imprinted the entire plane onto Tianlong's star, giving rise to the dragon transformation era, gradually transforming other races into new dragon clans. The heroic spirit affirms that if he succeeds in becoming a dragon god, subduing the new dragon race and the god senators, and turning them into his power, it will be the most perfect state. Unifying the dragon race will be a breeze, and rebuilding the god realm based on the dragon horse system is not impossible. From seemingly nowhere, Yulin produces a bracelet, urging his son to wear it, a request that stuns Xuanyu. As the bracelet seems to contain an incredibly familiar energy, seeming to see the curiosity in his son's eyes, Yulin continued to explain that he had initially offered sacrifices for 1,000 days in the Dragon Clan's tomb, but was too weak to do any good. However, before leaving, he obtained this gem, creating a magical connection between him and the Dragon Clan's tomb, as if he could summon the dragon souls within it. In an instant, he couldn't hide his shock, sensing it. He was even more surprised. It's as if countless beings exist within. Countless consciousnesses flood him with emotions, merging with his own, as if they were all part of something greater. It's an incredible sensation, like entering a virtual world and connecting with countless other minds. Soon, a new scene unfolded in his mind, one of constant, violent tremors, far from peaceful. There, a group of people stood in a circle, creating a magic circle around the person in the center. Ji Shuang and the others were stunned, and even Tianlong was shocked by the illusory scene. He vaguely sees the five-colored circle surrounding him as Lan, and the others marvel, a feeling like his entire body is being cleansed. His bloodline instantly elevated. This makes Tianlong even more delighted. The four colors instantly turn into 7, giving them all a sense of radiant glory, proving their method is effective. More blood must be given. And back in the familiar room, the five-colored soul power quickly gathers around Xuanyu as he recalls what just happened. The scene of the Dragon Ascension platform, the giant pillar of light is a door, and something seems to be on the other side, calling him through. Perhaps realizing something, his eyes widen. Then, he exclaimed in realization, "Father, you're right. The Dragon Realm is the Dragon Clan's graveyard. It must be calling me to the Ascension platform, to enter the Dragon Realm from there." Wu Lin nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. With this bracelet, you'll surely gain even more recognition there. But be careful in everything. Don't go there lightly before you're ready." He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. "I know. Father, I actually absorbed the Dragon Ascension Pillar's energy during the last fight, and I want to become a god. The Dragon Ascension platform is the best choice. But before breaking through, you need the support of the Dragon Origin Knights. So it shouldn't be too dangerous. What he needs to do is increase his allies and decrease his enemies, so he can be safe." Xuanyu understood. "Yes, Father. As elsewhere, at Sea God Lake," Zijian asked with concern, Masters, won't this put too much pressure on Xuanyu Zi? Shen smiled calmly. Pressure is also motivation. You've seen the video of that match. Right. Speaking of which, he chuckled. I saw it. Compared to the ultimate battle, I heard the Federation punish the people who leaked it. She added, reminding him, it's not an overstatement to protect Xuanyu like that. Anyone who's seen it knows their combat power, but the inner court students don't. This is Xuanyu's chance to shine. At the same time, his teammates are also under immense pressure. If they don't seize this opportunity, how can they be worthy of becoming the next Shrek 7 Devils? The title represents both honor and responsibility, and they must show everyone that they have the strength to bear it. Otherwise, even if the Academy acknowledges them, they won't become true Shrek 7 Devils. However, Sea God calmly ordered that the Shrek 7 Devils are a whole, and before the blind date meeting begins, I will announce it myself. Of course, they won't be completely challenged one-on-one, as that wouldn't be fair to them. I didn't expect Xuanyu to improve so rapidly in such a short time. It's a complete transformation. If the Academy's first golden age came from Tang San, the Tang Sect's founder, the second was created by Spirit Ice Duluo Huo Yuhao, and the third by Yu Lin, who turned the tide and brought the Academy back on track while creating glory. Then perhaps the fourth will be thanks to Xuanyu, and this time is the most important. I hope he proves himself to everyone, laying the foundation to inherit the Sea God Pavilion Master position. However, worry is etched on Sui Chen's face, as his achievements can't yet be revealed to the outside world. Otherwise, this would have shaken the entire Academy. Judging by merit alone, he's getting closer and closer to becoming a god. Watching them leave, Sui Chen hesitantly spoke up. My lords, if the Naga princess awakens, they will all leave. Zi Shen slowly turned to face him, then called out to Sui Chen with a murderous intent. The atmosphere shifts, causing him to pause, and before anyone can react, Zi Chen suddenly embraces Sui Chen. He was speechless at the scene. My lord. As she felt his warmth, she blushed and confessed. We've spent more time together than we did in Kunghan. How could I not see your feelings? Time means nothing. Yet my mind is etched with a single image. I am stubborn. Considered a mad scientist 10,000 years ago, my heart has grown cold, and in truth, I am no longer truly human. Tutron, you should truly seek your own happiness. Her tone suddenly tinged with sadness. She spoke of 3 words she'd never uttered to anyone in her life, but desperately wanted to say to him. Zichen hurriedly embraced her, cutting her off. No, don't say it. But all he received was her gradually receding figure. Perhaps we share one similarity, stubbornness. If I hadn't met him, and had met a stubborn person like you first. Perhaps. But there's no perhaps in this world. Despite his outpouring of emotion, she turned without hesitation, saying she'd head back first, leaving Zichen alone, his pain now evident. Sect leader, don't apologize to me. It's not yours to give. You've never been at fault. I love you simply because you are you. And that's enough. It's why I've been able to live for so long. I've already found my happiness. Outside, the lotus flowers bloomed brighter, fireflies dancing in the night, illuminating the lake as Wu Lin quietly watched. Death God and Zichen approaching from behind, looking up at the starry sky. Wu Lin reminisces. The Sea God's fate on Sea God Lake. I still remember the year I participated in the Sea God's Fate blind date event. I wonder what kind of scene I'll face. After that, Nana and Gu Yue merged, and only Gu Yue Na remained in the world. Hearing this, the Death God couldn't help but question. Is she all you think about, Lang? Lang asked. I thought you wouldn't come today. As Yulin felt a surge of happiness. Of course. Today is the day my son participates in the blind date festival. As a father, how could I miss it? I've already missed too many important moments in his life. And this time, no matter what, I can't miss it. Even she was delighted. As this matchmaking event was also an important test for him and his team, he affirmed with hope, wondering if they could pass this test. I believe in my son. On the lake, many people began to release lanterns, while in another corner, The couple leaned affectionately against each other. She watched the scene unfold, sighing with emotion. Honey. So Xuanyu and Shushu have finally confirmed their relationship. I'm so happy, Lan Xiao, standing beside her, was equally delighted. That's right. We're about to have a daughter-in-law. He casually suggested they get married soon, which made his wife laugh. Lam Tu excitedly added that Xuanyu told him last night that Nana was about to wake up, and a legendary family was finally about to reunite. Lanterns fill the sky as Longjiang excitedly introduces Lady Anne Gantleman, the Sea God Yuan on Sea God Lake, and this year's matchmaking event, which is now officially underway. May everyone find a partner to hold hands with for the rest of their lives. He enthusiastically introduces himself. Hello, seniors. I'm your MC for today, Zheng Longjiang, and this is my wife, the peerless beauty, Sam Y, whom I met at a matchmaking event. Longjiang even made some insensitive remarks, pointing out familiar faces who were still single. How tragic. He hoped his happiness would inspire them to try harder, leaving Sam Y helpless against her husband's antics, wondering if he was trying to create enemies. Even Mengfei sighed. This Zheng Longjiang is truly a living treasure. It's a shame he has such an honest face. The girl next to her agreed, but warned not to be fooled by his appearance. This Longjiang is dark inside. Longjiang continues to ramble on about the Sea God's fate on Sea God Lake. The Sea God's Fate Blind Date Convention. Living up to its name. If you're here for a blind date, you have to show yourself. Let the other person feel your beauty. And the first round is called Love at First Sight. This is the chance for our male leads to shine. And sometimes, strength speaks louder than sweet words. Without further ado, for the first round, each handsome man will step forward to introduce and present themselves. The stage is yours. As soon as the MC finished speaking, Jiancheng eagerly stepped forward. Hello. I'm Chao Jiangking, the unloved and unappreciated one Zheng Longjiang mentioned. I've been here 3 years longer than him, and still don't have a girlfriend. I'm usually too busy training to care about romance, which I regret, but I believe in fate. So whoever picks me first, I definitely won't refuse. Every one of you here is more than worthy of me, and whoever chooses me, I will repay with the rest of my life. With that, he unleashed his soul power. A dark dragon envelops his entire body. Xuanyu watches in shock. 9 rings. A titled Duluo. All 10,000-year soul rings. His martial soul is actually a powerful dark dragon, the only kind that can evolve into a true dragon. As expected of the Academy, the dark dragon's aura already has the bloodline intensity of a mid-level dragon clan. Relief washes over his face. This is Duluo Star. His home. Everything feels familiar, and he doesn't need to be on guard or pretend to be a girl. It's good to be home. A very special performance. Long Jian signals for the next person. At this moment, Yuanrong steps forward, greeting everyone. I'm Zhang Yuanrong, and I've been in the inner courtyard for 4 years. Though I'm short, there's a saying, small packages contain great things. I'm looking for a female classmate who's a little shorter than me, so I won't feel too pressured. My spirit is this. As he unleashed his power, a shimmering rainbow appeared. Xuanyu admired the spectacle. A bizarre martial soul born of rainbow, light, and water. Its glittering radiance soon painting a brilliant sky. The girls praised him. So beautiful. But Yuanrong had already revealed his shortcomings with a polite bow. Soon after, it was his turn to step forward. My name is Lan Xuanyu, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Seniors. Seeing the girls swooning over his looks, Xuanyu remained calm. He was mainly here to fulfill a promise. I already have someone I love, and she's among you all. From the first time I saw her, her image was etched into my heart. For years, she's been by my side. With her, my heart finds peace. The Sea God's Fate is the most important ritual of Shrek Academy. A moment to witness the most beautiful love between disciples. We chose to pledge our love here, and that's why I've come. The girls were stunned, while the dragon god couple looked excited, impressed by his eloquence. Certain the girl would be moved. Even Wu Lin was amused, thinking, that's my boy. However, Jianxing sneered. Junior Xuanyu, you're full of confidence. Aren't you afraid your childhood sweetheart will reject you at the Sea God's Fate event? Xuanyu remained calm and replied, Thank you for the reminder, Senior. But I believe she won't, and no one can take her from me. Hearing this, he just sneered. Junior Xuanyu, you're a bit arrogant. Senior, you're no less so. You guys won't spare me later anyway. After dealing with this, Jian Cheng couldn't help but worry. This guy is not simple. Could he be one of the new Shrek 7 devils? Long Jiang remarks on the talent of the youth, then urges the group onward, while Xiao Dao steps forward, declaring that only his girlfriend is worthy of him. These words immediately provoked the girls. Not worthy of you, let's fight it out then. You all have girlfriends. So why are you causing trouble at the Sea God Fate convention? This forces Xiao Dao to sigh. She said if I didn't come, she wouldn't marry me, it's mandatory. As for why you all aren't good enough for me, or rather, why I'm not good enough for you, you wouldn't like someone like me. As for the reason, please see for yourselves. Sensing the aura around him, they suddenly shuddered, overwhelmed by his masculine energy. At that moment, Hien Vu quickly reminded him, All right, stop scaring them. In an instant, Tu Dao obediently retracted his aura. Understood. Boss, I'm just letting them know we're not here to cause trouble. These seemingly gentle young men before him, he couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the Hongming demon blade. Tan Xiaodao's Hongming blade was a notorious weapon, a fitting match for him. And of course, Piao Xiaoji also possessed a demon blade martial soul. These two are a perfect match. And it's like internal digestion for our 33 skywings. After most of the flowers have been taken, Longjian has to switch to a new target. It seems the upperclassmen are already taken. So let's invite the next one. Before everyone, Liao Feng calmly introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I'm Liao. My martial soul is the White Dragon Spear. 8 rings. Xuanyu inwardly sighed. Using the Dragon Force forging method has begun to stimulate the White Dragon King's bloodline within him. Besides Bai Shushu, he's the one who's benefited the most. Even I don't know Liao Feng's true strength. Xiao Dao whispers. At that, he began to butter him up, calling him Big Bro, but was quickly rebuffed by Xuanyu, who told him to cut the flattery and asked about his progress with body tempering, to which Xiao Dao immediately revealed his true colors. Hearing Xuanyu hum, the other became even more flustered. But recently they have been cultivating the purple demon eyes. The speed of increasing mental power is still stable, and it can be suppressed, so we can proceed step by step. Just then, Xuanyu revealed a dark and threatening expression. Xiao Dou. I've been cultivating a power called Divine Extinction Lightning, similar to a god-level lightning tribulation. What do you think? If I use this lightning tribulation element to help you temper your bodies, the effect would be good. Right? Xiao Du was terrified by these words. Spare me, boss. My martial soul is of the dark attribute. I'd probably just disintegrate into dust. I'll definitely train harder. Hearing this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the 33 skywings, males make up the vast majority, 2/3. While the rest are females, you're overqualified. There aren't enough to go around, even one-on-one. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Yin Hui spoke affectionately and clearly. Hello, I am Yuan En Hui Hui, from the Yuan En family. My martial soul is Keat Complex, a bow and arrow type. Today, I hope my arrow can connect my heart with another. I'm not good at expressing myself, but this chance might only come once in a lifetime. I'm here to bravely say that I like her, and I hope to truly be with her. Xuanyu is stunned, wondering when he developed feelings for someone, while Xiao Dao was equally curious, impressed by how well Hui Hui hid it. Dian Li can't resist teasing him, impressed by his secret crush and wondering if it's unrequited. As if struck where it hurts, anger flares up. Why should I tell you? Qianlei can't help but laugh. Fine. Don't tell me. I'll show you the most explosive introduction ever. Watch this. With that, he immediately unleashed his soul power. The transformation alone terrified everyone. What's he doing? Is he using a skill to clear the area? It's a bit scary. Brother, you're overdoing it. Even Xuanyu is standing helplessly to the side. Now he's showing off his battle stance, reel it in. Are you here for a matchmaking event, Qianlei? Still hyped. Introduces himself. I am Qianlei, having just joined the inner court. I specialize in strength, brute force, and other mysterious abilities. But you don't need to remember me, as I already have someone I like. The crowd fell silent, and Longrang stammered. Junior, take it easy. Tone it down a bit, or I think your sweetheart might leave you. Instead of gratitude, Qianlei naively questioned. Senior, are you jealous of my handsomeness, instantly igniting the other's rage? Who's jealous of you? Yinhui quickly intervened. Senior. Sorry. He's not quite right in the head. Only Qianlei remained clueless. Don't need to show off. Was my golden rooster stands on one leg cool just now? Yi finally couldn't help but tear up. Lei. Be smart. After the introductions, the girls will decide. If no one keeps their light on, it means elimination. Don't be surprised if all your lights go out. Just put on some clothes. Hearing this, Qianlei looked flustered. Why would they all turn off? I still have a bright future, he lamented to himself. No way. Yinhui was also extremely anxious. Just hope you get lucky. Even Xuanyu felt helpless. Why do I feel like a fake father? Long Jiang continued to drone on. The crucial moment was approaching. The moment when the girls would exercise their power. Now the girls had a preliminary understanding of the boys. Sam Y chimed in, saying that they would start with the first boy, and any girl who was interested in him could keep the light under her feet on, and turn it off if she wasn't. Longjiang urged the girls to consider their choices carefully, as extinguishing a light meant forfeiting any future chance of connection, suggesting a more conservative approach to keep options open for both sides. As soon as he finished, Sam Y eagerly continued. All right, let's begin. Please make your selections for our first bachelor. Senior Keen Thang. Each girl took her turn, and Kian Than nervously swallowed, filled with unease. Seeing all the lights go out, he couldn't hide his panic. No way. They're all off. No. That's not right. There's still one. Jiancheng and the two hosts looked curiously at the flickering light in the back. Despair washed over him. Surely people knew what kind of person he was. He wasn't that bad looking, and his cultivation wasn't terrible. So how could he be down to a single light? Both Long Jian and Sam Y were incredibly bewildered. Completely caught off guard, she tried to soothe the situation, remarking that they never expected such a special situation with the first male contestant. So, according to the rules, if only one girl chooses a boy in the first round, they advance to the final round first. Please, Senior, step forward. And will girl number 28 please step out of line? Immediately, a veiled girl calmly steps forward. Long Jian quickly stepped in to explain that if she advances directly to the final round, our Sea God Fairy will introduce herself and reveal her feelings, after which the male student will make his choice. Sea God Fairy number 28. You may begin. Are you willing to remove your veil? The other party responded with a cold demeanor and firm words. I will not remove it. Accept the forfeit. And I will not introduce myself. Didn't you say you'd introduce yourself? You said if someone chose you, you'd choose her back and be together forever. Will you keep your word? Seeing the tension between the two, Long Jian realized that Jiancheng had been cornered. He glances at the veiled girl, wondering what to do. Will he choose her? Appearance-wise, Sea God Fairy #28 is certainly, but he said what he said earlier. So, would he really go back on his word? He quietly worries for Jiancheng. Once he breaks his promise, not only will he be ridiculed by the female students, but he won't be able to participate in Sea God's fate again. Everyone knows Jiancheng is a good person, but besides cultivating himself, he doesn't have any hobbies. Long Jian could tell from his stunned expression that Jiancheng was definitely being targeted. But by whom? And why? A moment later, the girl suddenly reproached Jiancheng, asking if he was backing down. And if he was, he shouldn't have said anything at all. What kind of man couldn't keep his promises? What kind of responsibility was that? Sam, sensing trouble, tried to smooth things over. Number 28 Sea God Fairy. I must remind you, the current situation isn't fair to Jiancheng, as you know everything about him, but he knows nothing about you. Hesitation is only natural, the veiled girl calmly replied. He's the one who said that, and he never said he needed to understand me before deciding. A man keeps his word. Once spoken, it cannot be taken back. She was speechless at the answer, and Jiancheng, who had been silent, finally spoke up, confirming, "That's right." He sadly confesses his feelings. "You're right. I must stand by my word. The truth is, I've always been insecure. So much so that I lost the girl I loved for years, never even having the courage to confess." Then, smiling as if giving up, he says, Number 28. Thank you for your consideration. If you truly wish to be with me, then I accept. After that, Jiancheng asks to be paired up, saying that appearance doesn't matter. He believes that anyone who can enter Shrek Academy's inner court must be kind and upright, and he promises to treat her well, asking her to take his hand if she's willing. Amidst the crowd's excitement and the surrounding ship's astonishment, he reached out, awaiting her answer. Long Cheng, overjoyed, signaled the girl, announcing that according to the rules, number 28 was now engaged to the Summoning Academy and could remove her veil. The veiled girl reached out to touch his hat, asking Jiancheng if this was his choice. Then, smiling, she removed the hat, revealing her tearful eyes and true identity. Peng Peng, zhang her face. He was speechless, uttering, "It's you, Peng Peng," now revealed. Scolded him, "You yerk," as she shed her disguise. Everyone was stunned, for Peng Peng's beauty was the very image of a weeping beauty. He was stunned by her beauty, only able to utter her name, Peng Peng, before stumbling backward. Realizing Jiancheng was about to fall into the water, she quickly reached out to grab him, accidentally meeting his gaze. She's pulled into a tight embrace, as Peng Peng notices, shocked, that he's crying, repeating himself over and over. Peng Peng, Peng Peng, am I dreaming? It really is you. It really is you. Hearing his anxious words, she couldn't help but embrace Jiancheng tightly. Suddenly bombarded with affection, Long Jiang cleared his throat and interrupted. Listen to me, you two. Today is the Sea God Affinity Assembly, a day of great joy. According to the rules, you two are considered to have a predestined connection. He asked them, Flüsteret, could you explain to everyone what you're doing? It's making my heart race. The lovebirds were startled by the voice, and they awkwardly broke apart under the host's gaze. The theoretical stuff is over, and he's back to being clingy. Aren't you supposed to be finding another girl? She must be exhausted this time. I only want you. I don't need anyone else. And I won't let go this time. Seeing the two getting cozy, Long Jiang interrupts, reminding them to clear things up, saying, That's enough. You two. There are still many seniors here who haven't had their turn. You'll have plenty of time for romance later, but if you don't explain yourselves, I'm afraid the upperclassmen might gang up on you. Though he knew he was right, the smug look on Long Jiang's face still annoyed Jiancheng, who then clasped his hands in apology and began to explain everything. Sorry for affecting everyone. Peng Peng and I were classmates in the outer court. I started liking her back then. But how could I be worthy? I could only secretly admire her and work hard to cultivate and improve myself. Jiancheng frankly reveals his worries, always thinking, can I make up for the gap between us with my strength? Later, we were both admitted to the inner court, and I was ready to confess to her during that sea god's eye date. He recalls the events that transpired. But little did he know, just as he was about to confess, he slipped, falling into the lake. And according to the rules of the sea god's lake date, he was out, missing his chance. Thinking about how I ran away, I was too cowardly. After falling into the lake, I gave up and didn't have the courage to face her again. So I ran away to carry out missions, and only returned after a long time, leading to us missing each other. When I finally adjusted my mentality and returned to the inner courtyard to find her, he tried to win her back, but she refused to see him and didn't participate in the next sea god fated blind date. Peng Peng suddenly interrupted, taking the lead. Wait. Let me speak. He thought he'd hear the rest of the story. But instead, she just scolded him, leaving Jiancheng sweating bullets. You idiot. Even in this incredibly romantic setting, Peng Peng's scolding echoed. You're such an idiot. Did you really think I didn't notice you sneaking glances at me every day when we were studying together if I didn't like you? Would I have let you stare? Are you stupid? He didn't know what to do but let Peng Peng vent her anger, seeing him work so hard back then. She'd hoped to get into the inner court as well. Without thinking too much about it, I finally got into the inner courtyard. And there was an opportunity like the sea god's fate blind date. But you fell into the water. I really wanted to beat you up at that moment. But little did I know. You didn't come. You just disappeared, vanished for over half a year. I was devastated. You know, Kei Cheng awkwardly explains that he left because he thought she had chosen someone else, only to realize later that she hadn't chosen anyone at all. Bang bang. Upon learning the reason, flies into a hajj, making him reveal the truth. The person she chose was her brother, to give him a chance to confess to his goddess. Are you really that dense you finally came back? Only to be turned away once. And then you disappeared again. I had completely given up on you then. How could someone so insecure and timid ever be my man? The other suitors just calmly ate their watermelon, waiting for them to finish arguing. Eat your watermelon first. Get full. Then she seriously recounted the rest of the story, a time when she had truly given up, wanting only to cultivate, for nearly 3 years without seeing him. If they hadn't met again later during a mission, when she was in danger, and he risked everything to save her, she would have thought he had completely forgotten her. A moment laté, she remembered something else that reignited her anger. Over half a month ago, this idiot even came to ask if I was participating in the Sea God Fate dating convention. He dared to ask, but didn't dare say he liked me. Do you know how hopeless I felt? Then I really wanted to beat him to death and stop him from harming the world. Still furious, Peng Peng questioned Jiancheng about everything. Then he ran here, saying he'd choose whoever chose him. Right. Preparing to forget her completely. Right, he'd given up on her too. Right. He wanted to defend himself. But Jiancheng couldn't utter a word. Peng Peng, seeing this, cut straight to the chase. If you didn't even have the courage to keep your promise just now, then you would have truly lost me forever. You know, realizing the moment has come, Long Zhang quickly chimes in. Senior, it's time to show your courage. After all these years of shyness, tell your senior what you want to say, in front of all the professors and everyone else. Jiancheng seizes the chance to grab her hand, calling out, Bang, bang. Then, looking her in the eye, he confesses and apologizes. I'm sorry. Bang bang. It's all my fault. My insecurity kept me from having the courage to confess to you. It made us miss each other for so many years. I've liked you since the first time I saw you. And then I realized I couldn't help but love you. My heart is full of you. And there's no room for anyone else. Peng Peng. Thank you. Thank you for choosing me. Thank you. Peng Peng, feeling Jiancheng's resolve, begins to express his own feelings, saying, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you. If I hadn't been so stubborn. If I had been a little braver. If I had taken the initiative to find you, things wouldn't be like this. Actually, you've never been a coward. A man willing to risk his life to save me can't be a coward. She embraces him, admitting that after returning that time, she made up her mind no matter what. This time, she'll hold on to him tight. If he doesn't take the initiative, she will. So, she's here to stay. And everyone around them blesses their union. Seeing this, Long Jiang was overjoyed. Today was off to a great start. He didn't expect to witness such a dramatic reversal on his first day as an MC. His wife, standing next to him, smiled and added, deeply moved. Now, let's welcome our second male guest today. A few minutes later, Yuan Rong stepped up and greeted everyone. Ladies, please be gentle. The love between the senior and junior is touching, but I don't admire them. If I found the girl I liked, I would stick to her like glue and never let go. After he finished speaking, Sam Y immediately signaled the candidates. Please, se agodeses. Make your choice. Number 2. Zhang Yuanrong. Seeing a few lights turn on, Longjiang commented, 4 sea goddesses have chosen to keep their lights on for Zhang Yuanrong. So, next up is a junior student who just entered our inner sanctum, and he reminds the contestants, after the dance, that this junior already has someone he loves. So please turn off your lights if you need to. Longjiang playfully livens the mood, warning the female guests not to accidentally turn off their lights if they like Xuanyu. Hearing this, he anxiously retorts, "Don't talk nonsense." Even Sam Yi looks displeased, telling him to shut up. Realizing he's gone too far, Longjiang quickly returns to the program. "All right. Please, ladies, make your choices." Though some lights are turned off, the majority remain lit. This makes him think they didn't hear the signal, so he repeats it. "What's going on, sea god fairies? It started. You can turn off the lights now." Longjiang, very suspicious of this result, immediately asks, "You're all keeping your lights on for him. He already has someone he likes." Annoyed, everyone chimed in. "So what if he has someone he likes? Can't we fight for ourselves? Only you are so talkative." Longjiang, receiving criticism from the contestants, turned to Xuanvu in frustration. "Junior, do you even know? Now you're every guy's enemy. All you can do is beg for mercy." "I not. Please forgive me." Xuanyu blushes, secretly embarrassed. "Though it sounds arrogant, I only want to take two. I don't want this trouble." Finally, he could only mutter a sentence before turning to Xiao Dao. "Number 3 will do for now. Let's start choosing male student number 4. Lacking the protagonist's aura, he only received 1 light, and the host offered a bland comment. "As you wished. 1 light. This hurts him. Is it true that being behind the boss means having no human rights?" Sammy ignores the grievance and continues to guide the two in expressing themselves. "It seems the person you were waiting for has finally given you a chance. So please, you two, step forward." The moment Tu Dao saw her, he was overjoyed and tearful. Kwai, I knew you'd choose me." But despite his excitement, he blurted out something awful. "I never thought you were good enough for me anyway. But today, I suddenly feel you're extremely good. You're probably the only one who likes me. Come on, embrace me." Those words infuriated Xiao Chu. "How dare you say that so shamelessly? What? Am I only barely worthy of you?" Undaunted, Xiao Dao added fuel to the fire. "I didn't mean it like that. Why are you making a fuss?" This triggered her battle mode. "I'm making a fuss. Fine. You want us to be together." Xiao Shu, radiating a fearsome aura, made a terrifying declaration that made everyone want to light incense for Xiao Dao defeat me first. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Chu's ultimate move flew towards her opponent, but Xiao Dao simply smiled and with a ha, swung his sword to block her attack. The two fought fiercely, forcing the hosts to the sidelines. Marveling at their bravery, these students are strong enough to pass the inner court exams. Their strength is truly impressive. Seeing the situation, Xuanyu reminded them with a headache. "That's enough. You two, today's a blind date. Save it for home." He received the reminder and looked at his opponent, smiling confidently. "Did you hear that? The boss has spoken?" Xiao Chu arrogantly replied. "Anyway, until you beat me, I won't marry you. Let's go. Let's go watch the boss's blind date." Then, little Dao took the young lady's hand and led her aside, leaving Xuanyu speechless. Meanwhile, Qianlei was panicking, and Enhui advised him. "What should I do, Monkeen? Might really not choose me." "It's okay. Just admit your mistakes when we get back." "I was forced to act like that because of the situation. I was just showing off a little. Wasn't I proving myself?" Feeling utterly humiliated, Qianlei, upon hearing this, Ennui turned serious, stating that as his brother, he can't lie to him, before delivering the final blow with a thumbs up, saying he's absolutely certain. A moment later, Longjiang returns to host, not forgetting to mention his impressive performance, and says, "All right. Next up, it's time for our junior, Qianlei, to turn off the lights." That's right. The same kid who just transformed into a giant ape. Qianlei panics as the lights go out, and like a statue cracking from within. He pleads, "Mangqin, please don't leave me." Standing to the side, Sam notices a light still on and is surprised. That is, he picks up on this and excitedly encourages the two to confess. This must be true love. "Please step forward," standing nearby. He couldn't believe it, even in this situation. Mangcam still. Mangcam's treatment of him was truly beyond words. She waved, signaling for Tianloi to come to her. Under the dreamy setting, the two stand face to face, Mangcam gently gazing into his eyes. Witnessing this, the nearby male students whisper amongst themselves, wondering what kind of girl would have the courage to choose that idiot. He never expected her to be such a charming girl. Is it possible that even a clown can find love? He stares in amazement, making her burst out laughing. Qianlei, startled, stammered, "Mengxin, you're so kind today, and I'm sorry. I embarrassed you just now." She didn't get angry, but just smiled faintly. "It's nothing," surprising him as he exclaimed, "Mengxin." She explains to him, "I understand you. You did it to prove your abilities to everyone. Your personality hasn't changed. It's still a part of you." Hearing this, Long praised her, saying she had a generous heart. Mongcam gently denied it and pointed out his strengths, saying that the generous one was actually him. In everyone's eyes, compared to what he's done for me, what I've done for him is nothing. Leaving Qianlei stunned by the praise at such a crucial moment. How could I be angry with him over something so small, no matter how others see him? In my heart, he's the best. Without pausing, she continued to express her feelings under his adoring gaze. "Many times, I trust you more than I trust myself. Whenever I'm hesitant or in danger, you're always by my side. Even when you know I have huge flaws." Though her eyes began to tear up, Mongcam calmly revealed her heart. "I'm not good at expressing my feelings. I don't know if I can be a good girlfriend or a good wife in the future. But I can feel your sincerity. Today, with everyone as witness, I want to tell you. I do. I want to be with you. In my heart, you are the best." He was so moved by her words that he could only utter her name, Mongcam, before pouring out his emotions. "Even though I knew we would choose each other, I never imagined it would be like this. It's been 7 years. And even after we've gotten to know each other, you rarely express your feelings. I never expected this today." Just as Qianlei was about to speak, "Mengxin, everyone around them eagerly waited. He suddenly lifted her up and shouted, "I love you, Mengxin." Though shy, responded in kind, "I love you too." Everyone applauded and congratulated them. Qianlei happily thanked everyone for their blessings. While she whispered to him, "Let's go." The two hosts watched them, then excitedly commented, "This year's Sea God's fate is truly spectacular. Isn't it finally?" They announced the next round in unison. "All right. Next up, let's begin round 2, Love at Second Sight." Soon, the competition moved on to the next round, and Sam Yi announced to the audience, "Next, we will begin the second round, Love at Second Sight. In this round, each male student will face and question the female students who have kept their lights on for them, and those female students can choose to remove their veils for him, whether or not they reveal themselves. After the questioning, those who wish to keep their lights on will continue to the next round." Longjiang carefully reiterated the rules, reminding the girls that they could only keep their light on for one boy in this round, so they should choose wisely, as it would affect the final outcome of the Sea God Fate Assembly. They took turns leading, and she quickly followed up to continue the program. "Next, let's begin with the 10 male students. Number 2, Chang Yuanyong. Each female student can ask one question, and when asking, you can decide whether or not to remove your veil in this round." As the 7th Sea God Fairy finished speaking, a soft voice immediately rang out. "Hello. Have you ever had a girlfriend before?" And how many Yuan Rong honestly replied, "1. And then we broke up." The next girl cut to the chase, asking if he still loved his ex-girlfriend, causing him to sigh deeply. "I can't lie, I still love her. We broke up because of my stubbornness and her impulsiveness. She's left the academy, and I don't know where she's gone. I doubt I'll ever see her again." smelling blood in the water. The other girls quickly turned off their lights, leaving Yuan Rong stunned. He was about to apologize, but the question from Sea God Fairy Hashin Essex reminded me that I couldn't let go, no matter how much I thought I could. To come here with that mindset would be disrespectful. So, at this Sea God Yuan matchmaking event. But before he could finish, someone interrupted. Wait. Realizing the familiar voice, Yuan Rong's cheeks flushed crimson. It was none other than Chao Yi, who announced that she had completed the group's 7th-level Du Tian mission and was exceptionally admitted into the inner court. So she had returned. A surge of dopamine flooded him, his eyes brimming with tears as he embraced Chao Yi tightly. The air fills with romance as Zhao Yi says, "It was all my fault. Can you forgive me, Yuan Rong? I missed you so much." Afterward, she moves on to other contestants. Next, please invite Xuanyu forward. He calmly begins, embodying the perfect male lead. I especially thank the senior students for their affection. But Xuanyu truly has someone in his heart, a destiny of 3 lifetimes. He only participated in the Sea God's Fate event to avoid regrets, and asks for the senior students' understanding. Immediately, a tricky question is posed to Xuanyu if he already has a girlfriend and is only participating. Is she really that great? He replies that in his heart, she's the best. Still, they can't help but reveal their intentions, asking if he'd mind having another girlfriend. Hearing this, Xuanyu was stunned. Senior, what kind of question is that? My heart isn't that big. It can only hold her. Another person quickly followed up. What is your ideal? Xuanyu quickly answers. To rebuild the God realm. He simply states, 6 soul rings. But they're still not satisfied and continue to ask tricky questions, like how a 6 soul ring can enter the inner court, claiming they only ask because he's handsome. If your mother and your girlfriend fell into the river, who would you save first? Hearing this, Xuanyu regretted ever participating in this program and wanted to turn off the lights. Immediately, they reacted fiercely, saying, turn them off then. What's so great about it? What's so arrogant about being a 6-ring soul master? Yet one person remained eerily calm. The next girl's appearance shocked Xuanyu, and a soft voice echoed from behind the veil. Thank you. Xuanyu chuckled and politely replied, it's what I should do. The girl then removed her hat, and a soft strand of blue hair fluttered in the wind. That person is none other than Bai Xiu, and he's blushing furiously, unsure how to react. The 2 MCs are overjoyed to witness this puppy love, feasting their eyes on the handsome man and beautiful woman. A perfect match. So lovely. A one was moved to tears. Such is the beauty of youth. And she expressed her joy for Xuanyu. Suddenly, the MC's voice turned to the last light still shining on the stage, asking the final female student with her light on if she would remove her veil for Lan Xuanyu. He reacted intensely, because normally, the standard for entering the inner court is 7 soul rings. Even if he has merits and the ability to absorb soul rings, how could he convince those people? If you accept my challenge now and prove your strength, I can turn off the lights and let you be together. Hearing this, Xuanyu could only sigh. He then steels himself and accepts the challenge, saying, very well, I accept. As soon as he finishes speaking, Xu Ling reveals her true form. Radiating a terrifying aura, she clenches the explosive energy in her hand, making the surrounding air increasingly tense. And Xuanyu's eyes widen in surprise. The clear sky hammer. That's the strongest power attack system from 10,000 years ago. Tang San's great-grandfather was the founder of the Tang Sect, the soul of the original Shrek, 7 devils. Her spirit is blue-silver grass and the clear sky hammer. Tang Wulin inherited his father's blue-silver grass, and the essence of the Golden Dragon King entered his body. But he didn't inherit the clear sky hammer, so Lan Xuanyu naturally doesn't have it. Without a doubt, he and the girl before him must be blood-related. Sensing danger, Xuanyu immediately summoned the dragon god. The appearance of the dragon god brought immense pressure, causing Xu Ling to frown. A billion questions flood her mind. What's happening? Her mind goes blank, and her blood boils. Something's wrong. Her body is trembling uncontrollably, and the power of the clear sky hammer is fading. Tu Lin stumbled, falling into the icy water below. As the spectators on the ship gasped in shock, confusion arises as something seems to have happened. And at that moment, in Eternal Sky City, inside the Sea God Pavilion, on the second floor, a divine egg begins to crack, signaling a new life about to be born. Meanwhile, the lake remains undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. After the incident, Xuanyu clasps his hands together respectfully. Senior, apologize. This junior did not mean to offend you. He hasn't yet asked for her name, but she seems reluctant to reveal it. After a moment, Tu Ling emerges from the water, landing gracefully on a lotus leaf. Only then does she haughtily reply, I am Duong Tu Lin. Hien Vu declares to his companions that it's the first time he's seen the true Haoshan hammer, and hopes to learn from her. He clarifies that the earlier incident with the senior student falling into the water was accidental and unrelated to the matchmaking event, so it shouldn't count against him. Is he ready to welcome his true love? The person he's referring to is none other than his dream girl, Bai Shu. They exchange loving glances, and the space is filled with a beautiful, ethereal pink hue. Lam Hianvu felt an indescribable sense of wonder, finally understanding why Tutu insisted on attending the Sea God Fated Date Festival. Love within the Academy isn't complete without the Sea God Fated Matchmaking Convention. Just as his parents found their destiny there, too nervous to speak, Lan Xuanyu stammered, Tutu, but before he could finish, she reached around his shoulder, drawing them closer. Then, Bai Shu whispered, I understand. Don't say anything. Kiss me. Xuanyu gently indulged her. As you wish. My princess. He gently cups Bai Shu's delicate face in his hands, and the young couple shares a passionate kiss right there on stage, silencing the audience with its breathtaking romance. Vulan was lost in thought, realizing they were far luckier than he and his love had been. The 10,000-year-old blind date convention had once filled him with hope, but it was soon followed by a cataclysmic disaster. Even after all this time, I still can't let go. In the end, she and I stood opposed to each other, and all we could do was seek release. Our son's love is much more fortunate than ours. That's wonderful. I want to be like them. To hold the one I love. My love. When will you wake up? The hosts happily announce that the two are destined for each other, bound together for life, and congratulate student Di Tianyu and student Mu Shuzhu. A round of enthusiastic applause and congratulations immediately erupts. Qianlei couldn't help but exclaim how touched he was. Nam Trung and Lam Tu also praised them, happy for their son. Just like when they were young, the happy couple blushed, thanking everyone, when a series of strange sounds echoed, startling the audience. After a dazzling hollow, she appears above the great tree. Xuanyu recognizes her at once. That silver light. Could it be Nana? Ba turns to the others, asking, Masters, could it be? Meanwhile, Wu Lin's heart races with anticipation, his eyes filled with hope. Nana, is that you? She's finally awakened. Li Feng couldn't hide his relief. She's back. She's really back. The Federation's intel was correct. The former master of the Soul Beast world, and our Spirit Pagoda master, has returned. Donghai fell into confusion. Tower Master. What should we do? He seemed troubled. Although she was once our Tower Master, she never truly stood on our side. I've suspected this all along. Golden Dragon Moon Whisper has returned, and Silver Dragon Rainscale will likely follow. No power can compete with Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect now. In my name, write a letter of congratulations. Deliver it to Shrek Academy early tomorrow morning. Be humble, and bring gifts. Zhenhua immediately protested. Tower Master, are we giving up? They might not even help Shrek Academy. They're figures from 10,000 years ago. However, Li Feng had already given up. How could he compete with Shrek Academy, which had two super god-level powerhouses? According to reliable sources, their son is at Shrek Academy, nurtured and raised by them. How could they not side with Shrek Academy? Meanwhile, at the Sea God's Fated Blind Date Festival, a halo of silver light emanated from Yue Na, wrapping around her in a miraculous transformation. In an instant, Yuena appeared with magnificent silver wings, accentuating her celestial beauty. Yuena herself seemed surprised by the magic, her eyes scanning every inch of the outfit. The spectators on the ship were stunned. Who was that? Could it be? Even Xuanyu was taken aback. Was that Nana? As he grappled with the question, Yulin rushed forward, overcome with emotion. He cries out her name. Nana. Tears well in his eyes as overwhelming joy washes over him finally. She's here. Overwhelmed. He couldn't speak another word. 10,000 years of separation. Reunited once more. Memories of eons past. As vivid as yesterday. For at this moment, Wu Lin's mind was flooded with images of the young Yue Na. A rush of memories flooded his mind. Wu Lin. It's your turn. He had 1 minute. And he was determined to ask the question. Gu Yu Wei. In this world, I only love one girl. And that is you. Do you love me? She immediately reacted violently. No. Don't. But Wu Lin remained resolute, saying he only needed her to write the answer. The answer in her heart? The truest answer. Don't lie to me. In your eyes. In your blood. I can feel if you're telling the truth. Yue Na slowly reveals her true feelings, admitting her affection. Then suddenly, that silver light envelops her once more. He gaped, his eyes wide with surprise. And as their eyes met, the world seemed to freeze, granting them a moment more for their love. Back in reality, this familiar moment reappears. But this time, Yulin has more time to express all the thoughts he's held for so many years. Do you know? In these 10,000 years, I've learned a new skill I can sing now. And I've sung for many people. They all liked it. But that doesn't matter to me. What matters is, I only want to sing for you. I'm sure you'll like it too. I remember that day 10,000 years ago, when we met, and 6-year-old Nar became my sister. And I remember the day 10,000 years ago when I met you at Shrek Academy. We didn't understand then that Gu Yuena had entered my life, unaware of each other's feelings. All I remember is the warmth of the meat bun and your tender care. At this moment, Yulin uses his voice to express the longing he has held for 10,000 years. Your gentle affection naturally surrounding him. I don't know when you captured my heart, but whenever I think of you, I'm filled with longing and a burning desire to return to your side. Remembering that day 10,000 years ago, reuniting on Sea God's fate. You were both Gu Yuena and Na Er. You told me I didn't want to win that bet. But I won, Nar. Conquered my own heart. And made your heart completely lose to me. Perhaps our wounds began that day, when there was no longer Nar or Gu Yuena, only Yinlong, who caused him to lose his memories. You lost your memories but stayed by my side, always there to comfort me in my pain, always there to overcome the thorns on the road ahead. I once hated myself for not being strong enough to protect the one I loved, for letting fate mock us, for causing lovers to be separated, but I don't regret it. I never have, no matter how difficult our love is. Even if I had the chance to do it all again, I would still hold your hand tight. I will never let go. 10,000 years. I don't know when the ice separated us. 10,000 years. Our love has finally come to fruition. 10,000 years. And you're finally back with me. There is no more golden dragon moon in this world. Only you and I. The song touched Yuena's heart, and tears streamed down her rosy cheeks as Yulin gazed at her affectionately, his lips moving to call her name once more. Gu Yuena. They embrace. A warm reunion that melts away the years of longing. A four is deeply moved, witnessing their reunion at Sea God Lake after 10,000 years. They turn to each other, their eyes meeting a heart-to-heart at first sight. A love of loyalty at second, and a bond of 3 lifetimes. For them, 10,000 years is more than just 3 lifetimes. Seeing the two reunited, Hianvu was overjoyed. Tutu. Did you see that? They're embracing, but his joy was short-lived. As Nguyet Na slapped Vulan, asking who he was. Everyone is terrified, and the audience is in a panic. Xuanyu and his partner are immediately confused, wondering what's happening. But they continue to bicker. Poor Wu Lin clutches his stinging cheek. Goddess Yue. It's me. It's Tang Wu Lin. But she continues to resist. Aren't you Luo Gongzi? When did you become Tang Wu Lin? It's then that he understands, something's gone terribly wrong. I've regained my memories. But Gu Yuena still hasn't. Wait. From her perspective, I just left a dog to chase after a hooligan. In a panic, Xuanyu blurts out, "Mom!" Instinctively, Yuena turned around, and Xuanyu cried out, "Mom!" They embraced, and he exclaimed, "Mom! You're finally awake, Xuanyu." My son, Wu Lin and the others were moved by the sacred bond of motherhood. So touching. I'm crying. A family of 3. Finally reunited. So moving. But he was clearly left out. Yes. It's clearly a family of 3. Shouldn't he be included? His beloved wife doesn't recognize him. Only their son. He shouldn't be here. He should be under the car. He wants to hug his wife too. Then, Xuanyu takes Yuena's hand and says, "Mom's back. Nana's back." At this moment, he feels happier than becoming a dragon god. Mom, do you remember him? Wu Lin looks ahead expectantly, but Yuena silently observes the man, concluding that he is not a good person. Xuanyu is flustered. "Mom, he's Uncle Li. Don't you remember?" But Yuena was still stern. "I know. He's that singer. But why is he hugging me?" He had no choice but to gently suggest, "Mom, there are some things I think we should sort out privately. Do you trust me? Mom, let's find a quiet place, and I'll tell you everything." And with that, the 3 of them left hand in hand, leaving Wu Lin behind. "Then hurry," he said. Yes. A while later, they arrived at a forest. Yuena walked ahead, but her expression was not good. Hianvu whispered in Vu Lan's ear, "Dad, Mom's memories haven't returned yet. I don't think you should be too hasty. Besides, Mom cried when you sang to her earlier, so she probably remembers something. I think you should pursue her again, so she can accept you once more." Suddenly, Wu Lin's heart was enlightened. Even if she doesn't remember him now, at least she has an impression. More importantly, she can't accept anyone else. And so what if she doesn't recover her memories? Forgetting those things might not be so bad. It could even make our love more beautiful. Meanwhile, the 3 of them are still putting on a show of affection, all smiles and hand-holding, vowing to never be separated again. "Nana." Now, he begins to unravel everything. "Mom, do you remember when we first met? It was also the first time you met Uncle Luo, and you were a little emotional. Even had a headache. Uncle Luo even invited you to my concert. As you know, Mom lost her memories. And from what we know, Mom and Uncle Luo were frozen in the far north for 15 years due to special circumstances, and were rescued separately. My parents told me that I was also discovered in the far north, and when I was found, I was actually in the same state as Mom's previous slumber, also in the form of a dragon egg, and there were traces of silver and gold dragon patterns on my eggshell. The silver dragon pattern, of course, belongs to Mom, but as you know, I couldn't have been born without a father, and my father is the master of the golden dragon wen. I am the master of the golden dragon wen." Xuanyu closed his eyes, his voice soft but tinged with sadness. Years ago, there were 2 powerhouses at the pinnacle of Duluo continent, who saved all of humanity. They were Tang Wulin, the sea god pavilion master of Shrek Academy, with the golden dragon moonword's battle armor, and Gu Yuena, the silver dragon Wulin battle armor of the spirit pagoda master. The story stirred a strange sense of nostalgia in her, as if she had heard it before, and her words made him overjoyed. "Those 2 people are you 2, and you 2 are my parents. Therefore, when Dad saw you recover, Mom, he was so overwhelmed that he couldn't help but hug you. And he sang you a song describing everything that happened between you 2. Knowing what she would say next, Xuanyu interjected nervously. "That's right. Despite the awkwardness, he eagerly played matchmaker for his parents. You 2 are husband and wife. But the romantic moment is cut short, as Yuena coldly states, 'That's wrong. I have vague memories, and I'm certain I've never been married.'" Under Xuanyu's confused gaze, Yulin suddenly confirmed, "That's right. She's not wrong. We were on opposite sides then. She must have been thinking of sacrificing herself for me. We never married. Or rather, She refused my proposal. But I remember now. She accepted my ring. That ring is with our son, Xuanyu. A revelation that shocks him into retrieving it. I understand. Father, take it. As he took the ring, Yulin rushed to Yue Na, who stood dazed. Do you remember this? I put it on you myself. It was after this ring that you revealed your identity and your intention to overthrow humanity. Overwhelmed by emotion, she clutches her head in pain, causing Xuanyu great concern as Yue Na collapses into his arms. Witnessing this, Wu Lin is shocked, wondering what's wrong with her. When he hears Xuanyu's explanation, Dad, please stop. It seems Mom can't handle the shock. She'd been like this before. Recalling the past always gave her a headache. Composed, he gently touched his beloved wife's hand. I understand. I was once like this. I won't say anything more. Let me soothe her with my soul power first. Time passed quickly until the late, cold night. Awakening from her long dream after hearing Xuanyu's worried voice, Yue Na slowly sits up, clutching her head. What's wrong with me? Seeing her fragile state, Xuanyu softly reminded her. Don't think about anything. Mom, it's all in the past. But Yue Na ignored him and turned to Wu Lin, saying, You said we were in love. After a long silence, he finally mustered the courage to reveal his hidden feelings. Everything from 10,000 years ago is in the past. If your body doesn't want to remember what happened, then don't. We only need to look forward. Only toward the future. For now, just treat me as a stranger. I owe you so much in this life, and I'll spend the rest of my days protecting you. Whether you remember or not doesn't matter. What matters is that we can be together in the future. You don't have to accept me right away. Just give me a chance. Just being able to see you every day would be enough for me. Each heartfelt word was like a warning bell, making Yue Na's face flush red. It made her shyly lower her head, thinking, my thoughts are a little strange. I need to calm down. Seeing his efforts bearing fruit, Yulin was both happy and cautious, reminding her, okay, no rush. Just relax. After he left for a while, Yue Na regained her composure and looked at the surrounding scenery. So, today is the Sea God Fate blind date event. Seizing that fleeting moment, Xuanyu suddenly confessed to his mother. That's right. Mom, I just finished the Sea God Fated Date Festival with Tour. We've both confessed our feelings to each other, and it's so good you're awake now. Just in time to witness this. The young couple's happiness did little to soothe Yue Na's tone as she said, You must treat Shushu well, though I don't remember why I was frozen. I couldn't be with you because your father didn't treat me well. Leaving Wu Lin to cry alone in the corner, the scene left him awkwardly smiling, wanting to defend his father, but knowing any words would be useless or cause his mother pain. Then, his genius brain recalled something. A script for Xuanyu to speak, right. Mom, do you remember when you participated in the Sea God Fated blind date convention? Now, Yue Na's mind is blank, and she sighs. I don't remember anymore. The beautiful scene is now tinged with the lovely woman's sorrow. Despite the festivities unfolding before them, the male MC eagerly stirred up excitement. All right. Next, please welcome the outstanding student. Please step forward. As the contestants took their positions, the female MC jumped in to assist. Do you have anything to say to our sea god fairies under the curious gaze of the audience? He calmly spoke, as if reading from a script. First, I'd like to thank the sea god fairies for keeping their lights on for me. In truth, I've always known my own limitations. My talent is low, and only by giving it my all can I have the chance to continue learning. In the stillness, Lu Feng's gentle voice rang out clearly, seeing him and Shushu together, seeing their family reunited. I was truly happy for him and sincerely wished him well. As for myself, at least for now, I may not be a suitable boyfriend. Cultivating my abilities is the most important part of my life. As he neared the end of his presentation, his tone shifted unexpectedly, becoming unusually calm and sincere. At first, I only cultivated so I wouldn't fall behind. But as I grew older, my thoughts changed. I realized cultivation wasn't just for myself, but for others as well. At the very least, I want to be useful, not a burden to my comrades. I hope to advance with them, to see the vast world, to reach the peak of Lake U. Therefore, I can't even make any promises about romance right now, at least for now. This is how it is. Please turn off the light. Sea God Fairy. For I came here today only to be with my teammates and face all challenges together. The speech ends, and silence descends, until a spotlight shines on a veiled fairy, startling the MC, who, eager to dispel the tension, shifts the attention to the remaining sea god fairy, still holding a light for junior disciple Lu Feng. Are you sure about this? Sea god fairy, because you're the only one left. If you're certain, we'll move on to the next round. With newfound courage, Xingxuan removed her hat and quietly affirmed, I'm sure. Her ethereal beauty stirred Lu Feng's heart, causing him to blush. Xingxuan, this girl before Lu Feng is his classmate, one of the 33 Skywings of the Star Combat Experiment class, ranked outside the top 20, usually calm and gentle, but with a stubborn heart. Tin Tuyen's appearance is definitely above average among girls. She possesses a unique, Zirina aura, a petite frame, and an intellectual air, yet maintains a low profile. As the male MC seizes the opportunity to stir things up, giving her a chance to confess her feelings, I believe happiness is something you seize for yourself. I know you don't have much of an impression of me, you don't even glance my way. But I've been watching you for 6 years. Your sweet words have the crowd buzzing. Money is still joking around, acting crazy. When did he get the attention of a girl like that? Did he intentionally reveal something, or flaunt his identity as one of Shrek Academy's 7 devils, making Meng Qin unable to resist helping him? You only know how to flex. Listen carefully to what Xingxuan has to say. Surrounded by prying eyes, she gently reveals the emotions buried deep within her heart. I was born and raised in a less than happy family. When I was very young, my father was crippled by creditors due to gambling debts. Since then, my mother, with her sickly body, has supported the whole family. I know that if it weren't for me, she probably wouldn't have been able to persevere. Even crippled, my father would sneak out to gamble, hoping to win back what he lost. Wanting to ease my mother's burden, he wanted to prove himself. But can anyone truly prove themselves through gambling? My father was handsome when he was young, and my mother often told me that she and my father were happy at first. It made her proud. But what followed completely disappointed her. Her heartfelt sincerity left everyone speechless, which is why I always shielded myself. I noticed you when I first enrolled. You weren't exactly outstanding in class, always hanging around the class president and them. You're strong, steadfast, brave, and selfless. Everything my father wasn't. Someone like you bravely pursues the future. I often watched you from afar. You rarely spoke, preferring to express yourself through actions, recalling scenes from the past. Xingxuan's voice choked slightly as she remembered how he was crushed, yet stubbornly rose bit by bit. Back then, he was only 14 or 15, and other students called him a madman. But then, her words left Lu Feng breathless, not for someone else, not for him, but because she wanted to be like him, to be as strong as him, so that her heart would never waver. I know you've never noticed me. Your energy always focused on cultivation, but no matter the more you are, the clearer your image becomes in my heart. If I miss this chance, we may miss each other forever. As her eyes met the one she longed for, Qingquan blurted out, Liu Feng, I like you. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, marveling at her courage and the excitement of the Sea God's fate event. As for Liu Feng, the center of this confession is still speechless, making Xingxuan anxiously urge him. So, what do you say? Trying to compose himself, he spoke slowly, leaving her anxious. That one word made Jingtian's heart pound like it would burst from her chest, until she heard the next words from Lu Feng's mouth. Thank you. Lu Feng's heartfelt words echoed across the lake, thanking Qingquan. But she froze at his words, and his hurried explanation only made things worse. Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it like that. I want to say, I'm sorry. I never knew you were secretly watching me. But now that I think about it, I did often see you. Then, Lu Feng concluded with, In short, Qingtian, you're a good girl. Ting Tuyan's face darkened, and even Tianloi face-palmed. Mengcam crossed her arms. Annoyed. I always thought your EQ was as low as it could go. Unbelievably. This idiot Fengzi is worse than you. What's with the thank you? Sorry. And you're a good person. Only an idiot would say something like that. He immediately tries to defend himself. My dear wife. You can't accuse me. I'm different from Fengzi. I always show you my love. But now she's in stand-up for her friend mode. Go over there. If Fengzi makes such a good girl sad, then you hit him for me. Hit him until he wakes up. Qianlei awkwardly clutches his head. But we're good brothers. That wouldn't be good. Would it? Meng Qian gave him a sharp look. So he immediately changed his tune. But I think you're right. This guy really deserves a beating. Meanwhile, Lu Feng knew he'd misspoke and tried to defend himself. I'm clumsy with words. I didn't mean it that way. Okay. Here's the truth. I can't lie to you. I've never thought of you that way. So I can't say I like you right now. But my heart is racing. And it's a feeling I've never had before. His tone softening. He confessed that he might never meet a girl as wonderful as her again. And if he missed this chance, he'd surely regret it. So, would she give him a chance to fall in love with her? Jingquan remained silent, pursing her lips, then suddenly stands on her toes, leaping forward into Lu Feng's bewildered gaze. Sam, seeing this, immediately cheers. A match made in heaven. 100 years of happiness. Congratulations to Junior Lu Feng and Jingquan on a successful date. Watching the two holding hands by the lake, Xiao Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Too strong is easy to break. Her problem has always been my biggest worry. Now it seems, even if she were made of steel, someone could still turn her into cotton. Back on the other side, Lu Feng looked utterly astonished as Xingxuan, in tears, complained, You scared me. I thought I had failed. Hearing this, the two Hianvu laughed kindly. Feng is taken. How wonderful. A fool's good fortune. Nah. Standing nearby, sighed softly. How wonderful. Meanwhile, Zhenhua and his wife happily discuss how this year's Sea God Fate blind date event is the most spectacular in years. Maybe ever. Hearing this, they began to hope, thinking it would be wonderful if such a girl existed. And Xiao Kai couldn't help but exclaim, he probably doesn't realize how many girls like him. Or at least, used to like him. But that kid's got commitment issues. Moreover, special situations often arise, leaving one puzzled. What special situations? Why don't I know? He finally reveals. It's normal you two don't know. He wouldn't tell you about his two-timing. These words struck the couple like a bolt of lightning playing the field. Xiao Kai looked annoyed, adding that it likely wasn't just a one-time thing. So he suspected the girls had an impression of him, and feared that, just then, Longjiang's introduction rang out. Next up, Ding Chakham. He eagerly stepped forward, only to be met with a sea of backs turned against him. Why are you treating me like this? Hearing such a ridiculous question, the girls all shouted in unison. Scumbag. Get lost. Go away. Chakham felt deeply hurt. How did they know he was a scumbag? There are many things he doesn't know. Like how Kong is currently on the ship. Cursing him. That little bastard, I'm going to beat him to death. Zhenhua can only try to stop her. Don't get angry. You'll get sick. Our descendants will find their own fortune. She immediately turned to berate him, blaming the higher-ups for the lower ranks' behavior. He felt wronged but skillfully placated her, saying, Wife, I was wrong. Meanwhile, Long Jiang and the other continued the introductions. All right. Next, please. Zam slowly calls out a name. Junior Yuan and Wei Hui. Please step forward. All right. Junior Yuan and Wei Hui. Now's your chance to say something. This is your last opportunity to express yourself. Hearing this, he took a deep breath, then softly spoke. Hello, senior sisters. I want to tell you all a story. Seeing this, the two Xuanyu immediately noticed something was off. Hui Hui has someone he likes. I didn't know, and I've never heard him mention anyone. Why are his emotions a little off? He continued to speculate, as if afraid to look at her. wondering if it was someone from the 33 heavens or another senior sister. Meanwhile, Yuan En began to pour out his heart, saying that, in truth, he never expected things to turn out this way before coming here today. But seeing Lu Feng and Xing Xuan together earlier encouraged me greatly. She's right. Happiness is something you seize for yourself. I hope this sacred ritual today can bring me a miracle of happiness. My friends immediately cheered in anticipation, wondering what was about to happen. The wind carries Edisa's voice. The story actually begins when I was very young. I knew I had a sister, 3 years older than me, for as long as I can remember. Upon hearing this, Wu Kei's body trembled. Outside, Bai Shu tried to reassure herself, telling herself to listen more, that this might just be the beginning of the story. Even Hian Vu held a glimmer of hope, but it was quickly extinguished. No, something's not right. Just look at his expression. Sadly, all they could do was listen as Hui continued his story. When I was little, my cousin bullied me, and she beat him up and took it back for me. I looked at her leaving and felt like I had a great older sister. Later, my mother told me that she and her mother didn't like us. She stopped talking to me and actively avoided me. My mother spoke to her, but she said she didn't like me at all and told me not to look for her anymore. A series of past images flashed before my eyes, and after that, I lost track of her, waiting for her return, only to find out she had been admitted to the Shrek Academy. I could have chosen to cultivate and study in the clan, but because of her, I also chose to take the Shrek Academy exam. Later, for many reasons, she ended up in our class, despite being in a higher grade. I saw her more often, and even though she still ignored me, I felt that she must have thought of me as a younger brother. As the story unfolds, memories draw closer to the present. We grew up, training and fighting together as teammates, enduring trials side by side, and our bond deepened, like true sisters. I thought we would always be like this, with my wonderful sister by my side. But then, unexpectedly, we learned that we weren't blood-related after all. It was then that I understood why our martial souls were so different. At that moment, she was heartbroken, and so was I. The hand holding Wu Gang's was clenched tightly, but Anhui's voice continued. I don't want to expose your pain, but if I don't say it today, I fear I'll never have the courage. The person I like is the girl who always makes me feel so secure, like an older sister. Sister, I don't know if I can like you, but my heart tells me I've always liked you. Loved you. Very much. I once felt sisterly love for you. But since learning we aren't blood-related, before he could finish, Wu Ge coldly shouted, Enough. She throws her hat aside, and slowly, deliberately says, Listen carefully, I don't like you. And I never will. Hui's eyes widened with surprise and loss. But before he could react, Vu Catch leaped onto a lotus leaf and jumped onto a sandworm. She stirred her soul power, vanishing from the stage. He pursed his lips, his body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Xuanyu immediately jumped in to defuse the situation. Yuan and Hui is withdrawing from this matchmaking event. I'll take him away first. Amumalati. The two appeared on the shore of Sea God's Lake. Xuanyu, barely containing his anger, scolded him. Hui. Are you an idiot? He was now regretting everything. Xuanyu. He couldn't help but twist the knife even further. Anyone can express their love at the Sea God Convention. Except you. Especially with the story you told. Didn't you know that Wu's most painful secret is her background? She's always hated her father. But he wasn't the one who truly erred. This is the deepest wound in her heart. You like her. You want to pursue her. That's fine. But you can't expose her deepest wounds in front of everyone like that. Weilian then regretted her actions. Clutching her head. Xuanyu. I was wrong. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I just wanted to tell her I liked her. At this point, Hui eagerly grabbed Hianvu's hand, asking, So, what should you do now? Or, should I go find her now? I'll take whatever punishment she wants to dish out. If she's not angry, then it's okay. Otherwise, I won't know how to face her. No, you can't go to her now. She'll really be angry. Or she wouldn't have rejected you in front of everyone. Hui. I need to ask you something. How sure are you that she likes you? Even a little, I mean. Romantically. I don't know. But since we came to the Dragon Star, she's been different with me, more gentle. I think we cultivate together all day, and she even helps me on my cultivation path. Every time I temper my bloodline, she has to protect me. Hearing this, he raised a finger, affirming, if that's the case, then you still have a chance. Though his eyes were now filled with anticipation, no matter what it takes to win her back. So she won't be mad at me anymore. I'll do anything. Xuanyu put his arm around his shoulder and began to whisper. Okay, here's what we'll do. After hearing this, Yinhui hesitated, wondering if it would really work. But he was quickly interrupted. Your happiness is more important than our honor. Now focus and wait here. You won't escape if it's you. Before leaving, he and Vu reminded him to ask for his advice next time he wanted to do something like this. But he immediately shook his head, saying he wouldn't dare again. Back on the water stage, the third round of male selection and the fourth round of forced kisses had little to do with the 33 Skywings. Although they all achieved different results, they still needed to complete their own matchmaking event. At that moment, the male host Si Longjiang announced that, as usual, the Sea God Fate Date event was coming to an end. Shan Yi chimed in. But unlike previous years, there was still an important announcement to be made today. This is the most important moment for our Shrek Academy. As the new Shrek 7 Devils roster is about to be announced, I believe everyone has been waiting for this who will earn the highest honor of Shrek Academy. The title of Shrek 7 Devils. And bear this responsibility, please. Estime elos. Announce it. The death god slowly stepped out of the ship's hold and began to announce in a loud voice to the Shrek Academy's inner disciples lined up on the lake. Those below immediately mobilized their soul power, hurriedly following suit. Soon, everyone lined up before the ship, Yinhui among them, glancing at Wuja. Above, the death goddess spoke again. Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point and announce this at the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Festival. Firstly, this is the time of year when the most inner disciples gather here. And secondly, to facilitate challenges. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred. Could this year's Shrek 7 Devils be challenged? Meaning anyone could have a chance. As if anticipating the crowd's doubts, she continued, many of you may find this announcement sudden, leaving you unprepared. But this is a decision the Academy has carefully considered. Or rather, a necessity. A breeze carried her clear words to everyone. The Academy has always been known for its fairness, both to the entire Federation and to each internal disciple. Regarding the Federation's situation, the Academy has always maintained neutrality to ensure its peaceful and unified development. Internally, we give every student a chance. From the entrance exam to the selection of the 7 Shrek Devils. If you have the ability, you have the chance to earn this honor. And today is no different. This hasty decision is because the Academy has reached a point where it has no choice but to make a decision. These 7 students have rendered meritorious service to the Academy, and even the entire Federation. The Dean spoke with certainty and pride, saying that nothing less than the title of Shrek 7 Devils was worthy of their contributions. His words ignited the crowd like a drop of water in a frying pan. What was going on? When has anyone heard of someone's contributions being greater than the Academy's rewards? What level of mission was completed? Did someone save the entire Federation because it was too noisy? Tianyu had to step in to suppress the commotion and restore silence. Once the room is quiet, the Death God reaffirms that they heard correctly. Their accomplishments benefit the entire Federation, so much so that one of them will be granted the rank of an 8th-level battle god. And as battle gods themselves, they should understand the significance of that. Everyone was shocked once again, even among the elders at Poseidon. Few have reached level 8. But the shock didn't stop there. Death continued to list his merits, stating that if that was all, it wouldn't have been to the point where the Academy couldn't reward him. And he also had merits that couldn't be made public. But everyone, including you, the entire Academy, and even humanity, has benefited from this. So the Academy has made a temporary decision. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but ask, Dean, can you tell us what contributions they've made to the Federation? Why did the Federation grant them an 8th level Du Tianze reward? She was interrupted, but remained calm, simply closing her eyes. Do you remember the planet Longyuan? Most of you have probably been to Longyuan Star to complete missions. Now that I mention it, it seems there are no more missions there. The student beside her nodded in agreement, confirming that everyone had been to Longyuan Star for missions. Seeing this, the death slowly dropped a massive bombshell. It was all a grand conspiracy by the Longma star system against the Federation. In reality, Longyuan stars are manufactured by the Longma Federation, containing the consciousness of powerful beings, and can be detonated at any time. And our warships are increasingly using Longyuan stars as energy, so you can imagine the consequences. As expected, the students below were stunned into silence. But her voice continued, explaining that the inner disciples risked their lives to send this information back because their contributions were too great. The competition for the 7 Shreks is no longer necessary, because no competitor's contribution can surpass theirs. Many of you may be unconvinced. So those inner disciples not on the list may choose 7 people you believe are most qualified to challenge them. The challenge will be a process of elimination. Whichever side loses all 7 of its one-on-one matches will be defeated. The students below eagerly awaited the results. Who would it be? Without further ado, I now announce the new Shrek, 7 Devils. 7 names and faces were revealed. One after another, the new 7 Shreks Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shuju. The Shrek 7 Devils Tang Wulin. Upon hearing this, Ma Xian was shocked and couldn't believe it was her. But the announcements didn't stop there. The next of the 7 Shreks is Lan Mengjin, followed by Qianlei. 7 Shrek Monsters, Yuan and Hui Hui. 7 Shrek Monsters Liu Feng. Here, the Grim Reaper paused, offering a few words of encouragement to the 7. I've bestowed titles upon you all, and this challenge is a one-time opportunity. If you win, the title of the 7 Devils of Shrek will follow you for life, and no one will ever doubt you again. You have 10 minutes to prepare. If you don't choose someone to challenge in that time, the challenge ends. Is that clear? They silently bowed in response. At this time, she continued to announce that if all the new students of the inner courtyard successfully challenged, everyone could compete again, and it wouldn't be considered a failure to award them. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward as the group's representative and declared their challenge, asking the seniors for guidance. Immediately afterward, Xuanyu led his teammates to a secluded spot to discuss tactics, telling everyone to come over. This challenge will be an elimination round, and I'm assigning the order of attack. Qianlei, here's your chance to prove yourself. You're up first. Then came a series of assignments from Xuanyu and the responses of his teammates. Feng Zi, you're second. Hui Hui, you're third. Tutu, fourth. Yuga, fifth. Finally, Xuanyu mentioned himself. I'm sixth, which made Meng Qin anxious. What about me? Hearing this, Bon turned around, entrusting him with a special task, guaranteeing logistics and treating everyone's injuries, because the confrontation would be intense, and injuries were inevitable. Then, Hianvu gestured to the 5 people behind him, implying that the 6 of them would be enough. But at this moment, elsewhere, meanwhile, Ma Tian analyzes their strategy, saying, choosing 7 from over 80 of us, who would accept that? And they only gave us 10 minutes. It clearly benefits them. I know those 7 best. I should tell everyone about them. Then I suggested that everyone hold off on deciding who would fight, and we'd assign people based on the opponent's abilities. As soon as I finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in. That's a great idea. Let's take the time to learn about those 7 people's situations and abilities. The 10-minute preparation period quickly passes, and the host loudly announces the first match, Xianlei versus Ling Yu Mo. Meng Qin, hearing this from below, frowned slightly, thinking that if they were to choose 7 people from over 80, senior Ling Yu Mo would definitely be on the list. Xianyu felt this match was evenly matched. An 8-year veteran of the inner court, a superduo, twin martial souls, power, attack, and control. It was hard to say who would win. Meanwhile, the match hadn't started yet, because Qianlei suddenly raised his hand to speak. Pavilion Master, I have something to say. The god of death calmly uttered 2 words, speak. He didn't hold back. I'm a power-type battle spirit master. And fighting on the lake greatly limits me. Can I suggest fighting on harder ground? Before she could answer, Wu Mo spoke up. I agree. Hearing this, the death god didn't bother playing the villain and simply said, all right. So, what kind of solid surface do you want? Xianlei narrowed his eyes and made a small request. Just keep it here and freeze the lake. She nodded in agreement. So let your people do it. He immediately grinned sheepishly, then turned and waved excitedly towards the shore. Seeing this, Mengqin understood instantly, and she stomped her foot lightly on the ground, summoning a magic circle. Quickly, a chilling air began to rise, spreading across the lake's surface. In mere moments, the entire lake was frozen solid. The onlookers were astonished, marveling at the sheer power, at least a pre-titled Duluo level. Are all the new students this strong now? With each step, Qianlei used the lotus leaves as leverage, then dashed across the ice, not forgetting to give Mengqin a wave and a flying kiss. But this action seemed to backfire, as the 2 white robes secretly lit a candle for him. Is Mengqin all right? More importantly, will Qianlei survive tonight's duel? Back at the fight, Qianlei makes the first move, feeling more secure now that he's prepared. Please, Senior. Ling Wumo's eyes sharpen in response. Be careful. As he spoke, 8 spirit rings materialized around him, and Qianlei responded in kind, enveloping himself in soul power. Seeing this, the onlookers quickly made their predictions before the match. Qianlei's battle armor was clearly of a higher grade, but even with its quality, it was only a 2-word battle armor. Still no match for Ling Wumo's 3-word battle armor. Meanwhile, he waved his hand, and 2 circles floated around him. Qianlei quickly analyzed in his head a spirit halo. The first one obviously belonged to the battle armor, so the second one must belong to spiritual power. This represents a transcendent spirit domain. A super Duluo has a transcendent spirit domain, and if they continue to improve, they'll reach the god tier level. As he thought this, he summoned his own halo, and Wu Mo was immediately surprised after observing closely. Why is there purple? And a layer of light gold, a 9th ringed, titled Duluo. Despite his doubts, he unhesitatingly spun the spear in his hand, summoning a storm of arrows that hurtled toward Qianlei like a tempest. His expression grew serious as they locked eyes, and Qianlei flipped a coin, summoning a gate behind him. From within, a figure slowly emerged, and as soon as he appeared, he launched an attack, prompting Wu Mo to counter with a resounding strike. It couldn't withstand the force and was sent crashing onto the ice. Seizing the opportunity, he summoned his sword. With lightning speed, Wu Mo leaps and strikes, but Qianlei doesn't even flinch. The blade struck as expected, but the result defied everyone's expectations. The sword shattered into pieces before Ling Yumo's astonished eyes. The crowd erupts in a frenzy. Qianlei blocked Ling Yumo's Dark Shadow Windslash, an all-out attack from a Super Duluo, enhanced by a 3-word battle armor. It was only now that he truly faced his opponent. Yet he had been stopped. This kid has some skill. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Wu Mo felt a chill down his spine, instinctively dodging and manipulating the water to counterattack. Caught off guard, the behemoths were immediately slashed by the water blades, crying out in pain. Sensing the situation was dire, Qianlei quickly summoned them back. Before he could stop, he threw out 3 more coins, and more of the beasts emerged from the summoning gates. This was a real shock to the onlookers, such a fierce and crazy attack from such a young kid. Hearing this, Qianlei smirked and ordered loudly. Charge. Wu Mo immediately took a defensive stance. This time, it's Qianlei's turn to lead the 3 Bimong in a leaping approach. But how could he possibly succeed against a titled Super Duluo? Seeing Wu Mo summon a pillar of light to repel the 3 Bimeng, Qianlei made a silent decision. The 3 Paimong received that energy, and their combat power soared. Xuanyu immediately recognized it. Qianlei's 5th soul skill, Silver Possession. He's upgrading all the summoned Bimong into Silver Bimong. Baishu adds that his summoned gold coins should now be called Bimong gold coins. It seems he can only summon behemoth beasts, and his soul imprints are all related to them, but their transformation isn't over yet. Seeing this, Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. Impressed by Qianlei's progress, he immediately used his sixth soul skill, and as he did, Qianlei roared. Sixth soul skill, total bloodlust. As the last word fell, the Bimong clan roared fiercely, charging into battle with Vumak's sword formation. His defense was too strong, and the delay only drained his soul power. Using 2 spirit souls at once drains far more energy than Senza anticipated, and he can't wait any longer. He steels himself and unleashes countless spirit rings. Seeing this, some were immediately suspicious of his sudden transformation into 18 spirit rings. But before they could question it, a shout rang out, "Look! What is that?" Within the arena. The 18 light rings spun faster and faster, gradually converging into lightning. A nearby beeman was immediately swept away by the whirlwind, while another was sucked in by the light rings. Seeing this, Qianlei's pupils contracted, slightly devouring. The connection between that silver beeman and himself was severed. Seeing the increasingly terrifying vortex, he quickly commanded a temporary halt to the attack. The wait wasn't long, and soon, the true form of the dance demon appeared before everyone's eyes. Even Hyunwoo, watching from the sidelines, is shocked. Is this a fusion technique or a true spirit form? It may not compare to the dragon god, but it's only slightly inferior in physical strength, while its power is already superior. Gazing up at the martial soul avatar hovering in the air, Qianlei's right eye blazed with soul power as he placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 Bimon and forcefully propelled them upwards. The rain demon gazes down at the 2 Paimengs as they desperately strike, their blows landing without effect. And that's not all. Qianlei's eyes narrowed as he observed the scene before him. Their bodies were slowly melting away. This level of defense and corrosion, damn it. The opponent's martial soul avatar enhances all of their abilities, though most attacks can be avoided. Any contact means corrosion, there's no doubt. His true demon form enhances all his abilities. This technique must have a limit. It will collapse when he can no longer control it. But the problem is, his soul skill is getting stronger. Can I hold out until he loses control? Meanwhile, the demon's hand quickly reaches out, trying to grab Qianlei below. Sensing the danger, he roared, leaping from the ground, his soul force enveloping Qianlei once more. He clenched his fist and slowly raised it, colliding with the demon's body. He thought he was facing a rock, but instead, his body was punched through. A turn of events no one, including the rain demon, could have foreseen. Meanwhile, Qianlei's lips curled into a smile. The real show was about to begin. As soon as he spoke, Xuanyu saw a golden halo appear behind him, summoning the golden money true body, his 7th soul skill. Immediately, countless golden coins were tossed out to summon the Baiman Legion, who swarmed and besieged Wu Mo. The Beeman beasts can only use their true form once, and it's unusable for 9 days. Elsewhere, Ma Tian's smile fades as the masters want them, and the 7 to fight Hian Vu in one-on-one matches. It seems to be in our favor. If it were 7 versus T, the summoning ability of the Beeman Legion would be even more terrifying. And Qianlei doesn't seem to have revealed all his cards yet. Don't rush. The main course is yet to come. With that, he closed his eyes, focusing his spirit to control his soul power. Qianlei opened his eyes, announcing his 8th soul skill, Golden Possession. As he spoke, a white halo appeared to his left, and 2 streams of soul power quickly linked to the entire Beeman Legion. Before long, they all successfully leveled up, becoming a Golden Behemoth Legion. Though exhausted and gasping for breath, Qianlei's lips curled into a proud smile. This soul skill consumed too much. But now, the benefits of the ultimate bloodline were showing. Not only is Jin Pengzi's body tougher than before and more resistant to corrosion, but his soul core is also stimulated, accelerating the recovery of his soul power. Even the god of death can't help but exclaim. Qianlei's strength has grown to this extent with his legion of 99 behemoths. Among them were silver and golden behemoths, and Qianlei could almost rival a mech legion composed of thousands of ancient mechs. Xuanyu immediately declared that even a true ancient dragon could not withstand these bloodthirsty, burning-blooded golden behemoths. If Qianlei goes all out, challenging a high-ranking dragon isn't a problem. But Ma Xian won't be so comfortable. The senior is overconfident, wanting to fight Qianlei or not let him be replaced. Or he could have worn him down. If he had relied on his cultivation and aerial attacks from the start, he wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. Moreover, without direct confrontation, the Bimon Legion couldn't exert its power. But it's too late to analyze it now. Qianlei is quickly mobilizing his soul power. Immediately, the behemoth army surged forward like a storm, completely obscuring the dark energy around the rain demon. The result was inevitable. The rain demon collapsed, tearfully admitting defeat. Amazing. How could this be? I yield. Qianlei modestly returned the gesture. Senior, you flatter me. Luo Hong proudly folded her arms and said to her husband, See, this is my student. Zhenhua immediately clapped in admiration. My wife is the best. Meanwhile, Death announced the next match, the Inner Disciple Trials. As soon as he spoke, an inner disciple named Xu Feng leaped onto the stage, saying, Allow me, Dian Sifeng, to show you the way. Qianlei returned the gesture, and after a brief exchange, Zhaifeng immediately launched an attack, aiming for a swift first strike. Seeing the opponent approach, he once again chose to meet the blow with his fist, but the opponent was too fast. Before Qianlei could strike, he was slashed. I remember now. Senior Dian Trokfong is also a super duo, known as the top agility type in the inner courtyard, with the condensed air hammer spirit, specializing in speed and instantaneous bursts. As he said this, the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light, as if in response. At this point, Qianlei was covered in wounds, panting heavily. After careful observation and analysis, Zekfeng surmised that Qianlei's spirit power was running low, and to prevent him from recovering, he would defeat him with overwhelming speed. With that thought, he leaped into the air once more, relentlessly pressing his attack. Qianlei is attacked from the side, able only to cross his arms in defense. Though they have the upper hand, Ma Xian frowns. Qianlei's defense is too strong, even against Zhai Feng tearing through space with the speed of the mirror image dagger. This space-tearing combat skill usually requires a god-tier 5th-order battle armor to withstand, but he noticed something was off. Qianlei was only using his body to defend, not releasing any soul power, meaning he was recovering his reserves. Could it be that he intends to summon the Beeman army again? I absolutely can't let him have the chance. Resolving himself, Zifeng quickly summoned his Light Emperor. Witnessing this, even Ma Xian, an ally, was taken aback by Tian Zhaofeng's instantaneous burst of power. The top student of the inner court now resembled a massive bomb, gathering all of his strength. But Qianlei remained unfazed, summoning his 9th spirit ring. Seeing this, Zhaifeng's expression turned grave. It was time to act. His 7th spirit skill, Condensed Qi Avatar. And with that, countless blades appeared behind him, unleashing his 8th spirit skill, Windstorm Blades. Meanwhile, Meng Qin couldn't sit still any longer. Something's wrong. Qianlei is in danger. I have to help him. But before she could take a few steps, she was stopped by Xuanyu. Meng Qin. No. Trust Qianlei. Back in the arena, he chooses to endure the attack with his own body. Qianlei is increasingly wounded, blood trickling from his mouth, but gradually, a purple aura of soul energy begins to emanate from him. Meanwhile, far away in the vast universe, 3 figures stand inside the control room of a spaceship. Yinju, standing behind, bowed slightly and said respectfully, Brother Changgong, I'll be out for a while. He nodded in response. Elsewhere, Zixing silently gazed into the distance. Just then, Yinju approached and asked, Yes. What is it? Yi raised an eyebrow slightly and said softly, I just sensed a strange summoning. A flash of surprise quickly crossed his eyes. Summoning? Who else can summon you? Hearing this, Zixing finally turned around, saying, I'm curious too. This is likely related to the planet we were on before, but it's in a completely different direction from where we're headed. Perhaps this location will help us. I'll transmit the location data to you. The man and the aberrant God King would take a look. to see if they could pinpoint the target more accurately. Yinzhu nodded solemnly. Understood. After all, the God King ruled the God realm and was always looking for a way back. But the distance was extremely far, affected by uncertain factors from the universe, and often lost the target, requiring constant relocation. After a moment's thought, he finally couldn't help but ask curiously, "So, has the person who was just summoned responded?" With a gentle nod, he confirms the summons has been answered. His aura transmitted, and he's confident it will draw him in. If they lose their coordinates again, he can use the summons reaction to help relocate them. Hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Yinzhu's face. That's great. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered. That's right. How has Hai Shen been lately? He hasn't returned yet. At this mention, worry crept back onto his face. Only Senior Truong Kung would know. Perhaps Hai then is seeking another way back, or has something he needs to do. Tu Tin silently prayed for him. He is worthy of respect. Without him, we might never have escaped our predicament. May his journey home be smooth. And with growing conviction, he added, if we can find his planet, we can use it as a base to find our own, while also seeking the resources to build a God Star, for only then can we truly stand tall in the universe. Back at the battle on the Sea God Lake, with a trace of Zixin's aura, Qianlei's spirit power grew complex and terrifying. As the closest person, Zeping immediately realized just how powerful Qianlei had become. Soon, the others noticed as well. I feel like my bloodline is being suppressed. Me too. In that short conversation, Qianlei opened his eyes and lashed out, instantly melting the ice and spreading it to Zhaifeng's feet. Qianlei's spirit power flowed from the ice's cracks, surrounding Zhaifeng, who was suffocated by the force. He could only watch as Qianlei rushed towards him. This wasn't good. He couldn't break free, couldn't defend himself. It was over. But a split second before that massive hand reached him, it suddenly stopped. Don't mistake it for Qianlei being unwilling to strike. The reason is simply that he's exhausted, while Tian Zifeng is internally weeping. Mom, I almost died. Meanwhile, his eyes have turned into spirals, as so did Zi. Just then, the Grim Reaper announced that Qianlei and Tian Zifeng were both withdrawing, and each side would send in their next contestant. As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Qin rushed onto the field. Don't scare me. Are you okay? Seeing who had caught him, Qianlei was finally able to rest. With Men Qin here, everything will be all right. She patted his shoulder, comforting him. I'll heal you. Just stay still. As he relaxed, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up. A 2-on-1. And they're saving the second opponent for their teammate. Two super duo powerhouses clashing consecutively. Could anything be more exhilarating? He hadn't used his 9th soul skill until now. This must be the result of refining his bloodline and channeling the power of the Beeman Legion. Unseen, a door opens, a connection is made, and a powerful force is transferred from afar, resulting in a transformation, the Beemon Avatar, an existence equivalent to the Beemon God, accessible only to the Golden Beeman King. He must work harder to temper his bloodline. If it reaches the level of the Golden Behemoth King, he might be able to summon the Behemoth Avatar. Seeing Qianlei smile and open his eyes, Men Qin couldn't help but ask, what are you smiling about? If you're okay, get up quickly. Liao Feng is up next. Just as she said, he bowed in greeting. Driendertich, Heaven's Halberd. Liao Feng, I await your guidance. Senior, his opponent replied softly. Greetings. I am Yu Yingxin. As she slowly stepped forward, in his mind, Xuanyu quickly recalled information about her senior apprentice sister Yu Yinghan. She's no ordinary person. One of the older students who looks young. In reality, she's 34 or 35, and has probably been cultivating in the inner courtyard for over 10 years. Even if she's not an ultimate duoluo, she's at least a level 98 powerhouse. Instead of immediately attacking, they exchanged pleasantries. Greetings, senior disciple. You're too kind. Those last 2 matches really opened my eyes. I'm already this old. I shouldn't be competing with you youngsters. But their losses were so terrible. They pushed me out here. I hope you'll forgive me. I'll only fight 2 matches. Only after being blown away did Yu Yingxin summon her spirit rings. Let's begin. Liao Feng then summoned his white dragon spear. Seeing this, Wu Mo frowned slightly, a wind spirit Duluo. Another wind spirit Duluo. And with Lan Xuanyu, also likely to be one. Could it be that more than 3 of the 7 new inner court students are wind spirit Duluos? Liao Feng, however, is determined, without Xuanyu. His path to becoming a wind spirit Duluo is impossible. So he must win this battle for his comrades. No matter what. Meanwhile, a gentle breeze begins to stir around Ji Chen Yingxin. Her 2 spirit wheels spinning with opposing energies. Liao Feng brandishes his spear. His spirit power erupting around him as he charges toward his opponent like a dragon hunting its prey. Seeing this, Yingxin tightened her grip on the weapon, raising her left hand as a bright moon appeared behind her. Liao Feng's spear strikes the shield before him, but it seems to cause no damage at all. And then, Yingxin shouts, "Withdraw." In this head-on clash, Liao Feng thrusts his spear forward, only to have it stopped by his opponent's bare hand. Much to his surprise, before he could react, a miniature sun-like fireball appeared. Everyone was stunned by the heat and pressure, their faces etched with worry. And even Liao Feng hesitated, secretly assessing his opponent's capabilities. Her power is terrifying. It looks like a normal attack. But I can't dodge it. This monster's power wants to sever my connection to my own, and drag me in, making it impossible to avoid. He gripped his weapon tightly, refusing to back down in the face of the fireball's heat. He leaps forward, striking a blow right before Ying Han's eyes, his own eyes flashing as he prepares to unleash his 5th soul skill. But before he could cast any magic, the fireball suddenly crashed down, forcing him to use his thorny dragon to teleport away. Watching the flames erupt, Liao Feng was momentarily flustered. Damn it. He still hadn't forced her to use her soul skill. Din Han, now with the upper hand, is smug, her ruby eyes fixated ahead. The fire orb behind her, now an icy sphere. A glint of understanding appears in Liao Feng's eyes, a battlefield dimension. He uses magic to confine them both within a dome-shaped barrier. She's caught off guard by this move, a binding skill, without a word. Liao Feng grips his weapon, grits his teeth, and charges forward, the dome between them instantly vanishing. Instead, a majestic white dragon appears, known as the Boundless White Dragon, and Yinghuan softly utters an incantation. Bind. His body is enveloped in a rigid aura, making it difficult to move. What is this skill? My soul skill can't be released. She raises a hand, thumb tucked in, and a massive golden palm descends on Liao Feng, lightning crackling around him. Seizing the moment, Liao Feng raises his glowing spear, channeling power to summon the true form of the white dragon. Pale blue scales began to form on the back of his hand, and as Yingxin lashed out, a powerful gust of wind blew directly towards him. But a look of surprise flashed across her face. It hadn't hit. Liao Feng retreated, and Yingxin, wary, retracted her previous attack. They stood within the icy sphere, a miniature moon, creating an ethereal scene. Fried scales appear on Liao Feng's face and neck, surrounded by elliptical paths of dark matter particles, his 9th soul skill. The compressed power erupts, magnified into enormous circular pressure waves. Yinghuan raised a hand to shield her head in shock. This is broadcasting live. Below, the crowd began to murmur. The flame of life. Is he trying to burn the flame of life just for a match? This is just a preliminary round. Why is he risking his life? Faced with this situation, Tianyu couldn't help but call out, but the death god calmly instructed to keep watching. Above, with the magic circles and silver dragon as support, Liao Feng was still tense. He hadn't burned his life force, but his 9th soul skill was still a desperate gamble, and he would continue to fight. His eyes regained focus, recovering his fighting spirit. After a moment of contemplation, Liao Feng still chose the risky path, his 9th soul skill. Instantly, the haze in the sky dissipates, giving way to a miraculous light as Silver Dragon sacrifices itself. Faced with Liao Feng's reckless choice, Yingxin pales. This power cannot be allowed to grow any further. She quickly donned golden armor over her robes, her presence transforming into that of a legendary general. As she unleashed the solar heartfelt circle, she transforms the circle into a shield, blocking the powerful attack crashing down. As Liao Feng pours on more power from the other side, he compressed the spear and aimed it directly at the 9th soul skill orb. As the weapon fell, Liao Feng caught it with speed and precision, adding another burst of force. Against such overwhelming power, Yingxin recoils, shielding herself, and chants, "Gather, sun and moon, bind, gather, sun and moon, destroy." As the rings in her hands emit an aura of suppression, sun and moon aligned, heaven and earth as one. But the result shocked her. What is this? That sharp point wasn't bound at all. She was unexpectedly countered by Vice Leader Ying. Liao Feng watched his opponent's figure, but the moment Yingxin stood firm after the smoke cleared, he was truly shocked. What? She's still standing. Not only that, she closes the distance between them, and dark circles appear around her. His eyes widen. This move is. Yingxin forms a small ball of light before her chest. Her 9th soul skill, Star-Devouring Void. She unleashes the spirit power, forcing her opponent to struggle. After struggling with all his might, Liao Feng's weak voice echoed at the end of a long trail of blood. "We concede this match." Xuanyu examined Liao Feng's condition and remarked, "The White Dragon's sacrifice combined with the Dragon King's strike was indeed formidable. But with this one strike, Liao Feng's power was completely unleashed and utterly exhausted. Otherwise, it would take half a year to recover." Yingxin's expression changed with confusion. Ultimately, she couldn't completely block it, but she still insisted on challenging. Even though she had consumed a lot of spiritual power, I said 2 rounds. I still need one more opponent. A hand reaches to push Anhui forward, but Hianvu stops them, changing the order. 2-2. You go this round. Without question. She agrees. Okay. Bai-Tu steps forward respectfully. "Greetings, senior disciple. I am Bai-Tu." Yingxin smiles. "You've truly broadened my horizons. Please, Junior." The pleasantries are over. She closes her eyes and takes her stance. "I won't hold back. Senior." Bai-Tu launches a blizzard of ice magic as a preemptive strike. Yinghan's face pales at the sudden chill, her spirit energy rapidly depleting, making it hard to breathe. She furrows her brow, quickly assessing her options. It seems she must go all out. This is a true threat. Before her, Bai-Tu remained beautiful amidst the delicate, icy snowflakes, preparing for an all-out battle. As chilling streams of energy shot towards Yingxin, calmly, she retrieves her treasured weapon, unleashing a powerful blast of great sunlight. Each radiant bolt locks onto Bai-Tu with unerring precision. Before it can directly harm her, she crosses her arms, creating a 3rd soul skill barrier, reflecting the ice. Bai-Tu's eyes are calm, her thoughts unreadable. She reaches out, using her 3rd soul skill, Ice Burst, leaving Yingxin astonished, wondering how many tricks she has up her sleeve. Yue Na, observing from the outside, is also impressed, thinking that Tutu has become even more formidable. Seeing the situation was beyond her expectations, Yingxin leaped up, thinking she had no choice but to use that move. She momentarily lost track of her opponent, a look of confusion on her face too fast. Yingxin resorts to her old trick, dyeing the lake. But Baishu calmly opens the magic eye on her forehead, unleashing the great sun halo. The black cloak suddenly crashed to the ground, heralding the invasion of darkness, the arrival of death. Both girls are equally tense, their faces focused with all their might. But Olosh, Yingxin is the first to be overwhelmed by her opponent's aura, leaving all the younger disciples in shock. Is Bai Xiushu truly this powerful? To put their senior in such a disadvantageous position, death silently acknowledged her. Realizing Bai Xiushu was even stronger than in the videos, the others also shifted their attitudes after watching the 2 matches. Perhaps the 7 who earned the title of Shrek 7 monsters truly deserved it. Meanwhile, Qian Lei's Beeman army, Lu Feng's sacrifice with the White Dragon, and the Dragon King's strike, all paled in comparison to Bai Shuju's comprehensive and powerful abilities. especially considering she's the youngest member of the inner court. Great strength implies immense potential, proving their overall power, and the strongest. Lan Xuanyu hasn't even fought yet. A breeze stirs around the two in the arena, as Bai Shuju maintains her starting stance. Then, tens of thousands of sharp sword points rain down on Yingxin as she summoned her familiar golden shield and valiant gold armor. Yingxin raises her hands, unleashing a burst of immense power, the sun and moon united heart. It forms a barrier, blocking all the incoming sword strikes. Two beautiful and equally powerful women clash in a visually stunning battle. As Wulin appears, amidst the magical glow of lanterns around the ancient tree, boats on the water are bathed in a miraculous light as he stands close to Yuena. The moment she shyly glanced over, Wulin was startled and flustered. Yuena huffed and turned away, her sudden anger leaving him bewildered. Unbeknownst to her, Wulin gazed at her from behind, thinking that just being by her side would be enough. His face softened, resolving to pursue her again if that's what it took. He owes her so much, he'll spend the rest of his life making it up to her. Seeing Yuena's sulky face, he feels even more affection for her after all. They already have a child. Besides, it's not like she's completely indifferent to me. Meanwhile, back at the fight, Yingxin unleashes a surge of power. She recovered her weapon from the previous battle. While a lone figure lay wounded on the riverside grass, Lu Feng's eyes flashed as he spotted a glimmer near the ancient tree ahead. Muttering to himself that he would have been hard-pressed to escape Yu Yingxin and Yu Tonghui's combined domain. He doesn't even know if he can injure Yu Yingxin. His explosive power is far from strong enough. However, this battle has clarified his path forward. Ambush. After he masters the bloodline tempering, if he could increase his cultivation to the same level as his senior, she wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. Meanwhile, Bai Shu transforms, sprouting wings on her back, and unleashing the heavenly demon dance. Yinghan spreads her arms, powerful magic circles on either side, countering Bai Shu's power. The two directly clash, creating an earth-shattering explosion. No one who witnessed it could look away. As the earth and the force of the explosion erupted, he caught her as she stumbled, and Yingxin, suppressing her aura, interjected. That's enough. She clasps her hands and bows politely. Me apologies. The Grim Reaper announces the results. This round is a draw, and both sides will continue to send team members to compete. The shocking display has the audience buzzing. It's too powerful. This is no longer a simple skirmish. Both sides can threaten the other's life. The aftershocks of that near-godly attack are just too powerful. It feels impossible to withstand. This is power, nearing its absolute limit. Under the dark, ominous sky, Baeksu sits within a bonfire of magic, healing his wounds. Suddenly, she bursts out at him. You won't act. I can still fight. Bai Shu tried to persuade him, but it wasn't necessary. We can win without you risking yourself. Besides, even if you can sense most of the attacks, the Ice Demon Dragon armor will be damaged beyond repair, and we won't be able to explain it when we return to Tianlong Star. Xuanyu took her hand. Most importantly, I can't bear to see you get hurt. He turned to Yin Hui, reminding him that the next match was his, and Yin Hui, with a serious expression, replied, Okay. Confidently, Yin Hui stepped into the arena. Chang Yuan smiled, trying to put him at ease. Junior, you're so handsome. I'm really impressed. Yuan Yinhui maintained a polite demeanor. Greetings, Senior. I am Yuan Yinhui, and I look forward to your guidance. Chang Yuan casually hoisted his giant hammer onto his shoulder. I wouldn't presume to guide you. Let's just have a match. Outside the arena, Hien Vu is worried about Anhui. Trong Vien Vien is a legendary figure in the inner courtyard, a powerful close combat battle soul master. In terms of cultivation and martial soul, he can be considered one of the best in the inner courtyard, and a prominent contender for the title of Shrek, Seven Devils. He unleashes his aura, ready to fight. Let's begin. The girls outside the arena look on in admiration. So cool. That Shrek Seven Devils guy. He's clearly got the air of an elven prince. And he's single, which means we all have a chance to be his girlfriend. Yin Hui raises a bow and arrow to the sky, As Chang Yuan subtly probes the locked-on aura of the swiftly released arrow, he looks up to find a massive weapon hovering above him, then grips his glowing hammer, ready to unleash its full power. Chang Yuan retaliates with a powerful strike against his opponent's opening attack. Yin Hui takes to the skies to assess the situation, impressed by the immense power of the Wanlu hammer. Suddenly, he noticed the elder's hammer hurtling towards him with immense power, but he skillfully dodged it. He uses his second soul skill, Spirit Devouring, his third, Fire Spirit Life Steal, and then his sixth, Star Spirit Body. 3 arrows fly towards him in quick succession. The headmaster's expression shifts in surprise. This junior can unleash 3 soul skills in the blink of an eye. The myriad hammers now strike towards Yin Hui. As Xuanyu and Bai Shu shout a warning, Yin Hui, hurry and dodge. Startled by the warning, Yin Hui turned to see a sneak attack, but he instantly used his displacement to evade, then fired an arrow back at the elder. The golden arrow, formed from pure energy, struck him, and Chang Yuan was horrified. It was too fast, piercing his armor. He grimaced in pain, finally realizing, damn it, this continuous attack is too much, and it's poisoned. While Zhang Yuan was still in a panic, Yin Hui was already gathering power to unleash his 7th soul skill, Spirit King, True Body. But after my bloodline evolved, it instead became a bloodline evolution that aided the growth of the Emerald Spirit Dragon. This not only strengthened the bond between them, but also awakened some extremely powerful innate abilities, such as the instant shift from before. Bai Shu added that instant shift has the ability to move in the blink of an eye, but it is not a spatial ability, so it is still affected by space blockade. Not far away, countless sky lanterns flew into the night sky, but no matter how beautiful they were, they could not distract Wuge from the battle between Yuan and Hui and Zhang Yuan. That time was her lowest point, and Yuan and Hui stayed by her side every day, comforting and caring for her, sensing even the slightest negative change in her emotions. After leaving home that time, Dang Wulin never returned, always using cultivation to numb her body. At some point, Tang Wulin began to envy Yuan and Hui, and this shift in her feelings stirred complex emotions within her. But Yuan and Hui remained by her side, like a lifeline, her last remaining family. Wuge had never considered anything else, always seeing him as her younger brother, even treating him like a small child. It was only now that she suddenly realized that the boy who had always followed her had grown up. Now, he's become a real man, a grown-up. When other girls held up their lights for him, Tang Wuge even felt a pang of jealousy. At that moment, she even rationalized it as the feeling of a younger brother being stolen away by another girl. The thought of Yuan and Hui possibly having someone he liked filled Wuge with an unbearable feeling, as if she was about to lose her last remaining family member. But to Wuge's surprise, when Yuan and Hui went out again, he said such words, and in the midst of that complex emotion, she was secretly pleased. Her eyes were always fixed on Enhui as he fought Yu on the stage. Her heart was in turmoil. What should she do? How could she help looking at Enhui gathering power? Chang Yuan steeled his resolve, realizing he couldn't underestimate his junior and had to give it his all. Not to be outdone, he immediately gathers his strength, sending rocks flying, and activates his 7th soul ring, True Soul Avatar. Seeing this, Hinfu is stunned, wondering what kind of True Soul Avatar this is. He's never seen anything like it. Now, Zhang Yuan only wants to defeat the senior before him, and he rushes forward at an incredible speed. His surprised voice echoes as he realizes that Martial Soul Avatar can evolve all soul rings in an instant. Despite such power, it wasn't enough to faze Yin Hui, who instead cast a disdainful glance and summoned 8 different formations behind him. With all soul skills activated, beams of energy in every color shot forward. Miraculously, they didn't travel in a straight line, but weaved and sped toward Zhang Yuan. Hyunwoo, drenched in a cold sweat, watches as Yun Hui unleashes 8 soul seals, a feat no other student here could accomplish. Given Yun Hui's mastery of hidden weapons and the 100 solutions from the Tang Sect's Xuantian treasure record, even Bai Shu was on edge. Under the blessing of the Spirit King state, His power and versatility had more than doubled. On the stage, Zhang Yuan's eyes went blank. He uses all his strength to swing the massive Wanlu hammer in his hand to counterattack. The situation is now hanging by a thread. Alone against Yuan. Facing 8 spirit rings at once, enveloped in a brilliant aura of fire. Zhang Yuan's unwavering gaze pierces forward. As colorful arrows of grace erupt above him, along with the explosive qi. But Zhang Yuan hurls the Wanlu hammer, closing in on his opponent. Realizing the perilous proximity, his face pales with tension. Unable to evade, Ma Xian watches anxiously from the sidelines. Knowing this hammer blow is Zhang Yuan's all-out attack. Along with the rampage qi, it has 6 explosive attributes: burning, shattering, stunning, and locking, also known as the 6-fold killing qi. This hammer blow is heavy, twisting space itself, making it unavoidable. But then, Zhang Yuan slams his hammer into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Taking advantage of her inattention, arrows tore through the air, striking her back and eliciting a cry of pain. But he quickly recovered, resolving that he would rather be injured than release the combined blast. He intends to win with a single hammer blow. I don't believe Yuan and Huaihui's current physique can withstand it. A luminous figure appears before Zhang Yuan. What is that? The figure sprouts wings and flies toward Wanlu Qi, diving headfirst as if to take his master's place. This scene leaves Ma Xian in utter shock. He's transformed into Zhang Yuan. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Unbelievable. Yunhui, unscathed, draws back the blue bow, unleashing an arrow with the force of a battle spirit god. The blinding light forces Zhang Yuan to concede too fast to defend. He must risk it all. A strange sensation suddenly overwhelms him, and a pair of invisible eyes appear to control everything. Time freezes as the arrow pierces Wanluqi's face. By the time Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality, the announcement rang out: match over. Yuan Anhui wins this round. He stared blankly as Anhui bowed before him, still bewildered what just happened. How did I lose? Luo Yu couldn't hide his curiosity, wondering what kind of monsters they were. Considering they'd just entered the inner courtyard, Hong Fei was equally surprised by the match. How could they become strong enough to defeat an outstanding inner courtyard student in such a short time? What kind of growth rate is that? Silently smiling to himself, he was pleased. They hadn't even been in the inner court for half a year, or even officially studied there, and they'd already achieved this much. Just then, Wu Zu up at it, saying, "May I come in?" Everyone stared intently at her. It was her. A boat drifts along the river, and Duang Miao is surprised by Vu Truk's presence. Why is she here? Isn't she in the sect testing new types of soul weapons? Meng Fei wore an expression of knowing everything but being helpless, saying, "She hasn't officially graduated yet. Why can't she come? She's definitely here for that kid." He smoothed things over. "All right. Let's not talk about her. That kid hasn't shown anything either. Frankly, it's still our poor family willing to do it." The others whispered. "The Crimson Lotus Witch is back. When did she return?" "Yeah. Ever since that Sea God's Fate event." "Don't say any more. She might hear you." Yin Hui was curious about her identity. Crimson Lotus Witch. She wasn't in the data we collected. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu seemed to remember something. "I think I know who she is." She recounts Wuzu's background, revealing her to be the Crimson Lotus Demoness, Chen Wuchu, who was once deeply in love with a senior in the inner court. She confessed her feelings at the Sea God's Fated Blind Date Festival, but the senior ultimately chose someone else. Therefore, the Crimson Lotus Witch challenged her rival and defeated her, though the witch couldn't be with the senior. But according to the rules of the blind date event, that senior and the other senior sister couldn't be considered a successful match. And Senior Tran was known as the top female student in terms of strength 8 or 9 years ago. Hearing this, Qianlei was slightly stunned. Could her strength be even greater than Senior Sister Yu's? Meng Chen confirmed that Chen's original rival was indeed Senior Sister Yu. Xuanyu probed. And Ultimate Duluo, the person in front, didn't deny it. So it was very likely, in the arena, Yu Zhu coldly and concisely introduced herself. "I am Chen Yuzhu." Yin Yuanhui greeted her politely as usual. "Hello, Senior. I am Yuan Enhui Hui." But she didn't care much. wanting to quickly test her opponent's abilities. Let's begin. From their brief exchange, the death god has already assessed her. This girl is far too stubborn. What a pity. For in terms of talent, no female disciple in the last century could surpass her. Hearing this, the death god asks if the new generation can surpass her. She carefully observes, offering no prediction, saying only that the next clash will tell. The death god lowered her face, her hat and hair obscuring her eyes. This Vu truck child is indeed too stubborn. If she hadn't caused that incident, she probably wouldn't have waited until now to compete for the title of the Seven Freaks. He also seemed a little sad, saying it was a pity she gave up. But she's back now. She still remembers the old days. So don't be mad at her. The death god smiled gently. Why would I be mad? Her personality is too much like mine. Otherwise, why would I have accepted her as a disciple in the first place? A feeling from the past resurfaces as she lowers her voice. Like my initial choice, even if I did it again, nothing would change. Zijin has a rather positive outlook. This child has already preliminarily sensed the laws of heaven and earth, so it probably won't take too long to break through to that stage. Once she breaks through, let her return. Are you saying I only want to see her because there are no men around? The arrows that Anhui fired barely reached 5 meters before Vu truck, their speed already faltering. Seeing the flames begin to wither, Anhui couldn't hide his panic, melting. They're melting away. Baeksu and Hyunwoo are equally surprised by her abilities. In terms of fire manipulation, Jinwoo is on par with Jichonryong, proving the academy is full of hidden talent. Standing amidst a large lotus platform, Woochuk is surrounded by blazing flames, radiating a crimson glow. The falling petals brushed past Yinhui's stunned face. What kind of technique is this? Meanwhile, her power continues to grow, and fiery energy converges above him. Yinhui is starting to falter. This level of hidden power is useless against her. He needs to use that to deal with the fire element. He draws his bow, and a chilling aura appears, the 8th soul mark. Ice Spirit Cold Tear. Wuju unleashes a large lotus petal circle. Using the flower ring technique, while Yinhui's ice arrows tear through space, dodging the flames. This surprises her, and the onlookers are equally stunned by Yuan and Huihui's sudden surge in power. But a glint flashes in Yuzu's eyes, and her brow furrows. Each ice arrow is blocked by a circle of dark energy. Xuanyu recognizes it instantly, the perfected Dark Frost Eye. Yinhui activates his wings and charges forward relentlessly. Closing in, he suddenly turns his back to her. Wuju narrows her eyes, assessing his every move. Close combat. A soul master with a martial soul usually fights from afar. So why the sudden shift to close combat? She summons her power to clash directly with him. As Wuju channels his strength, using the burning sunfire ring to resist, the light intensifies like a cannon blast, sending his opponent flying. As she crosses her arms and sprouts wings darkly engraved, the insignia strikes down upon her. A myriad of illusions. But Wuzu focuses. Unwavering, the entire ground shook violently. And even the headmaster couldn't help but worry, this kid really doesn't know how he's going to die. Matching strength with the boss, I wouldn't dare. It's pointless. In the end, Yinhui was utterly defeated, helplessly falling straight into the water. He quickly used his strength to climb back up. But Yunhui was a mess, panting heavily with exhaustion. Without a hint of humor, Wu Zhu asked if he wanted to continue fighting, and Ililong affirmed that he could. These words worried Wuge deeply. This wasn't Yin Hui's usual fighting style. Why would he continue when he clearly couldn't win? Is he stupid? I brought him back? But as she prepared to act, Hinvu stopped her, saying, "Wait." He calmly reasoned, "Let Hui continue. She comes from a great family and has extraordinary talent. He's never faced a true test. This pressure will help him. And we must believe in him." The tension in the arena is palpable, as Yuju scoffs, calling it reckless. But then, a halo of light erupts around Yinhui, and the momentum shifts. This transformation surprises Vutruk, a fusion of man and nature. Burning the bloodline. Everyone around understands the danger. Another bloodline burns. Are students now preserving such soul skills? She kindly warned him, telling him this was just a minor scuffle, and he needed to understand that. But Illy ignored her words. Fully aware of what he was doing. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. But as I've grown, I've gradually found the meaning of my existence. From the moment I affirmed that meaning, I was no longer timid. But that meaning no longer exists. If that's the case, I just want to do something for her. To shine the brightest light of my life for her to see. I have one arrow, named One Ma blocking the light. Genesis Convergence 5. Enhui. Bing Sheng. The sky immediately turned red into a swirling vortex of clouds, and rain like arrows fell to the ground. The god of self and other authorities were deeply concerned, but no one spoke out to stop him, as Yuan and Hui resolutely drew his bow. Below, Wuge frantically cries out to Yi. Yuan on Hui. Have you gone mad? The others desperately try to stop him. Stop it now. Yuan on Hui. Yi's eyes softened as she whispered her name. Yi. Their eyes met through the layers of energy. Yin Hui smiles, calling out, Yi. Wu Jie. Tears well in Yi's eyes as she finally confesses. I love you. Primeval power gathers into a drill in the sky, suddenly intensifying with a fierce energy, as if about to pierce through everything. Wu Ju remained expressionless, but clearly understood that he couldn't move at all, and couldn't even extinguish the flames burning beneath his feet. Heaven and earth's laws, nature's laws. This was clearly the world he had just entered. And what was gathered at the tip of this arrow was entirely the will of nature. A beam of light flashes amidst Wu Gei's shattering, agonized scream, no. The tiny ray, dwarfed by the drill, bravely surges forward, as if to liberate the one trapped within. Xuanyu smiled knowingly, as if expecting this, and said, It's time. He turned to Yue Na. Mom, I'll leave the rest to you all. Instantly, she and Wu Lin unleashed their magic, preparing to act, and two streaks of light flew straight toward Yinghui. At this moment, Yai's body is enveloped in powerful spiritual energy, a time-reversal spiritual domain. In Anhui's subconscious, he still faces Vu Cash, confessing his feelings. Don't go. Vu Cash, I like you. Blushing, she bravely shouts, Turn around. I like you too. And the spatial realm returns to peace as Anhui softly grunts. The two embrace, overcome with emotion. But in stark contrast to this romantic scene, Xuanyu is slapped across the face, tearfully protesting his innocence. Baizio sternly asks him if he even needs to ask why he was hit. She immediately reprimands him. Hui Hu has been corrupted. It must be you guys tricking Vu Cash. You scoundrels, Hianvu laughs it off, trying to lighten the mood. No. No. I'm being framed. It seems she simply hadn't realized it until now. Or perhaps she'd never even considered it. Seeing her comrades find love and happiness is a wonderful thing. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Vu Truk's face darkened with anger. Do you guys even want to compete anymore? This isn't a matchmaking event. Stop clinging to each other. What kind of spectacle is this? This time, Wuge decides to step in, telling Yin Hui to be careful and to go heal, leaving things to her. The ground rumbles, and she says, I didn't see that coming. Hui, you sly dog. Yin Hui is confused. Meng Qin, why do you say that? How am I sly? She glanced from behind, bringing up the previous matter. Wuge is concerned about Zuo Lan. I don't believe this competition would make you risk your life like that. You really like her. But there's no need to go that far. Meng Qin was quite certain about this. Just wait. You'll see when Wuge reacts. Caught off guard. And Hui is a little embarrassed. Then, what should I do, Sister Mongcam? But she simply warns him. Pray for more blessings. I can't save you. Tian Lei playfully scrunches his nose, suggesting that Wuge vent her anger on him being her punching bag wouldn't be so bad. Who knows? You might become as handsome as me after being beaten. This idea clearly displeases Yin Hui, who retorts, Are you even my senior brother? You kept this a secret for so long, and you didn't even tell us you were interested in Duang Vu Cash. Even I wasn't fully prepared. But now that I've said it, I'll persevere, please. Help me. Suddenly, Xuanyu interjects, saying that no one can truly help with matters of the heart. His eyes grew earnest, as if advising him and himself at the same time to make others love you. You must first immerse yourself in it. Express your true feelings, and exchange sincerity for sincerity. He quickly shifted to another important question. I understand. I definitely will. Xuanyu, do you think my sister can beat Chen Yuzhu? Chen Yuzhu is indeed powerful. He analyzes seriously, offering a safe answer, though not entirely certain, wondering what level Wu Jie's strength has reached. Actually, I don't know either. But don't forget, she's always had the highest soul power among us. On the lake in the middle of the arena, Wu Ge politely greeted, Senior Chen, Wu Ge would like to learn from you. But Wu Truk coldly grunts. Come. To Hien Vu and Bok Tu's surprise, Wu Catch closes her eyes, surrendering to the power, and so, the entire arena was treated to a dazzling display of miniature fireworks as the two clashed. Yin Hui frowned. Puzzled. Those petals contain the most potent fire element and compressive force. Yet they're being erased so easily. What ability is this? Yuge analyzes the two girls' magical power, concluding that, other than himself, Tang Yuge is best suited to face Chen Yuzhu, using fire evasion to greatly reduce the flame's impact. As fire is one of the 5 elements, and leveraging their interactions can yield relatively good results. With her hands clasped together, Wu Truk's lotus platform glowed like Guanyin. Surrounded by bursts of light, she carefully assessed the situation and used the 5 elements evasion technique, Fire Burst, to greatly reduce the impact of the flames. But the fire's terrifying heat has exceeded the limits of the 5 elements evasion technique. Wu Jie's eyes narrowed as she stirred up 2 opposing forces within her. Across from her, Wu Truk surveyed everything, a ball of fire ready in her hand, and when the moment was right, the two collided, creating opposing extremes. The light before her blazed, obscuring her figure. From within the roaring flames, Yuju silently assessed her opponent. Sensing a threat only against a desperate fighter, could she truly be serious? She's starting to enjoy this. She prepares her next move, finally facing an opponent worthy of her full power. This is a battle worth fighting. Meanwhile, Wu Ge stares intently at her senior's surging power, already filled with admiration. Worthy of being the inner court's top senior, this is the first time facing a limit Duluo opponent. Her extreme fire, even the great 5 elements divine light can't completely dissolve it. Most importantly, her energy intensity is just above mine. She slowly closes her eyes, as if focusing her mind to transform her inner power. Wu Ge's lips are pressed tight, but not tense. As she calmly allows her inner magic to awaken, Yuju launches a lotus seed attack, then sweeps in to intercept it, triggering a violent explosion at close range. This time, a flicker of fear flashed across Wu Catch's face, and she quickly conjured layers of shields to protect herself from the blast. With great effort, Wu Ge focuses her power as the lotus seed hurtles towards her, growing stronger. In this tense moment, she realizes that her senior sister had been holding back, using a single lotus seed to demonstrate her attack pattern. Only then did she attack with full force. Had her master used all the lotus blossoms at once, it would have been impossible to defend. Wu Truk unleashed her exclusive technique, the Tu Mao Honglien Cham, to bombard her opponent. But Wu Jie showed no fear, calculating every move in her mind, before finally unleashing the powerful energy within. Her ragged breath softened as spiritual energy soothed Wu Ge's subconscious, and in a flash, she transformed into her powerful martial soul avatar. The sight instantly wiped the smile from Yuzu's face. Could her true martial soul sense the powerful soul skill she had mastered from Tang Sect's ultimate hidden weapon technique? The 100 hidden weapons record. The exclamations were cut short as lightning filled the sky, and the air crackled with thunder that refused to cease. This stiffens Wuzu's face. What kind of soul skill is this? Even the others hesitate to comment on the matter. Of the 7 sages, the first 4 were shocking, but the 5th is even stronger. And don't forget, Chen Yuzu has been in the inner court for over a decade. While these students just arrived, the flowery words grew louder. And if they're this strong now, how powerful will they be in 10 years? They haven't even begun to tap into the origin of the inner court. They've been training with the military recently, and upon their return, they've displayed such formidable strength. Even if the remaining 26 aren't as strong as the 7, how much weaker could they be? After all, they're classmates. Furthermore, Tan Xiaoyao and Piao Xiaozhu have already demonstrated their strength, and they're quite outstanding, definitely at the level of inner court students. Falling into Yuju's hands is like hot magma washing away all reason. Seizing the moment, she unleashes her power, causing the tightly closed bud beneath the sea to explode with energy into the sky. Xuanyu noticed this immediately and worried for his teammates. Heavenly Stem's Divine Needle is Wu Gei's 8th soul skill, transformed from the Great Five Elements Divine Needle, containing the divine light of the heavenly stems, with 10 mutually reinforcing attributes, weakening even the most extreme flames. Its explosive power far exceeding her current cultivation. Seconds later, the bud slowly bloomed, unleashing a flurry of energy into the sky. But Wu Ge stood firm, observing the situation, thinking her opponent was afraid. Yuju laughed arrogantly. Block my ultimate move. If you can, you win. She manipulated her power, swirling flames around herself. As Tichen watched, a sense of unease rising within him, causing him to mutter to himself about the 100 solutions of hidden weapons. There's an ultimate hidden weapon, the best in the world, with which Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang Sect, was nearly invincible. Chen Wuzu's extraordinary talent not only refined her Red Lotus martial soul into an extreme flame, but also integrated many Tang Sect's secret techniques into one. It could be said that she is the most profound master of Tang Sect's secret arts among all the teachers and students of Shrek Academy in the world today. Her 9th soul skill is made from Tang Sect's top hidden weapon, the Wrath of the Buddha Tang Lotus, in Chen Wuzu's hands. Her 9th soul skill is the Buddha's Wrath Red Lotus, its temperature exceeding that of a normal planet. Without further delay, the silent Wu Ke begins to gather energy. The universe's purest yin and yang energies are summoned by the long staff above her head. When she feels ready, Wu Ke silently commands the staff to descend, unleashing her 9th soul skill, Heaven and Earth Collide. The attack created a multicolored wall in the vast ocean. Onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the scene. The 9th soul weapon was just too powerful. Unprecedented even. Meanwhile, Xuanyu, not being in the fight, became a commentator to pass the time, explaining that in the beginning, yin and yang emerged, transforming into the mortal realm. Then the 5 elements were born, and the celestial stems appeared in the world. The martial artist's 9th soul weapon is equivalent to defying the heavens, condensing the celestial stems into the 5 elements, the 5 elements reversing into yin and yang, and finally, yin and yang uniting to create the world. The two girls focused on observing Wuju's lotus platform, which had been shattered by the martial artist's attack. That image calmed her, allowing her to revert to her original human form. Watching the earth-shattering scene unfold in the distance, Yukach wearily let himself fall into the deep sea, wondering if he had truly won. No, it's not over. Even though the heaven and earth slash has separated the Buddha's wrathful red lotus, I haven't won this fight yet. As if to give her a clear answer, Wuzu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke cheerfully. Junior sister, thank you. Thank you for your slash. It helped me sublimate. The martial artist's attack carved an icy trench across the sea, splitting the giant flower in two, while the lotus platform beneath Wuju was bathed in light and lifted skyward. In mere moments, that radiance drew in pure spiritual energy from all around, and at the Spirit Transfer Tower, the elders erupted in excited chatter. Breakthrough to godhood, in the direction of Shrek Academy. Dongai questioned. Another god was born, a fire attribute. As Li Feng confirmed, panting in anticipation, Shrek Academy was truly blessed by the heavens. Others, though dissatisfied, could only grumble, suppressing their frustration. For the path to godhood was now known as the bridge to heaven and earth, the bridge connecting heaven and earth, transcending the mortal realm. Sensing the universe's transformations, this is godhood, a liberation from earthly constraints, granting a lifespan of 1,000 years. Shrek Academy gains another god-level powerhouse, a fire attribute attacker, a formidable force indeed. Meanwhile, Xuanyu, who was present, couldn't hide his tense expression. Chen Yuzu, à limite douloureux, under Tang Wulin's disparity efforts, after enduring the power of the heavenly Tao, actually sublimated in an instant, connecting with the bridge of heaven and earth and becoming a god. Then, when Beishu raised her eyebrows, she uttered a long sentence that went down in history with current science and technology and elements. All you need is enough talent. Cultivating to the ultimate Duluo level is just a matter of time. But for those ultimate Duluos who want to take this step, they also need a stroke of luck. The sky roared, and crimson light tore through space. From the rift, a pillar of lightning plunged into the sea, and the space trembled as onlookers panicked a divine tribulation. But it left Xuanyu with a strange feeling of unease. Why did this lightning tribulation feel so familiar? Like he could imitate it. Driven by curiosity, he asked, "Dad, when forging god-level metal, is there a similar lightning tribulation?" As if waiting for that question, Wulin took a heavy breath before answering his young son. Divine-grade metal initially encounters this lightning tribulation. Not as strong as this, but for an idol without enough cultivation, it's still fatal. So, to become a true god, one must first have the strength, but you've basically adapted to this kind of tribulation. So as long as the intensity isn't too high, it should be fine. That explanation cheered Xuanyu up. So that's good. So I can be sure of becoming a god. But that strange way of speaking made him feel confused. I can be sure of becoming a god. Like any dad, Yulin rattled on about his experiences, oblivious to his son's mood, saying that when they became gods, the lightning tribulation wasn't as strong as it is now, and becoming a god like that wasn't enough. Later, you'll have to endure the lightning baptism, and don't count on luck. What you'll face isn't a 4-element lightning tribulation, but at least a 7-element one. A 4-element tribulation is already earth-shattering. So how powerful is a 7-element one? But you still need to prepare well. Never rush to break through until the very last moment. If he could accumulate more power there, or even find some relics of the dragon god, breaking through would be easier. Meanwhile, the 5-colored light was released by the higher-ups. Following the thunder to the mortal realm, Vu Truk's closed eyes twitched in pain, and seeing his student's distress, the god of death muttered anxiously, reminding her that becoming a god required not only cultivation and spiritual power, but also unwavering faith, and Chen Vutruk had no shortage of that. Sending Xuanyu and the others to Tianlong Star to gather life energy was the right move. Otherwise, each disciple's ascension would drain the planet's life force. As dark clouds gather, multicolored lightning descends, stunning everyone with this divine spectacle, a 7-colored tribulation. Though Wu Lin was initially taken aback, he calmed himself to explain that 4 colors represent elemental tribulation, while 7 colors signify heavenly tribulation. To trigger a 7-colored heavenly tribulation proves her exceptional talent. But such a tribulation is not easily overcome. The aftershocks rippled outwards, stunning everyone, and a wave of anxiety washed over Mai Dong, who forgot his pride and shouted, "Wu Zhu, hang in there." Her heart stirred by his words. She turned to him, her eyes blazing with determination as she gritted her teeth against the fierce tribulation. This was a step she had to take. A moment later, both the lightning pillar and the 5-colored tribulation vanished, leaving behind a celebratory burst of fireworks, a celestial cry, and a completed connection. The beautiful scene stunned everyone at first. She did it, but in the blink of an eye, joyous cheers echoed everywhere. She succeeded. Our senior sister succeeded. Congratulations, senior sister, on attaining godhood. The sound made Mo Yang smile with relief. I reached the peak of Do long before Yu Ju, but I still haven't found my own opportunity. His eyes remained fixed on the woman above, but he didn't forget to speak. Seeing Chen Yuzhu become a god, I suddenly feel at ease. Being one of the Shrek 7 devils is a great honor, but clinging to honor alone is meaningless. Becoming stronger and reaching for other worlds is what truly matters. That one sentence made Yongshin laugh in agreement. She's amazing, and we have to try harder. The two shook hands, vowing in the nauseating atmosphere around them that they too could definitely become gods. Beneath the lantern-lit sky, the death god secretly sends someone to row a boat out, ensuring Wuzhu has a place to land without facing the crowd too soon. Looking at the woman before her, so obediently bowing with hands clasped, she thought of her benefactor. But contrary to what Wuzhu thought, the death god only offered gentle words of encouragement. This is the result of your own efforts. I hope from today onward, you must remain optimistic. Keep striving. And with the cleansing of the seven-colored heavenly tribulation, your future goals will surely be grander and farther reaching. After that fierce battle, Vu Koch hesitantly waves her hand, saying, "You're too kind. I also learned a lot from sparring with you. It seems the tribulation has changed Vu Truk's temperament, making her speech more refined. Your talent far surpasses mine, and your future achievements will surely exceed my own. I hope you will soon connect with the heavens and earth and reach godhood. Consider this match my loss." As she hastily tried to offer a final word, he interrupted. "No. You held back. So I'm the one who lost." Death impatiently cut off the endless exchange, declaring, "This round is a draw, both sides retreat." Looking at the two people on the ship, she sighed wearily, one step to godhood, and everything changes. Meanwhile, words of advice poured in for Xuanyu. The time had come. Victory or defeat no longer mattered. Sparring with a senior of such strength was excellent training. With the sparring match now underway, both sides are down to their last two, and it seems Lan Xuanyu will have to step up. Though it was thought he'd be the first to fight, but then again, it's normal for the remaining healing-type Soul Master to not be the first to fight. He said nothing, awaiting the referee's call this round. Shi Lai Ke sends out Lan Xuanyu. Du Nan Nan respectfully greeted. "Junior, it's our turn." But Ma Yong stopped him, confused, and he slowly pushed him aside, explaining, "Let me go. If I need to expend energy to defeat him, how can I claim the title of Shrek 7 Devils?" Under the audience's watchful eyes, Ma Yong clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Ye Ma Yong. I await your guidance." His respectful demeanor prompted Lan Xuanyu to return the gesture. Lan Xuanyu greets Grandmaster Huiying. An ominous feeling washes over him. This is Huiying, the current master of the inner court of Shrek Academy, known as the leader of the inner court. Many see him as the new leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, and he's the object of affection for the Crimson Lotus Demoness, Chen Yuzu, who challenged Yu Yingxin. Grandmaster Hui Ying has long had the ability to ascend to godhood, but he has refrained from doing so in order to accumulate more power at the demigod level. Both comrades, burdened with anxiety, spoke to their opponents in unison. Grandmaster Huiying, "Please guide us." Lan Xuanyu, "Please." Ma Yong began summoning fiery red chains of spiritual power as soon as he stepped onto the stage. He exerts immense pressure on Xuanyu, all his soul rings cultivated to the 100,000-year level, just standing there. His pressure surpasses even that of the heavenly dragon grand disciple, and he's reached the semi-god level, capable of opening the great door at any moment. Seeing his opponent still gathering their bearings, he spoke without hesitation. "Disciple Lan, before we begin, I have a few words. Would you mind waiting a moment?" With little experience, Lan Hianvu readily agreed, allowing Ma Yong to deliver a lengthy speech to the high-ranking spectators, sect leaders, elders. "I, Ma Yong, arranged this challenge and feel deeply ashamed. Seeing Wuzhu break through fills me with joy and enlightenment. This battle was for experience, and regardless of the outcome, I believe that student Lan Xuanyu and his team are worthy of becoming the next generation of Shrek 7 Devils. Therefore, I withdraw, confident that these students will bring more honor to the Academy, and I am willing to support them. After today's battle, I only wish to be a teaching assistant for the Academy, contribute to its strength, and accumulate merits in the future to repay the Academy's years of nurturing." A series of earnest words earned a simple question from the god of death. "You finally figured it out." Under the curious gazes of those around him, Ma Yong nodded without hesitation. "I've figured it out. I used to think strength was the most important thing, but today I understand that I only wanted to avoid affecting others and be good enough myself. But people are social creatures. No one can truly exist apart from society. The path I want to walk is long, and there's much more for me to do, as she nodded in approval of the young student before her, saying, "Very well. Your request is approved." Yuzu sadly lowered her head to the rippling water before her and muttered, "From the moment I chose to steal and defeat Yu Yingxin, I could no longer be by his side. But even after breaking through to the god rank, deep down, I can't let go." Not hearing those words, Ma Yong simply clasped his hands and bowed slightly to his opponent. Thanking him. With everything settled, he turned to look at Xuanyu, who stood unfazed. His rising intensity met with a firm grip of his own hand very well. Observing the aura around Xuanyu, Ma Yong couldn't help but exclaim, "6 soul rings. All of them golden." 100,000 years old, Xuanyu was making human history. No one had ever seen a 6-ring soul emperor emit the aura of a titled Duluo. Were these soul rings meant to exist in the human world? Could human soul masters achieve this level? The crowd below buzzed with excitement. Sword god Ye Mayong, the sword god Duluo, whose spirit is a simple sword honed to perfection. As long as Grandmaster Zhuan is here, we can't lose. But 6 golden spirit rings. Will future spirit rings all be gold? Even the strongest sea god Tang Sect in history didn't have this many golden spirit rings before becoming a god. Ignoring the noise, Ma Yong lowered his voice and spoke. "Junior, let's begin." As if waiting for those words, Xuanyu quickly gained momentum and ran towards his opponent, splitting the calm water in an instant. Ma Yong stood silently, observing for a long time, before slowly raising his sword. A powerful force began to surround his body. It turns out, Ma Yong summons a massive sword of energy to strike down on Xuanyu, forcing him to switch hands to better wield his golden weapon. Xuanyu's eyes flash with defiance, concealing his intentions as he raises his divine weapon to meet the powerful blow, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Yet, unscathed, Xuanyu speeds forward, his body radiating an ominous energy. As if on a vengeful quest, gritting his teeth, he unleashed a fist imbued with the power of annihilation lightning, and the two warriors struck simultaneously, creating a shockwave more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Escaping the blast, Ma Yong still has time to talk about his opponent, who has somehow mastered the power of primal lightning. His years of suppressed cultivation are now out of control, resulting in a direct breakthrough, until a blinding light filled with killing intent obscured his vision, leaving Ma Yong unable to react to Xuanyu's sudden burst of speed from behind. He hurriedly turned to block, the two clashing repeatedly until Xuanyu gathered more power to attack. Seeing him hastily jump back, a student blurted out what everyone was thinking is, "Might Valiant on the back foot, am I seeing things?" After that barrage of attacks, Xuanyu dispersed the smoke to look at his senior brother, then calmly remarked, "Consecutive uses of annihilation divine lightning. Moreover, erasing the sword energy within is exhausting. He needs to slow down." Forced to risk attack over defense, with his fighting spirit ignited, Ma Yong happily raises his sword. "Junior, prepare to be taught a lesson." Both sides abandon their learned spells for a purely physical assault. The blood trickling down Xuanyu's cheek cleared his mind, allowing him to assess the situation. And the sword intent, he's never encountered anything like this before. It can't even penetrate his body. But that split second of thought gave Ma Yong an opening to knock Huang Jin from his grasp. Not missing a beat, he quickly imbued his sword with the thunder spell, causing Xuanyu to contemplate non-stop. Facing a powerhouse like Yi Ma Yong, it's hard to avoid his attacks. All he can do is use the heavenly holy abyss strike to try and resist. Ngin Jiang ignites Hong Kim and activates Tien Than Liat Uyen Kich, unleashing a multicolored shockwave. The light's power rivals even the lightning tribulation. Yet someone can borrow the strength of heaven and earth. Xuanyu's attack shows no sign of stopping, creating aftershocks that resonate for miles. That scene prompted Yuan Na to comment at length about the powerful devouring ability of the Holy Abyss. Halberd, a divine artifact within the Abyss plane that took the Abyss Sage Monarch countless years to forge into a treasure like the sea. Calming divine needle. It stabilized the entire ethereal Abyss plane, preventing its power from dissipating. Its devouring ability rivals even a black hole. This made Wu Lin, who was standing nearby, contemplate that even though Lan Xuanyu couldn't control it with his current cultivation, he could borrow this devouring power. Furthermore, he controls 4 other elements, fusing them into a lightning tribulation attack, a truly masterful application. Outside the formation, the scene becomes more brutal than ever as Xuanyu lets his bloodlust consume him. He slowly opened his mouth, inhaling the spiritual energy swirling around him. As his body gradually regained some strength, Xuanyu even summoned his martial soul. Even a seasoned warrior like Ma Yong was visibly wary. This bloodline power nearly overwhelmed his own. His mind began to assess the unfavorable situation. Considering such recovery and defense, maintaining this fight would be difficult. And I can't keep suppressing my cultivation. He gritted his teeth, frustrated, and ordered a retreat. Seeing Mai Dong's energy being withdrawn, Hianvu asked in confusion what was going on, quickly retracting his own power to avoid seeming impolite. After doing so, the warrior slowly cupped his hands in apology. Junior, let's end today's battle here. If we continue, I won't be able to suppress my cultivation if I want to win, which would be more harmful than good for me. Let's call it a draw, and end the sparring here. Knowing this was an opportunity for his opponent to defuse the situation, Xuanyu readily accepted it. I've never encountered swordsmanship as powerful as Grandmaster Huyen's. I hope to learn from him in the future. The 2 powerful warriors shared a brief conversation. If the junior apprentice has time, they could chat later. Perhaps to his benefit to gain guidance from Grandmaster, Huyen would be truly wonderful. Before Ma Yong could report to the Death God, the Masters, we both forfeit this match. She understood what was happening, and reluctantly announced the end of the fight. The close combat ends. From this day forward, the title of the 7 Shrek Devils belongs to the 7 of you. Led by Xuan Wu, a name that truly lives up to its reputation. As the wind whispers across Sea God Lake, Xuan Wu brings his friends home to meet his parents, announcing, "We're back." But contrary to everyone's expectations, Yuan Na suddenly spoke up, asking if he was hurt, and who taught him to stimulate the lightning tribulation element. Xianyu quickly covers for his giggling father, knowing he can't betray him now, and replies, "I figured it out myself." Seeing through their charade, she sighs and warns, "Be careful in the future. If you don't control this power, you'll hurt yourself." But sensing changes in her body, she quickly changed the subject, asking how long she'd been unconscious. Without waiting for an answer, she told her friends to rest, assuring them they'd return to Tianlong City. As Vu Kach quietly left, Yin Hui could only watch with worry. But that emotion was interrupted by Qian Lei's painful pat on the back. "Don't just stand there. Try your best, let's go." He numbly watched him and Meng Qin leave, unaware that someone was watching him from behind. Thinking, "See you soon." Liao Feng, Pozled, quietly wondered if the 2 of them were all right. But Xuan Yu, though knowing something, was too embarrassed to say. Suddenly, Wu Ge quickly left, prompting Yin Hui to hurriedly follow, asking where she was going. But after only a few steps, she turned her head, eyes wide. "Lan Xuanyu, you just wait." This terrified the 2 guys behind her, especially him. "Leave it to Hui Hui. It'll be fine." After seeing off the last of his friends, he eagerly returned to where Wu Lin and Yue Na were standing. "Dad, Mom, where are we going?" But the murderous aura radiating from her eyes made him nervously laugh and change the subject. "Or, should we go back to Sea God Island?" Xuanyu, of course, understood Bo's intention and winked, seeking support from Bai Shu, who was watching from the side. "Great. I wanted to recover there anyway. I exhausted too much energy just now." And so, the 2 combined their strengths, sandwiching Yuena in the middle. "Nana, let's go." "Mom, let's go together." And so, he charged ahead before Wu Lin could say a word. Though left behind, he wasn't annoyed, but concerned with a more important matter, helping Nana recover her memories. What was the best way? He vaguely noticed 2 figures walking side by side, so silent that he could hear the wind. After an internal struggle, Qingzuan finally mustered the courage to gently touch Liao Feng's dangling hand. Sensing his puzzled gaze, she softly speaks. You guys are amazing. You've unknowingly become the Shrek 7 devils. Her cheeks flush even more when Liao Feng doesn't respond. What are you looking at? Her boldness flusters him. You're really pretty. Ding Tuyan laughs. Surprised. You're just noticing now, didn't you think so before leaving Liao Feng speechless? His ardor dampened. She relented. Okay. Never mind. I know you're always busy cultivating and don't have time for other things. I like your focused look. If you can focus on cultivation, you must be extremely focused in matters of the heart. 2. As if guided by fate, Qingxuan awkwardly takes his warm hand. A simple, proactive gesture that melts Liao Feng's heart completely. That's why I like you. Meanwhile, back at the outer courtyard, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air as Yin Hui awkwardly trailed behind Yu Gei, not noticing when she suddenly stopped, causing him to bump right into her, caught in an awkward situation. Wu Ge sees through him immediately. You were acting just now, weren't you, despite his mind racing with self-destructive thoughts? His carefully constructed facade crumbles, leaving him exposed and desperate. What to do now? It's over. What now? Admitting it or not, Yin Hui tries to appear calm, claiming he wasn't acting, but seeing Wu Jie's displeased expression, his reason crumbles, and he covers his face before stammering. The admission makes Wu Ge sigh in exasperation, muttering that this kid who always needed looking after, who hasn't even grown up yet, has already matured. She hadn't noticed, but he's already half a head taller than her. Once she calmed down a bit, she slowly asked if it was Hyunwoo's idea, causing Inhui to panic and deny it, saying it was his own. This nonsensical talk easily triggers Wu Jie's rage mode. Only a swindler like Xuanyu could come up with such a bad idea. No one else could make you do this. I don't believe it. It's him. Knowing he's been caught, Yinhui surrenders, admitting he was wrong, but she quickly dismisses his apology, telling him not to call her sister. But his unusually quick thinking led Yinhui to blurt out, "Wife." Unsurprisingly, Wu Ge let her rage consume her and beat him senseless. His voice, stern and laced with anger, escaped. All day I follow behind you, only learning this. What did I say wrong? What did she say before? Vukach may be cold on the outside, but she's soft on the inside. And since he's her younger brother, if she can truly accept him, he must show his weakness to her so she can express her feelings. Anhui immediately puts his friend's advice into practice, playing along, and instantly coughs up a mouthful of blood, vowing vengeance. Wu Ge was stunned into silence, rushing to his side as the fire poison invaded his body, reopening old wounds, feigning weakness. Yinhui confesses, "Sister, I was wrong." Wu Ge frowns, stopping him. "Don't talk. Focus on healing." But with a weak gaze, he pours out his heart. "Sister, I'm sorry. Today, it was really Brother Xuanyu who taught me these words. At that moment, when I looked at you, I knew you wouldn't like me. So I had to work hard to defeat my opponent and prove myself I was really ready to fire. When you said you liked me too, I knew you were just comforting me, not wanting me to worry about it. But in that instant, I was overjoyed." With a weak smile, Yinhui grasped Wu Ge's hand tightly. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Maybe I'm not worthy of liking you. Please don't be sad. Okay, if you don't like it, I won't say it again. Can I just be your younger brother?" Those words cut deep, forcing her to deny them. "No. It's not like you said." She knew that in this world, only he treated her with his whole heart. Even her mother and that father of hers were selfish. She was truly desperate. But only he had always been by her side. "You know, I was so scared today. When I learned you'd be participating in the Sea God's Fate event, I was terrified. So many female students admire you. I fear you'll find someone and leave me behind. I thought I wouldn't go, but I did anyway. I don't know what I'd do if you chose someone else, but I still want to be there, even if I'm just watching from afar." Yinhui suddenly embraces her tightly, as Wu Ge startles, and Yinhui asks the most important question. "So, do you really like me?" Lost in confusion, she embraces him, Her heart is a storm. Give me time. She pleads. I promise I won't love another. Yin Hui doesn't press her for an answer. Okay, he says. I'll wait. They embrace gently, trying to calm the storm within. Back at the Sea God Pavilion, nestled in the sacred eternal sky city, once everyone had gathered, Ruan Nan turned to her son with concern. Xuanyu, tell me everything that's happened while I've been away. Xuanyu nodded. Very well. Let's start from when you fell into a coma. It began when, to save us, Mother was struck by the projection of the heavenly dragon star's chief into the eternal, and I was terrified. I was so afraid of losing her. I frantically returned to seek help, believing that with Mother's cultivation, she would surely be all right. After returning, I immediately contacted Father. The moment your father heard what happened, he came right away. Wu Lin couldn't help but softly call out, Nana. But as their eyes met for a moment, she nonchalantly turned away and asked, what happened next? So, Xuanyu recounted how Yuan Na had become a twin, how Wu Lin had broken through the 17th seal to bring her back, and how his father had infiltrated Tianlong Star. She discovered many secrets of the Dragon Planet, and how quickly her strength had grown there. She seized on a key piece of information. You went to the Dragon Planet. Xuanyu affirmed that his strength had soared because of his time on Tianlong Planet, where he gained the power to temper his body. Wu Lin, understanding, explained that this power was indeed perfect for his training. Although there are risks, the benefits outweigh training back home, but Yuena is still worried. What if they're discovered? After all, her mother has been to Tianlong Star, incredibly powerful and aggressive. Tianlong Star has many super god-level mech pilots that we can't compete with. Wu Lin, sitting nearby, calmly analyzed the pros and cons, his heart filled with growing concern. If their technology surpasses ours, the Federation will have no chance of survival. And Xuanyu, with the blood of the golden and silver dragons, is our last hope. If you become the dragon god, all the super gods of the dragon and Pegasus races will bow before you. But failure is unimaginable. Xuanyu prepares to return to Tianlong Star immediately, taking all plant-based soul beasts below the god level to absorb the life energy there, and plans to go to the dragon realm to find the dragon god's remains, stabilizing the dragon god bloodline within him. She understands his intentions, and also hints that even if he doesn't go, she can help him stabilize his dragon god bloodline. I have something to show you. But let's put up a shield first, or it will affect all of Sky City. Wu Lin tensed, guessing that if Nana, now a super god-level being, needed a shield, what was she about to reveal? Wu Lin carefully added another layer of defense around the room. Once the spiritual power stabilized, Yue Na carefully spoke. After falling into the constant star, I was able to persevere for so long because of it. My body's strength isn't that great, and I wouldn't have been able to hold on otherwise. She opened her hands, revealing the radiant dragon god core, saying she was fortunate to have it. The moment the artifact appeared, Xuanyu felt a strange energy surge. What was happening? The two bloodlines within him were fluctuating. The desire to devour within Wu Lin was also awakened by this, and the 17th seal in his body, the final seal, trembled violently. The Golden Dragon King also felt an extreme desire, not for the dazzling light, but for Yue Na, a fierce feeling of wanting to devour her whole. Seeing everyone notice its effects, Yue Na recounts the situation when I first found it. I didn't know what it was. It wasn't until I fell into the lava that its power began to spread through my body. Bai Shu was also heavily suppressed by this strange object. The energy contained within that crystal was so powerful, it was suffocating. Sensing the scent of a divine object, Xiao Bao happily emerged, exclaiming, "The dragon god's core." Seeing this, Xuanyu asked suspiciously, "Xiao Bao, do you know this crystal?" The little guy puffed up his chest, acting like he knew everything. "This is the true core of the master. I didn't expect the master's core to be preserved." He was still confused. What exactly was the dragon god core? Little Bao flew out with a chilling revelation. "Master, you mustn't absorb the dragon god core. You'll die instantly. The dragon god's energy is far too terrifying. Niet Na is unwilling to give up this extraordinary crystal, So how can she absorb it? The little one strokes his chin, recalling his memories. There is a way. Unless the two of you merge, one devours the other, then borrows the power of the dragon god's core. Perhaps with the chance to become a dragon god again. But it's still very dangerous. After all, one of you is human, and the other is a dragon, with different bodies. So problems may arise when merging. The safest bet is for young master to continue cultivating to the god level, then absorb the dragon god core. He would surely become the dragon god. Wu Lin hesitantly suggests another relatively reasonable solution. Can't it be absorbed in parts? Each time absorbing a portion of the dragon god core's power, but Xiao Bao immediately rejected the idea completely, saying that the dragon god core is a single entity, and this is the power of the dragon god himself. Once the core is stimulated, the energy inside will immediately overflow, either being completely absorbed or causing the absorber to explode and die. Moreover, whether it's absorption or exploding to death, the core will be fine. On the contrary, it will absorb all the power of the opponent, turning it into a part of itself, which is why I want the little master to try it no matter what. Xuanyu, after much deliberation, couldn't find a good solution and suggested that his mother should keep it. Yue Na understood and withdrew the dragon god core. Diaobao suddenly smiled with amusement, saying that things were stable now, but he glared at it, asking what was stable. The kid explained the situation in detail to become a dragon god. There's a hurdle to overcome, fully merging the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King bloodlines to create Dragon God blood. The next hurdle is restoring your true Dragon God power. To become a God King, the energy needed to absorb would be terrifying, perhaps even beyond what Tianlong Xing could provide. But now, with the Dragon God core, it's different. You have a chance to become a dragon god. Xuanyu suddenly understood. So that's it. But, father, mother, why didn't you two absorb it together? Wu Lin seized the opportunity to dish out some dog food originally. My mother and I did have a chance to regain the dragon god position, but the prerequisite was to devour me. We were in love then. She couldn't bear to devour me. But Gu Yuena cut him off, saying, who couldn't bear to? Wu Lin immediately chased after him, not wanting to be outdone. I couldn't bear it. I couldn't bear it, even if it meant becoming the king of gods. I still couldn't bear it. Xuanyu nodded. Already planning for tomorrow. Then we'll keep the dragon god core for now. Tomorrow, I plan to go to Tang Sect, to the forbidden weapon vault. After saying their goodbyes, he adds that the silver-armored great rock should be able to join them, ensuring their safety, and asks his father to come along as he had offered. Although Wu Lin answered him, his eyes remained fixed on Yue Na, making her wonder why he was staring at her so intently. Yue Na didn't understand. But Xuanyu, knowing his father's thoughts, turned to ask, Mom, what about you? She smiled and affirmed. Of course, I want to go with you. Satisfied with his parents' answer, he didn't press further. All right. Then Shushu and I will go rest. We'll prepare to depart tomorrow, and I'll call you both before we leave. Before leaving, Bai Shu politely said, Goodbye, Aunt Nana, Uncle Luo, we're off. As the two children walked out hand in hand, Yue Na couldn't help but feel happy, finally reunited with her son. And now the family could live together. Then she turned 180 degrees and urged Wu Lin, Why haven't you left yet? He tried to negotiate between tears and laughter. But this is his room, and he has nowhere else to go. How about this? There's still space here. I'll sit far away from you. They bickered back and forth, neither giving in. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will. I'm going. I'm going. Wife, don't be angry. Don't call me that. But in the end, Yu Lin reluctantly surrendered. He turned and left, filled with happiness and contentment, realizing he was still a stranger to Nana, who had lost her memories. Even so, just having her by my side makes me happy. Our family has been apart for so long. I must cherish this reunion. The next morning, the sun diligently scattered its golden rays. It had been a long time since Nar had felt so relaxed. This was the first time she'd felt so at ease. With such beautiful weather, A stroll by the lake would be nice. As she opened the door, she was surprised to see Wu Lin already waiting there, carefully bringing a tray of food to his wife. Have you had breakfast? Nguyen Na asks how long he's been there. But Vu Lan avoids the question, offering her the warm man thao. He urges her to eat quickly before it gets cold. Without a word, she gulped down the soup. As he chuckled and told her to slow down, but she paid no heed, devouring the food like she hadn't eaten in days. After the meal, she coldly dismissed Wu Lin, saying he could leave now. He pointed at himself, confused, wanting to explain that she had eaten his portion too. Even Zul. Nguyen Na unceremoniously kicks Yu Lin out the door despite his strength. He still needs breakfast. Does he really need it? She urged him out, and he dared not protest, simply leaving as she wished. Okay, I'll go first. The door slammed shut behind Wu Lin, rejecting all visitors. And he finally realized, so what if he's strong? Does strength mean he can't eat? No, that's not right. She's just as strong as him. So why does she eat? She's over 10,000 years old. Why is she acting like this with me? But it's okay. At least she ate the food I brought. After Nguyet Na ate her fill, she didn't go out again, because she found that she got sleepy easily after eating, and didn't know when she fell asleep again. She really liked the feeling of her whole body being relaxed. After who knows how long, she rubbed her eyes awake from the sound of knocking at the door. Who could it be? Hearing her sleepy voice, Yulin chuckled and replied that it was him. She sleepily opened the door, asking what he was doing here. With a flourish, Yulin presents a tray overflowing with food, announcing that it's mealtime. Na Yuan is staken aback. He guesses her dark secret. You didn't just wake up after eating breakfast, did you? She loudly defends herself. Of course not. I've been up for ages. Wulin stops teasing and asks directly. Can you eat more? Yuena affirms without hesitation. Of course. She ate without any regard for appearances, cheeks bulging. What are you looking at? Wu Lin raised an eyebrow. Learning from his earlier mistake, he then joined the feeding frenzy, shocking Yuan Na, who exclaimed, How can you still eat so much? Surprised and hopeful. Wu Lin asks if she remembers anything from before, but she firmly denies it, despite a strange feeling stirring within her. She claims she just felt like saying it. He doesn't press her, but gently reaches out to wipe the corner of her mouth. As Yuer stares, transfixed by his tenderness, he softly explains his sudden action, saying there was food on her face, but she's still flustered, her heart pounding in her chest, picking up on her emotions. Wu Lin's cheeks flushed a deep red. He cleared his things, saying she'd slept long enough, and asked if they could talk later. Don't worry. We won't talk about the past. We'll talk about our son. Not wanting to keep Yuena waiting, Yulin quickly returns, saying he's back. She hid all her fluttering emotions. And I can't reach her anymore. Can I? After waiting for a while without him speaking, Nar had to speak first. Didn't you say you wanted to talk to me? Why aren't you saying anything? Wulin snaps back to reality. Right. Let's talk. I want to ask, do you remember what it was like when you conceived our son? Were you in human form? Or dragon form? Nair couldn't recall. Only guessing based on her current memories, I don't know. I was frozen in ice. At that time, I must have been in human form. Wu Lin smiled. Sharing his amnesiac period, I was discovered on a southern beach, washed ashore, and rescued by a girl. At that time, he couldn't remember anything. But luckily, she took care of him. Then she said he was handsome and wanted him to become a star. So he tried it out and started singing. A sudden discomfort in her heart made Ruo Na blurt out. Did that girl kiss you? Faced with Yuan Na's unusual question, Wu Lin frankly states that she was quite beautiful and very kind to him. Her name was Luo Qingling. But after saving you, he left her and announced his departure from the entertainment industry, losing contact with her. And now he feels a bit guilty about it. These words ignite a fire in Wen Na's heart. Why is he telling her this? If he feels guilty, he should go find her. Vu Lan seizes the chance to confess his feelings, knowing she's always liked him. But he can't reciprocate. Even though he didn't know who was in his heart then, he knew he couldn't love anyone else. Wu Lin's mood darkens as he recalls the past. He's urged her to find a home of her own for years. But she wouldn't listen, a real blockhead. Like her, he gets a splitting headache if he tries to remember. And he didn't know why back then. But after their first reunion, he gradually understood. He doesn't want to remember the past pain, especially since he didn't know where she was back then. If he remembered and still couldn't find her, he might go crazy. When we were together before, we must have been through too much pain, so it's good that you don't remember now. Don't think about it anymore. Let's look forward. Okay. Wu Lin suppressed his emotions to comply with her wishes, deciding not to dwell on the past. Letting bygones be bygones. Just know that I was the one at fault before, and I'll make it up to you from now on. But she coldly retorted, I never asked you to make up for anything. I'm not close to you, nor do I remember you. Wu Lin patiently waited for the opportune moment. It's okay. Won't we become closer by spending more time together? Besides, we have Xuanyu. Blood is thicker than water, even if you don't remember or even like me. We're still his parents. Don't you want Xuanyu to be happy? We haven't been there for our son since he was little. We owe him so much. Shouldn't we make it up to him? The lengthy reasoning leaves Yuena dizzy, and she finally relents, admitting he has a point, taking advantage of his success. Yu Lin continues to persuade her, saying that their son definitely wants them together, so they can't separate. Otherwise, it will only make him worry later. So even if it's just an act, she shouldn't be too cold towards him in front of their son, and they need to show a little more affection in front of him. Nguyetna, annoyed, realizes something's off. This doesn't feel right. Are you trying to trap me? Vulan challenges her to explain, asking where he's wrong. She couldn't find any flaws in his reasoning, so she reluctantly agreed. He shouldn't go too far. Though, how close did he want to be? Wu Lin smiled, assuring her he wouldn't overdo it. She could rest assured. With one plotting and the other simply following along, he suggests they change how they address each other, hoping it won't seem too strange. From now on, he'll call her Gu Yue, and she'll call him Wu Lin, without giving her a chance to change her mind. He turned and left, saying, Okay, let's do that for now. You rest, and I'll get busy. I need to prepare and coordinate with the academy. I'll bring you dinner tonight. As he vanished, Yuena felt an unfamiliar emptiness fill the room. Just like that, she whispered, as if questioning someone. Just gone, holding herself. Yuan Na looked out the window, not trying to keep Jia. Even she couldn't understand her strange sense of loss. Elsewhere, Xuanyu was extremely busy today, with so much to prepare. But fortunately, the elders helped him a lot. The elder helped him select twin plant-type spirit beasts needed for the trip to Tianlong Star, and directly arranged for these plant-type powerhouses to board the Silver Armor Great Peng battleship. For over half a day, Xuanyu was in the Forbidden Weapon Vault, learning about forbidden weapons and making his selections. In the afternoon, he visited the Treasure Pavilion's vault to select rare metals. Leaving the forging to the Tang Sect, once he had enough, Xuanyu only needed to focus on forging his battle armor. After a busy day, Xuanyu finally finished all the preparations as night fell. Early the next morning, they could set off, return to the 7th Squad, and then head back to Tianlong Star. Afterward, he stopped by his parents' place, but was unexpectedly stopped. Xuanyu, don't come up yet. Wait a moment. With a growing sense of unease, Xuanyu waited patiently in the outer hall, wondering why he wasn't allowed in, and speculated, could my parents be hiding something? Rewind a few minutes to dinner. When Wu Lin and Yuan Na sensed Xuanyu's return, I can feel it too, one of them said, with a serious tone. He asks her, we're leaving tomorrow, and to put our son at ease, shouldn't we be a bit more affectionate in front of him? That way, when he returns to Tianlong Star, he won't worry about us. Nair, caught off guard, asked what he wanted to do, and Yulin whispered in her ear, I don't know what he said, but she's vehemently opposed. No, you can't. Not you. Wu Lin knows he's being forward, but he persists, saying it's because he wronged her in the past. I haven't had the chance to take care of you properly. This wouldn't be too presumptuous. And it's for the sake of our child. Just this once. Okay, I promise I won't overstep. Nar reluctantly agreed. Okay. Receiving her permission, he eagerly got up to prepare. Then, wait for me. A moment later, Wu Lin came in carrying a steaming basin of water, even thoughtfully setting out a chair for Ruanara. Here. Sit down first. Still a bit awkward. She nodded in agreement. As Ingwen Na carefully sat down, she noticed a wonderfully pleasant aroma rising from the basin. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked what he had added to the water. Wu Lin frankly revealed his secret recipe. He had added prickly ash when boiling the water. Soaking feet in prickly ash water promotes blood circulation and is very good for the body. Outside the sea god pavilion, an ancient tranquility reigned. While inside, Wu Lin smiled gently, asking if she was ready. With a flushed face, Yuena nodded in agreement. Let's begin. Though she spoke firmly, she felt a bit embarrassed and uneasy. Inside, was it really okay for her son to see him washing her feet? Is this too intimate? But soon, the refreshing sensation on her feet won her over. So comfortable. She's never experienced anything like it. Wu Lin smiles, his eyes crinkling as he asks if the water temperature is to her liking. Wen Na was so relaxed, she lost all sense of direction, and he understood that everything was fine. Outside the room, Xuanyu waited impatiently, wondering what his parents were up to. When he finally heard his name called, Xuanyu, you can come up now. Just as his hand touched the door, he heard Nian Na scream. Don't move. Xuanyu was instantly alert. That was his mother's voice. What was going on? He hoped his father hadn't been beaten again. He had to stop her. Thinking this, he burst through the door to intervene. Mom. Dad. Please don't fight. The violent scene he imagined didn't happen. Instead, he saw Wu Lin looking up to greet him. Xuanyu. You're here. His hand still gently held Yuan Na's jade-like foot. He could only wonder what was going on yesterday. His father was being slapped. And today, he's washing his mother's feet. What a turnaround. Dad's a bit too good. Wu Lin continued what he was doing, reminding his son, why are you just standing there? Xuanyu hesitated, wanting to escape, suggesting he come back later. But he winked, signaling him to stop, saying it was fine to come in. He awkwardly fulfilled his role as a light bulb, saying, yes. Yuan Na now bitterly saw through Wu Lin's sly facade, all for his son. If my son hadn't walked in, I would have hit you. She forced a gentle smile and welcomed him. Xuanyu. Have a seat first. Xuanyu obediently sat down, silently observing the strange scene before him, wishing he had brought Tutu along. This was far too much to take in after his recent descent from the Sea God Pavilion conference. Looking at the man kneeling before her, a feeling of attachment inexplicably welled up within her. How much longer must he wash? Although she no longer minded the contact as she once did, the moisture emanating from his hands still maintained the water's temperature. It's up to him how long he washes. No. I need to take the initiative. After a moment, Yuena softly calls his name. Wu Lin. That's enough. A happy smile crept across Wu Lin's face. He was almost done. Xuanyu noticed the sudden change in his parents' attitude and was overjoyed finally. They had accepted each other. The first time he met his father, he was a superstar, always smiling warmly, but with a sense of aloof rejection. The first time he met his mother, she was as beautiful as an immortal, devoid of human warmth. For the first time, Xuanyu felt the warmth of family love, from separation to reunion, from strangers to loved ones. This is what true happiness feels like. A moment later, Yulin announced that it was okay to lift her foot, and he slowly raised it from the basin. Then, he placed Ruo Na's foot on his knee and carefully dried it with a towel. After completing the series of actions, Yulin stood up and carried away the basin, telling her to let them dry. Before leaving, he announces he's going to pour out the water and promises to wash her feet every day from now on. Nguyen, beyond resistance, instinctively nodded in agreement as Xuanyu realized he was intruding and needed to leave. He bolted out of there, saying, Mom, I gotta go. Tutu's waiting for me. I'll see you both later so fast that Nguyen-na barely had time to react. Hey, why are you running? Slow down. She understood his actions all too well, but only scolded him lightly. You little rascal. Then, she shifted the blame. Don't. Wu Lin. His handsome face was so vivid in her mind that she blushed and muttered. This jerk. With a smile, Wu Lin returns. Na Yuan. Waiting in the hall. Thinks. That jerk is back. She feigns anger, asking why he's standing so close. Wu Lin touches her hair, saying it's messy and he'll brush it for her. As she warns him with a mix of shyness and caution, I'm warning you. Don't push it, or I'll really do something when Xuanyu gets back. But he just smiles indulgently, saying he was only putting on a show for their son. Her hair sways in the breeze, and he lets her have her way. Nguyen-na's eyes were slightly hazy, her mind flooded with memories, but this time, without the headache, only the tenderness of the person behind her. Duong Vulan's movements were gentle, as Nguyen-na remained still, letting him comb her hair. How long had she kept her eyes closed? Her breathing grew steady, and she unconsciously rested her head on him. Falling asleep, Wu Lin couldn't help but tear up. For 10,000 years. You've suffered so much, following me. You've endured too much. He gently picked up the sleeping Guyuena, unable to imagine the torment she had endured. Holding the woman he loved close, he vowed that he would never let her suffer again, and that he would always be by her side. Meanwhile, back in Eternal Heaven City, Mengqin wondered aloud where Xuanyu was. Startling Baishu. He explained that Xuanyu had gone to fetch Nana and Uncle Luo. She was puzzled by Baishu's flustered state, asking what was wrong. But Baishu just blushed and waved his hands. Saying nothing was the matter, she turned away, her mind replaying the scene of Xuanyu offering to wash her feet the night before, after he left. She didn't know why, but he just wanted to wash her feet. Happily, Xuanyu arrives with the others, and Mengqin asks where he's been. Just as he appears, with the team complete, Xuanyu urges them to prepare for departure. Yuan-na glared at Yulin, disgruntled, convinced he'd set her up the night before. She was sure of it. She recalled their romantic moment, only to wake up in his arms. His intentions were clear. Yuan-na glanced at Wu Lin, who seemed very pleased with himself, confirming her suspicions that he was no good, and she wouldn't give him the chance again. Everyone boarded the 33 Skywing warship, and Lan Xuanyu piloted it into the sky, leaving the home planet once more under everyone's watchful eyes. As he watched Duluo planet shrink outside the window, Lan Xuanyu felt a pang of reluctance, knowing his adoptive parents were among those seeing him off, silently praying for his and everyone else's safety. Last night, Lan Xuanyu brought Bai Shushu to his adoptive parents' home. Mom, Dad, I'm back, Lan Xiao greeted his son warmly. Xuanyu, you're back. A happy family photo of the three was placed on the table as his parents spoke in turn. Hinvu, you're finally home. I just finished cooking. Come sit down and eat. Is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty. This scene makes Hianvu sigh with emotion. This is the Silver Armor Great Peng battleship. And even though it's right here, it doesn't show up on radar at all. A beam of light from a silver mech shone on his warship. The Emerald Demon was like a child in comparison. 1,350 meters long, with a wingspan of 980 meters. This was the size of a battleship. Everyone stepped inside, marveling. This is the inside of a warship. It's so spacious. Tang San and Erming came out to greet them. We've been waiting for you. Ask Erming about the warship. With a beaming smile, Erming exclaimed, Xuanyu. We meet again. Xuanyu waved back as Wu Lin and Erming stared at each other in shock. Erming, the senior, he couldn't help but hug him tightly. Uncle Erming, it's so good that you're okay. Really so good. I can finally face my father. The scene stunned Xuanyu's mother and son. Why does father call him uncle? Did I get the seniority wrong? Erming wonders if he's regained his memories, and if Gu Yuena has as well. Wu Lin releases him and gently explains that Gu Yue hasn't fully recovered her memories yet. Nierming solemnly says it's better she hasn't recovered. He didn't realize how much she'd sacrifice for him until she was forced to make that choice. Wu Lin calmly assures him there are no more unresolved conflicts between them. Seeing the soul beasts with homes of their own, we masked our pain with smiles and changed the subject. Wishing them well, he turned to Xuanyu and praised him, saying that their son was indeed exceptionally talented. With a determined look, Nimin placed his hand on his shoulder. I'm entrusting the Silver Armor Great Peng battleship to you. Come. I'll introduce you to it and teach you how to use it. Nimin turned away and explained. The Silver Armor Great Peng battleship has always been researched and manufactured in Sam Latin. As long as your spiritual power reaches the level of divine consciousness, you can control it, even alone. He proudly winks, stating that the silver-armored Great Peng battleship is the perfect culmination of Tang Sect's craftsmanship and the Saint Latin biological technology. Far surpassing the era, Nier Ming muttered that the only problem now is that to build a warship of this level, they need the essence of a truly powerful soul beast, one that is not only strong in life but also suitable for flight. Then, Nier Ming's eyes lit up with anticipation, thinking that if they had the essence of an upper-level dragon clan, they could create something comparable to the silver-armored Great Peng warship he had to make one. Xuanyu scratched his head, saying he'd try if he had the chance. But upper-level dragons weren't easy to hunt. Suddenly, the words, "Give me your essence," appeared, along with the image of a man behind Xuanyu, surprising everyone. Ming can't believe his eyes. That man is actually Di Tian. He immediately kneels. Di Tian greets our lord. It has been too long. Yu Lin replies, "Greetings, beast god. It seems your memories have fully returned." With a humble smile, Di Tian replied, "I wouldn't dare call myself a senior. I'm merely a servant of the young master, and only by following him can I see hope for the future." He turned to Yue Na and Xuan Vu, adding, "As a member of the dragon race, I have value in entrusting myself to Ni Minhuin to create an ecological warship. I have but one condition. The warship must be made from my remains, and it will only serve the young master. Ming, do you agree?" Di Tian smiled faintly. "This body is useless to me now. Even following the young master, I can only exist as a soul spirit. But if you become the dragon god in the future, I may truly have a chance to be reborn." Hearing that, Ming was certain, if he was willing, then that would be wonderful. When it comes to soul beasts, at least in my memory, no one in the soul beast world has ever compared to him. Di Tian focuses his power, creating an orb, and says his body is in the star spirit star, asking him to personally deliver his token to the little fox. He closed his eyes gently. "Don't be polite. I'm not giving it to you. But to the little master, consider it making the most of my value. When the little master breaks through, I will completely merge with him. You'll have to wait. Today, I want to discuss your upcoming breakthrough." Xuanyu tenses up, confirming, "Senior Di Tian, do you mean when I get my 7th soul ring, my cultivation will likely break through to the quasi-god level?" Di Tian nods calmly. "Indeed. That's why I wanted to mention that before your breakthrough. All of my energy will merge with you, making the process more difficult." You seem confused by that explanation. Shouldn't my power make it easier for you to break through? Having long since reached godhood, I could have ascended with only 200 to 300. 000 years of cultivation, relying on the golden-eyed Black Dragon King bloodline. But because of my prolonged accumulation, the dark elemental energy within me has become so immense that when you break through, I will also cross that threshold. His gaze suddenly turned profound, as if piercing through space itself. It's like you'll be facing 2 god-level breakthroughs, doubling all the tribulations. This left Xuanyu somewhat bewildered. 2 tribulations. Di Tian pointed to the elemental circle. Moreover, when you break through, you must maintain absolute balance between the elements. So the other 6 elements in your body need to be raised to the same level as me in this regard. I can help you. He smiles at Xuanyu, saying he can convert dark elements into the other 6 to achieve balance. But then he can't help him resist the lightning tribulation, both of which he'll have to bear alone. Di Tian looks thoughtful, explaining why merging with him upon becoming a god would be relatively troublesome. Wu Lin was slightly worried. If we don't merge now, can we wait until after this breakthrough? Or the next one? Di Tian closed his eyes slightly and raised the question. That's possible, but you'll miss an opportunity to further enhance your strength. And it's uncertain if it will be safe when you break through the power of heaven and earth, and the dragon god's bloodline awakens. I'm not sure I can stop myself from breaking through with you. Once the lightning tribulation arrives, I can't control it. And what I worry about most is that my master's bloodline will lead to the nine-colored chaos tribulation. Both Ruo Na and Wu Lin were horrified, a nine-colored chaotic tribulation. The two were in constant turmoil, a nine-colored chaotic tribulation, not just the seven elements of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, but also creation and destruction, life and death. Wu Lin recalled the past. If those two elements were added, it would be terrifying, like a clash between super god level and god king level. Plus Di Tian's lightning tribulation. He pondered for a moment. Then Di Tian smiled reassuringly. Xuanyu must be fully prepared before breaking through. Don't worry. I've spent countless years cultivating, and my lightning tribulations are all heavenly tribulations. If you add the great tribulation that the young master has to face, I don't even dare to imagine the scene. You've already cultivated the silent extinction lightning god very well. He suggests that if he can try using the heavenly tribulation to cultivate, it will benefit his tribulation crossing. He almost died when he first started cultivating the annihilation divine lightning. Could the heavenly tribulation and elemental tribulation be the same thing? Hyunwoo was utterly confused. Senior Di Tian, I don't have the dark attribute, so even if I wanted to cultivate, I probably couldn't. But Di Tian made a suggestion. I can help you coordinate the dark element within, creating a combined force with your other 6 elements. You're surprised by this new knowledge, so it can be unified and coordinated. Xuanyu quietly pondered the mechanics of power, realizing that to transform the elements into lightning tribulation, they must first be balanced and then compressed to create terrifying energy. But if all 7 elements were to erupt simultaneously within his body, even multiple lives wouldn't be enough to cover the cost. Dishan offers his reasoning, attempting to persuade him. If it were just you alone, I wouldn't make this suggestion. With his father and Juxian by his side, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, I can help Xuanyu control the power of elements. If Xuanyu uses it to swear to me, first, we need a massive amount of life energy as support. Di Tian still didn't give up and continued to try. Aren't there also 2 100,000-year plant-type soul beasts? Their life energy is most suitable, and Tianlongxing can naturally absorb life energy. Wu Lin marveled at his every move. Beast God, you're playing a big game. Di Tian then offered his perspective, saying he was also selfish, because if the young master could break through to the god level, his divine sense could gain a certain degree of independence. In the future, if the young master rebuilds the god realm and the dragon clan, he might be able to independently become a dragon king. He looked at Xuanyu sincerely, saying, so rest assured, I will definitely be more cautious than anyone, as I am the one who most wants the young master to succeed. Xuanyu looked at his mother for her opinion. If possible, let's try it gradually, like how I initially used the thunder element to temper my body. He firmly believes in this plan. Using earnest eyes to persuade Yue Na, he can use the dragon god energy accumulated from the ascension column, combined with the heavenly tribulation and dragon force, to make it even safer. She chuckled in agreement, suggesting they trust Di Tian's ability to control the energy and give it a try. Now that Tianyu's strength has increased, going to Tianlongstar will be even safer. Di Tian is pleased with their decision and urges them on, but they still need to speak with the plant-based spirit beasts beforehand. Immediately, Lan Xuanyu volunteers to speak with the elder tree, hoping to enlist their aid. The plant-based soul beasts agree without hesitation to Lan Xuanyu's request, taking many plant-type soul beasts to Tianlong Star. He hopes to speed up their evolution, knowing that a little life energy can't repay this favor. Immediately, the plant-type soul beasts express that as long as they aren't drained dry, he can take as much life energy as he needs. Tang San was extremely pleased with the scene before him. Lan Xuanyu was definitely the main pilot of the silver-armored Great Peng battleship, with his teammates assisting. He secluded himself in the silver-armored Great Peng battleship's largest room with his parents and plant-type soul beasts. With a stern face, Yulin resolutely gave the order. Begin, and Hianvu immediately obeyed. Yes. He closed his eyes and sat down. His body and mind completely focused on unleashing his power. His body turned white, surrounded by a golden sphere. Wu Lin looks on proudly as a pillar of light erupts where Xuanyu sits. The sphere of heaven and earth taking shape. He focuses intently, trying to understand the problem before him. If 4 elements can create life, how can 2 more be arranged? Yuan Na enters his mind, advising him to relax and feel the elements. Following his mother's guidance, he opens a circle, gathering the elements, and lets himself feel. Ditian is filled with pride as he transforms into the dark demon dragon. It seems the process is going well, and he's about to start coordinating the dark attribute energy. Xuanyu calmly unlocks his power, and it begins. Instantly, Ditian fully transformed into a dark demonic dragon. And with Xuanyu having gathered the necessary power, Yuan Na focused on analyzing the situation. From a certain perspective, water, fire, earth, and wind are the 4 elements from which all others evolve, a complex process that's nearly impossible to directly interfere with. Therefore, light, darkness, and the 3 types of space elements must be separated, ensuring they never merge with the 4 base elements. Water and fire are incompatible. Light and darkness are absolute opposites. Only the element of space can harmonize them both. Yuan Na superimposes the image of Yulin and the golden dragon god, contrasting with Xuanyu and the silver dragon god, appearing like day and night reflected. People believe the silver dragon king inherited elemental power, while the golden dragon king only possessed a strong body, but the truth is more complex. The Golden Dragon King also wields an element, a more mysterious power than time itself, which Tang Wulin also inherited. Yuan Na clasps her hands, focusing her spirit, recalling the difficulty of time and space. Unless she awakens her true dragon god bloodline, she won't be able to surpass her father. A series of past scenes rush back, but with the recollection of time and space, all variables can be controlled with her current cultivation. Her father's recollection of time and space is enough to correct all mistakes. Most believe light and darkness can only be opposed, unable to control time and space simultaneously. But you are different. Borrow the changes of time and space so that light and darkness alternate like day and night, cyclically merging and transforming each other. Hearing Lian Wu's earnest guidance, Xuanyu understands, and immediately gathers his life force before unleashing a great power. Yun Yue watched from the side, impressed. Even on this warship, it feels like day and night are constantly changing, accelerating metabolism and cultivation speed. Another girl nodded in agreement. Indeed, to experience the power of a super god-level expert firsthand is a rare opportunity. Hu Lan looks at him with admiration, thinking that she was prepared to sacrifice herself to help Lan Xuanyu, but now realizes that she is the one who has truly benefited. Xuanyu focused all his energy, striving to reach a new level of power. Xuanyu's eyes shone with unwavering determination as he merged each group of elements into different forms: water, fire, earth, and wind swirling into a vortex, constantly compressing, with lightning gathering at the tail, while light, darkness, space, and time merged into a radiant sphere. He closed his eyes, hesitant, as even his mother wouldn't dare compress them, let alone cause them to generate lightning through friction. He actually felt like he should throw this ball of energy outside. Seeing her son like this, Yuena gently reassured him. The 4 major elements of light, darkness, space, and time don't complement each other, like the 4 basic elements, but their power is far greater. Though the stronger they are, the harder they are to stabilize, but you can use your true form to temper them. He confirmed. Use my true form, this 4 elemental orb. She patiently explained that he could call it dark divine lightning, and it had many uses, its power surpassing even his dual lightning element. Yuena's voice echoed in the space, saying that even she wouldn't dare try it, because any slip-up would cause the energy to explode and the body to be blown to pieces. But it was different for him. Protected by your mother and Tang Wulin, You can try it once, she said, as he was flooded with memories. Yue Na gently confirmed his question. That's right. We can pull you back if anything goes wrong. Xuanyu, feeling lost, asked his mother what to do, and she simply said, use the dark divine lightning to open up your meridians, circulating it through your body using the Swan Tiangong method. He was now utterly skeptical. Using such a large energy ball to open up his meridians, Mom. Are you serious, won't I? Wiet Na chuckled. This is the path you must take. Did you think enduring the tribulation of heaven and earth would be easy? He stared blankly as his mother continued. Originally, this should have been done after you became a god and obtained true dark elements. But Ditian is right. If you want to pass the double lightning tribulation and become a god, you must prepare in advance. The benefits will be immense. In a short time, you can grasp god-level power, even far beyond that limit, and enter a new level of immortalization. Returning to the previous conversation, Yue Na is discussing with Wu Lin. After the two went out to invite the plant-type spirit beasts, I've thought it over and discussed it with Tang Wulin. I still support you cultivating this way. Success will bring great benefits, and not doing so could put you in even greater danger. As if seeing the future, Yuena lays out her sharp reasoning when he breaks through on Dragon Star. It will shock even the Dragon Clan. If that's the case, why not make an even bigger splash? So big they won't dare to act rashly. If you're going to do it right. Accumulate power, and wait for the opportune moment. Xuanyu had no reason to go against such persuasive arguments, and heeded his mother's words, asking again for clarification on how to make the light-dark divine thunder circulate within his body. She instructs him, the smaller you compress it, the easier it will be to circulate within your body. He immediately closes his eyes and follows her instructions. Yes, ma'am. Xuanyu's body floats in the air, enveloped by a stream of power. He reached out towards the sphere, his face a mask of concentration. Suddenly, it glowed, as if releasing something. Startling him, someone had used time stasis. It was Wu Lin, and he asked his son, Xuanyu, can you hear me? The boy replied innocently. Father, what happened? Wu Lin suddenly became enraged, poking his son's cheek. You idiot. Can't you just compress it directly? These four elements are extremely unstable. Even I might not be able to control them with overall compression, let alone you. He needed to compress the four elements separately, while ensuring their transformation paths remained unchanged. Xuanyu scratched his head and asked his mother if she could compress them for him, and then control them to clear his meridians. Of course, Yuena coldly refused, saying that he wouldn't be able to feel the changes in his meridians himself. The meridians in the human body are extremely complex, and only he could complete the task without causing problems. He had no choice but to listen helplessly. Realizing the immense challenge ahead, mastering the light-dark divine lightning was no ordinary feat. This process was a huge test of Xuanyu's mental strength, but the benefits were obvious. In the process, Lan Xuanyu gained a deeper understanding of the four elements: light, darkness, space, and time. He gradually grasped the essence of these four elements, and the better he understood them, the easier they were to control. Lan Xuanyu had no idea how much time had passed, but before he knew it, the dark light divine lightning had finally been compressed to the size of a ping-pong ball. Xuanyu observed it in his palm. Compared to the elemental vortex, it was much smaller, but the power it contained likely surpassed even an antimatter missile. This thing could enter a forbidden weapons arsenal. Even a god-ranked powerhouse's strike might only be this powerful. Yuan Na gently reminded him that he was almost there, and with his current spiritual power nearing its limit, he could try to unblock and temper his meridians. Wu Lin smiled, explaining to his foolish son that his body had great flexibility. The flexibility of his meridians couldn't be measured by ordinary meridians. Try it. I'll be here if it doesn't work. He accepts the order. Willing to give it a try, Xuanyu immediately closes his eyes, focusing his mind completely, raising his hands to face each other, trying to compress the power. It's gone. Yuan and Yuhui appears and places her hand on his shoulder, saying she can help him. She then transfers her power to assist Xuanyu, allowing him to fully unleash his own. Xuanyu grits his teeth, enduring the pain, wondering if his mother can really help. He breaks free, realizing the protective energy is gone. His eyes widen in shock as the energy overwhelms him with agonizing pain. He's losing control. The power he struggled to contain has broken free, and sensing his son's distress, Wu Lin activates time reversal without hesitation. Heaving with exhaustion after being saved, Xuanyu realizes that even with time reversal, the memory of the pain remains, but Wu Lin calmly reassures him. Xuanyu shouldn't rush. He can gradually release it until his body can't take it anymore. And he needs to bring the dark lightning completely under control with his time freeze domain. Xuanyu feels cheated, crying out for fairness. Why didn't you tell me? Dad, I'm your own son. And you set this huge trap for me. With a serious tone, Yu Lin explained that he couldn't have understood the depth of it until experiencing it. He tells him to be happy about the next time, as even he and his mother never cultivated like this. He fully embraced his good fortune, realizing that with such protection, he was actually extremely safe. Despite the immense pain, such an opportunity was truly rare. His eyes changed, becoming sharp and determined. I understand. Father. Xuanyu once again reached out to compress the power with his mother's help. Mother. Let's do it again. Within the realm of time stasis, the aura of light, darkness, and lightning has diminished significantly. Though the pain is still intense, Lan Xuanyu quickly realizes that his meridians are gradually relaxing under the shift of time. The four elemental energies that entered his body seem to have vanished into his meridians. His body strains to control the immense power, and unbelievably, he's actually succeeding. The meridians, repaired after absorbing the energy, now glow with an even more bizarre radiance. Wu Lin watches his son's efforts with pride, amazed that Xuanyu not only endures the pain, but masters it faster than he imagined. A faint smile of satisfaction graces his face. His father wants him to try using his palm to channel the energy and unleash the light-dark divine lightning. Success would mean he has a way to deal with god-level powerhouses, Yuan quietly observed, analyzing to herself. The light, dark divine lightning was once one of her signature moves after becoming a god. Its power terrifying. Now, with the addition of dark energy to temper Xuanyu, he can barely control it. But this is still within expectations for the child's body. Whether he can withstand the light-dark divine lightning is another matter. Before fully transforming, even the silver dragon, King Nam's physical body couldn't bear that power. The power flowing through his body gives Xuanyu a familiar feeling. In a sense, this is like a higher-level version of body tempering. The annihilation divine lightning tempering was already fierce enough, and now there's light-dark divine lightning tempering. Only when the light-dark divine lightning tempering is completely finished can I consider using the energy of the heavenly tribulation to continue tempering. And after completing these three types of tempering, dealing with the lightning tribulation will be much easier. Time flew by during his training, and when Tang Wulin interrupted him, Xuanyu was surprised to see the 7th Fleet in the distance. Even the powerful reconnaissance radar systems of the Federal Fleet's flagship couldn't detect it. After a period of cultivating the light-dark divine body, all of Xuanyu's muscles cried out in protest. He was in so much pain. Ruan Na smiled knowingly from behind, guiding him. Now that you're basically stable, when we're not around, try experimenting with a third of each element's energy when you stop gathering the light-dark divine lightning. It might be easier that way. These words were like a revelation to Xuanyu. Why hadn't he thought of reducing the amount of each element, Mom? Were you doing this on purpose? Wu Lin then explained the benefits of this cultivation method, saying that his mother was doing it for his own good, so he could sense a greater amount of elemental power. Then the cultivation speed will be faster. The effect will be better. And in the future, you will gradually adapt and increase your energy. Now that we are by your side, we will naturally try our best to help you cultivate under extreme conditions. But if you are alone, you must be extremely careful. He carefully instructed him step by step. When you get to Tianlong Star, we won't be by your side. Xuanyu nodded to show he understood. Yes, I understand. Yu Lin even planned an escape route for his safety. In case he was ever in real danger, pour your divine power into the bracelet I gave you, and the idea contained within will surely protect you. At the same time, We'll know immediately and come to your aid. But landing on Tianlong Star will surely be detected, so your caution is paramount. Your mother likely obtained the dragon god's core there. She and your father can both be considered part of the dragon god, so we might be able to conceal ourselves there. Xuanyu solemnly promised. I understand. I will be especially careful, not just for myself, but for everyone. Wu Lin nodded in satisfaction, encouraging him. Good. Get yourself ready. Prepare to depart. As the family chatted, Warship 33 silently slipped out of the Silver Armored Rocks reserve space, heading towards the 7th Fleet, gradually deactivating its ghost state. Once they were gone, Tang Wulin merged his spiritual power into the Silver Armored Rock, maneuvering it past the 7th Fleet's defenses and towards Tianlong Star. Meanwhile, Xuanyu contacted the Star River, and the connection was quickly established with a boisterous greeting. Finally, you're here. If you hadn't arrived, the commander would have sent the military to drag you back. He scratched his head sheepishly, reporting, Is the commander in such a hurry? We weren't slow on Mother Star. Hey Yoked. Of course he's in a hurry. Every time you return from the Dragon Star, you bring back something crucial. You're the deputy commander of our Star River warship, second only to me. Your comrades will all be promoted, one rank, and I reckon in a year at most, you'll be a lieutenant general. Hearing this, Xuanyu was a little surprised, muttering, Is it that easy to get promoted? I heard that after reaching the rank of general, it's very difficult to get promoted. This forces him to correct himself. Does he not know what he has done? It is not the resources and materials he brings back that are most important, but him. Meanwhile, in outer space, a ship approached the Silver Armor Rock battleship, its main gate opening to welcome the unknown visitor as Xuanyu and his group curiously watched the figures disembark. Xinghe, who had just been communicating remotely, now appeared in person, welcoming him back to the team. Much to his surprise, he asked why he was on the flagship and if he didn't need to return. Xinghe extended his hand, inviting him to meet the commander with him, and suggested his friends rest first. Once they were settled in the vehicle, Xuanyu asked, What's going on? Why the rush? Xinghe was evasive, insisting that the level of secrecy was too high. The fewer people who knew, the better. Though he still holds the position of deputy commander of the Star River battleship, he only needs to report to the commander from now on. This vague attitude left Xuanyu between laughter and tears. I feel more and more like a secret agent. He solemnly explained, This is also for your safety. Who knows where the Dragon Horse Federation spies are? Even though you disguised yourself as a woman on Tianlong Star, your appearance is too striking, making it hard to avoid being recognized. As they chatted, Lan Xuanyu learned that Bai Shu's security clearance was the same as his. Once you're back, explain everything to her. The car arrives at headquarters with the subordinate's announcement, We're here. Xuanyu follows Xinghe, looking around, observing, Is headquarters always this big? It doesn't feel like anyone's here. After a long walk, the two entered the office, and Silverwolf announced their arrival. Silverwolf was gentler than one might expect of a general. Welcome back. Please, sit. We're among friends here, so let's get down to business. First, on behalf of the Federation, I want to express our sincere gratitude and respect for your contributions. Xuanyu respectfully smiled and replied, Thank you for the Federation's recognition. Bailang then got straight to the point. The Federation has contacted Tang Sect to provide enough God-tier metal for 10 Tang Sect masters to create God-tier mecha for you and your comrades, 33 inches total. But nothing is free. And as expected, he continued, creating God-tier mecha for you because of your accomplishments and to make you stronger, ensuring your safety. Of course, this isn't entirely without conditions. Xuanyu asked curiously, What conditions? Bai Ling directly stated their demand. If you leave the military system in the future, you must return the mechs to the military. Of course, Tang Sect has the right to revert the mechs back into metal, ensuring no leakage of technology. Hearing this, he suddenly realized, no wonder the Federation is so generous. They want to tie us to the military. We can use these good things, but they're gone if we leave the military. but the price wasn't too high for what they'd receive. So Xuanyu agreed, without hesitation. I accept this condition. With the agreement made, Bai Ling revealed a shocking piece of news. You're smart. It's good you know that. This is the reward the Federation is giving you. And furthermore, the Federation has decided to upgrade your Du Tian rank to level 9. Hearing this, not only Xuanyu but also Xing, he exclaimed in shock. What? Though he knew Lan Xuanyu was extraordinary, he now sees him in a new light, a level 9, battle god in the entire Federation. Previously, there were only 3 level 9 battle gods, and now a young man not yet 20 has a status equal to the Sea God Pavilion Masters. Bai Ling affirmed once more. That's right. A 9th level battle armor master is a high rank in the Federation. In special circumstances, the authority is even greater than a Federation commander. Although it's to conceal your identity, your military rank is still Major General. As a 9th level battle armor master, you automatically become the Deputy Minister of the Battle Armor Department. Deputy Minister Lan. From now on, you don't need to salute me. Xuanyu happily agreed. Understood. Even now, this news still stirred his heart. Was this still the Federation government he knew? For over 10,000 years, the Federation government has strived to suppress the Shrek Academy and the Tang Sect, and as a deputy minister, you can manage them to a certain extent. Bai Ling handed Xuanyu a sealed envelope, which contained an introduction to the authority of a 9th level battle god, and asked him to destroy it after reading. As he accepted it, he couldn't help but ask if there were any requirements for the Federation making him a level 9 battle god. He understood the young man's underlying concerns. He had made outstanding contributions to the Federation, and was now receiving this reward. Since the Federation is offering, you should accept it. Even the Tang Sect leader is only a level 8 Duluo. Despite being the deputy minister of the Duluo department, Bai Ling then changed the subject to Lan Xuanyu's new mission. The Federation needs someone to monitor and record his infiltration. This was an offer he couldn't refuse. Xuanyu hoped the Federation would choose someone quickly, so he could return to the Dragon Star as soon as possible. At that moment, Guanghui chimed in with her introduction. Hello. I'm Yuanan Guanghao. Hui should call me Aunt. Lieutenant General Yuanan Guanghao. This sudden connection left Xuanyu's stunned aunt. He quickly analyzed her identity, a general in her 20s. Her background must be extraordinary. Before he could give an order, Guanghui offered her sincerity, rest assured. During the mission, I'll only have eyes and ears, no mouth. Xuanyu politely expressed, Thank you for your assistance. My aunt is finally showing her true power. You're too kind. Let me introduce myself briefly for better cooperation later. I belong to the Federal War God Hall. Currently, I'm a level 97 titled Duluo, the 18th War God of the War God Hall, and my martial soul is a mutated one, the only one named Titan by the family. The Federation considered that a soul master with dragon blood would more easily infiltrate under your cover, which is why I was sent. Xuanyu quickly grasped the key point, a unique soul. Only one has ever appeared in history. Hence the term unique. And among the Federation's youth, he's considered the best of the best. Despite his surprise, he calmly instructed, All right, if you don't need any preparation, let's depart. Bai Ling waited for them to finish talking before saying, Okay, now that you're acquainted, hurry and get going. If you need anything, the 7th platoon will assist you at any time. Xuanyu and Guanghui bid farewell and left the logistics department together, as she secretly reviewed his file, a mere 19 years old. According to the Federation, and yet, his identity is that of an 8th level battle armor master, a brigadier general, and one of the 7 Shrek 7 monsters just announced. Meeting him today has truly left a deep impression. Xuanyu is indeed too young, and extremely humble, inscrutable, without any of the impetuosity or arrogance found in young people. With my insight, I can't quite figure him out. Xuanyu senses Guanghui's gaze and asks if there's something she's not saying. But she smiles, hiding her true thoughts, and says they should continue on. Lost in thought, Guanghui almost bumps into Xuanyu. You seemed hesitant. So I'm reminding you. Major General Yuan Yin. If you need anything, You can go back and pack. We'll meet at hall number 8 later. Guangui didn't react for a moment. Oh. No need. I can set off any time. I'll go with you. We can meet your teammates first. And besides, you don't need to be so polite. Even though we're both major generals, you're an 8th level battle angel. Higher than me. You can just call me Nguyen An. Or perhaps you should still call me Yuan Yin. But he bluntly refuses, saying she's Hu's aunt, making her his senior. So he can't call her that. Hearing this, Guanghui smiles, but veins throb on her forehead. This kid, but the heartbreaker continues to pour salt on the wound, suggesting that everyone call her auntie like Hui does. After deciding on his own, Xuanyu proposes they quickly meet up with Hui and the others, leaving her speechless and only able to reply, "Okay." The increasingly difficult mission piques Guanghui's interest, as Xuanyu is not one to be easily dealt with. Even a simple matter like this address has many other purposes, and completing this mission will not be easy. Back in space, the warship enters patrol mode, activating ghost mode to accelerate towards Tianlong Star until the team is fully assembled, and Xuanyu officially makes an announcement. On this return trip to Tianlong Star, we have a guest, the 18th War God from the Earth Federation, Senior Yuan Guanghai. Let's welcome her. That's right. She's actually Hui's aunt. And since we're all friends here, let's just call her Aunt Guanghui. Each aunt felt like a heavy stone crashing down on Guanghui, who secretly regretted mentioning her connection to Hui. Xuanyu, you'll pay for this someday. Guanghui tried to convince the group to change how they addressed her, saying, "You really don't need to call me aunt. Just call me by my name. Besides, I'm not that much older than you all. I'm mainly here to learn and relay information. So rest assured, I'm not one to betray friends for the Federation's benefit." The senior member didn't seem to care, only curiously asking his friend, "Who? How come we've never heard you mention having such an amazing aunt?" He innocently replied that he'd only heard about her from family, but had never met her. More importantly, they're trying to recruit her. If that's the case, things are relatively better. At least she won't hinder our actions too much. Still, he pretends to be naive and chats with Guanghui. "Auntie, please don't be so polite. We can't mess up the seniority. If we don't call you auntie, we're disrespecting Hai. We should still call you auntie. It's more intimate." The other party is annoyed but doesn't say much. "Whatever. As long as you're happy." 4 days later, the Skywing 33 warship continued towards its destination. At this moment, Xuanyu was assigning guard duties to 2 companions, Che Han. "You're staying with Lu Bang this time. Every half-month. They'll rotate, bringing news and resources." Cha completed with the captain. "Boss, can I not be with him?" he calmly inquired. "What's wrong? Are you two having issues?" His eyes gleam with a flicker of hope. "Couldn't I just have a girl stay with me? A man and woman working together won't get tired." But Xuanyu flatly refuses. "Anyone else, but not you." His heart aches, tears streaming down his face as he asks if the leader doesn't trust his character. He firmly takes on the responsibility of dealing with his brain-dead teammate. "Don't worry, boss. I'll keep an eye on him." Decides. As the others prepare to depart, Xuanyu turns to Xiao, asking, "Do you have a mech? I'm afraid we'll need you to pilot one with us." Guanghui nodded slightly, agreeing. "Okay." Inwardly resigned to being called aunt again, he'd gotten used to it these past 2 days. Aunt it is. Meanwhile, in outer space, the spaceships continued to accelerate toward their destination. This caused Xuanyu to suddenly discover Guanghui's brand new transformation, a god-tier mech, and he urged, "Let's go." "Sis." She immediately agreed. "Okay." Following his command, the Heavenly Wing Battleship 33 roared into action, heading straight for the rear of the Heavenly Dragon. Suddenly, remembering something, Xuanyu calls Liangpu, and as soon as he answers, asks how things have been at home since they left. He happily reports that there's food everywhere, a coded message Xuanyu understands. So he casually asks if anyone has come to visit. Liangpu reported everything that had happened recently, saying Huang Yuelang had come by several times, Only asking about your injuries. I told him you were still in seclusion, and I didn't know the specifics. He then left. And a few days ago, he said your dragon power hall was almost repaired. He wanted me to tell you to inform him first when you come out of seclusion. It seemed nothing too important had happened. So Xuanyu ended the call, saying he understood and would end his seclusion soon. Just then, the ship successfully landed on the outskirts of Wind Dragon City. Xuanyu released the Elder Tree in front of Yuan and Guanghui, and simply explained their next plan. The Elder Tree would stay outside the city, while they would disguise themselves as the Blue Sea Clan and infiltrate the city. He directly lays out the plan, and Hui Hui will tell her the specifics. Guanghui has no objections. She's already captivated by everything around her. Such abundant life energy cultivating here will definitely be worth it. This trip was truly worth it. After settling things with the Tree Elder and returning his destinies, the Tree Elder continued to take root there, beginning his second spring. Unwilling to leave the abundant life energy, one by one, the Tree Elder released plant-type spirit beasts from their fates, assigning them in groups of 1 or 2 to guide newcomers. And soon, the spirit beasts scattered throughout the forest, seeking places to live and cultivate. With everything settled, Xuanyu turned to Guanghui for her opinion, asking if she had any instructions before he and Tutu returned to their residence. Jita immediately reassured him. I'm fine. I'll just wander around the city later. Hearing this, he was still a little worried. Auntie, can you guarantee your disguise technique is flawless? Guanghui nodded confidently. My spirit is also of the bloodline type, and a rather special one at that. So even if it's exposed, it shouldn't be a problem. But I still want to ensure Auntie's safety. It's best not to reveal it. If you insist on going out, you must be extremely careful. Take teammates with you for backup. Wuga. I'm counting on you. Wuga tersely replied. Okay. After instructing everyone, Lan Xuanyu quietly left with Tu Shu Shu, and they teleported directly to the closet of their residence. In the closet, they probed with their spiritual power, ensuring all was clear before quietly returning to their secluded bedroom. Exhausted, Bai Shou collapsed onto the soft bed. What do we do now? Tell Huang Yuelang we've come out of seclusion. Xuanyu chuckled, looking at her attire. No rush. Let's cultivate for a day or 2 first. Then, he reminded her, smiling, take off your clothes. I'll apply the dragon marrow for you. Bai Shu immediately became extremely wary. What do you want to do? With a demeanor between tears and laughter, and a reluctance to do anything, he said, we just got back. Oh, right. I almost forgot. As soon as he finished speaking, radiant golden light erupted around Xuanyu, sweeping through the room. Moments later, the golden dragon princess, with her fairy-like beauty, appears, saying she has to dress like this here. Bak Tu immediately smiles with joy, saying she looks beautiful like this. Xuanyu angrily warns her not to provoke him, or else. Before he finishes, he suddenly pounces on her, declaring she's done for. Bai Shu finally relents, begging for mercy. All right. No more fuss. I'll cultivate. Looking at her with tender eyes, Xuanyu replies, that's more like it. The two begin to meditate seriously, and with their own dragon force hall, they can diligently cultivate here. From now on, I will absorb the pure dragon energy, transform it, and then transfer it to my teammates and you for body cultivation. Hearing this, Bai Shu asked with some doubt, what about you, Xuan? You had clearly considered this, wondering if this dragon power hall of theirs could provide enough energy for his cultivation. The dragon force in the dragon power chamber should be enough to nourish my meridians. And I also have the light-dark divine lightning tempering. Once I complete the light-dark divine lightning tempering, I'll try the heaven-earth tribulation tempering. By then, I'll be strong enough to go to the dragon ascension platform again, or even try a trip to the dragon realm. She nodded, reminding him that there were indeed many opportunities here, and it was good to accumulate more, as long as he wasn't in a hurry. Xuanyu reassured her, telling her not to worry, as his cultivation speed was much slower than his peers when he was young. Now, my cultivation speed is many times faster than before, so there's no rush. By the time they both wake up from this cultivation trance, 2 days will have passed. Xuanyu closed his eyes and kissed her. Stopping there, feeling the power surging within him, he marveled at how much easier it was, using only a third of the previous elemental energy. Having done this before, further tempering should be safe. Bai Zhu spoke up from behind. Almost done, Xuanyu understood and said, I told Huang Yue Lang to come. After the communication, Yue Lang soon arrived to meet with Xuanyu. Relieved that they had finally returned, she had no idea. But among the Dragon Clan, there were rumors that her injuries were too severe to heal, like that sacrificial dragon. He's in a terrible state now. His whereabouts, unknown rumor has it, the chief has abandoned him. This news stunned them both. Abandoned him, what does that mean? Niet Long informs Xuanyu that the sacrificial heavenly dragon was severely injured, and his loss to her greatly displeased the chief, who has now expelled him, leaving him in a dire state, with no city daring to offend the chief by taking him in. He frowned, inwardly, deciding that this unenthusiastic messenger proved the heavenly dragon chief was indeed a cold and callous man. Then he heard him announce, It's good you've recovered. I have something important to discuss with you. Xuanyu asked suspiciously. What is it? Yue Lang then laid out the tasks one by one first. The chief's order once she recovered. He wanted her to visit the Dragon Ascension platform. He had something to ask her. He tensed up, thinking, still going to the Dragon Ascension platform. The chief wants me to go there. What's it about? He didn't reveal anything further. Just continued relaying the orders. Furthermore, they hope you'll take a position in both the Dragon Alliance and our Dragon Clan. What does take a position even mean? Let me explain the structure and positions within the Dragon Alliance. It's primarily Dragon Clan-centric, with multiple races co-governing, and the Alliance's upper echelons. First, there's the Heavenly Dragon Council, comprised of only 18 great craftsmen, the supreme ruling class of Heavenly Dragon Star with absolute authority. And then there's the Clan Chiefs Council, made up of the chiefs or elders of the major clans, representing all the races, responsible for the daily management of the entire planet. In addition to those two councils, which consist of over 100 key members, there are also departments like the Alliance Military, the 12 City Lords, and the Standing Committee. Through Yue Lang's explanation, Xuanyu gradually gained an overview of the organization. The hierarchy on Tianlong Star was indeed extremely clear. He pressed further, curious about the family's decision and what position he would hold in the dragon race. Yue Lang began a lengthy explanation. Indeed, by bloodline, the dragon race is divided into upper, middle, and lower dragons. Only the upper dragon race can become city lords, and they must be able to transform into human form. The chief has granted you the title of prospective member of the Heavenly Dragon Council, a title that reflects your status within our dragon race. Taking the opportunity, Xuanyu asks about Shuzhu. Yue Lang glances at her and explains that since they are a team, what belongs to one belongs to both. The Alliance has also approved your entry into the Patriarch Council, where the Patriarch will be re-elected every 5 years, giving other clans a chance to compete. Of course, you don't have to participate. We suggest you focus on cultivation and strive to become a lineage knight. That's what's important. I agree. You should focus on cultivation. After all that, Nguyen Long finally mentions the last thing her Dragon Force Hall is complete, and since it belongs solely to her, she needs to personally attend the opening ceremony to connect it to the Dragon Realm, which is crucial for her future cultivation. The ceremony can be held any time. Hearing this, Xuanyu was overjoyed, connecting with the Dragon Realm based on his aura and needs. How much Dragon Force could he draw out with his Dragon God bloodline? And what would be the intensity of the Dragon Force? It was something to look forward to. He couldn't wait, and urged them on. All right, let's go to the Dragon Force Hall first. The other man rubbed his head with a wry smile. I'm afraid that's not possible. You have to go to the Ascension Dragon platform to meet the chief first. Xuanyu regained his composure and cautiously inquired, Did the chief say why he was looking for me? Yue Lang indicated that she didn't know. Only that a member of the Heavenly Dragon Council had delivered the message, and she didn't dare ask for specifics, advising her to leave now. He didn't press further, simply nodding in agreement. All right. Let's go then. Thank you. Huang Yue. He ended the conversation with a forewarning. I'll inform the Tianlong Council in Tianlong City to receive you. Saying goodbye to Huang Yuelang, Xuanyu and Bai Shuzhu took to the skies, revealing their ethereal, true forms, high in the heavens. With the wind howling, Bai Shu glanced over, a hint of worry in her eyes. What could the heavenly dragon chief want with him? Hopefully, it's not about our identities. Xuanyu wasn't so sure about his own guess. Could it be that he wants to lead me into the dragon realm? She analyzed the current situation. Before a Yuan discovered that he and the dragon realm could resonate with each other. Based on this, it's possible. This possibility makes him nod in agreement. They're most likely going to ask about this. Especially how Lan borrowed the energy from the Ascension Dragon platform. She suddenly perches up, instantly transforming into her human form and sitting firmly on his dragon body. Bai Shu whispers, her face unable to hide her worry. Or, let's not go. Let's leave and find somewhere to hide and cultivate in Tianlong City. Xuanyu transformed back into human form and calmly rejected the idea. No, we have to go. Otherwise, we'll waste all our efforts. If the abbot of Heavenly Dragon suspected us, he would have sent someone to bring us over directly, not so gently. So, they're unlikely to just execute us. Don't worry too much. But let me go alone this time. Bai Shu, agitated, hugged Xuanyu tightly. No. If you go, we go together. He tried to persuade her, saying he had protective charms. But she wouldn't budge. She knew him too well to be fooled, and insisted on going with him. Seeing Bai Yu's stubborn face, Xuanyu knew that no amount of persuasion would work, so he smiled wryly. Still, he carefully reminded her, protecting myself shouldn't be a problem. You did give me some protective charms. After all, but against the Heavenly Dragon Star Chief, I'm not sure I could escape. So we should be humble, she said with a satisfied smile. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid. What I fear most is you being in danger when I'm not by your side. Undaunted, Xuanyu took the lead, and the pair shot into the clouds towards Rising Dragon City. Suddenly, a booming voice stopped them. Esteemed guests, please proceed on foot. Flight is forbidden above Rising Dragon City. Xuanyu landed, questioning why they couldn't fly, and the other party respectfully greeted him. Golden Dragon Princess. It's the order of the Heavenly Dragon Council. All those who fly must be stopped. He arrogantly ordered. Find us a carriage and take us to the Rising Dragon platform. The chief wants to see us. Just then, Xuanyu's wrist communicator rang with an unknown number. He answered, and a respectful voice came through greetings. Golden Dragon Princess. I am Du Xinyu of the Heavenly Dragon Council. Have you entered the vicinity of Thanglong City? Xuanyu quickly answered the call, confirming their arrival and offering his communicator for location. Hanyu eagerly promised to fetch her soon. The fervent gazes of the two Dragon Clan members made Xuanyu's temples throb, and he agreed to wait. Then, Xuanyu turned and deliberately asked, We've already landed. So why are you two still here? One of them excitedly seized the opportunity to speak. Of course, to protect the Golden Dragon Princess until her escort arrives. His excited expression left Xuanyu speechless. No, brother. Please calm down. Not only was Baizu sympathetic, but she was also amused. And now he's really become the Dragon Clan's heartthrob. Xuanyu coldly sent them away. This is none of your business anymore. Leave, he said, and the two Dragon Clan members reluctantly departed. Yes, Tete. Teddy told us to tease you. Once they were out of sight, he finally vented his frustration. Why are all the dragons like this? Bai chuckled knowingly. You're disguised as a girl, so it's just a case of boys understanding boys. All right, our ride's here. A luxurious carriage emerges from the mist, heading straight for them, and slowly descends to the ground. Hanyu stepped forward, greeting them with a respectful gesture. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please, get in the car. He introduced the impressive vehicle. This is my teacher's dragon chariot. When he heard you were coming, he suggested we use his Holy Light Dragon Knight's chariot to pick you up. Immediately, questions arose. Aren't we forbidden from flying in Rising Dragon City? Is this all right? Xuanyu calmly explained. That restriction applies to common races. The ban is mainly to avoid disturbing the Dragon Knight residents of Rising Dragon platform. Xuanyu subtly picked up on the surprise. In those words, there's more than one Dragon Knight on Dragon Ascension platform. If there are multiple Dragon Knights, then the chief of the Heavenly Dragon shouldn't be doing anything dishonest. And so, he uses his charm to fish for more information, asking if she knows why the chief is looking for him. Her smile sends his heart racing. A goddess is smiling at him. A feeling beyond description. That powerful figure from the Ascension tournament, so cold and distant, is actually smiling at me. You see, the great families have already declared that whoever wins the Golden Dragon Princess will become the family heir. And the reason is simple. That's because she is the Golden Dragon Princess of the Dragon Clan, whose bloodline is said to be the strongest in the history of the Dragon Clan. Xuanyu confidently grins. Seeing Lan's smile as an unexpected joy and a chance he can't miss, he's so overjoyed he blurts out, I do. No. Rumor has it they want to ask about the strange colored energy she absorbed during the Dragon Ascension tournament. But I don't know what they want her to do with it. Even with this information, Xuanyu can't help but worry about his clan, compared to humans. The Dragon Clan is truly simple. Baixiu smiled wryly, wondering if Xuanyu's disguise was a little too convenient. Soon after, the chariot successfully brought the three of them to the Dragon Ascension platform. We've arrived. As they stepped down, both Xuanyu and Baixiu felt an immense pressure bearing down. This energy is too strong, it's hard to even stand. Xuanyu even knelt on the ground. Just how powerful is the Golden Dragon Princess? Even ordinary superiors would have to kneel before this kind of pressure. As Xuanyu struggled against the immense pressure, he noticed something peculiar before him. It was the four-colored dragon force emanating from the Dragon Ascension platform. But weren't spirit masters unable to harness its energy? Have these spirit masters stolen the power of the dragon god? Just then, a stern voice called out, Lan, come inside. Xuanyu carefully instructed the person next to him. You'll have to bear this dragon force yourself in a moment. Are you okay? Baixiu asked, furrowing her brow. I'm fine. I'm more worried about you. Reluctantly, they release each other's hands. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Xuanyu resolutely approaches the multicolored sphere. This four-colored dragon force originates from the dragon god, but it lacks true power. Don't worry. I'll be fine. But they're also much stronger than the auras released by the Dragon Knights during the competition. What is this strange scent? This mixed fragrance, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight. Lan Xuanyu floats up, a rare look of shock on his face. He regains his senses and respectfully performs the Dragon Clan's greeting. Paying respects to the Dragon Knight adults, the scene before him set off alarm bells in Xuanyu's mind. He'd considered it, but there were more Bronze Knights here than he'd imagined. While the Heavenly Dragon wouldn't push him too hard, the Bronze Knights were all here. If they want to use me as an experiment, the Dragon Knights will easily reach an agreement. The Heavenly Dragon's probing gaze swept over Xuanyu. Sure enough, the injuries have subsided. His words carried a hidden meaning. Indeed, his bloodline was powerful. He could only grit his teeth and respond, not daring to refuse. The Heavenly Dragon casually requested that he speak standing up, and he obediently complied. As he stood up, Xuanyu instinctively looked towards Lan. Her tears tightened his heart like a vice. The thing he feared most was the pity in her eyes. That would truly be the end. Why do all the knights look so unwell? Even the chief, Tianlong, they all look pale and unhealthy. Furthermore, the Dragon Ascension platform is now thick with four-colored dragon energy, a great resource for cultivation. So why do they look like this? At that moment, Tianlong unleashed his spiritual power towards Xuanyu, sending him flying helplessly towards him. What will he do? Activate his father's bracelet? Release a forbidden weapon? Or something else entirely? It's only now that Xuanyu notices the ominous red glint in Tianlong's eyes, as an irresistible force engulfs him, leaving him no time to react. Tianlong's eyes flashed, as if piercing through every corner of Xuanyu's body, yet he allowed the scrutiny, knowing a simple scan wouldn't reveal his secrets. Through constant training and evolution, unless I intentionally mobilize it, even the higher-ups won't detect the powerful dragon god bloodline. À moment later, he released his hand and retracted his divine power. Though prepared, Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief that it was over, and he hadn't been exposed. At that moment, Tianlong turned to the Dragon Knight group behind him and announced, "Everyone, Lan's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. In terms of rank alone, he's already above us, surpassing the dragon essence we possess. From our experiments these past few days, this dragon essence can imperceptibly alter and improve our bloodlines to a certain extent, but it's not enough. They still need that dragon force aptitude to trigger a qualitative change. Otherwise, the dragon force aptitude isn't even worth the energy lost from the dragon blood. But they haven't succeeded. Only drawing out chromatic dragon force. Is it because their blood isn't as potent as his? If they were just sensing his absorption process, that would be ideal. But, as expected, the heavenly dragon turned to him with a question, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. It seemed he wouldn't escape being experimented on today. But outwardly, he respectfully replied, "Please, speak." He directly offered a solution to their long-standing problem on the Dragon Ascension platform. His blood unleashed a multicolored energy, evolving his bloodline. They were researching this energy, attempting to trigger it with dragon blood, and had barely managed to evoke a hint of the seven-colored dragon force, but it quickly reverted to its original color, knowing he couldn't avoid it. Xuanyu took the initiative. "Your Eminence, I have sensed the energy. You speak of it is extremely powerful, but I do not know how it is triggered. If possible, I'm willing to experiment for you all, to see if I can draw out the seven-colored dragon force for your cultivation. Rest assured, we will compensate you for your consumption. Dragon marrow can create blood. Give it to the user first." Accepting the small box, Xuanyu inwardly assessed. Dragon marrow, given by the heavenly dragon seat, is likely no ordinary dragon marrow. Without hesitation, he opens the box, and a wave of pure spiritual energy washes over him. Xuanyu exclaims, astonished by the sheer power of the dragon marrow. Seeing the energy flowing around the dragon marrow, he knew for sure this was a rare treasure of absolute purity. It seems the heavenly dragon seat has no ill intentions towards him, which makes things easier. Without hesitation, Xuanyu absorbed the energy from the treasure in his hand, channeling the dragon marrow to ignite his own dragon power. Witnessing this, the knights were filled with fervent hope. If their bloodlines were purified, would they experience the same phenomenon? I wonder what level of power his seven-colored dragon force will reach, and if he can unleash it again. At this moment, Xuanyu is immersed in his meditative state. This level of dragon marrow has many benefits for him, but it will definitely have even greater benefits for his teammates. Could the fire-attributed dragon marrow be from the fire dragon king? Sensing the energy was ripe, he cut his hand, using his blood to create a vortex of dragon power around himself. He was a little uneasy, having infused his spiritual power into the blood, conveying the idea of refusing to evoke the seven colors. Hopefully, they wouldn't notice. After some time, despite their best efforts to utilize Xuanyu's dragon power, the knights were utterly disappointed that they couldn't awaken the seven colors. Unwilling to accept defeat, they began to murmur, "If even she can't draw out the seven-colored dragon power, then what are we supposed to do? Could it be that it was just a lucky coincidence before? Is it because there wasn't enough blood? Should they draw more of her blood?" Xuanyu sensed the increasingly unstable mental state of the surrounding knights and pondered to himself, if they really can't draw out even a trace of the seven-colored dragon force, then breaking through to the Dragon Ascension platform in the future will be impossible. Drawing out the seven-colored dragon force to some extent, and only I can absorb it, that would be an even better phenomenon. From the looks of it, the Ascension platform seems to understand my mental state, so I'll change my approach. The Dragon Knights sense a shift in the atmosphere. The multicolored dragon energy slowly rose from the ground, gently caressing everyone present. Overjoyed, Tianlong quickly snatched a strand of the vibrant energy. This multicolored dragon force is rare. I should absorb it quickly. Suddenly, his expression twists in discomfort. What's wrong? This dragon force is different from the bloodline I extracted before. No, I can't absorb it. Tianlong refuses to believe it and orders Xuanyu, the one who absorbed it, to try. He readily agrees. Okay. Immediately, the seven-colored dragon energy gently swirled around Xuanyu, as if finding its way home, and the vibrant colors easily merged into his body. They gathered together, turning Xuanyu's scales into a dazzling galaxy. The knights were stunned, realizing he had succeeded in absorbing it. Someone dared to voice the doubts of all the knights present. Chief, is it impossible for us to absorb this seven-colored dragon force? Tianlong could only conclude. This seven-colored dragon force must be drawn out by someone's bloodline, and only that person can absorb it. They could only try everything, focusing on condensing their own seven-colored dragon force. But despite their efforts, the knights realized they simply couldn't absorb it. The two words gloomy and dark couldn't even begin to describe Tianlong's expression. After spending so much time and energy, they still couldn't find a way to draw out the seven-colored dragon force, only for a junior to succeed. Just then, Luo Lan carefully spoke up. Chief, this may not be a bad thing. He glared at him, annoyed, as La Lan used all her eloquence to persuade him, suggesting that Lam's bloodline was unique, leading to this situation. For now, her strength seems relatively weak, not enough to truly mobilize the energy within the Ascension platform. I presume, perhaps when Lan breaks through to God level, she can draw out the energy within, and it won't be aimed at any one individual. Then, maybe we can use that energy. The dragon god knew La Lan's words were meant to protect Lam, and that the Dark Dragon Knight was speaking on her behalf, clearly wanting the Dragon Clan to help her ascend to godhood as soon as possible. But he couldn't deny the possibility of what La Lan said. Though reluctant, he had to concede. For now, sadly, this opportunity slipped through our fingers. The true potential of our Dragon Clan only becomes clear upon reaching godhood. Once she breaks through and becomes a god, we can experiment again. With that, the heavenly dragon waved his sleeve and disappeared, and the other dragon knights left in turn, without another word. Xuanyu remained seated on the dragon ascension platform, recovering before awakening from his meditative state. He slowly regained his senses, and the energy flowing within him gradually calmed. As he opened his eyes, Xuanyu saw Luo Lan approaching with delight. Saying he was awake, he quickly stood up and respectfully greeted her. But the straightforward Luo Lan waved it off, saying there was no need for such formalities between them. Though aware he already knew, she emphasized once more, even I didn't expect your talent to reach this level. Absolutely wonderful. This seven-colored dragon power will greatly benefit your bloodline's evolution. So don't waste it. Xuanyu listened attentively, answering affirmatively as La Lan curiously asked if he felt anything, especially when his blood touched the dragon ascension platform. Xuanyu pondered. The feeling wasn't clear, but he thought he heard a faint voice calling to him, though he was sure the seven-colored dragon force appeared after he heard it. La Lan nods in understanding. It seems the dragon is beginning to acknowledge him, perhaps even fated to be with him. Xuanyu eagerly awaits guidance from La Lan. But what should he do? He gives a simple, unexpected answer: do nothing. Just keep training until you become a god. He tries again, asking if he can come here to train. This time, he received a firm refusal. Absolutely not. At least not without the Chief Pavilion Master's approval. But she would recommend him, under the guise of experimentation, for occasional cultivation opportunities. I'm staying mainly to remind you of something. Remember not to rush your breakthrough to godhood. Sensing the gravity in his voice, Xuanyu asks directly, why? Luo Lan didn't hide anything. Those who haven't become gods think it's a leap to the heavens. But we artificers know that what comes before godhood is most important. The key before godhood is accumulating potential. Don't break through until you feel your bloodline has fully transformed into seven-colored dragon power. Because you evolved your bloodline on the Dragon Ascension platform, our knights were astonished. And wanting to improve our own bloodlines, we decided to give it a try. He couldn't help but chuckle, adding, as you saw, we've been trying for days, but none of them had as much success as you did in a short time. It was rare and interesting to see everyone like that. This proves how monstrous your beast bloodline is. You just need to cultivate steadily. You might even become the next chief. But for now, the dragon race doesn't need more power. In terms of individual strength, no one in the known star systems, let alone the Tianlong star, can compare to us. Lan passionately reveals the Dragon Clan's ultimate goal. They need a powerful leader who can guide them to create a world of a higher level. Xuanyu, never having heard of such a world, asks what it is, and Lan recounts it with a look of longing. The first time I entered the dragon realm, I was captivated. Countless ancient dragon corpses told us how glorious it once was. Even the remaining aura could make us so strong. And after thousands of years of change, it has spawned a powerful race like us. Just how powerful were the true dragons of the past? To restore the dragon race's former glory, we first need a divine realm of our own. And to create that divine realm, even with many god-level powerhouses gathered, it needs a true core, a powerhouse of a higher caliber. He's confused. But the Dragon Clan hopes he becomes the Dragon God, and that a God King level powerhouse will create a divine realm, leading the Dragon Clan to another level. Xuanyu was certain of one thing: if that's the case, then cultivation here will be even easier. Lan gently revealed the truth, which is why I told you not to break through yet. We need to see when you break through to the God level. He now fully understands what she meant, the level his bloodline could reach. Yes. If he could become a God King and create a God realm, it would greatly benefit the dragon race. Now, the knights no longer have to worry about their lifespan. He didn't linger, taking his leave. That's right. It's getting late. I'll head out first. You two should leave soon as well. Xuanyu respectfully replied. Yes. Let's go. The two then left the Dragon Ascension platform together. Outside, Xuanyu waited with the familiar chariot, saying, "Please, get in. I'll take you back." Xuanyu politely expressed his gratitude. "You're too kind. Waiting for us like this." Once they were settled in the chariot, he requested, "Du Uyen, just take us out of Thanglong Than. We can fly back ourselves." But Hanvu waved his hand, determined to fulfill his duty. No. The master specifically instructed me to take you directly back to Fong Long Than." As he spoke, he presented a tray he had prepared for them. "Oh, right. I have a few things to give you." Bai Shu looked curiously at the solemn items before her. "What are these?" Xian Yu explained. "These are the medals of our Heavenly Dragon Society. Those who possess them hold the responsibilities and powers of the society. Whether on Heavenly Dragon Star or anywhere in the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy, they grant a distinguished status." Xuanyu nodded, understanding dawning on him. He accepted the ornate tray, quickly noting 3 badges, 2 of which were silver. These 2 badges are made from a special alloy. Its composition unknown, but its strength and feel are comparable to God-tier metals. They appear identical on the front, but the backs are uniquely engraved and inscribed. Upon seeing the inscription, Xuanyu immediately called out to Shushu. For the medal bore his name, it was his. He then picked up his own, discovering a unique energy fluctuation, similar to spatial attributes, yet incredibly elusive. Seeing Xuanyu's contemplation, Xinwu subtly introduced the medallions of the Dragon Assembly. It's also an important space storage item, capable of holding your spoils of war, and once linked to your aura, it will belong to you. If you're in danger, you can use your spiritual power to activate the special imprint inside, and the nearest Dragon Knight will come to your aid immediately. This incredible effect makes Xuanyu's eyes widen in astonishment. He couldn't help but marvel at it. Such a small badge. Yet its effects are so great. He then tried to send his will into the metal surface, wondering if this would also become an item for the knights to monitor them. This rare metal can store and amplify spiritual power, and the formations etched upon it grant unique effects. The internal space is vast, enough to hold a meteor-class assault warship, and of much higher quality than Duluo Continent's storage soul tools. This thing is like a living being. As long as it's within the Dragon Horse Galaxy, it can transmit messages for timely rescue, and they'll know immediately what happened. Even more frightening, it contains the projection of a bronze knight capable of fighting, though not comparable to a true super god-level powerhouse. Its strength is comparable. Xuanyu wondered whose divine sense was stored within the badge. knowing its power would be immense. And with a real dragon knight able to arrive and a projection to protect them, it was like a life-saving charm. But he also felt uneasy, realizing they'd attacked many dragon-type creatures, and if they had similar safeguards, they wouldn't have enough lives to pay the price. So, Yu and Xinyu try to find out how many members the Heavenly Dragon Council has, and whether each one has a medal like this. Fortunately, the answer made Xuanyu secretly relieved, or else the Dragon Knight would have noticed, including the two of them. There are currently 11 Tianlong Association members like you who are qualified to possess this badge. Furthermore, as required by the Tianlong Association, you must wear this badge at all times, as the Paladin will use it to communicate directly with you. Hanvu vaguely senses another limitation of the badge: if it can transmit sound. It can monitor, and wearing it all the time will create falsehoods in the actions of the Federation and teammates. This badge also has a soul imprint formation, but it doesn't have the effects of image projection and Bronze Knight. He receives the last badge on the clan with completely different words. Clan Chief. Noticing the doubt in her voice, Hanvu solemnly explains that this is the clan chief's badge. As she's a member of the clan, she's been specially approved to abstain from clan affairs. Then, the two carefully put away their badges, becoming true members of the Dragon Clan. But this also brings considerable pressure, constantly being monitored by knight-level experts, making every move extremely complicated, and any slip-up could risk exposure. Finally, Lan Yu brought them back to the outskirts of Dragon City, then steered Dragon Chariot away, leaving his contact information and telling them to reach out any time. Once he left with the chariot, he and Bai Shu returned to their familiar room. Back in their private space, Bai Shu exclaimed at the Dragon Clan's wealth, but Xuanyu immediately hushed her, carefully retrieving the 3 newly acquired badges and casting a spell to envelop them. Having completed these steps, he finally signaled that they could speak freely. Bai Shu asked worriedly if it would really block them, but Xuanyu gave her an affirmative answer. On the way, I asked Xiaobao, and it said it could use the illusion to make them see what they want to see. Still, she worried. Won't we be exposed? They're dragon knights. After all, so I had to pull out some solid proof. If those super artificers couldn't see through my illusion, they probably won't notice anything else. Later, when we go looking for teammates, Xiaobao can stay behind and maintain the illusion. But she still noticed something unexpected. It's going to be troublesome to get back, isn't it? Xuanyu patiently answered Bai Shu's endless questions. The badge has a tracking system, so we can't leave easily. And if we do, we need a well-thought-out plan. Putting that aside, what were you saying earlier? Li Meng temporarily forgets her worries and repeats her initial thought. I wanted to say that dragons really exist. Didn't you hear the knight say it? We can cultivate simply by continuously absorbing life energy and dragon power, and this method of cultivation is only available on Tianlong Star. Bai Shu hopes for peace. For if he becomes the dragon god, they might solve the Tianlong Star problem without bloodshed. This is what he longs for, what she hopes to see. And the more she learns of the dragons, the more she senses the ancient dragon clan's former power. For those mech pilots, power means little. They crave eternal life, which only the God Realm can offer. If I could create a God Realm and let them enter, we could peacefully resolve the conflict between the Federation and the Dragon Horse Federation. He hoped so, but knew the reality was fraught with difficulty. This was the ideal state, but becoming a dragon god wouldn't be easy. As for your teammates, don't worry. The life energy on Tianlong Star alone is enough for them to cultivate. I think the most urgent thing for you is to improve yourself, and definitely don't expose yourself trying to heal everyone. You've also completed the teleportation array, so let me handle things from here. Focus on your training and improving yourself. Just then, a familiar, annoying voice chimed in. So, the 2 fair maidens have returned, causing him to scowl and mutter, Huang Yuelang. That guy's got fast ears. Though losing his precious private time, Xuanyu loudly announced, Huang Xuan, come in. We've just returned. Yue Lang hurriedly entered, saying, I contacted Du Xinwu, and when he said you were back, I came right away. Once the 3 were seated, he spoke first. What did the clan elders want with you, Xuan? Yu was evasive. Elder Huang, it's confidential, and we can't reveal it, but I can tell you it's nothing bad. Moonlight apologizes for prying, and Xuanyu seizes the opportunity, suggesting they visit the clan leader, while adding that he may need to seclude himself for further training after opening the Dragon Power Hall. As the Seekers placed their hopes on him, I still didn't dare to relax. He arranged a meeting right away. No problem. Let's go now. In reality, meeting Huang Daoqi was just a formality. Compared to Huang Yuelong, Huang Daoqi was much more mature, and he didn't even ask why the knights were looking for them. Xuanyu mentions having the Azure Dragon Society badge and shows it to Yue Lang, and upon seeing it, Huang Daoqi's attitude shifts, becoming much warmer. He treated them as equals, and before they left, he scheduled the opening ceremony of the Dragon Force Hall for the next day, so Xuanyu could finally use his own hall. Back at their lodgings, Xuanyu and Bai Shu finally felt settled and began to discuss their next move. The next morning, Huang Yuelang brought Longsha to pick them up, and in the distance, a magnificent building came into view, her Dragon Power Hall. The staff had been waiting below for a long time, and upon seeing Xuanyu, they respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Dragon Lord. He bowed respectfully, congratulating the Dragon Lord on his recovery. Xuanyu smiled and waved his hand. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go in together. He led the group into the hall, and upon entering, they were overwhelmed. This place is huge, Yue Lang proudly said, as if sharing in the honor. The family won't skimp on you, of course. Everything is made with the best materials. Xuanyu looked up in astonishment, realizing the gem was 3 times larger than the one in Fenglong City's Dragon Power Hall. Before applause broke the silence, startling him and Bai Shu. They turned to see a group of people had appeared in the hall. Dao Qi led the way, speaking with delight. Congratulations. Congratulations. He walked past his children, introducing the remaining members to Xuanyu and Bai Shu, all elders of the royal family. Then, he sensed the changes in each magic pattern around him, slowly walking to the center of the Dragon Power Hall. Seeing this, Dao Qi signaled everyone to be quiet, as the dark blue Dreadclaw Dragon Knight hadn't arrived yet. Let's wait a moment. Also, Lan Xuanyu is in a state of enlightenment, so please don't disturb her. At the same time, Xuanyu slowly merged his spiritual power into the surrounding space. These dragon race formations differ from human soul master, soul guiding formations, but they also have similarities. First, there's the guidance of energy. The purpose of these formations is mostly attraction, but besides attraction, there are other effects such as storage, stabilization, concentration, and filtering. All the formations ultimately pointed to the gem at the summit. Xuanyu's consciousness sank into that gem, and he felt as if he were entering the universe, filled with starlight. These glittering lights brought an extremely broad feeling, allowing Xuanyu to instantly receive many things, and the clarity before his eyes gradually made his spiritual power feel unsustainable. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice echoed in his ears, telling him that he couldn't observe the cosmic stone yet, and to return. Then, a storm of power enveloped him, forcibly pulling him out and back to reality. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by cheers. Dragon Knight. Mukong Xuanyu hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. He advised, as always, no need for formalities. And take this opportunity to remind you, cultivation requires patience and a firm grasp of one's awareness. Never let curiosity lead you to overextend your spiritual energy, as it could cause irreparable damage. Xuanyu remained silent, a bit displeased, as he had sensed too much chaotic energy converging through the stone, but it wasn't entirely uncontrollable, and he could at least refuse it. He doesn't show it, but asks curiously, Lord Leilan, what is this cosmic stone? Lalan patiently satisfies the junior's thirst for knowledge. It's a special gem that can amplify perception, store spiritual awareness, and guide understanding. The Tianlonghui's badge is made of dead cosmic stone, its most important function being a bridge, establishing a connection with the dragon realm, guiding dragon power, and simply amplifying spiritual perception, so she can sense more places, farther away. But it will disrupt consciousness. But when her spiritual power evolves into divine consciousness, it can allow her to better comprehend the power of magic. This is also one of the dragon race's methods for cultivating spiritual power, but only if one's divine sense and will are firm. This conversation stirred something within Daoki, for even a powerhouse like him couldn't cultivate his divine sense through the cosmic stone. No wonder the celestial dragon star has so many transcendent powerhouses. Not only does the dragon realm enhance their dragon force, but they also have artifacts like the cosmic stones to enhance their divine sense. Xuanyu couldn't help but ask again, Lady Luo Lan, where do the cosmic stones come from? And are there many of them? Lord But Yi explained his naive confusion. There aren't many. It was discovered in a small, secret realm of our Dragon Horse galaxy. We suspect these cosmic stones may have been left behind when the God realm was shattered, or formed from the shattered spiritual thoughts of God King level beings. That's all from Khan, as Lalan urges Xuanyu to prepare, saying, let's begin. I'll connect you to the dragon realm, but how you guide the dragon force and its intensity depends on you, as the dragon force you draw out yourself is best suited for your absorption. With that, he turned to remind everyone to step back, especially Nian Cheng, who was ecstatic about entering the Dragon Force Hall. He was filled with gratitude, knowing that mid- and low-level dragons could only absorb Dragon Force once in the Dragon Force Hall. Lalan carefully guides Xuanyu, explaining that the cosmic stone is extremely precious, and all the cosmic stones they have combined are only 1% of this one. Moreover, cosmic stones are irreplaceable and can't be found anywhere else, so she must cherish it. He respectfully promises, I understand. Don't worry. I will definitely treasure it. Though some questions remain, Xuanyu knows this isn't the time to ask the spirit left by a king-level powerhouse. That's strange. But the treasure-hunting beast doesn't seem to recognize the cosmic stone, which is extremely rare. Whatever the case, this is definitely something good. At that moment, Lan's body began to emit an incredibly dense green dragon force. He raised his hand, and with that action, the dense dragon force shot straight up toward the cosmic stone. Xuanyu, standing close by, could clearly feel the dragon force in the entire hall awakening, as if being imbued with a soul. Is that green color representative of the life attribute? Something's not right. The dragon energy emanating from Lalan is definitely not life attribute, but the opposite. The unexpected answer makes Xuanyu exclaim inwardly, poison. His attribute is actually poison. The venomous dragon energy within Luo Lan is terrifying. Who knew he was a poison dragon? They must be rare among the dragon race. I wonder about his true strength and fighting style. As if sensing the turmoil within Lan Xuanyu, Luo Lan sternly reminded him to focus. To which he hastily replied, understood. Xuanyu cast aside the chaos in his mind and concentrated on sensing the changes in the surrounding dragon energy. The surrounding bloodline energies also seized this golden opportunity to cultivate, and soon, a pillar of light erupts from the cosmic stone above. The glowing stone is enveloped in an eerie, emerald, dragon aura, and a subtle sensation washes over Xuanyu. The cosmic stone seems to be dissolving, as if he's glimpsing another world. Sensing its essence, Lalan solemnly witnessed the transformations around him. As Xuanyu began to sense the existence of the space beyond, his fiery dragon force seemed to amplify outwards, causing the magic circle beneath Xuanyu to gradually transform. My mission here is complete, Lalan thought to herself. Looking forward to what's to come, the gateway to the dragon realm has been opened, and how far Lan can go now depends on himself. As the weakest among them, Lan could clearly feel the changes within his body. The Dragon Knight armor bringing forth boundless dragon power. We can all absorb it quickly. The seven-colored dragon energy released from the Golden Dragon Princess brings about change from the inside out. It's as if our bloodlines are awakening, changing bit by bit under their guidance. This kind of transformation from the inside out feels like an evolution, slow as it may be, but undeniably real. Lan clearly notices his change, and is a little envious, as it seems this kid is getting the biggest benefit. He's Lan's servant, So it's like Lan's body has impurities, and his own power will naturally cleanse, not reject. It's truly enviable. If Lan were at the same cultivation level as me, this dragon force would also benefit me. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was immersed in the energy emanating from the cosmic stone, his consciousness gradually clearing, perceiving a vast, silent void, and an invisible sense of oppression, surrounded by an endless void. Suddenly, Xuanyu's bracelet flares with a new energy. He hung suspended in the air, his robes fluttering in the swirling currents. As everyone watched this strange spectacle with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension, then, under the watchful eyes of the Dragon Clan, the cosmic stone transformed completely, and Xuanyu was enveloped by a violent surge of dragon power, as if countless ancient dragons were pouring into his body. Fortunately, his meridians were tempered by the Nirvana divine lightning, and his body was strengthened by dragon force and the light-dark divine lightning, making him far more resilient than ordinary dragons, preventing him from exploding. Xuanyu gritted his teeth and circulated the new energy within his body, as the suddenly appearing dragon force rushed into him, as if it couldn't wait any longer. However, they were indeed a bit too hasty, far exceeding the limits he could withstand. Lan was the first to recognize the origin of the surging power, the seven-colored dragon force. But who wouldn't be happy about this? Even if they're worried sick. Although this dragon force is incredibly concentrated, there are too many types mixed in. But they were too hasty, and all the dragons present immediately left, sealing the doors behind them, leaving only Luo Lan in the hall with her tumultuous thoughts about the Dragon Force Awakening ritual. He's participated a few times before, but never has an opening ceremony drawn out such immense dragon power. The dragon power in the entire hall is too dense, and the key is the unlimited attributes contained within that seven-colored dragon power, and with other attributes present, even if Lan could withstand it, others wouldn't be able to. Little did Xuanyu know of his thoughts. As he immersed himself in mastering this surging dragon force, the bracelet on his wrist continued to gleam, radiating brilliant, multicolored light. In his sea of consciousness, countless strands of seven-colored dragon energy formed a dazzling circle. Like the heavens themselves, Xuanyu stared in shock as thousands of dragon figures danced joyfully before him. What was this? He even saw two streams of consciousness happily greeting each other, as if saying, "Long time no see." "Hello." The cacophony of sounds crashed into Xuanyu, and he clutched his face in agony, crying out that it was too much. His head was about to explode. So many spiritual senses flood in. My sea of consciousness can't handle it. These spiritual thoughts aren't too strong, but their level seems extremely high. Once they sensed my sea of consciousness, they immediately rushed in, and I feel like I can't think anymore. Too many mental thoughts flooded in, all conveying a sense of closeness, but there were just too many to bear. Suddenly, an overwhelming force erupted from the center of the seven-colored dragon power. The colossal form of a certain dragon was gradually taking shape, and soon, Ditian emerged, letting out a long, resounding dragon's roar. A dragon realizes in shock that their visitor is Emperor Heaven. Without delay, Emperor Heaven urges his companions to be quiet. As the young master's sea of consciousness cannot withstand their unbridled activity, the dragon consciousnesses all complied, and Xuanvu expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, seniors." Ditian bowed respectfully and withdrew. "You're too kind, young master. I cannot appear for too long, lest I be exposed. Please take care of yourself." Outside, the cosmic stone suddenly emitted a strange halo, and Lan, sensing danger, urgently warned, "Lam, use your senses to lock the passage." Xuanyu obeys, focusing his dragon power to close the portal, as seven-colored energy surges from his body like a tide. Realizing the danger, Lan decides to merge her dragon power with the others to close the passage, preventing Lam from being overwhelmed by the dragon energy in the hall. Then, she steps forward to guide him, unleashing her true form, a revelation that stuns him. How could he forget? In his true spirit form, his endurance is greatly enhanced. Hianvu immediately unleashed his spirit power, preparing to transform. and a massive silver dragon materialized in the hall. This method proves effective, and Xuanyu manages to control the surging power around him. He slowly descends before Luo Lan, thanking him. At this point, he explained with some annoyance. Lan, your hall opening ritual was a bit unique, beyond my expectations. It seems I underestimated your bloodline. Xuanyu pointed at himself, eyes wide. This kind of hall opening ritual isn't normal. She reluctantly explains that normally, one cannot draw out so much massive, mixed dragon power. The dragon power you just drew out contains all the attributes of the dragon realm. It's all the energy in the dragon realm acknowledging you, proving your bloodline is strong enough, so powerful that they're drawn to you. I suppose there's no other possibility. You cautiously ask the elder if this is good or bad. Lan generously helps you understand, saying it's certainly not bad for you. But don't let the chaotic dragon force affect your own bloodline. But this time, so be it. I'll keep the details of this opening ceremony a secret from you, which means there's a real possibility I could become the next Heavenly Dragon Seat successor. But that also means Lan definitely doesn't want me approached by knights from other lineages. Lan, unaware that her true nature is showing, simply adds that all will be revealed when I become a god, to which I firmly nod in agreement. Lan instructed him, cultivate slowly. Then, there's nothing more here. Remember, when you open the Dragon Power Hall again, close the passage in time. Don't draw out too much dragon power, or you'll be in danger. Xuanyu, in his martial soul form, respectfully addressed Lan. Understood. Lady Lan, I have a request. Lan agreed. Speak. He then explained his confusion during his training at the Dragon Ascension platform. The 7-colored dragon force he drew out caused changes in his bloodline. I've found that particular dragon force helps me progress the most in my training. I wonder if I can return to the Dragon Ascension platform when I'm ready to break through to the god rank. Lan complimented him, saying he had a good eye, as that 7-colored energy seemed to have rich attributes, yet was an extremely pure energy of an extremely high level. Whether you can break through there, I can't say for sure, but I'll suggest it to the Heavenly Dragon Council and ask the chief to approve it. If the energy inside the Dragon Ascension platform can be better stimulated, or even drawn out by you, it would benefit us. Based on today's situation, if you could visit the Dragon Realm after unlocking your Dragon Power Hall, it would surely benefit you. Once your bloodline has fully and stably evolved, you can come find me. When you're ready to break through, you must tell me first, so I can assess the situation before you proceed. They bid farewell and departed. Very well. Continue your training. I'll be going now. Farewell, and see you off. Lord Lan. At Lan's location, someone runs up calling her name. Lan, a dragon, fat enough to burst, complains, I feel awful. But in reality, his strength is tainted, and Lan uses magic to help him. He's truly a lucky kid. If I didn't absorb this mixed dragon force, it could make him sick. But who told him to be my servant? People came from who knows where, calling out, Lord Lan. But Lan didn't even bother to turn around. None of his subordinates were truly outstanding. The Dao Seal was startled by the mention of Lord Lan, but he cut the old man off, saying no explanation was needed. This isn't your problem. At least you have descendants. You're far better than me in that regard. Sometimes, I really envy you. Didn't you take in a talented adopted daughter? Lan sounded more and more lonely, regretting that he had no such luck. Seeing her sadness, Doji called out, My lord, look how talented this child is. She constantly expresses her gratitude to you, admiring you from the bottom of her heart. Every word from the elder pleased Lan. All that transpired today in the Dragon Power Hall must be kept secret. Do not spread it, nor disturb her training. Fulfill her every need. The Taoist scribe was equally pleased. These knights were never easily impressed. And he was indeed fortunate. The stronger Lan becomes, the better for him. Cut to outside Tianlong Star, where Yuena sits sadly, soaking her feet. She was a little flustered. Xuanyu wasn't here. So why was she going along with this? With Lan Xuanyu and his teammates gone, Only Yue Na and Yu Lin remained on the Silver Armor Rock warship. They spent a day understanding the warship's functions and controls through perception and mental connection. Now alone, Tang Wulin immediately began to dote on her, starting with a foot soak as before. His eyes were fixed on her, anxious that she might be displeased, and as he suspected, Yue Na was not happy being seen like this. Isn't this humiliating? But Wu Lin, thick-skinned and doting, didn't care about losing face. Washing his wife's feet was perfectly normal. His words made Yue Na pout, asking who was his wife. Then, they playfully bicker about soaking her feet. Don't put your feet on the bed. They're not dry yet. Soak them a little longer, and I'll dry them for you before you get in bed. Is that long enough? Do you need to soak them more? No. You have to soak them for the right amount of time. They then returned to the most pressing issue, with Yue Na asking, "Do you think Xuanyu is in any danger?" Wu Lin calmly replied, "From what he told me, he should be safe. Besides, I gave him something. If he's in danger, I'll sense it immediately." Relieved, Nguyen Na says that's good. And Vulan asks his wife what's wrong. Nguyen Na confesses that she just feels like he doesn't need to take such risks. Actually, whether he becomes a dragon god or not doesn't matter. I just hope he's safe and by my side. As for our child, I have a different view. As parent, we all think that way. But we can't stifle our children's growth. Our child is so outstanding, we should be happy for her, and, of course, support her decisions. What she's doing now is greatly beneficial to her. You should understand that the two different bloodlines in her body are like a ticking time bomb. Even if he doesn't cultivate, the energy in his bloodline will grow over time. Shu Wu's body also carries our blood, and his dragon bloodline is even stronger than his human bloodline. Therefore, he will inevitably lean towards the dragon race, and the two dragon forces within him will naturally become stronger, developing towards the god level. If he cannot control it, then one day, the breakthrough of the two bloodlines will be the moment he dies. Having realized something, Rwana agreed. He's right. So I'll support him in studying at Shrek Academy. Because he's our son, his excellence is only natural. A spaceship drifts in the vast cosmos, carrying only two souls. Gu Yue gazes intently at Wu Lin, who gently holds her delicate foot. His voice echoed. Gu Yue. Does that feel good? Gentle words of affection meant only for her? Gu Yue felt unaccustomed to this kind of emotional intimacy. What was he even saying? Comfortable or not? Didn't he realize he was just asking if the foot soak felt good? The conversation grew awkward and stilted. All right. The feet are dry. You can go now. The other foot is fine. Just go. I want to rest. Finally, Yu Lin turned to leave. Get some rest. We'll go dragon hunting again tomorrow. Leaving the door, Wu Lin felt a warmth in his heart. He was still too hasty. He needs to take things slower next time. With Xuanyu gone, he wouldn't have anyone to wash his feet for him. So why did he go along with it? Switching scenes to outside the dragon's lair. It's been a while, and the dragon energy within Xuanyu seems to have stabilized. Although his body is still swollen, he can finally revert to his original human form. While training, he calls out a name in his heart, Senior Ditian. Are you there? Just then, a massive dragon appeared. He stood before Xuanyu and said, I am here. For my master. Xuanyu wondered. What were those thoughts just now? Can you tell me? Ditian oblige, saying he can guess some of it. Similar to what his father speculated, this dragon below is the dragon cemetery. The place he saw, where he and the main statue once arrived. Xuanyu then asks how the dragon graveyard was formed. But Ditian doesn't know, saying it's the final resting place of the dragon race, when the dragon god died, becoming the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King. The dragon race fell, losing to the god realm and suffering a complete defeat, driven to near extinction. Later, the Silver Dragon King led me to the dragon graveyard, where we saw countless corpses of our kin. It was there that we found the remaining bones of the dragon god. Xuanyu, confused, asked again after he was split in two. Didn't he become the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King? Why are there still bones? Tian patiently explains that the division into the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings was a matter of divine positions, while the return to the Dragon Clan's burial ground after the Dragon God's death. Initially, the Master led him there to find the core left behind by the Dragon God. After that, all the Master needed to do was devour the Golden Dragon King, and the Dragon God would have a chance to return. Sadly, human emotions still influenced her. We actually all urged her to act quickly then. The Master would rather sacrifice herself than devour your father. Of course, in hindsight, it wasn't a bad thing. Or you wouldn't be here. Hearing about his father, Xuanyu became even more concerned, asking what happened next and what the situation was in the Dragon Cemetery. Tian recounted the image of his father, saying that they had seen him burying bones there. It took him 3 full years to bury all the bones. And for that, as a dragon, I am extremely grateful to him. All members of the dragon race should be. Afterward, the dragon graveyard disappeared. According to your father, the small space of the dragon graveyard had collapsed and would no longer be connected to the mother star. Unexpectedly, it actually came to Tianlong's star. The spiritual thoughts you sensed earlier came from those deceased members. Though dead, their spirits endure. Dragon cores, bonus, and marrow all retain a wisp of their consciousness. Just now, you connected with the dragon burial ground through the dragon god altar, allowing them to sense a fragment of the dragon god's aura. They will naturally gravitate towards you and pledge allegiance. Then, Tian confessed that he was only keeping them calm, preventing them from harming someone who hadn't recovered yet. Xuanyu felt that the future would be a bit difficult if he went to the dragon realm one day. How would he withstand their energy? No, Tian replied. As the dragon god's successor, everything there should belong to you. If you want to restore your original strength in the future, besides the dragon god's core, the most important thing is to find your dragon bones. Xuanyu repeats the words, dragon bone. Time has passed, and Tian has guided Xuanyu on how to overcome obstacles. As he is still a human who wants to become a dragon god, dragon bones are extremely important to you. But you can't withstand their intensity yet, and your bloodline hasn't truly become that of a dragon god. You still need to break through to godhood. Then, no matter how many dragon knights there are, they won't pose a threat to you. It was his world, and then it hit him. I understand now. Thank you for the reminder. He closed his eyes, summoning another beast god. Xiaobao, are you there? Instantly, Xiaobao appeared. Yes, Master. Xuanyu had a crucial task for him. Xiaobao. The dragon force within me. Can you transfer and hold the dragon energy in your body? Xiaobao replies. Yes. Although it's a bit chaotic, it's still extremely pure energy. Xuanyu inquired further. How far can you be from me now? Xiaobao happily flew up. Theoretically, I can be as far as I want. But the farther I am, the faster my energy will deplete. Only then did he feel relieved. Good. I have something I need you to do. Xiaobao obediently agreed. Okay. Just tell me what to do. Cut to outside the Dragon Power Chamber. The opening of the Dragon Power Chamber is a relatively big deal for the high-ranking dragons in Fenglong City. But to the entire Tianlong planet, it was nothing. And all returned to silence as Lan Xuanyu began his seclusion. He never left the Dragon Power Hall, cultivating within, with only Bai Shuzu entering each day to cultivate alongside him for a time. Unbeknownst to anyone, Bai Shuzu's visits also included smuggling the treasure-hunting beast in and out, allowing it to absorb some of Lan Xuanyu's dragon power before she took it to their comrades, transferring the power to them. Meanwhile, Yuan and Guanghui left early and returned late, disguised as a Sea Tribe member, gathering materials in the city each day. The 33 Skywings provided her with enough money to do whatever she wanted. In the gloomy rain, Guanghui sat dejectedly in her small room. Since Lan Xuanyu left, he hasn't returned. But Bai Shushu comes back often, while the others basically never go out. They don't let me watch them cultivate, which is understandable, since no one enters the inner courtyard to cultivate, but their progress is too fast. Too strange. How infuriating. She's clearly here to monitor me. But I've learned nothing. I'll have to ask around. Meanwhile, Shu is discussing important matters with Xiaobao. Having exhausted all the Dragon Force conversion for today's training, you go back first. Xiaobao, she said. He replied, okay. Then, a powerful light erupted as the bodies of Shu and Xiaobao merged. As Shu absorbed the spiritual power, a knock came from outside. Shu, are you in there? Tutu replied. Yes. The other person wasted no time. That's great. I just so happen to have some questions for you. May I come in? Tutu wondered what Kwang Hui wanted. What is it you want to ask? Kwang Hu seized the opportunity. I see you two cultivating together every day. I wonder if I could join you, Tutu hesitated, warning that without matching energy, it could be extremely dangerous. But in her heart, she already knew the answer. I can't decide this. I need to ask Hian Vu about the cultivation method, as it's too dangerous. Actually, Kwang Hu was worried about both of them, which is why he went to find Tutu. I haven't seen him return. Is he all right? She replied that he was fine. But his identity is special, so it's inconvenient. The conversation between the two continues. As long as he's safe, in a few days, I should head back for a visit. I'll need you to take me back then. No problem. I'll take you back myself. Thank you. I'll be going now. Goodbye. Little miss. Get some rest. Guang Hui left. But he was still unsatisfied. Having gained no useful information from Shu, nor could he sway Xuanyu, Bake Susu reported everything to him. But it's all right. This infiltration of the Tianlong Star isn't a matter of a day or two, so there's no need to rush. Returning to the Dragon Power Hall, Xuanyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he needed to open up the light and dark divine thunder meridian from his dantian to his right hand. With this connection complete, he can condense the light and dark divine lightning within his body and unleash it from his hand, gaining another combat ability. The meridians on the back of his hand are extremely complex, making the tempering process extremely difficult. He can only try to open them up little by little, which is much more difficult than when he initially tempered himself with the annihilation divine lightning. Xuanyu's hand slipped, emitting a brilliant light. His eyes sharper than usual. Energy surged within him, magic enveloping Xuanyu and radiating outward. After a while, Xuanyu started sweating. This light orb was unstable, and each time it destabilized, he had to use time stop to regain control. It was too difficult. This process alone took 2 hours. But finally, a stable light orb appeared in Lan Xuanyu's right palm, and he rejoiced. It's done. I finally did it. Cultivating the light-dark divine lightning is indeed too difficult. But at least I've cleared this meridian. I can now condense it in my palm. And after 10 days, I've finally succeeded. But wait. What should I do with the light-dark divine lightning in my hand? Now that it's separated from me, it's sure to explode if it gets out of control. And I can't just keep holding it. I also can't absorb the light and dark divine lightning back into my body to digest it. I'm not skilled enough for that yet. He paced back and forth, wondering if he'd created a problem for himself. Where could he dispose of it? He couldn't let it explode in the dragon realm. The consequences would be unimaginable. Unconcerned with the consequences, Lan Xuanyu first neutralized the immediate threat, launching the light orb to a suitable location. And it was Xuanyu who unleashed the power of the light and dark divine thunder, releasing the light sphere onto the plains below. Causing a shocking explosion, Lan Xuanyu looked with satisfaction at the product of his actions. Quite pleased. The space element had temporarily created a black hole, madly absorbing all the elemental energy in the air. These energies exploded, creating such a terrifying force. He said gratefully that it was no less powerful than a god-ranked powerhouse's energy attack. Then, Xuanyu recalled what he had heard, wondering what the chances were of hitting a god-ranked powerhouse, which was different from the flesh-destroying divine lightning, exploding inside before spreading outwards. It needs a host who can withstand the explosive force of the light and dark divine lightning. Otherwise, no one can endure it. But not to worry. Master, you don't need to fret about this. He quickly appeared before Xuanyu, mainly because with his current cultivation, he couldn't yet comprehend the true meaning of the elements. In the future, when your cultivation breaks through to God level, Your control over the elements will far surpass your current understanding, and everything will be within your grasp. Xuanyu found it reasonable. Indeed, if he became a god who controlled the elements, how could a part of his body harm him? Let me recount the past back then. The dragon god could destroy a planet in the blink of an eye, yet he never harmed himself, even when at the epicenter of the explosion. So, the most important thing now is how to solve the myriad problems faced when becoming a god. But if you insist on controlling it, I have two suggestions. Xuanyu wonders what they are. He continues, you don't necessarily have to use your body to explode. You can explode through weapons, especially god-tier and super god-tier weapons, which can easily withstand the light and dark divine lightning. At this, Xuanyu's eyes lit up. That's right. How could he forget? He still had the golden dragon spear and the heaven holy abyss halberd. Next, Tian offered another suggestion if he wanted to reach the ultimate power. He should use the heaven holy abyss halberd, because it has the inherent ability to devour and absorb all kinds of elements in the air, condensing the surrounding light and dark divine lightning. Once the divine lightning erupts, it will detonate all the elemental power in an instant. But I feel this could become your signature move. Annihilation lightning can be used in the same way. These words moved Xuanyu. It sounds easy, but he'll have to practice to master it. As Tian left, he warned, Master, someone's coming. Ilhida first. Xuanyu's vigilance heightened, realizing he'd have to deal with investigators soon. With such a massive disturbance, it was inevitable someone would come to investigate. Thankfully, it's just Huang Daqi and his group, making things easier to handle. Daoqi and Yuelang arrive at the cliff where he launched the light sphere. Xuanyu politely bows his head. Patriarch, Daoqi asks him caringly, are you all right? What was that explosion just now? Without batting an eye, Xuanyu lied, saying he was fine, just testing a new attack and misjudged the power, causing an explosion in the air. Daoqi believed his story, warning him to be careful not to hurt himself. Don't rush your training. With your talent, you'll become a top-tier warrior in due time. There's still plenty of time before the selection of the lineage knights. Xuanyu bowed slightly, his voice low and sincere. Rest assured, I'll be more careful in the future. But, Chief, is there a suitable place to train? Inspired by his suggestion, Daoqi enthusiastically offered guidance. No problem. I almost forgot to tell you. Every major city actually has a place, specifically for god-level powerhouses to cultivate. Contact Yue Lang, and he'll help you arrange it. Yue Lang, standing nearby, accepted the task. Leave it to me. Xuanyu was grateful for the elder's help, but wondered where all the other god-ranked powerhouses trained. Daoqi then remembered something. The Heavenly Dragon Society had sent a message. The old man pulled a card from his inner pocket, explaining that they didn't want to disturb his training, and that it requires his Tianlong Association badge to open. They added that it wasn't urgent, which is why they hadn't notified him sooner. Saying goodbye to his son, Xuanyu returns to the Dragon Power Hall, takes out his Heavenly Dragon Society badge, and places it on the letter's formation. Xuanyu tensely reads the words on the letter in 3 months. Heavenly Dragon Star will have an exchange with Heavenly Horse Star, inviting him to represent the younger generation of Heavenly Dragon Star and visit Heavenly Dragon City. He was momentarily stunned, as learning more about the situation on Tianma Star for the Federation was definitely a good thing. After all, Tianlong Star doesn't rule the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy alone, so just how powerful is the Tianma race? After that, the following period saw Xuanyu enter a period of stable cultivation. In that moment, the Thanglong competition seemed to vanish from the public eye, disappearing without a trace. As the liquid flowed over his hand, Tutu playfully teased him, amused that he was now dressing as a woman. If he were to unleash his scales, they would be the brightest light on Tianlong Star that day. Xuanyu suppressed his energy, wanting to be humble, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Luckily, the scales on his body are transparent, so they won't stand out without external light. Tutu and Hianvu stand amidst the dragon force, discussing a few things. He cultivated for 2 months straight, and there's still half a month before heading to the Centaur planet. He's emerged because he's completed training all his meridians and undergone the light-dark divine tribulation twice. Thankfully, Qianxun helped me forcibly keep my soul power at level 69. Now, I must focus on adapting to my increased cultivation, especially in battle. He can't risk connecting with the world around him, and of course, Tutu teases him about it. If he were to force a breakthrough at Tianma Star, and then lack the energy for his soul rings, he wouldn't be able to become a god. Or he'd become one but not as strong as he imagined. He'd be devastated. Before Xuanyu could stop her, they were off. The scene shifts to the divine forging field, far from Dragon Power Hall. After contacting Huang Yuelang, the two flew to the divine training ground, where a massive sphere sat on the plains below. Xuanyu couldn't believe his eyes. This was the god training ground. Sovast. That spherical structure is where Yue Lang is waiting for us. Chiuxiu Urget. Let's hurry. And together, they stepped inside. They were greeted at the gate and told that Lord Huang Yuelang was waiting inside. Their guide led the way. After meeting Huang Yuelang, the three headed to training ground number 3, where Huang Yuelang briefly explained the situation. The god training ground spans 3 million square meters, divided into 10 large training fields, each accommodating only one god-ranked powerhouse for cultivation. At Lan Xuanyu's request, the staff deactivated all surveillance equipment. Each training ground is dome-shaped, with a diameter of 500 meters and a height of 300 meters. Once closed, the defense systems are quite advanced, using various energy minerals powered by a tower array. After Yue Long handed the training grounds over to Xuanyu and left, he told them to train with peace of mind, and to call him any time if they needed anything. Xuanyu happily accepted, remarking how great the place was, and that it had been a long time since he trained, so he was going to have a good workout. Tutu gently suggested using a sparring match, offering to use his dragon marrow to boost her power. But Xuanyu hesitated, afraid of accidentally hurting her. As Tutu defended her strength, "It's not a sure thing. How do you know I can't beat you? Don't forget. You were far behind me back then." But Xuanyu didn't give her an inch. "How about this? We add a little reward if you lose." Before he could finish, Tutu cut him off, saying, "Don't even. All you have are bad ideas." Feeling exposed, Xuanyu had to defend himself. "You always think the worst of me. I was going to say, if you lost, we could go out and get something good to eat." Tutu is angry, telling him to drop the act, as she knows him too well, while Xuanyu sweats bullets. Realizing he's in trouble and tries to change the subject, he turns away, saying he won't fight and that she can train on her own. Forcing Tutu to chase after him, how shameless. He seizes the initiative, asking what reward she wants, if she can withstand his attacks for 5 minutes. "For every second you last, I'll let you kiss me. And even if it's less than a second, I'll still let you kiss me, how's that?" Tutu's instincts were right all along. She needs a different option, because 5 minutes is far too generous. Either way, you win. How about this? If it's less than 5 minutes, we do as you say. But if it's 5 minutes, then for every second over, I get to kick your butt. They both agree. Deal. You just wait for your butt kicking. Xuanyu cozies up to Tutu, saying what's wrong with being kicked by his 3 wives. Hasn't she heard that hitting is kissing? Scolding is love. And a quick kick means she still loves him. Go ahead. Do it. His actions leave Tutu helpless, who was turning off the camera just for this. After a brief exchange, they discuss the rules, asking if they need to bypass defenses. Probably not. We'll both use our abilities and weapons, but no divine dragon armor. Tutu fusses him, a hint of worry in her heart. "Even if I'm not your match, you're too arrogant if you think I can't last 5 minutes." They unleash their auras, preparing to fight. Begin Hyunwoo fully releases his magic, gliding across the ground with his scepter. Xuanyu's feet propel him forward, as Shushu summons her weapon, her eyes filled with intense focus. With each step towards Xuanyu, a chilling energy emanated from Tutu. Her third soul skill, Icefall. Xuanyu, on the other hand, radiated a dazzling, blinding energy. Before Tutu could even react, Fear gripped her as the overwhelming power of Xuanvu and his staff bore down on her. Inside the arena, two figures clashed, their opposing energies of fire and ice colliding in a fierce battle. Composing herself, Tutu summons her martial soul, the heavenly devil dance of divine opportunity, her eyes radiating a frigid light, and activates her fourth soul skill, deep blue gaze. Seeing his beloved become stronger fills Xuanyu with satisfaction. But her power is still not enough to stop him. But the world she created was shattered by Xuanyu, and the deep blue gaze was ineffective. Forcing Tutu to use another skill, their energies collide. And with intense focus, Tutu summons her next soul skill, the eighth soul ring. Abyssal Devour, a chilling light erupts in the sky. She froze Xuanyu in place for 5 seconds. And as the energy exploded, she braced herself against the onslaught. Deep Abyss Devour had to be reversed. And then her Devour shattered. In that moment, unaware, Xuanyu had already circled behind her. Tutu's attack goes awry. Suddenly, an explosion rips through space, shattering light into a million pieces. The battle ends, and Xuanvu tenderly embraces Tutu. A somewhat romantic scene. But before long, Xuanvu takes advantage of the situation, wondering if it was 9 or 10 seconds. And he'll have to calculate it. 1 minute has 60 seconds. 5 minutes has 300 seconds. So I'll give you 10 seconds. You still owe me 480 seconds. So I have to kiss you 290 more times. Xuanyu sets Tutu down, who asks in confusion when he learned to use the heavenly tribulation. Xuanyu replies that it wasn't the heavenly tribulation, but the lightning tribulation produced after combining the 7 great elements, whose power is that of heaven and earth. But I can't fully control it yet. This was just a burst where I controlled the elements myself. A first try. Tutu sulked and scolded him. You're cheating. You're suppressing me with your bloodline power. I can't even use my full strength, and I don't believe you can use heavenly tribulation every time. Xuanyu refuses, saying he doesn't know if he can use it again, but he can at least use a portion. And she can't cheat. Shushuratort, feeling wronged, saying she didn't cheat. But he did, relying on his bloodline advantage to suppress her, then using his most powerful ability against her, making him the cheater. And furthermore, before she could protest, Xuanyu kissed her cheek, leaving Tutu flustered. What are you doing? Xuanyu replied with adoring eyes. 290 times. You have to let me kiss you that many times. Tutu was caught in his trap. Speechless, she put her hand over his mouth, stopping him. No more kisses. I don't want to. You're annoying me. Let me go, or I'll get angry. As for the 290 kisses, I'll let you go when you've given me enough. Before he could regret teasing her, Xuanyu pleaded. Wife. I was wrong, but Tutu ignored him. Who's your wife? Get away from me, Xuanyu whined. Let's play again. This time, I won't use my bloodline aura to suppress you. Okay, still 5 minutes, want to try again. Besides, I didn't really kiss you 290 times just now. I'll let the rest go. So don't be angry. See how generous I am, the more Xuanyu said. The angrier Tutu became, and she nearly roared his name. She then raps him on the head, saying he's annoying and should train on his own. Deep down, she knows she hasn't gotten much stronger, and he's just being flippant, not taking her efforts seriously. Xuanyu flattered her by massaging her shoulders, acknowledging her recent lonely cultivation. Luckily, he was always by her side. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could have persevered. She thanked him, saying it was good to have him. Hearing this, she pursed her lips and turned to face Xuanyu. That's right. You've been cultivating every day. And I've been feeling a little bored, too. Xuanyu promised her that the future would be different. Next, let's go to Tianma Star and relax for a while. After a long pause, Bai Xiushu was covered in sweat from her training, and the energy surrounding her gradually dissipated. What will you train next? Xuanyu focused on the energy in his hand, wanting to better combine the 2 types of divine lightning and avoid wasting energy. If they could generate a fake heavenly tribulation after combining, the effect would be the best. Xuanyu didn't quite understand, so she elaborated. When your tribulation descended, I felt as though the entire world had become my enemy, targeting me. Even though what you cast isn't exactly a tribulation, it has a similar effect. So, why not use it to bombard yourself and see how much you can endure? We've always tempered our dragon power from the inside out. But what if we trained from the outside in? What you're saying has given me an idea. And it reminds me of a certain training method. On our home planet, there was once an extremely powerful sect called the Body Sect. I once heard my father mention their training methods, which seemed similar. He said that Dragon Force body tempering and the Body Sect's training methods were different paths to the same destination. When soul masters break through to become gods, they are cleansed by lightning tribulation, allowing them to be thoroughly tempered in the process. But for us, who can now control lightning tribulation, as long as we control the intensity, it's like tempering ourselves before becoming gods. Not just me. I think you should try it too. With your talent, you're highly likely to encounter a heavenly tribulation when you break through. 2-2. Encouraged by Xuanyu, is very excited. I can try, but I need to start with the Nihility Divine Lightning. Even I can't withstand your heavenly tribulation and light dark divine lightning. Yet you can start with the light dark divine lightning. Are we masochists? It's just a try. I'll be fine. Following her lead, Xuanyu prepares himself, promising to control the power as she gets ready. Summoning her sacred beast, Xuanyu and Tutu focus on their training. Ready to begin, he uses the rune to create a ball of light and dark divine lightning, using it to surround her, focusing all the energy on her. Xuanyu worried, knowing he had to be careful not to hurt Shu, as she unleashed the deep abyss devour, transforming into a vortex to withstand the thunderous bombardment. In the blink of an eye, lightning bombarded her abyssal vortex, dyeing it 4 colors and stripping away most of its power. Xuanyu shouted, telling her to prepare, as he was about to unleash a second wave, a light dark divine thunder explosion, threatening to tear Tushu's body apart. She struggles to withstand this terrifying power. As the heavenly demon dance of the heavens takes shape, with streaks of magic swirling around her, Xuanyu controlled the power of annihilation lightning, not increasing it, but simply letting it fall in strands. Bai Xiuxiu's purple aura increased rapidly. She was able to withstand the annihilation lightning, something she couldn't do before returning to Tianlong Star this time. After about 15 minutes, Xuanyu observed Bai Xiuxiu's magical cultivation. The soul skill released from her body began to weaken, so he paused to see the effect. Then he approached her, asking if it was effective. But the person before him had changed, leaving Xuanyu a little stunned. As the smoke cleared, she asked, "What's wrong?" Why that expression Xuanyu didn't dare explain, and simply handed her a mirror, telling her to look for herself. Confused, she asked why he was giving her a mirror. She turned the mirror to herself and was shocked to see her hair was a mess from training. She angrily called out to Xuanyu, "A moment là-t-il?" Xuanyu brushed her hair again. "See, it's fixed. Even better than before. After such attentive service, don't be angry anymore," Shushu said with a sulk. "Don't stop. Keep brushing." Xuanyu continues to comb her hair, restoring its lustrous beauty. Shushu, thinking about her own power, asks how the body tempering was for him, saying she still feels a little numb. 4 elements suddenly surged into my body, threatening to dissolve everything. But after I withstood the initial burst, it felt like I was being nourished by them. And after it was over, it seemed like they were helping me. At least, by the end, I had adapted a little. You should try it too. For his training, Xuanvu obviously didn't need to start with elemental lightning tribulation, as the 4-colored lightning tribulation posed no threat to him. So, what he was trying was naturally the light dark divine lightning. When the first burst of light and dark divine lightning struck, the 7-colored scales on his body instantly underwent a strange transformation, shimmering, flickering, for 10 minutes after the tempering. Intrigued, Shu asks if Xuanyu's golden dragon body can now withstand attacks from all 7 elements, to which Xuanyu replies that it's more of a weakening than immunity. Of course, weakening to a certain extent is as good as immunity. After completing the light dark divine thunder tempering, I discovered I could do one thing. My dragon scales can now change into corresponding attributes based on the opponent's attack. Tutu doesn't understand. Repeating. Wouldn't it be more effective if the 7 elements converged? Xuanyu pondered. 7 elements combined could indeed block, but the consumption would be relatively large. And moreover, it was based on attributes. I wouldn't gain a significant advantage. The 7 elements are a unified whole. A complete structure. Not a directional resistance. But now, it's different. If the opponent's attack is of the light element, then I have 2 choices. Adjust my dragon scales to either light or dark, with other elements providing support. From then on, I could either become immune or resist the opponent's attacks, saving soul power and bloodline energy. That's why I could withstand your deep blue gaze even when our cultivation levels were nearly equal. Tutu wondered how such a transformation was even possible. Xuanyu patiently explained to his lover that the dragon god possessed many attributes to become a god king, so its attribute effects must surpass those of other dragons. This transformation is beyond my data, but understandable. I'll continue. For the next dozen or so days, they spent almost all their time cultivating in the god-refining field, and the advantages of tempering with light and dark divine lightning became increasingly apparent. Not only did it temper him, but it also greatly improved his control over the light and darkness divine lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was time to meet with the Heavenly Dragon Assembly. The Heavenly Dragon Assembly had sent a dragon chariot to pick up Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shuzu early. Such was the treatment for members of the assembly. Huang Daoqi and his son saw them off, watching the chariot until it disappeared into the distance. Huang Daoqi then compared his son to Xuanyu. Like comparing him to the neighbor's kid. I didn't even try. Their bloodline was already higher to begin with. What could I do? I'm sorry. My bloodline is too low. I shouldn't have been born. Not like that. Father, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shuzu rode the Longsha to the Tianlong Assembly Hall. Arriving in the evening, Du Hao Yu guided them, saying, "You must be tired from your travels." Xuanyu politely thanks him, while Du Xin says it's nothing, and asks if they've been here before introducing them to the Tianlong Association Hall. This is the main base of the Heavenly Dragon Assembly, where all receptions and meetings are held. This time, for the exchange to the Pegasus Galaxy. We'll gather here at the Guild Hall before departing tomorrow. It's the first time Trat Hien Vu has felt such a dense life energy. The life energy is almost tangible and incredibly gentle, as if my own life force is sublimating. It seems to originate from deep within the earth, and judging by the intensity of the energy emanating from the Tianlong Association's guild, this must be the energy core of the entire planet. Xuan Yu surveyed the area and asked Du Xuan if the Dragon Knight adults usually lived here. Han Yu stopped him, saying he didn't know, and couldn't inquire about the adults' whereabouts. Xuan Yu, realizing his blunder, apologized, acknowledging the place's suitability for cultivation, while Xin Yu briefly introduced the area, pleased that he liked it. As a member of the Tianlong Association, with a private residence here, you can stay as long as you like. His words gave him pause. Of course he wanted to stay, but under the watchful eyes of the knights and possibly the Heavenly Dragon seat, it was best to decline. Xuanzhu continued, explaining that to maintain the guild's natural ecosystem, no modern devices were allowed, so everything was extremely primitive, and they would have to walk, asking for forgiveness. As the entire rainforest belonged to the Dragon Hall, other than members of the Dragon Council and staff, no one is allowed inside. Trespassers will be killed without pardon. Training rooms and the Tianlong Manor, used exclusively for conferences, are located in the central area. We've arrived. This is your accommodation. Please rest, and we'll depart tomorrow. We need to gather at the Azure Dragon Guild. I'll send someone to pick you both up tomorrow. You must be tired from your journey, so rest early. Du Xin led them to their assigned rooms, and as he left, Xuan Yu gratefully thanked him. He looked around his room. If this was primitive, it was better than their school. Shu Shu agreed. Only big shots could stay here. So how could it be bad? Before them was a training room, and as Xuan Yu paused before it, he realized it was a small Dragon Force hall. Moreover, the Dragon Force here was fused with a concentrated life energy, making it even easier to absorb. The two of them spent the night cultivating their dragon power in the training room until early the next morning, when someone called from outside. Lord Lan, Lady Tutu, it's time to assemble. Xuanyu was still cultivating. Okay. Please wait a moment. The life force here can replenish the body. Although they'd cultivated all night, they felt refreshed. In the future, after tribulation, they can come here to use life energy to recover. Tutu leaned against him, relieved, saying that anyone who breaks through can come, since we can always come here. The two then set off with the staff, traveling for about 15 minutes into the distance. As the dense life energy washed over them, they passed through a forest, and a lake appeared before them. Xuanyu looked at the lake in surprise. It wasn't even a tenth the size of Sea God Lake. But the water, this isn't water. It's life energy, pure life energy in liquid form. He recalled what Xiaobao had said before. It's almost reached the concentration of immortal, spiritual energy. Just a sublimation away, this must be created by the planet's core of life. Feng Lu, a staff member, introduced the lake, saying it was the Tianyang Lake of the Tianlong Public House, and only the bronze armor mechanics could use its water. Xuanyu asked directly if he had that authority. Feng Lu lowered his head cautiously. This, I wouldn't dare to say for sure. Please ask the Grand Craftsman seniors. Not lingering long. Xuanyu continued on, soon spotting a pavilion in the distance. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks, beholding a beautiful woman, her allure stirring something within Xuanyu. The beauty is Long Tianyang of the Heavenly Dragon Society, and surrounded by guards. She asks if they are new members. Tianyang then gently approaches the two, saying, Finally, the Heavenly Dragon Association has some beautiful women. Hello. I am Long Tianyang. Dazzled by her beauty, Tutu stammered a greeting, while Xuanyu remained deep in thought. My spiritual power can't see through her. This one's strength is definitely on par with a god. Tutu happily replies, Thank you. You're very pretty too. Long Tianyang, from Tianyang Lake, smiles and agrees, but her eyes are assessing Xuanyu. Thinking the name Lam sounds rather masculine, she projects her thoughts for Xuanyu to hear. Lam, you're actually a man. Aren't you? Tianyang's words froze him for 5 seconds. Only Xuanyu could hear her, and she was putting immense pressure on him. He absolutely couldn't panic now, or choose to flee. That's when things get truly problematic. With his strength, where could he possibly run? This is the Order's headquarters. After all, how intriguing. Why would he want to disguise himself as a girl? Xuanyu whispers back. What does it matter if he's discovered? Being male or female is irrelevant to the Knight's Order, and he can simply say it's for convenience. He bows, and Tianyang finally lets them pass, telling them to go ahead. Don't keep the Knights of the Line waiting. Let's continue on. You two. But before they could leave, Tianyang stopped them. She approached him, saying he was truly interesting, and that she'd look him up if she had the chance. Words that sounded sweet but carried a veiled threat. As Feng Lu depart, he waves back at them. Please follow me. Esteemed sirs. Xuanyu agrees, and he and Shushu continue on. Feng Lu is amused by their reluctance. It seems the Heavenly Nurturer likes these two lords. But to Xuanvu, this is strange. Just which great artificer family is this Heavenly Nurturer related to? Feng Lu doesn't know either. Apparently, the Heavenly Nurturing Miss was here when the Heavenly Dragon Public House was established. His words only made Xuanyu more curious. So, what is her true identity? My spiritual power couldn't probe her at all before. At the very least, she's a god-level powerhouse. But she doesn't seem to harbor any hostility. She's just curious about my disguise. I need to ask Lan Luo who she really is when I get the chance. But for now, he can't reveal his true gender to the bloodline mages. Explaining himself would create unnecessary complications. So he'll just play along for now. The staff led them to the entrance of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion before stopping, allowing Xuanyu and Bai Shushu to enter. The staff didn't follow. As clearly, not everyone was allowed inside. Zishuang greeted him warmly. Haha. Our champion has arrived. Xuanyu politely greeted the two great knight inheritors. Then his eyes focused on one person, Tenglong. Han doesn't seem weakened as rumored, but his aura is even stronger. Tang Wulin is here too. It seems everyone with good results in the Rising Dragon competition has come, gathered around the table. Qi Shuang spoke first. Now that everyone's here, we'll depart for Tianma Star shortly. Before we go, I'll outline the key objectives of this exchange. They all responded in unison. Understood. Qi Shuang then analyzed the upcoming meeting, explaining that their trip to Tianma Star was a routine exchange between the Sky Dragon Society and the Tianma Society, adding that they had lost the recent battle, and while humans were ahead in technology, they lacked resources. The main goals of this trip to the Pegasus Galaxy are to discuss the direction of technological development and how to respond to humanity's growing strength, a strength that gives Xuanyu an ominous feeling that the Dragon Horse Galaxy is about to take action against the Federation. This news is critical, Qi Shuang continued, stating that they needed to discuss specifics with the Pegasus Galaxy, and that the four would be responsible for interacting with the younger generation, promoting understanding while showcasing the strength of the Dragon Clan, with the exchange covering many areas, lasting about a month, and requiring their participation in various conferences and activities alongside her and Liang Wei. The four answered in unison. Understood. As Xuanyu turned his gaze back to Tianlong, Tianlong was on the verge of breaking through last time. Yet he hasn't reached the god level, making him seem even more inscrutable. It's a lie that the Tianlong leader abandoned Tianlong. Without the Tianlong leader's intervention, how could Tianlong suppress his cultivation and prevent a breakthrough? He couldn't win the Shenglong competition and use the momentum to break through. That guy must hate me. Qi Shuang changed the subject, explaining that upon arriving in the Pegasus Galaxy, they would be greeted and guided by local personnel. This was the first time she and Xuzhu had visited the Pegasus Galaxy, and they should be careful of their words and actions at the teleportation channel. But as the champion of the Dragon Ascension tournament, you can't tarnish your reputation as the top of the younger generation. Understand? Xuanyu happily looks at him. Understood. Liang Wei, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Before, at the Thang Long competition, the four of you were rivals, but now you're teammates, a single entity, representing the Thian Long Association. The Thang Long competition was just a warm-up. The hearts of the Dragon Clan members have always been broad. Remember what you need to remember, and let go of what you don't. Xuanyu felt a surge of gratitude. This Holy Light Dragon Knight hadn't liked them at first, but now he was speaking up for them. They paused the conversation and said, "All right, let's go." As he stood up, Tianlong called out his name, saying, "After we return from this mission, let's spar again. Shall we?" Xuanyu gives him a sharp look. "What are you, a sore loser? Tianlong wants to spar with me." "No. A loss is a loss, and there's a reason for it. He wants to spar to see if the origin I found is correct." Xuanyu carefully considered her response. This man's mentality was something else. She thought he'd hate her for taking the champion's spot and fighting Shang Long. As for Zi Yanmo, he also wanted to spar. Zi Yanmo stood for peace. No. She'd think about it when she got her own dragon seat. The group then departed, soon passing by where Long Tianyang was waiting. Xuanyu was worried about seeing her again, wondering if she would expose him as a man then and there. Because if he were exposed, then all the changes would be meaningless. Though he's not worried about being recognized as human, it would definitely be troublesome. Qi Shuang and Liang Wei had to bow before her. "Miss Tianyang." Tianyang looked displeased, telling them not to make a fuss. After they said their goodbyes, everyone left except for Xuanyu, who she stopped to say, "Come visit again, pretty lady." Xuanyu was embarrassed by the gesture, and judging by the Dragon Knight's attitude toward her, her status must be quite high. But why didn't she expose me? It's hard to figure her out. If my identity isn't exposed yet, I'll just maintain it. After walking for a while, they arrived at Tianlong City Square. Xuanyu glanced around, thinking this must be Tianlong Square. Throughout the plaza, colossal statues of Dragon Knights stood at intervals. Clearly, only those who became Dragon Knights were worthy of remembrance here. Time passed, and they finally arrived at their destination. Liang Wei stepped forward, explaining that this transfer gate was also known as the Dragon Horse Passage, hoping everyone would voice their opinions to make this exchange fruitful. Before he and Ji Shuang cast their spell, amidst the colossal statues was a stone pillar, magic now imbued within them. The energy intensified, and what lay before Xuanyu left him, stunned, a teleportation gate. Just how much energy does it take to create a light gate like this? A gate so massive. Even battleships could pass through. Who says the science and technology of the Dragon Horse Federation isn't advanced? In terms of spatial technology alone, they're far more powerful than I imagined. With enough energy, Liang Wei orders the departure, and everyone cheers in unison, as his magic creates a gateway to step through. Led by the two lineage knights, they advance through the light gate, Xuanyu pondering that this is the perfect place to cultivate space manipulation. The pressure of this space is immense. The light emanating from the mid-intelligence lineage, night enveloping them, and all the envoys behind, helping them resist the pressure caused by the teleportation array. Xuanyu's eyes were opened to a place only god-tier knights could withstand, a planetary teleportation. It felt like piloting a warship through a wormhole, but with a distinct spatial magic fluctuation. As a space element controller, the changes in space magic here are having a significant impact on me, undoubtedly. This is the best place to cultivate space magic. Just how powerful these knights are remains to be seen. But the heavenly sacred tiger, the spatial pathways, and the dragon realm's immense power are beyond comprehension, treasures beyond imagination. One can only imagine how strong the knights will become, training and growing in this environment. To face them in the future, we must accumulate and improve ourselves. Liang Wei and Ji Shuang have completed the passage. We've arrived. Welcome to Tianma Star. Beneath the surface, a series of brilliant lights erupts as the group of 6 turn to witness a massive explosion. They reach the surface, where a large crowd had gathered, welcoming them to Tianma Star. Hyunwoo was speechless. But for Ji Shuang, this was perfectly normal. Their welcoming party had arrived. The one he speaks of is a centaur, many times larger than a normal man. Its hooves strike the ground as it stands before their teleportation gate. He politely bows. Respected Light Dragon Knight and Holy Light Dragon Knight, we represent Tianma Star and welcome you. Ji Shuang observes for a long time. How polite. Then his body began to glow as well, and a response was required. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appeared, and a dragon slowly peered down, radiating an overwhelming aura. Then the two bowed to each other. One a celestial horse, and the other a celestial dragon. Celestial horse seat. Esteemed one, I represent the Celestial Dragon Star and its delegation, offering sincere greetings to your Celestial Horse Clan and the other races of the Celestial Horse Star. I hope this exchange will further promote our understanding and allow us to jointly develop the Dragon Horse star system, so that our light may shine to even more distant corners of the universe. Xuanyu paled as he watched the two divine beasts. This was supposed to be a greeting, but it was more like a display of power. Then they both disappeared, and the heavenly horse went to greet them. The heavenly dragon seat wanted me to greet you on his behalf. Before the heavenly horse could finish, he was shaking hands with Ji Shuang, saying he cared too much about face, arguing over such trifles, and he didn't even want to come this time. I'll have to pay him a visit later. Xuanyu made some comparisons but didn't dare voice them. The Pegasus and Dragon Knights had a close relationship, but in terms of strength, the Dragon Knight was slightly stronger, creating a competitive dynamic between them, though only they knew the true nature of their bond. After a brief chat, Tianma invited Xuanyu's group inside. Everything was prepared. Please follow us. Everyone from the delegation. Tianma Star and Tianlong Star are extremely similar, both taking a central city to govern the others. This city has a dragon horse passage connecting to Tianlong Star. Of course, this is the capital of Pegasus Star, Pegasus City. The relationship between the Pegasus clan and other clans is extremely harmonious, and the hierarchy of Pegasus Star is not obvious. Having been here once before, Nonmac seems to understand the location well. The Pegasus Manor here is considered a high-level reception venue in Pegasus City. We'll probably stay here, Xuanyu said. Surprised, Ganmo readily replied. I came here once with my teacher. So, is this place similar to our Heavenly Dragon Pavilion? Xuanyu asked curiously. And Ganmo explained in more detail. Not quite. The Pegasus clan also has their own Pegasus Inn, which is only accessible to members of the Pegasus Assembly, not ordinary Pegasus. It's an existence on par with our Dragon Inn, while the Pegasus estate is of a lower rank. But only the Dragon and Pegasus clans are qualified to enter. Tianlong then joined their conversation, saying, "We might not stay here. We're all members of the Tianlong Association. We could be assigned to the Pegasus Hall, after all. The two lords will be passing through it." As Xuanyu walks and observes, he says, "Have you been to the Pegasus Manor? Whether you have or haven't, you'll find it familiar. It's no different from our Dragon Manor, only slightly different in terms of decoration. This is my first time here, and my only impression is that everything here is almost identical to Tianlong Star." Tianlong analyzed the two planets in their early stages, called the Pegasus Twin Stars. Originally, there were no dragons, but later, as the world emerged, the dragon transformation period arrived, and only then did dragons appear. The situation on both planets is even more distinct now. Many rivers and mountains are identical, and the energy barriers and characteristics in many places are the same. This forces the celestial dragon to explain again, helping each other. Whether it's celestial dragon star or celestial horse star, they all have a huge life energy system. The two planets have almost formed a miraculous life cycle and able to absorb cosmic energy to replenish themselves. Thus endlessly. Xuanyu slowly realized that although they weren't god realms, these two planets shared characteristics that were similar. Another worry arose in his heart. The life force of Tianlong and Tianma stars had already reached this level, nearing that of a god realm. If these two planets evolve into a god realm, not only the Duluo Federation, but countless star systems around them will be under their control. A carriage awaits them outside. "You've been waiting. Please, allow us to take you to it." Yuan Mo observes the person for a moment, realizing the carriage doesn't belong to the Pegasus clan, but to the affiliated Flying Horse clan, who aspire to ascend to the Pegasus clan, and thus consider themselves close. This clan primarily serves the Pegasus clan. The carriage took them to a banquet, and as Xuanyu entered, his beauty struck everyone like a bolt of love. Yuan Mo found it amusing. This must be a pre-banquet gathering to foster interaction between the younger generations of the two races. The heavenly horse race will surely arrive later, making you a prime target. Xuanyu doesn't understand why he's become a target. Bai Shu whispers in his ear, "Many of the heavenly horse race are watching us. Especially you. No wonder the Golden Dragon Princess is so popular. Everywhere he goes, he attracts attention. Frankly, the average appearance of the Pegasus clan is clearly higher than that of the Dragon clan." Xuanyu calmly reflects that most of the Dragon clan evolved from other clans during the Dragon transformation period. Even the higher-ranking Dragon clans, transforming into human form is also random. But the Pegasus clan is different. In the era of the twin Pegasus stars, they were known as the most beautiful clan in the Dragon Horse star system, and their members transformed into handsome men and beautiful women. After walking for a while, two men came to greet them. "Hello. I'm Li Menglong of the Pegasus clan." From his name, you can tell how much he admires the Dragon clan. "Hello. I'm Deng Zhutong of the Pegasus clan." Xuanyu and Bai Shu politely greeted them, and she introduced herself as Xu Shu. Menglong was thrilled to meet his idol, saying that even though they had guessed it, hearing their names still felt like a thunderclap, and that they had watched the Thanglong competition live and were amazed by their skill. Xuanyu humbly says it was just luck, while the two others eagerly recount what they know about him: the Dragon Ascension Tournament, the highest level of combat among the younger generation of the Dragon clan. How can you call that luck, though? Judging by Miss Lan's aura, she hasn't broken through to the second level of godhood yet, and is suppressing her cultivation. Golden Dragon Princess. Golden Dragon Princess. Can you tell us? Bai Shu had to speak up to relieve Xuanyu. You two, I'm sure you both know that cultivation is a personal matter. Wouldn't you agree? Thanks to her reminder, they realized they were overstepping. Yes. Sorry. We were being rude. Then, changing the subject, let me show you around our place. Okay. We came to learn, and we'd like to see how things are arranged here. The source has seen through the group's reason for coming here. Lan and Xu's visit was at the personal request of the Pegasus Assembly. The Pegasus Assembly hopes to invite the two new Rising Dragon Tournament champions to an exchange, to which the Dragon Clan agreed. The Pegasus clan has always had noble bloodlines, and they usually marry within the clan. The two of them stood behind, sighing. Our dragon race can intermarry with any other race, but there's no guarantee our bloodline will be passed on. The Golden Dragon Princess is truly famous. What? Are you suddenly jealous? I don't have any thoughts about Lan right now. She's too reckless. Battling is like risking your life. And Lan will only get stronger, surpassing me. So of course she won't like me. I'm not laughing at Lan's pain, but rather enjoying watching the younger generation of the Pegasus race. Haha, I see you gloating. Which isn't cool. You're really enjoying watching the younger generation of the Pegasus race get rejected. Meng Long is still happily welcoming distinguished guests. We've been preparing for this exchange for a long time, mainly in two tiers. First, a scientific exchange between races, focusing on resource integration to advance the Longma Galaxy's technology. And second, an exchange between powerful individuals to foster understanding, of course, for the Pegasus and Dragon clans. This is also a step further in establishing their leading position in the exchange within the Dragon Horse Galaxy. This time, the most important aspect is the exchange of scientific and technological knowledge. Xuanyu listened, wondering how to advance the Longma Federation's technology, while Hu Tong was flustered that the Ice Guardian Princess would speak to him, thinking he must be attractive. Timing is everything. And Hu Tong, putting on a handsome display, explains that, although it's currently a secret, it will soon be revealed at the exchange meeting. So it's okay to tell them now. Our resources are the richest in the star system, and other star systems have long coveted them, like that hateful Duluo Federation. Though rich in resources, we lag far behind in technology. Otherwise, the Duluo Federation would have been crushed long ago. So we must accelerate our research. Following discussions between the two races, a decision has been made to pool the resources of all races in our star system to create a unified research foundation. Xuanyu and Baishu Xinning are on the same wavelength, inviting elite scientists from all races to research science and technology, promoting scientific and technological development, building unified and powerful warships. Before long, we will catch up in science and technology, and then it will be our turn to dominate. The Dragon Horse Galaxy is also full of races with wisdom and other strengths, such as the Sky Control race, which is good at spatial abilities. If these races can leverage their strengths, their research could achieve breakthroughs in a short time. That's terrifying. Xuanyu, after thinking it through, retorted, wondering if this plan could even pass. Given how each race has always done its own thing, they want to unify research with their technology. Unified coordination is also a problem. And who would own the resulting warships? We suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, with over a third of the star system's warships destroyed. If not for the overwhelming power of the mecha pilots, we would have lost even more territory in exchange for peace. Now, they're sparing no expense to acquire ethereal essence. Even so, the head Luo clan still plunders a lot of our resources, and the Skyriders have suffered even more severely. There's a problem with the asteroids where they produce void essence. I heard my father say, we must improve our technology, or we'll be too passive. Xuanyu felt there was some benefit to their story, and if so, that's great. But battleships don't really mean much to the two generals. Meng Long stood firm in his opinion. Indeed, they had always avoided direct warfare. Perhaps there was a concern. Otherwise, the Copper and Pegasus Knights would have taken action long ago. So why bother with scientific research? Baishu doesn't understand. What are they worried about? Is there something that could threaten them? Lin Meng explains that she doesn't know the specifics, but perhaps they'll find out if they become Pegasus Knights in the future. It must be a core secret that they don't know. Miss Lan. Miss Xu. May I have your contact information? Hyunwoo agrees. Okay. Meanwhile, Hu Tong was more interested in Baishu, asking for her contact information. But Baishu refused, saying that she and her sister were the same, so contacting her sister would suffice, causing Xuanyu to glare jealously at Hu Tong, who suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Wondering if he was catching a cold, the group of 4 entered the banquet hall, and a hand holding a glass rose up. Don't you want to know how the powerhouses of the various races interact? Xuanyu and Bai Shu didn't understand how would they compete. How would they interact? Then they began to analyze the details. The challenge works like this. There are 6 arenas. 3 for you and 3 for us. Warriors from all races can challenge the arena masters. Successful challengers get a reward. And successful masters get the challenger's reward, which is no small prize. Bai Shu repeated his words. 6 arenas. So who are the ringleaders? Are we among them? Hu Tong blushed slightly as he faced Krat. Of course you are. You were the champions of the Rising Dragon competition. So you'll likely be guarding arena. Number 1. Defeating a late champion not only makes you the new champion, but also grants a rich reward. Something to look forward to. This challenge method is unique. Are you guys participating? What should we be aware of in the arena? Can Tutu and I participate together? Meng joins their conversation, saying she's not qualified yet, but that Dang Hudong is guarding the 6th arena, and her senior brother is in the 2nd. You and Bai Shu are considered one entity and the strongest. You 3 are dragons, while we are 2, Su, and 6. Ji Tianlong and Zheng Junmo guard the other 2 arenas. Hu Tong mentioned that the challenge fees vary, with number 1 being the highest and number 6 the lowest, all calculated in heavenly nourishment stars. But what Bai Shu really wants to know is what exactly is this celestial nurturing star? We're just wild dragons who joined less than a year ago, so we don't know much. Meng Nong explained further that the heavenly nourishment star originated from the heavenly nourishment lake and was the highest level energy crystal of the Gemini hearts. Both the Night Dragon and Night Pegasus used the heavenly nourishment star to cultivate because of its rarity and preciousness. 1 star could be exchanged for 10 void essence crystals, and Hu Tong worried that the 2 others might not get what they were after. Your arena number 1 requires a standard-sized heavenly nurturing star for each challenge. Arenas 2, 3, and 4 require 3/4 of a star, and the rest require half a star. Or you can use equivalent origin crystals to pay for the challenge. What is the connection between the dragon heavenly nurturing and the heavenly nurturing lake? The celestial nurturing star contains immense energy, and its price is surely high, making it a perfect opportunity to acquire resources. Back at the celestial dragon abode, he discovered that the life energy there was greatly beneficial for body refinement. The life energy within the heaven nurturing star will undoubtedly accelerate breakthroughs to the god tier level, if used for body refinement. Bai Shu is used to this side of him. His excitement means he's definitely plotting something, figuring out how to maximize his gains. Xuanyu actively participates in the competition. So can I challenge other arena masters? Meng Long agrees. Yes. However, after the challenge ends, it's mainly sparring. You don't have to exhaust all resources, and both sides can negotiate. His words annoyed Xuanyu, who glared at him with a dark expression. He's angry that people are begging the young lady for mercy, saying Thunder Arena number 6 isn't worth much. Although arenas 4, 5, and 6 have high challenge fees, Xuanyu remains serious. But at most, he can only fight 20 matches a day, and now he feels too much pressure. Mo Yuan admits he feels immense pressure, but Xuanyu reassures him not to stress so much, though he secretly worries that if Mo Yuan can't handle the pressure, he won't be around for Xuanyu's arena battles. Xuanyu then uses his feminine charm to convince himself to trust in his own abilities. Those who could do it. Hu Tong and Meng Long were moved by that expression, a stark contrast to her previous coldness, which was truly intoxicating. It seems that Miss Lan is really looking forward to this challenge. She said the nurturing starstones are so good. Of course I want them too, but I think I won't be challenged too many times. Xuanyu wonders why. Meng Long explains that it's because he's too strong. He and Shu are already qualified to be reserve dragon knights. Few from the other clans would dare challenge you. And with such high stakes, who would willingly face such hardship? How could he pass up such a golden opportunity to openly acquire resources? He had to think of something. The banquet officially began, and under the guidance of the Pegasus clan, the members of the Dragon clan entered a colossal structure. The banquet unfolds in a lavish hall. the Pegasus leader presiding from above, tables laden with delicacies, and nearly 100 members of the Pegasus and Dragon clans in attendance. Before Xuanyu is a feast, but his mind is elsewhere, pondering how to get more fights. Liang Vai looks over, amused, and says that someone is very interested in the challenge money for the competition. Xuanyu replies, and the Thon Quang continues, saying that if you want more people to challenge you, you have to give them some incentive. Zishuang smiled, using her wisdom to converse with him, adding that he must make them feel they have a chance. Xuanyu understood, and Zishuang remained calm as if there was no conversation at all, saying that if he liked it, he should just go ahead and do it. With Liang Wei's encouragement and the two Soul Masters' psychological support, Xuanyu becomes more confident. The welcome banquet for the Dragon Clan was, of course, extremely grand, and at the main table, Lan Xuanyu encountered some familiar faces, escorted in by Li Menglong and Deng Shutong, who then took seats at the main table. What surprised him most was that the first person seated at the main table, among the non-god-ranked Pegasus Knights, was none other than Li Menglong. Xuanyu was bewildered. Wasn't he unqualified to be a Thunderlord? How could he be seated in such a prominent position? This man must hold a very important status within the Pegasus clan. From Li Menglong and Deng Hudong, he roughly understood the purpose between the two races. From the perspective of the Dragon Horse Galaxy's development, this was obviously extremely beneficial. However, with so many races in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, unifying them to conduct scientific and technological research would not be easy. Thoughts flooded through Xuanyu's mind. He shouldn't act rashly. His immediate priority was to guide his teammates and level up, to increase their strength. In this interstellar conflict, there is no right or wrong. Each star system must develop and continue. It's a battle for dominance, reminiscent of the ancient Beast era's law of the jungle. Meanwhile, at the Pegasus estate, Xuanyu reviews the exchange meeting schedule. It seems I have to participate in both conferences, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Bai Xiu glances at the paper in his hand. Research in the morning, fighting in the afternoon. Xuanyu is overjoyed by his lover's attention, but there's no time to stroll with him. Bai Xiu tries to stop him, saying, "Hey, I need to talk to you about something important." So, they've got you giving a speech, representing the younger generation at the exchange meet. Haha. The Golden Dragon Princess really has some pull. Xuanyu is annoyed. Why do I feel like you're stifling a laugh? Bai Xiu denies it, saying it's just his imagination. Days later, at Tianma Square, the future Elite Youth Exchange event is held, with 6 colossal arenas rising from the ground. Each arena is 20 meters high, 500 meters in diameter, and the surrounding Tianma Square is already packed. Relatively speaking, the higher-ups of each race pay more attention to the summit to discuss the unified development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, while ordinary people are naturally more interested in the future Elite Exchange Tournament, wanting to witness the young generation's super powerhouses. Xuanyu and Bai Xiu walk onto the plaza, as the crowd below chants, "Golden Dragon Princess! Golden Dragon Princess!" Those seated above discussed among themselves. Zhongxin, your Dragon Clan's Lotus family has produced another outstanding talent. Another Lotus Knight has emerged. This new star's future growth remains to be seen, but we have high hopes for her. Let's see then, hopefully, the remaining Thunderlords won't disappoint. The cheers continue. Golden Dragon Princess. Golden Dragon Princess. Bai Xiu is a little dizzy from the event. The Lotus family's Ascension duel has a huge impact on the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. Xuanyu agrees, saying that this was indeed unexpected. Standing before the masses, Tianma declared this day to be of great significance to the Tianma star system. For the Interstellar United Assembly was the most important event for the entire Dragon Horse Galaxy. Representing the Tianma star, I extend a warm welcome to all comrades from various races, and thank you for your presence. This conference is mainly divided into 2 parts. First, I will discuss the grand plan for the future development of the Dragon Horse Galaxy with the leaders of various races. The other part is the upcoming youth exchange event. My dear people, friends from all races, let us welcome this grand occasion, whether they're Dragon Knights or Pegasus Knights. They're the true apex of power ruling the star system. And they're idols to all. Pegasus continues. Next, let's invite the representative of the Thunderlord for this future-oriented youth exchange event. Lan from the Dragon Star. To speak. Thoughts flood his mind. The privileged class will be resented. But who doesn't dream of transforming into a dragon? Ascending to the Dragon Council. They hate it. Yet they crave it. If that's the case, why not add fuel to the fire? Xuanyu walked towards the podium, standing where the Pegasus Knight had spoken. Hello everyone. I am Lan, he said, channeling his inner power to emanate an aura. The crowd was terrified, wondering what level of bloodline this was. Sensing a resonance with the Golden Dragon Princess's voice, a buzz rippled through the crowd as they exclaimed, I feel my bloodline resonating with the Golden Dragon Princess's voice too. Me too. What level of bloodline is this? Ignoring the buzzing opinions around him, Xuanyu solemnly affirms that it is his honor to be here on Tianma Star for the exchange event, representing the Dragon Clan, and he eagerly awaits everyone's challenge. Ji Shuang, witnessing the scene, nods in satisfaction. Thinking to herself that under the control of the bloodline aura, she continued to explain frankly. Yesterday, I learned that I'm the ringleader for Arena number 1 in this youth exchange event. Someone from the Pegasus race told me I wouldn't be challenged very often, and I was curious why. He shared the reason directly with the public, saying, because I'm the host of Arena number 1. Challenging me is relatively expensive. The audience below burst into laughter. The princess was indeed straightforward. Relatively expensive was certainly a simple way to put it. The Pegasus couldn't help but laugh, finding the Golden Dragon Princess truly interesting. While Hu Tong and Meng Long were taken aback by her candor, could she really say something like that in this situation? Xuanyu chuckled. Recounting every detail, I told the Pegasus clan that if I'm challenged infrequently, it's not because the price is too high, but because... His eyes suddenly sharpened, like deadly weapons. Because they lack courage. They don't even have the courage to challenge me. That's the true disgrace of our Dragon Horse star system. That statement startled everyone, as if someone had inadvertently stirred up what they had been trying to hide. Without hesitation, Xuanyu struck directly at the audience's psychology. You must think I'm using reverse psychology. Right, but I can tell you, that's not it. Because I don't need to provoke you. These are my true thoughts. He emphasized sternly. No matter the race, if you don't even have the courage to challenge, how will you lead your people to greatness? How can you become a pillar of your race in the future? Menglong pondered, knowing she had a point. Despite her arrogance, he confidently declares to the audience, I don't know what the male aesthetic is in the Dragon Horse system, but at least in our Dragon Clan, I am beautiful. Therefore, in this challenge, I've decided to give you all a chance. I am the new champion of the Dragon Ascension Tournament. As the strongest of the young dragons, a future Dragon Knight, I possess a noble lineage, a prominent position, and immense potential. The heavenly dragon's expression sours at her outrageous words. When did the Golden Dragon Princess become like this? As if hearing his thoughts, Xuanyu speaks up at that moment. It's not like I'm praising myself. He feigned embarrassment, saying he just wanted to tell them what kind of beast he was. Tianlong immediately fell for his ruse, his face clearly showing his shock. Wasn't this just him praising himself? He smirks, hinting that a beast like him is still single, and drops a bombshell. He's turning the youth exchange event into a martial arts marriage contest. Whoever defeats him can become his husband. As soon as she finished speaking, Xuanyu turned and left as if she would be swarmed if she hesitated for even a second. I've made my announcement. The audience at the arena was overcome with a strange mix of emotions. What? They buzzed with excitement, whispering, what a martial arts contest for a husband. The Golden Dragon Princess wants to turn the youth exchange into a competition for marriage. The whispers grew louder at the unexpected news. Whoever defeats her will marry her. If there were a ranking of the dream women of the Dragon Horse Federation, this Golden Dragon Princess would surely be at the top. She might even be number 1. And now she wants to turn the youth exchange into a martial arts contest for marriage. It's truly tempting. Tianlong could only sigh in agreement. These words were spoken in front of the entire upper echelon of the Dragon Horse Federation, and couldn't be taken back. Even Jishuang and Liang Wei couldn't have foreseen this move. Lan wants to take this opportunity to get the Heavenly Yang Star Stone, but I didn't expect Lam to use this method. On the other hand, Ma is very excited. This child really dares to think and act. It seems you guys didn't know either. Jishuang explained with a forced smile. This is a display of her confidence in herself, and also strictness with herself. He nodded in agreement, saying that they couldn't let her down after she'd spoken. He then turned to the crowd and announced that they had all heard the challenge from the Dragon Clan's Golden Dragon Princess. Any Skyhorse tribe member who can defeat Lan and marry her will automatically become a reserve Sky Knight. With all challenge expenses paid by the tribe, you all must try your best. The crowd immediately cheered in response, knowing that if Lam has given them a chance, they must work hard to keep her. Only then did Bai Shu gently remind him. What if he lost? Xuanyu playfully winked, telling him to protect her well. Without hesitation, she turned away in annoyance, while he took a risk, realizing he'd made a critical error. He scrambled to fix it if they weren't stimulated enough. How could they provide us with enough elemental essence? If all goes well, we'll bring back enough origin power not only for ourselves, but also enough to help our teammates reach godhood. This celestial sunstone isn't just useful for cultivation. It'll definitely benefit the eternal tree. We have to get it. Her anxiety eased somewhat. She couldn't lose. This was the one match she absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Soon after, the competition officially resumed as Luo Haowang gave the order. Next, please welcome our 6 ringleaders to the stage. They quickly took to the stage in the order they were assigned. Thunder Arena number 3. Heavenly Dragon, number 5. Yuan Mo, number 6. Hu Tong, and, of course, the most popular, Thunder Arena number 1. Lan and Bai Shu. The arena atmosphere explodes with cheers and applause, and Hao Wang's voice booms across the stands, igniting the excitement as he explains the challenge rules. In front of each arena is a payment box. Challengers can pay the fee and challenge in order. After each challenge, the arena master has 10 minutes to rest before the next match. The day's challenges continued until noon, and Han carefully explained the rules. Challengers could fight each other. If they lost, the fee went to the ringmaster. If they won, they took everything the ringmaster had and replaced them, or they could leave with their winnings. But the original 6 ringmasters couldn't withdraw. The Gala of Young Talents lasts 3 days, and any young heroes who wish to prove themselves will need to work harder to challenge the strong. Xuanyu awkwardly chuckled, seeing no one wanted to be first. But Bai Shu reassured him that someone would step up soon, as they couldn't afford to fail. Hu Tong, witnessing the lively scene, couldn't help but sigh. It's really bustling here. Before a boisterous voice cut through the silence, calling out to Hu Tong. Sang's sudden emergence from the payment box ignited the arena, a declaration that a fiery battle was about to erupt as Junji confidently challenged, "Let me take over as the ringleader. Once I've earned enough resources, I'll challenge Miss Lan." Hu Tong couldn't help but chuckle. Assessing his opponent, he certainly seemed confident. "We'll see if you have the skill to back it up," he threatened, while Junji remained unusually calm, thinking, "We'll find out soon enough." As if waiting for this opportunity, Tianyu's expression turned to amusement. Seeing it as a good chance to observe the fighting style of the Pegasus clan, cheers erupted as Lahao officially announced, "Arena 6. Begin." In that instant, Junji's eyes hardened, burning with the fire of victory. As the battle intensified with Hu Tong's rising aura, matching his opponent's every move, his eyes turned to ice, as if to incinerate everything in his path. And as the resounding crash echoed, their weapons clashed amidst a blaze, scattering sparks that threatened to ignite the very air around them. Even from the sidelines, Xuanyu couldn't look away. Both fighters were near the limit of a duo. From their first clash, it was clear they were evenly matched. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound in his ear, the heavenly horse Du Qi of his clan. "Explosive power is our specialty. The Pegasus clan values courage in close combat, where the brave win through willpower and explosive power." Xuanyu carefully considers the other's identity, suspecting that Li Menglong's background is extraordinary. Today proves this point, and he finally decides to investigate. wondering who Li Xuan thinks will win. With a knowing smile, Meng Long suggests Deng Xuan was chosen as the Thunderlord for a reason, and Wang Junji, being of equal rank, must have a new secret weapon to challenge him. He intently watched every shift in the battle, a feeling of inexplicable anticipation growing within him, then offered his prediction if that's the case. He has a 30% chance. Deng Xuan's greatest strength being his stability, seemingly influenced by Meng Long's words. Xuanyu quickly shifted his gaze back to the battle, a hint of doubt crossing his face as he analyzed the situation. Heavenly Horse Battle Aura. That should be the culmination of their spirit, energy, and essence. The ferocity of their battle is a sight to behold. Each clash sends tremors through their defenses, a fierce struggle where neither yields. The Pegasus aura appears savage and bold, yet the collisions reveal great skill, especially in the precise control of explosive aura bursts. Suddenly, it looks like an energy bombardment, but in the process, extremely subtle changes are produced. Both sides are looking for a breakthrough in the other, unleashing their fighting spirit to attack that point, while simultaneously blocking the opponent's attacks. Xuanyu couldn't help but admire their fighting minds. Such unique and unconventional control of power is truly advantageous. Just then, the barrel once again lit up, signaling another round of fun. He lightly scanned the situation, noting a challenger, while Yunliang gently approached. Greeting. Hello, Golden Dragon Princess. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the stands, explaining, if no one challenges Miss Lan, then allow me to explore her abilities for everyone. It seems Miss Lan is quite interested in the Pegasus Du Qi of our Pegasus race. Perfect. I'll personally take a look. Meng Long takes the initiative, offering, this is my friend, Yu Wenliang, Princess. Spar with him first. Meanwhile, Xuanyu sees through the other party's intentions. This person is clearly Li Menglong's guard, but he presents himself as her friend. He finally relented. Greetings. I'm in your care. Wenliang bowed politely. No. I'm the one who needs guidance. Please. I'm in your care. His voice turned sharp as he declared, let's begin. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with intense energy. With a glance, Xuanyu recognized the special technique, the light attribute, Pegasus Battle Aura. Wenliang's body now resembled a freshly forged elixir, radiating, scorching heat, and an overwhelming aura. Even Xuanyu couldn't help but marvel at how Wenliang's entire being had been assimilated by these light elements, each one burning and exploding, akin to a soulmaster burning their own bloodline. He carefully analyzes his opponent's abilities, noting that this celestial horse battle aura can automatically absorb light elements in the air, causing them to mutate and unleash even greater kinetic energy. This fighting style of the Pegasus clan is incredibly simple, yet it feels like one can defeat 10. Wenliang directly expressed his doubts. Aren't you two coming at me together? He cracked his knuckles provocatively. No need. Just use all your strength. This action made him clench his brow in anger. He's underestimating me too much. Wenliang wastes no time. Charging forward with his greatsword, the audience gasps as he brings the blade down at a deadly angle. But the sight of Xuanyu blocking the blade with his bare hand was even more shocking, so much so that Meng Long had to confirm in his mind that one hand was enough to stop it. If the spectators were stunned, imagine how confused Wenliang must have been. Could the Golden Dragon Princess really be this strong? As he questioned himself, Xuanyu channeled more spiritual power into her hand, and her sharp claws successfully left several marks on the blade. Wenliang noticed this incident and felt a chill run down his spine, but he realized it too late to avoid being pushed back. Buried in the dust, Wenliang was a mess. He dropped his hands, admitting defeat. How? Based on his observations, declared the first arena's champion successful in defending their title. Xinji Menglong struggles to accept the harsh reality. Yuan Liang was a well-known name among the younger generation of the Pegasus clan, but he was defeated in mere moments just like that. A young elite of the Pegasus clan falls. It's clear the Golden Dragon Princess is strong, but this is just too much. Wen voices what everyone's thinking. Just how strong is the Golden Dragon Princess? In the Golden Dragon Princess's hands, Yu Wenliang had no chance to resist and was defeated, and she was even holding back, or his life would have been in danger. Even Tianlong couldn't contain his shock. How long has it been? It's only been a little over half a year since the Dragon Ascension tournament. But Lam has improved this much. What happened during my 3 months of recovery, there's a golden glow around Lam, is that Dragon Force. Something only God-level experts possess. Furthermore, even though her cultivation is similar to mine, her skill feels closer to the source of power. Lam can strip elements, but Celestial Horse Battle Aura is better at fixing them. The more Tianlong thinks, the more worried he becomes. This is a characteristic of the Pegasus Du Qi, but when Wu Wenliang clashed with Lan, his Du Qi dissipated. Unable to condense or fight, on Arena 6, the situation is at a stalemate, with both Tuan Kiet and Hu Dong unleashing their full power, evenly matched. But Tuan Kiet seems to be running out of patience with this cautious approach. He lowers his center of gravity and pours all his power into the weapon in his hand. In an instant, Junji transforms into his celestial steed form. A thought flashes through Hu Dong's mind. Echoing the audience's, he can't hesitate any longer and must seize the initiative. But just when it seemed Tuan Kiet was finished, he made his opponent's eyes widen in doubt. Indeed, one blow was not enough to end this fight, and he was reborn in the flames. Hovering in the air with overwhelming pressure, Tuan Kiet stares into his opponent's eyes, daring him to continue, and unleashes a sweeping arc of fire. Having exhausted his power, Tuan Kiet collapses to his knees, gasping for air. But Hu Dong, hidden in the dust, suddenly offers a word of comfort. Acknowledging Senza's hard work for the competition, Tuan Kiet heard a familiar voice, clutched his chest, and gasped. He has 4 wings. He collapsed to the arena floor, surrendering completely. I can accept this loss. Seeing his opponent defeated, Hu Dong offered a word of comfort. Senza, you've put in a lot of effort. Seeing the match decided, Luo Hao immediately announced the end of the competition. Hu Dong approaches the platform, raising his hand to claim his prize, a stone in his palm that glitters like a diamond. From afar, Hien Vu recognized it, a celestial nurturing stone. The prize for Challenge 6 is half of 1, and the life energy within is nearly devoid of attributes, extremely pure, clean, and naturally becoming a part of the body, causing the life form to surge in an instant. He peered closer, calculating, as it restored most of his cultivation in a short time. Yet that half of the heavenly nurturing starstone remained as bright as ever. It seems Senza didn't expend much energy. But the celestial nurturing stone nourishes the physical body, not the spiritual one. Deng Shutong's eyes aren't as bright as they were before. If you all lack the courage, I won't use any resources to recover my cultivation during the competition. I'll rely solely on my own abilities to recover. Half a day is more than 8 hours. Enough for a dozen battles, leaving even the spectators stunned. Did you hear that the Golden Dragon Princess is even giving you a head start? Just then, a booming voice echoed through the arena. I challenge you, Xuanyu smirked, realizing someone had finally arrived. As Han ran up to him, he quickly introduced himself. I am Zhou Cheng, the Golden Dragon Princess. Please guide me. While Xuanyu wondered about the strange name, Menglong added a few words from above to dampen their spirits. A lady must be careful. The Cyclops fighting style is quite unique. He ignored the malicious words and reminded his teammate, leave him to me later. To which Bai Shu quietly agreed. How? Acting as the MC, quickly announces to the entire school that the competition has begun. And as his eager opponent rushes forward, Xuanyu activates the silent divine lightning. He teleported away with 5 thunderous fists, aiming for Zhu Cheng's abdomen. But an odd sensation in his hand filled him with dread. Elemental immunity. The attack was diffused. Just how strong was this guy's resistance? Unscathed, Chu Cheng counters with a spatial teleport. And while Xuanyu is still recovering, he unleashes a barrage of attacks, spikes that appear out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard. They didn't stop there. They crawled onto his hands, turning Xuanyu Pale. This transformation was truly unique. The first time he'd encountered anything like it. What to do? He had no choice but to resort to instantaneous teleportation. As the distance closed, Xuanyu unleashed his spatial power, dimensional touch, yet Zhu Cheng stood firm as a mountain. Leaving him feeling powerless, Xuanyu once again strains every nerve to find the cause. Dealing with a body of great resilience and diverse transformations, it seems sharpness is needed, especially since the opponent is immune to divine extinction thunder, likely due to rubber's non-conductivity. While he's just scratching the surface of his attributes, Chu Cheng is already eyeing him with hostility. Xuanyu is immediately on guard buying time, yet he can control the attribute of time. This blind-eyed race is indeed talented. Chu Cheng felt incredibly smug, thinking that once Xuanyu was hit by his time skill, he would admit defeat, and that the Golden Dragon Princess was nothing special. But Xuanyu just smirked. Sensing something fishy, something dangerous, he seizes the moment of Chu Cheng's distraction to gather power in his hand. Now it's Chu Cheng who's panicking. Wait. Why is he so flustered? Why can't he see the orb's shape and color? He's instantly engulfed, his entire body swallowed by the energy waves within the orb of light. The stunned audience erupts in murmurs. Another time attribute defeat. They thought the Zibai clan was strong enough? Even the Golden Dragon Princess can manipulate time. Is there anything she can't times do? The aftershocks of this attack are coalescing into sparks of electric fire. The Pegasus clan watches in stunned disbelief, wondering what's happening as the tremors intensify. Even a holy light dragon knight, like Liang Wei, looks utterly drained. It's beyond the sub-god level now. Even some god-level powerhouses might not reach this level. No wonder Lan was so confident. He calmly analyzed. The one-eyed Cyclops are immune to most elements and physical attacks. But they fear fire. Intense flames will prevent them from regenerating. Ji Shuang nodded in agreement, adding that they paid a heavy price to discover this weakness when conquering the one-eyed ZB tribe. The chieftain at the time died at the hands of the fire attribute, proficient heavenly dragon seat. Liang Wei calmly added that although they had surrendered, this tribe only followed Tianma and had never been to Tianlong Star, their old hatred unforgotten. But when the other party did not swear revenge, what was the meaning of that hatred? Below the arena floor, both Xuanyu and his opponent are recovering from their ultimate moves. But Zhou Cheng's next move leaves him wide-eyed. Without a word, Han collapses to the floor, leaving Xuanyu to hear the announcement of his victory, and he silently walks back to his beloved, but unseen by others. Xuanyu gets close to Bai Shu and does just that. While Menglong watches the harmonious scene with gritted teeth, he was a mix of anger and apprehension, not expecting Zhu Cheng to lose so quickly, especially after preparing a secret weapon specifically for the Dragon Clan. How useless. This Azure Dragon Princess's explosive power is too strong. Before Xuanyu could catch his breath, the challenge stage suddenly lit up. Amidst the shock of the arena, Wei Ping made his grand entrance. As Meng Long reveled in another's misfortune, Zun Weiping of the Zhonglong clan, the leading powerhouse of their younger generation, heir to the clan chief, and wielder of the god-defying blade. Rumor has it, he once used it to slay a god-level expert. Extremely brave. I didn't expect Han to jump out before I even gave the order. Good. Good. Bai Shu immediately activates the voice modulator to sound the alarm. The Zhonglang clan is a powerful race, ranked 6th, with a massive population, and every member is a born warrior, born with massive scythes capable of tearing apart mecha defenses. Even 3 Zhong Wolf warriors would pose a threat to a Federation mecha. But she paused, then subtly added that the Zhong Wolf clan weren't very bright. Sure enough, the commentator quickly proved his IQ was sub-zero, telling the Golden Dragon Princess to just give up. In your current state, you're no match for me. Become my wife, and you'll be the chieftain's lady. Our descendants might even become Zhonglang dragons. As the main ground combat force of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, Xuanyu was left speechless, truly looking like he wasn't very bright. Liang Wei, aghast, asked if she really dared say that, and Ji Shuang calmly reminded him to cover for her, lest the Pegasus clan see through it. Despite his bitterness, he relented, assuring him that the Zhonglong clan kid was truly brain-dead, and if he was tired of living, no one could be blamed. Quietly ending the conversation, back in the arena, Xuanyu quickly engages in a verbal battle. while the overly confident opponent continues his monologue, asking how he could possibly lose. Wasn't the Golden Dragon Princess unable to fight? What a pity. Our Zhang Wolf clan can only have one partner in life. Otherwise, I could take in the beauty behind me as well. If Bai Yue can tolerate this, then who knows who's praying at the Buddhist temple. She shoots a less than friendly glare at this overly confident guy. Baek-tu then draws her weapon to settle things, saying she'll handle this one. The unaware Vai Din continues to blather on, suggesting they all come at him at once, so he can defeat them one by one. But his warm-up is quite something, and I won't hold back. The two clash in a fierce melee. The air crackles with energy blades and flying debris, as the spectators witness a display of power, even if Wei Ping is brainless and heartless. His strength is undeniable. After an epic 800-round battle, Wei Ping taunts Fleck, demanding her surrender. But Baitu silently plants her feet and raises her weapon. Then, she unleashed her ultimate moves, Ice Demon Snow and Heavenly Demon Dance. Wei Ping couldn't help but admire her fluid movements. Acknowledging her true skill, he sensed an equal match. Despite holding back, he'd exchanged several blows with her. The audience's commentary grew even more fervent. Unbelievable. The Golden Dragon Princess's mount, fighting him to a standstill like this. Xu Zhu was clearly weaker at the Dragon Ascension platform. So how is she so strong? Bai Shu, focused on the battle, suddenly sensed a familiar presence behind her. She savored what she had uncovered, realizing the opponent's initial burst of power was indeed too strong, as if space itself was being torn apart invisibly. It felt near invincible, but the domain brought about by the Ice Demon Snow and Heavenly Demon Dance seemed to be slowing the opponent down. Xuanyu understood and analyzed further. She must be gradually getting used to her power, and her body refinement during this time was definitely not in vain. It took Wei Ping a long time to stagger out of the dust. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, realizing he had underestimated this dragon from the start, but the intent transmitted from her spear was actually invading his body. The more Wei Ping thought about it, the colder his spine felt. He couldn't let her accumulate any more power. He braced himself, ready to go all out. He'd been saving his strength to challenge the Golden Dragon Princess, but now he had no choice. Bai Su looked at the green energy orb before her and exclaimed, "So bright." The onlookers grew anxious for her. Feeling the force of his attack, he was giving it his all. But how could she possibly break through such power? Yet Baek-tu fearlessly merged with the teleportation gate behind her. She then engulfed Wei Ping's tiny crescent of light like a whirlwind, leaving him frozen in place, stammering, "This is..." But before he could react, Bai Xu's sharp spear pierced straight through, shattering Wei Ping's protective barrier. Despite the successful strike, she remained cold and aloof, a demeanor that only deepened Xuanyu's respect as dark abyss and frost devoured her opponent's energy, converting it into icy power. Unleashing the holy frost. Tu's progress is clear. Her realm has elevated, and she's always suppressed 2V, wanting to break through to the god level with me. Influenced by my bloodline, hers will likely undergo sublimation as well. Seizing the moment, Xuanyu analyzes his companion Tu Shu, combines the Heavenly Devil Dance, Heavenly Mystery, and Dark Flame Devour, forging an even more powerful soul skill. A brand new soul skill that can be paired with any other, amplifying it to a terrifying degree. Just as his parents had said, after breaking through to the god tier, the abilities used in battle are called god marks, and these determine the strength of a god tier expert. He silently concluded that senior sister Xu Shu had found her path to the future, and just as he thought this, she pounced on him, asking how he felt, and if her new soul mark was powerful. Xuanyu counters with a question. Has she named her new skill yet? She strokes her chin, deep in thought. After a moment of thought, Bai Shu came up with an answer she was happy with. Let's call it the Heavenly Demon Devour, after all. It's a combination of the Heavenly Demon Dance and the Dark Abyss Devour. Xuanyu fully supported her, but didn't forget to remind her. The name is great, but you still need to use it more skillfully. She smiled, knowingly, saying that it would be even more powerful if he could unleash the Heavenly Demon Devour in the blink of an eye, but couldn't resist teasing him, saying that he would be her first target when he could. Xuanyu expressed his anticipation with confidence. saying that she must devour his light and darkness divine lightning, setting that as the goal for her heavenly devil devour. Waiting to break through to the god rank, you will also comprehend the meaning of space. And when you unleash your devouring power, you can even devour a warship. While they chattered like sparrows, only the dream dragon looked down in contemplation, his beliefs shattered. He dejectedly retreated. As Xuanyu sensed the negativity and secretly calculated adding another fan, wondering if the bait was enough. If today isn't enough, then we'll try again tomorrow. Eventually, we'll hook a few more. This time, Baishu wasn't provoked and accepted staying behind the scenes. Xuanyu's opponent this time is Fan Gok from the Yukong clan. In his hand, Xuanyu wields a weapon brimming with shimmering spiritual power, locking his gaze and muttering, "The Yukong clan. Who, old acquaintances?" Baeksu reluctantly shares the information he's gathered, saying that the sky race is participating this time, lured by a large amount of space essence. To use their space technology, Hyunwoo fears no one and disregards everything. He tells himself that now that they've taken the bait, it's time to proceed with the original plan. With that, he raises his hand, ready for battle. Across from him, Fan Gok mirrored the action, but Hyunwoo's attack landed first. Without warning, seeing the damage coming his way, Han felt a storm brewing within him. This was bad. Space was being sealed. Before he could react, Fan Gok was forced to stop. It turns out, Xuanyu had already landed a fatal blow, sealing off all escape routes, and the force of the attack sent him flying. This turn of events leaves the audience in stunned silence. But Xuanyu calmly observes the fruits of his battle, but the flames around him still burned intensely. Just then, a green gemstone appeared on the platform, and the arena began to shift. Xuanyu's group suddenly turned serious, and the appearance of the reward fruit caused a stir among the crowd. The eight-armed race ranks third among the races, but they still revere the eight-armed god and demon race. Xuanyu automatically recalls his opponent's profile. The eight-armed god race was once the master of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. They could fly in the universe with their bare bodies, but they were seen as food or slaves by other races, leading to a united resistance. And the Pegasus Galaxy emerged as their savior, freeing the races from the terrifying rule of the eight-armed divine demons. They originally intended to reclaim control of the Dragon Horse system, seeing it as their hunting ground. But the emergence of the Dragon Clan completely shattered that plan. The Heavenly Dragon Seat once came to the Demon God Star, single-handedly defeating the 12 elders of the eight-armed divine demon clan, forcing them to submit. The problem with this race isn't growth or science, but their overconfidence, believing themselves to be unmatched. Even without relying on the original Dragon Horse twin stars, they still plunder other star systems. From the day they're born, the eight-armed divine demon clan can rival human soul masters at the soul sage rank, and upon reaching adulthood, they attain the title Duluo rank. The Duluo Federation has clashed with the eight-armed divine demon clan before, when a branch of the Federation's space fleet was exploring outer space, entering the Longma Federation. They encountered a small squad of eight-armed divine demons, preparing to leave on a hunt, but facing a space fleet, they were no match, and were defeated and captured. Vast space was instantly crushed, leaving them nowhere to run as 3,000. Eight-armed divine demon experts were incinerated in a flash. The League fleet fired a shot as the eight-armed divine demons charged toward the Duluo Federation. When the Duluo Federation flagship's main cannon fired, it was too late to run, leaving no trace behind. That battle made the Longma Federation realize that super god-level powerhouses weren't invincible, and the half-light-year radius gradually disappeared. Where the light passed, the asteroid belt quietly vanished. They believed defeating the Duluo Federation's warship wasn't impossible, but the key question was the price they'd pay to do so. If the Duluo Federation's warship entered the Longma Federation, no planet could withstand its main cannon's bombardment, and Tianlong and Tianma stars were the roots of the two races. Absolutely no damage can be done to it. They play a key role in the creation of the divine realm and the sublimation of life. So even though both sides are powerful, they are still wary, coexisting, but with their own intentions. At this moment, Feng Guo, standing on the arena, smiled slyly, his frivolous attitude making the group led by Shuang want to turn pale. Meanwhile, Xuanyu objectively assessed his opponent, finding him familiar in terms of bloodline strength. This one might rival Qianlei's golden behemoth. Though his opponent's strength was unexpected, he was ready. Seeing his opponent warmed up, Feng Guo immediately unleashed his power, while Bai Shujin cautiously reminded everyone that it was the god-demon core of the Batian god-demon race, the source of their power since birth. They possess a divine demonic core, the source of their power, a destructive, darkness-aligned force of terrifying magnitude. Xuanyu listened intently, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. He gripped his dragon mountain spear tightly, summoning his primal power as the two streams of spiritual energy collided in mid-air. The aftershock causes cracks to appear around Xuanyu, and the crowd notices something alarming. The golden dragon princess's scales are shattering. Ignoring the noise, he leaped forward, Xuanyu unflinchingly aiming his spear at the monster's massive form. Witnessing everything, the dream dragon's heart stirred with arrogance. To dare challenge a god-tier demon, this is a woman worthy of me. And what's more, she's so beautiful. Oblivious to these thoughts, Xuanyu continues his relentless assault. Though Feng Guo maintains a smile, his heart churns with unease. This golden dragon princess is no pushover, and her power is immense. He cannot underestimate her. Having bought himself some time, he gripped the dragon spear tightly, spinning it to a deadly angle and infusing it with spiritual power. Witnessing this, Ba Ti unconsciously clenched his jaw, knowing he had to recover his magic power immediately. Twa immense powers, representing holy light and darkness, are unleashed, colliding in the arena to create a colossal fireball. Feng Qua felt the pressure wash over him, a mocking smile on his face. The golden dragon princess was nothing special, but as the spear drew closer, the Indomitable's expression changed. This is the price of underestimation. Feng Qua's chest was pierced by that sharp point. Amidst his massive form, a gaping hole is now the focal point. As Feng Qua cries out in agony, realizing his end has come, even the distant dream dragon sensed the anomaly. Something was wrong. Before everyone's eyes, Feng Quo's body self-destructed. Zhishuang glanced at his companion and casually concluded that it was just an accident. But Ba Ti erupted in anger, grinding his teeth as he spat out. "You're telling me this is just an accident?" He coolly affirmed. "Indeed, just an accident." He suppressed his rage to confirm. "So, if your people it's just an accident too, ignoring everything." Zhishuang retorts ambiguously. "On the arena, it's an accident. Off the arena, though as you see fit." Batty ponders each word, then repeats bitterly. "Very well. On the arena." It took the audience a long moment to find their voices again. The aura of the eight-tailed demon god had vanished. Uncaring, Baitu rushed towards her teammates. She gazed at the charred remains, hesitantly asking, "Are you all right?" Xuanyu quickly calculated and voiced her theory. "The light dark divine lightning isn't that powerful. It must have been the explosion of the divine, demonic core." Bai Shu understood and added that a power was protecting them. Probably Holy Light Knight, Huang Liangwei. But strangely, none of the powerhouses seemed to notice. He didn't answer her immediately, but analyzed in his head. Using the strongest explosive force to deal with the bat demon had many advantages. First, he'll gain support from other major races. Second, he'll use this opportunity to sow discord between the eight-armed divine demon race and others, especially creating conflict with the dragon race, causing disunity within the Dragon Horse Federation. Xuanyu spoke in a hushed tone to his teammate. "The powerhouses of the eight-armed divine demon clan have already rushed out." But in the voice of the trial knight, Zhongzi Shuang, their emotions seemed to vanish in an instant. Returning to calm, "It turns out the light trial knight's ability lies in the spiritual realm." Bai Xiu signals that they're not only skilled in light attribute techniques, but even more powerful spiritually. Xuanyu surmises that the Tianma seat's cultivation isn't as high as the Tianlong seat's, but he alone suppressed the eight-armed demon king and silenced the entire eight-armed demon race. What level of power and divine sense is needed to so easily suppress a major race? Rank third, Xuanyu lowered his head, a plan forming in his mind. and remained silent. To say anything would imply that he was provoked by the eight-armed divine demon, leading to his heavy-handed actions after all. The eight-armed divine demon race was notorious. As expected, the Pegasus head seat didn't pursue the matter, waving his hand as two powerful god-level Pegasus clan members flew out. The ground radiated a dazzling light, its power far surpassing what it was before, and the arena was soon restored to its original state. As if nothing had happened, the Pegasus clan politely reassured those who had suffered losses, saying accidents happen, and hoped the demon god king would be lenient, adding that he should stay calm. As friction on the arena is to be expected, on the platform, Menglong uttered two words: Celestial Demon. In his mind, he frantically telepathed to Xuanyu, warning that he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Use the celestial essence stones to recover, or you won't last. Those who don't know will keep summoning devils until they're dead. He blankly calls out the other's name in his mind. Li Menglong. Xuanyu carefully observed him, pondering silently. Such a level of defense, especially with a holy light technician protecting him, should be impenetrable to telepathy. But Li Menglong managed to transmit a message. What could this mean? Li Menglong's strength isn't weak, but not overwhelmingly strong, at least not as strong as Deng Hudong. Could it be a special artifact? A weapon that enhances mental strength? I only wished for constant challenges. And the Tiz demons are strong, but not unbeatable. If I don't appear weak, how will I attract more challengers? Seeing the calm demeanor of those below, Menglong grew anxious, knowing that the notorious Than Ma was known for its 7 forms of retaliation. This girl truly has a fearless spirit. And at that moment, Blackfire proved its strength by taking the initiative to charge forward, ready to give its life. Xuanyu was startled by the aggressive demand, and even the usually calm Liang Wei was unnerved. But he managed to cast a barrier in time to block the attack from Blackfire. Then, Liang Wei bluntly pointed out that the challenge fee hadn't been paid yet. Questioning whether the rules still mattered, Lord Pegasus was struck directly in the face, freezing him in place. Hesitantly, he reminded him that the fee needed to be paid first. The Demon King, like a puppet, mechanically handed over the spirit stones as instructed. With the formalities complete, he rushes back, screaming for blood. This time, both Xuanyu and Baishu charge out to meet him. With imposing might, Blackfire wields a gleaming sword in each hand, causing tension to rise between our heroes. As Xuanyu takes the lead, understanding her intent, Baishu unleashed her spirit power, and in the blink of an eye, the Golden Dragon King's true form manifested behind them, its fiery power easily suppressing Blackfire. Caught off guard, he's a mess. But Blackfire struggles to hold on, with no room to maneuver. With victory within his grasp, Xuanyu's face relaxed. A stark contrast to his opponent's distorted features, the arena erupts in another earth-shattering explosion, and the spectators are once again abuzz with excitement, relieved that the Golden Dragon Princess isn't repeating her previous performance. She must have exhausted a lot of energy. I didn't expect it to be a one-sided beatdown. On this side, Xuanyu's Golden Dragon is using its claws to crush the black flame into the ground. Unwilling to accept this humiliation, he uses his remaining strength to retaliate. But before he can even move his arm, Baishu is already in his path. She emanates a dense demonic aura, trapping Blackfire within, quickly encasing him in layers of solid ice. White Tusk admires her accomplishment, noting in her mind that the biggest problem with the Heavenly Devil Devour is the lengthy preparation time. It requires time to fuse 2 soul techniques into one. But once fused, the power is immense. Blackfire is now bound within 2 layers of confinement as the audience cheers. If he's thrown out, the princess will win. That was fast. Even with such a swift end, he feels he's failed his brethren, but he can't stop the ultimate killing move that leaves everyone speechless. Oh heavens, the overwhelming victory leaves the audience in stunned silence. It's over. Another one bites the dust. Despite Batty's frustration, Zishuang continues chanting. On the arena, life and death are irrelevant. He who kills will be killed. He struggles to process this information, reeking of manipulation. While Jiang is still confident in his mental control, the batty demons below, filled with malice, questioned each other, asking if they should endure this humiliation, and how they could ever show their faces on Dragon Horse Planet again. Seeing their wavering resolve, Batty stood up and reminded them that even if they won, they were not allowed to kill her. The Dragon Princess was more useful alive. To maintain the Batty demon race, enlightened, they cheer and wave their arms. But Hyun Woo, hearing their words, explodes with power, declaring death to anyone who approaches. I was the fourth, and I was the fifth, but against Xuanyu's absolute power, we all ended up like the third, roasted by the Golden Dragon. The fourth met the same salty fate as his comrades, while the fifth received a personal beating from Baishu to catch up with the others. As the audience grew concerned about stamina and the demon clan rotated fighters, Hyunwoo pondered a deeper issue. Shushu's defensive power. Even a Dragon Clan powerhouse at the god level would struggle to compare to us, at least in appearance. The bloodline conflict between the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King is gone. Baishu quickly shares his own experience, noting that he's already used the Heavenly Demon Devour 3 times. Although the toll is heavy, the duration of each use is shortening, and she's becoming more proficient. Meanwhile, more people are flocking to Meng Long's location. They stood close to him, taking turns, sighing with emotion. The Golden Dragon Princess was in terrible shape. Could she persevere? Hang in there. You have to persevere. Why hasn't the morning's competition ended yet? Doubt began to creep into Meng Long's heart. Over 30 of the younger 8-armed divine demon race still possess considerable strength, but they mustn't be allowed to prevail. With the morning's competition not even halfway through, Lan Yi still needs to fight 8 more matches to complete the Elite Youth Challenge, perhaps even 10. Can Lan hold on? Just like when facing the sacrificial dragon, each threat from the 8-armed demon clan was greater than the last, but victory still belonged to Xuanyu. What's even more terrifying is that not a single 8-armed god and demon survived their time in the arena. Each one fell, and no divine demon cores exploded. Each time, Lan Xuanyu defeated his opponents in the most valiant way, annihilating them, and even after the 8th, he showed no signs of tiring. The 8-armed clan couldn't wait to leave. While the Pegasus wondered where they were going, the Stiff replied, to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the audience shared a common concern: the Golden Dragon Princess was in bad shape. Could she persevere? Then, cheers echoed in Lan Xuanyu's ears, urging him to persevere. Meng Long seized the opportunity, offering a solution to the lady. Wondering if she would accept, before she could answer, he eagerly offered, I have a way, if you wish. I can immediately step into the arena and fight you, if you forfeit to me. Our demon race and your dragon race will be one family. Marry me. What do you say? It seems Meng Long hasn't given up on his initial goal. He parted his dry lips and refused the offer, while Xuan Vu declared she could continue, fueling Meng Long's inner mockery. The unyielding will within her seems ready to burst forth, her face filled with a fierce determination to fight to the very end. He couldn't help but admit, Lan's condition was far from stable. With his power, he might have a chance to defeat her. But what if he lost? What if he died by her hand? Safety first. Stability is more important. Though a bit petty, Meng Long secretly hoped for the best, but he still didn't want her to lose to the abyssal demons. He hypnotizes himself with a bold thought. This is all he can do for now. After clenching his fist for courage, Meng Long roars with all his might. Golden Dragon Princess. Good luck. The challenge stage glowed brighter than ever. The demon of plumes remained still, hand raised. Listening to the announcement payment complete, Xuanyu locked his gaze on the figure. Calculating the aura of this 8-winged demon god was unstable, and he sensed something was wrong. His eyes widened as the words "not right" flashed in his mind. It turns out, the demon of dance didn't attack, but moved above the golden dragon's head. And out of instinct, Xuanyu unleashed his power to prepare for the worst. Without hesitation, he lashed out with his dragon tail, sending the demon crashing to the arena floor. Where he fell, a massive explosion erupted, and the observers shared a common question. Have the 8-armed demon gods gone mad, detonating themselves? Even the rational Meng Long wondered aloud what they were planning. Unable to devour him, He makes a bold assumption. Are they planning to self-destruct Hianvu? Seeing the desolate scene, shares the same thought. Are his people expendable? Seeing him collapse, Bai Shu rushed over to Han, noticing the blood on his lips, and anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Xuanyu lowered his head, groaning weakly. I'm fine. I can still go on." But all that was just to hide the disco party raging in his heart. With acting like that, someone's about to fall for it. As expected, Meng Long easily falls into the pit of inner turmoil. Heartbroken, Luo Hao's announcement echoes once more, the final match of today's Elite Freshman Challenge. This is it. No other stage remains for the ultimate showdown. The audience roars in frustration, saying if they'd known a minute sooner, the Golden Dragon Princess wouldn't have had to fight again. Now she has to fight again. Can she even endure it? Ji Shuang and the others share the same thought. She's already cornered herself by stepping onto the stage, using the method of abandoning the Demon Core to severely injure Lan Xuanyu. This is no longer a challenge arena, but a provocation to our Dragon Clan. Ji Shuang rarely agreed with such outrage. If the chief was here, the eight-armed Demon Clan wouldn't dare act this way. Meanwhile, Meng Long kept her lies to herself, not daring to speak, as it had already used up all its strength, leaving only Shushu with any fight left. This is the perfect opportunity to win and take home two beauties. But the powerful figures of the eight-armed Divine Demon Clan are blocking the way, giving no one else a chance to participate. But this is our territory. Tianma Star, I already called for backup, and in 10 minutes, someone will arrive to suppress them. While everyone was busy scheming, a dazzling light seized the opportunity and shot towards the challenge stage. But that golden light wasn't the only one in the race. In an instant, a host of forces jumped in to compete for the final slot. Seeing this, Lam Luke couldn't help but sigh. Everyone could see that the Golden Dragon Princess wasn't in good shape, and they no longer cared about offending the eight-armed Divine Demon Clan. Whoever paid for the heavenly nurturing starstones first would have the chance to challenge Lan Xuanyu in the next match, and perhaps even win the beauty. The first to express disappointment were Ho Jing's group. "My divine sense is lost on the mysterious starstone. I can't find it anymore." As soon as they spoke, a figure stepped forward to mock them. "Thank you for your generosity. I'll take those dozen or so heavenly nurturing starstones." The system quickly confirmed the payment, and He Jing was stunned. This was the eight-armed Divine Demon Clan's bloodline ability, Divine Sense Wings, connecting Divine Sense and bloodline. Even those around him were shocked. The eight-armed Divine Demon Clan was scheming. Han wasn't trying to blow up the Golden Dragon Princess, but to injure her so his son could benefit. Han can project his consciousness onto his descendants, unleashing terrifying power within a small range for a short time, and Xuanyi has already stepped into godhood, possessing rare intellect within his race. In the stands, cheers erupted as the crowd roared, "Go, Golden Dragon Princess." If he succeeds, how should our two races respond? Don't worry. It's impossible. Why? Luong Vai immediately stepped forward to explain. Because I believe Lam can continue to fight, even in the most difficult times. Didn't she persevere? The more fierce she is now, the more powerful she is than before. But he's holding something back. This smug demon god king doesn't realize Lin's true status among the dragons. Tianma, sensing the reassurance, breathes a sigh of relief. If that's the case, all the better. At that moment, Hao Tian arrived before Tianyu, straightened his back, and proudly introduced himself. "Greetings, Miss. I am Hao Tian of the Eight-Winged Divine Devil Clan. In truth, I don't wish to challenge you in your current state. You are strong, and a fair fight should be when you're at your best. But I'm deeply sorry, for you have harmed too many of my people today. And for the honor of the Eight-Winged Demon Clan, I must represent my kin in battle. I know this is an unfair fight given your current state, but I assure you, if I win, I won't kill you, and the friendship between my eight-armed soul-devouring clan and the Dragon Clan will never change." But before she could, Xuanyu placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her. "Let me go first." She faced him, releasing a probing wave of pressure. But Hao Tian remained unfazed, smirking and gesturing for her to begin. The entire arena fell into a tense silence, and even Bai Shu's eyes grew serious. She faced Hao Tian, unafraid to flaunt her power. After a few seconds, Bai Shi decided to use Dark Abyss Ice Dragon. Xuanwu's official body gradually emitted a dark purple aura, and in an instant, he completed the interface, revealing it to everyone. The crowd in the stands pointed and gossiped, recognizing a fellow mage. A vague sense of unease washed over Hao Tian. He never expected this. But the dragon's aura wasn't strong. It was all for show. He quickly brushed aside the chaotic thoughts in his head and took the initiative to charge into battle, while Bai Su, of course, didn't wait until the last minute, immediately controlling the demonic dragon to leap high into the air. This awkward movement throws Hao Tian off balance, but his eyes still burn with unwavering resolve. Sensing the imminent danger, he immediately strikes the ground, hoping to use the sand and stone to slow the demonic dragon's advance. But Bai Su anticipates his every move and subtly adjusts her wings. She leaps 10 feet into the air, evading the attack, and Hao Tian is forced to acknowledge her strength. She dodged it. That massive body is surprisingly agile. It seems this dragon has some skill. But thinking of this, he felt a little uneasy. Wait. Something's not right. Why does it feel like facing a vast swamp? She deflected his attack. This swamp-like skill. Could it be she's been hiding her true power all along? The realization comes too late, and Hao Tian roars in frustration. He may be in battle, but he will never surrender. Since this is a dead end, he's determined to take her down with him. Even with layers of powerful energy surrounding him, Hao Tian stubbornly moves closer. He waited until the distance was right, then gritted his teeth and struck down with another blade. But the barrier easily absorbed the attack. Hao Tian was shocked to see his target still standing there, thinking, "What?" While he struggles to process the reality, Xuanyu calmly assesses the situation, analyzing the Abyss Devourer's mutated abilities. Derived from the Tang Sect's ultimate technique, the crane-controlled dragon capture. In terms of talent, Tutu has never been inferior to him. The only difference lies in their bloodline's experience. Hao Tian's mind races, realizing this is a truly difficult opponent, demanding his full attention. Having figured things out, he immediately changed his fighting style, much to everyone's surprise. But Xuanyu wasn't about to sit still and get beaten, so she came up with a countermeasure. Indeed, his skills are an eye-opener for everyone. Hao Tian stares at his calm opponent, his heart racing with disbelief as the demon core unleashes destructive energy. This is one of the universe's fundamental energies. How can she withstand it all? Bai Shu seizes the moment, proving to him that nothing is impossible for her. Hao Tian senses the shift in the air and quickly calculates. Weren't they severely injured and exhausted? How is this energy still being released without any sign of weakening? No. I can't let them continue to wear me down. Is Princess Kim Nong avoiding battle to recover her strength? Realizing he's in a tight spot, Hao Tian musters all his strength to resist, taking a deep breath as icy needles shoot from his body. A magical light emanating from his chest like an energy source for each counterattack. Hao Tian began to encourage himself. Knowing this was his strongest attack, he was using the divine demonic conversion to bet it all. Because he had a plan. Even if it means killing this abyssal ice dragon, so be it. As the ultimate goal remains, Princess Gold Dragon. Intercepting them, he asked where they were going, as Liang Wei exchanged glances with his companion. Luckily, they returned just in time for the crucial moment of the battle. Who would believe he didn't have a scheme from the start? Ji Shuang bit her lip, responding to the reassurance, silently observing, believing that Lan would be fine. Sure enough, in the audience, Xuanyu was also immersed in the new move. Moments later, the demon dragon gradually became transparent before everyone's eyes. Hao Tian watched in disbelief as the dragon struggled to contain its frustration. It teleported away, but the surrounding space was still under the destructive power of my annihilation energy. How could she complete the teleportation? For the first time, he felt himself in such a dilemma. After using the divine demonic transformation, he absorbed too much annihilation power. So much so that his body couldn't bear it. Should he attack Bai Zuzu, who teleported behind him, or Lan in front of him? He couldn't hesitate. He had to attack immediately. Xuanyu, anticipating his opponent's every move, opened his golden eyes, touched his forehead, and activated his spiritual domain, a gift of time-stopping chaos for Hao Tian. He bitterly cursed under his breath. Damn it. He'd been held back for too long. Hao Tian frantically looked around for an escape, but before he could devise a plan, he was struck by the deep blue gaze, leaving him reeling, and after being relentlessly pummeled, Hao Tian decided to go for broke, choosing to self-destruct and take everyone with him. The sky is immediately covered in demonic energy and lightning caused by Hao Tian, leaving the Qi Suang group stunned by this tragic turn of events. Bai Chu never expected such a risky move from his opponent, forcing her to defend, even in her own perilous situation. She still finds time to worry about her teammate. This skill is truly troublesome. I can barely hold on. I wonder how Xuan Vu is doing. The one Bak Tu worries about seems to be holding steady amidst the storm, shielded by a layer of iridescent light that deflects all harm. Concentrating, she summons the golden dragon once more, and as the time stasis fades, Hao Tian is crushed beneath the massive beast. Hao Tian froze, staring at the trail of water leading to his feet. Where the dragon Xuanyu had displaced now stood, with eyes blazing. It carefully eyed its prey, and Hao Tian wanted to scream. That's our royal family's destruction energy. Is she trying to die? Ignoring the curious gazes around her, Xuanyu immersed herself in her own sea of consciousness, realizing something profound. Destruction and annihilation are not the same. Destruction harms something good, while annihilation is a kind of cleansing. Cleansing all filth, cleansing all mistakes. Ultimately, it brings a clean world to creation, igniting creation from within. The reminders from Emperor Heaven echoed in his ears. Even if this destructive energy isn't pure, the concept within it is still incredibly terrifying. Combined with my dark attribute energy, I should be able to digest it bit by bit. Seeing her teammate's silence, Bai Shu asked worriedly, Xuanyu, are you all right? Xuanyu chuckled reassuringly. Bai Shu, I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. I suddenly thought, when I face my own tribulation in the future, if I encounter the great cosmic tribulation of 9 attributes, what should I do? Isn't this a good opportunity to experience destruction more deeply? How are you doing? Can you hold on? She honestly shared her situation. I can barely digest it with the heavenly demon devour. He stared intently at the target in front of him and emphasized, watch from here. The dust on the arena floor gradually settled, revealing Xuanyu in dragon form, head lowered, bonting heavily. Then, he mustered all his strength to gather 5-colored spiritual energy. The spectators held their breath. Why does it feel like the golden dragon princess is very weak? Yeah. The dragon seems to be shrinking and weakening. As they spoke, Lan Xuanyu's dragon form flashed with a dazzling light. Hao Tian, watching the intensely bright golden bead sweeping across the arena, couldn't suppress his suspicion. What is that? After his body dissolved, a core appeared, and as if sentient, it shot straight towards his feet. Just then, Bai Shu, nearby, suddenly unleashed a new skill, Death Wither. Deep blue gaze Hao Tian instinctively turned towards her, but by the time he noticed the bead, it was glowing intensely. He bitterly realized the harsh reality. It's a trap. The golden dragon princess is cheating. It's an attack. Hao Tian's mind raced. Something was wrong. He'd fallen into a trap and needed to retreat, but his body wouldn't respond. And as the pearl's power surged, he desperately plunged his sword into the ground, creating a makeshift barrier. The audience quickly recognized the strange yet familiar object, a divine artifact. Unmistakably, a divine artifact belonging to the 8-armed divine demon race. Without it, he surely would have perished. Hao Tian knew this well, bracing himself to hold the final line, gritting his teeth against his body's protests. As the attack subsided, Hao Tian managed to catch his breath, but he still couldn't stand up straight. Gasping for breath, Hao Tian questioned himself why he stared at Xuanyu, a silent scream building within him. How could this woman still fight after taking so much damage? Meanwhile, Bak Tu reached his teammate's side, and seeing him, Hao Tian felt a surge of bitterness. He couldn't believe she could still stand after such grievous wounds. But then, Xuanyu unexpectedly speaks up, reminding them not to think they've already won, and without another word, he summons his power once more. Looking at this scene, Nam Luke was frozen in fear, a sentiment shared even by exalted figures like Qi Suang. Both the Dragon Tomb and Hao Tian watched with bated breath as Xuanyu observed his opponent with a calm expression. Meanwhile, Hao Tian stared at the familiar dragon before him, a sense of panic rising within. How could this be? Could this be a dragon clan's secret art? Of course. If my clan has secret arts, why wouldn't the dragon clan? Before Hao Tian could even catch his breath, the shadow lunged, and Xuanyu raised his dragon spear to amplify the attack. He pointed his weapon at Hao Tian and shouted, "Finish it." In that split second, his mind raced. I am the heir to the Batty God clan throne. How could he die in the arena? Weighing his options, he quickly shouted, "I concede." The audience breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Golden Dragon Princess had won. Amidst the resounding cheers, Xuanyu casually lowered her spear as the crowd chanted, "Golden Dragon Princess! Golden Dragon Princess! Golden Dragon Princess!" The only one displeased with this outcome was undoubtedly Ba Ti. He jumped up, roaring in fury. "You idiot! You utter idiot!" Liang Wei seized the opportunity to provoke him. "My lord, don't be angry. This is an important lesson on your son's path to maturity. What you see isn't always the truth." Sure enough, Hao Tian noticed something was off. Why wasn't she moving? But just as he thought this, the figure of Xuanyu in front of him suddenly burst into flames. Hao Tian's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. The person was an illusion. The aura was an illusion. Everything was a simulated illusion. He instinctively looked around the arena for the truth. Where was her real body? When the dust settles, we see Xuanyu lying unconscious next to Bai Tu. Menglong stands on the high platform. Terrified. An illusion. She can cast illusions. And even scare the eight-winged god serpent. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became. This woman was truly extraordinary. A woman like this is worthy of me. And only she can reach the peak with me. No matter how much effort it takes. I must have her. Finally, the MC, Luo Hao, found his moment to shine. The Youth Challenge match of promising future talents has concluded today. The competition on Arena Number 1 is complete, and will continue tomorrow. The knight Dongthun Quang Huang Luang Vai rose. His shadow flashed onto the arena, and then vanished, leaving no trace of Tutu or the knight. Bat Ti cursed under his breath, furious at how close he was, and swallowed his bitter resentment. An 8-armed demon tribe guardian defeated in will, and by the son I valued most, the one with the greatest talent and wisdom. All the plans were flawless. After sacrificing so many tribesmen, we finally had a chance to turn things around. But this final step has left us empty-handed, losing so many celestial nurturing stones, only to end up with nothing. I suppose I'll have to have a little chat with my son. And so, with different thoughts in mind, everyone went their separate ways, leaving the arena. Bai Shu anxiously expresses, "Lord Saint, sister," but Liang Wei understands and raises a hand to interrupt. He voiced his concerns to the person opposite him. "Lord Toa, I can't quite grasp Lam's situation. Why is her state so unstable? So chaotic?" Qi Suang carefully observed the person lying on the grass and softly sighed. "Well, this girl really dares to do anything." Liang Wei asks what's happening, and Ji Shuang carefully explains that she's drawing destructive energy into her body to suppress her cultivation, preventing it from spiraling out of control. He confirmed, still not fully understanding, that she was using destructive energies to suppress her bloodline and dragon power, allowing her to accumulate even more strength and delaying her transformation. Zishuang nodded, adding that her injuries were not as severe as they appeared. With almost no damage to her meridians, her cultivation level has already surpassed that of a normal god-level powerhouse. Her bloodline is much stronger than before, and her self-healing ability is extremely powerful. I dare say, even if the 8th prince of the demon clan had seen through the illusion, she would have been able to deliver a fatal blow. It's just that she pretended to be seriously injured after winning with the illusion. With that, Ji Shuang generously ordered, Give her a celestial nurturing stone to absorb. She should be able to control it quickly. Liang Wei agreed without hesitation. A sparkling crystal then appeared in his palm, and Liang Wei pushed it straight toward the sleeping Xuanyu. Even in his daze, he instinctively absorbs it at an incredible rate. And as Liang Wei watches the self-healing process unfold, he begins to elaborate. The greatest advantage of the celestial nurturing starstone is its ability to heal certain creative essences. This is the source of our Gemini Star Palace's power, the true core of life. Bai Tu couldn't help but exclaim. Creation. He wore a regretful expression, lamenting that creating a celestial nurturing stone was simply too difficult. If only they had enough. They could. The essence of life lies in creation, and creation is the opposite side of destruction. This celestial essence stone contains life energy that reaches the level of creation, with at least a hint of its flavor. As they marveled, changes began to occur in Xuanyu's body, and the gemstone suddenly emitted a dazzling aura. Ji Shuang couldn't help but exclaim, "This, the life energy contained within a celestial nurturing stone, is even greater than that of a small life star. And in such a short time, to absorb all the energy from the celestial nurturing stone." Completely, Liang Wei echoed in shock. This is truly unimaginable. Is her body a bottomless pit? Just then, Bai Tu rushed over to Xuanyu and hesitantly asked the still unconscious girl if she was all right. Qi Shuang assures them she'll be fine and wake up soon, instructing them to take good care of her. Then moves on to the main issue. Those who can attend the afternoon joint discussion should do so, and those who can't should rest at the manor. Liang Wei immediately retorts, questioning what they'd even do if they attended, and leaves it at that. With that, the two left the edge of the forest. Bai Tu, seeing her eyes open, rushed to ask, "You're awake. How do you feel?" Xuanyu rubbed her dizzy head and reassured her. "I'm fine. Don't worry." She takes his hand, softly expressing her feelings. "You really worried me." Knowing he was in the wrong, he proactively changes the subject. "Hold on to me. Let's head back to our lodgings." Once inside the circle, Bai Shu had a chance to inquire. "Well?" Xuanyu carefully dissecting the issue. "The Body Divine Clan's prince is manageable, but avoiding those cunning old foxes is the real trouble. Though he defeated the 8-armed God Clan prince, he still needed to create the right situation to continue competing tomorrow and earn more heavenly nurturing starstones. So, Lan Xuanyu chose to skillfully navigate the situation. Of course, he had the strength to deliver the final blow to the 8-armed God Clan prince. But through the previous battle, he discovered that this prince had many treasures, which would be difficult, if not impossible, to obtain, especially not on the arena, in uncertain situations. It's better to take advantage of the present story. Facing the attention of many super god-level powerhouses, it's impossible to completely hide from them. Today's battle brought Lan Xuanyu many benefits, especially the continuous battles with the 8-armed God Clan, which gave him great gains not only in heavenly nurturing starstones, but more importantly, in the destructive energy of the 8-armed God Clan, allowing Lan Xuanyu to sense so much destructive aura through constant combat. Lan Xuanyu discovered that dissolving the energy of destruction required at least the sacrifice of his 7 attributes. A true dragon god should be able to control 7 attributes, including the attributes of destruction and creation. Feeling the characteristics of destruction ahead of time is naturally beneficial to him. This destructive energy is truly domineering. Even with Lan Xuanyu's self-healing abilities, it's difficult to recover after guiding it into his meridians. Yet he persists. Only then can he truly grasp its profound mysteries and use it to suppress his cultivation. The celestial nurturing stone that Huang Liangwei just gave him is truly a gift from the gods. 9 attributes, only lacking the creation element, and the life energy within the celestial essence stone allowed him to touch the aura of creation for the first time. The power of destruction that had previously entered Lan Xuanyu's meridians, along with the power of creation in the celestial essence stone, attracted each other, converging and colliding in one place. The life energy of the celestial nourishing crystal is also at the planetary level, close to the life energy of the mother star. If we bring the celestial nourishing crystal back for the eternal tree to absorb, the mother star will surely evolve again. Examining his spoils, Lan Xuanyu concludes that they've basically achieved all their goals for today, with the celestial nurturing crystal being the most significant gain, now that they have over 20 crystals, and will need to use a few in tomorrow's battle. It seems they need to acquire even more. Tomorrow's battle needs to be quick. Bai Shu, seeing him calculating, interjected, "Are we going to the afternoon conference?" Xuanyu suddenly changed his attitude. Resolute. "Yes. Of course. We must go. It concerns the plan, the core of the system's strength, improving scientific and technological research. This is all crucial intelligence we need to grasp. So we definitely have to go." With unwavering confidence, Xuanyu refused. "No. I must go. They need to see me, to sense my strong exterior, hiding my weakness. Only then will they have the courage they need tomorrow." Bai Shuo was speechless at Xuanyu's eagerness to exploit the situation, thinking, "You never miss an opportunity to benefit yourself." She quickly brushed aside her chaotic thoughts and focused on the more important matter the heaven-nurturing starstones were with technician Dong Shengguang. He needed to retrieve them to help with his cultivation. But Xuanyu casually dismissed the idea, saying he didn't need them yet, as it would take him a long time to digest the one he had already absorbed. He sat down cross-legged and suggested, "Let's go to the conference hall this afternoon. I need to rest and adjust first." She quietly agreed. Time slipped away, and it was soon afternoon, with everyone gathering at the Pegasus conference hall. Xuanyu observed his surroundings for a long time, then sighed inwardly. So many people have come. This conference must be very important. Liang Weiben spotted them and greeted them. "You've arrived." Powerful figures from various races took their designated seats in the conference room, which could accommodate 500 people. Xuanyu's gaze was drawn to someone, a figure that seemed eerily familiar. Wasn't that? As he walked down the cozy corridor with Bai Shu, Xuanyu suddenly noticed something strange, a familiar aura nearby. The eight-armed demon god Prince Han has indeed arrived. A fact confirmed as he spots a familiar figure in the corner. Ignore the incessant chatter of the crowd. It's truly pathetic how they were deceived by illusions, paying such a high price only to have it all amount to nothing. This infuriated Shang Tian, who vowed to eliminate the Golden Dragon Princess, even if it meant his own death. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. "Greetings, Brother Shang Tian," irritating Han. It was him. But then he heard, "How fortunate. We're seated together." Heng Tian lowered his voice menacingly. "Was today's affair your scheme?" But his anger didn't faze Meng Long. "Why would it be me? I did nothing." "Heng Tian, why are you still wearing a mask?" This phony talk infuriated Shang Tian. It wasn't him. He was the one who initially incited his clan to act. Otherwise, why would his clansmen have died? The other's strong intent forced him to drop his refined facade. He only wanted to test things out. And besides, he paid the clans with heavenly nourishing starstones to intervene. But who knew your clansmen would say such things? Angering the Golden Dragon Princess, that wasn't my plan. Still, it's a shame about your final battle today. Brother Shang Tian. The pillar of anger in Shang Tian's heart began to rise. And before he could say anything more, Meng Long offered a meaningful reminder. Opportunities missed are rarely returned. Brother Shang Tian, you should take care of your health and not continue tomorrow. Their brief conversation ends quickly. And while the Golden Dragon Princess may not fight tomorrow, he believes he has a chance. Not necessarily. If she can still fight, she won't back down. Especially with so many celestial soul stones on the line. Meng Long had his own thoughts. Realizing that Shang Tian was not so easily dealt with, the prince of the Abyss Demon Clan can actually remain so calm. No wonder he was chosen as the crown prince. He does have some ability. The arena is gradually filling up, and everyone is discussing something. Mostly the events of this morning's competition. Xing Shangtian and Li Menglong sat in the outer row of the second tier. Even though they were prominent figures of the second generation, they weren't qualified to sit in the front row, until Xuanyu and Bai Shu entered. And the crowd erupted. "That's her. She actually came. She was almost dead this morning. And she's here this afternoon." As the two famous figures descended from the platform, Meng Long chuckled to himself. A quick recovery. I see. The moment he spotted the broad back, Xuanyu quickly approached, saying, "Your Holiness." As he waited for the invitation to sit, the two lightly stopped behind him. Though he couldn't see them, he spoke. "How are your injuries?" He could only smile and reply, "I'm fine. Don't worry." The brief conversation sparked an unexpected monologue in his mind. This golden dragon princess is brave and cautious. Her meticulous thinking and well-considered actions are impeccable. And even the light-dark Dolua Zhangjichang holds her in high regard. It's not just her bloodline, but also the combat intelligence she displays in battle. Though the Dragon Horse system is the strongest dragon clan, in reality, the dragons have suffered quite a few losses at the hands of the Pegasus clan. In terms of cultivation, the Heavenly Horse Seat and Heavenly Dragon Seat are superior in strength. But in terms of wisdom, the Heavenly Horse Seat is clearly a step above. If the competition in these final 3 days can be completed according to Lan's plan, then after returning, the Vice Seat and I will both support her approach. Next, we'll see if her talent can be elevated further, and to what extent her strength can reach. The quiet space prompted Bai Zhu to ask if they should rest before the meeting started, to which Xuanyu agreed. Feeling the perfunctory nature of his words, she sighed and reminded him, "Don't push yourself." He chuckled sheepishly, confirming, "Okay, I'm fine." The aura emanating from Xuanyu drew Liang Wei's attention, and he subtly summoned a protective force around him, thinking, perhaps bringing her here to study was a bit forced. A sigh escapes as he decides to lend her a hand. Hao Tian and Meng Long witness Xuanyu regaining her composure. She's here, and her injuries don't seem too severe. As he wondered, Tianyang Starstone. He was happy to offer an explanation. Could the Tianyang Starstone restore the damage caused by his destructive energy? Rarely did a topic draw Hao Tian into conversation like this. The Tianyang Starstone contains creative power that does indeed suppress our destructive power. But if she had used the Celestial Nurturing Stone to protect herself, she wouldn't have had it on her then. Otherwise I would have sensed it, and I'm certain my destructive power couldn't be dispelled so quickly after using the Celestial Nurturing Stone. It would definitely require a long period of recovery. His lengthy explanation earned Mong Long's agreement. Yes. He understood, but the person was still sitting right there, seemingly unaffected. How could that be explained? The question prompted Hao Tian to voice his concerns. What was she doing? And why did he feel that something was off? And he even points it out to the others. Telling them to look, the dragon sees the aura growing brighter around Hian Vu. And that is, Lian couldn't hide her surprise. The heavenly eyes unite. Even Hao Chun, who brought it up, wondered aloud. She's in deep meditation. And so, they watched as Xuan Vu fell into a trance for a long while. The silence soon broken by Mong Long's strange, frantic voice. "No. I understand now. Brilliant. She's truly remarkable." To recover from her injuries, she chose deep meditation. With a weakened body, a breakthrough would be difficult. More importantly, she's using the Divine Light Knight's spiritual power to conceal the heavenly secrets and prevent the transformation of the laws of nature. Since the Divine Light Knight is holding a meeting this afternoon, she can only stay here for protection. His reasonable analysis stuns Hao Tian. She still has to fight tomorrow. She's really pushing herself. This is the woman I want. This powerful approach is what I love. While Meng Long was still busy presenting his ideas, he marveled at her brilliance, wondering how much of her power she could recover in this state. Before blushing and worrying if she was risking her very essence, he was left speechless, glancing awkwardly at her, wondering why she even cared. This kid's motives were clearly impure. A buzz rippled through the vast audience as the Pegasus led a group of important figures inside. Once everyone was seated, he slowly began. "All right, let's begin today's conference, please. Be seated. Today's conference is primarily to discuss and decide on the future development of the Dragon Horse Federation. Something the Heavenly Dragon Chief and I have thoroughly deliberated. Now is the time to hear the opinions of the clans and make a final decision soon. Let's not hide it. About a year ago, we had a war with the Duluo Federation. Despite our preparations, the war came suddenly, and we were calculatedly led to a painful outcome, losing a third of our warships. The Longma Federation survived, only because they feared the retaliation of our high-ranking powerhouses. A loss of a third of our warships is a millennium's worth of accumulation. Even I, and the chief of the Sky Dragon clan, deeply understood the problem. Then our technology was far behind. We were utterly helpless against human battleships, which led to our crushing defeat. If the Federation were to mobilize its full force, even your planets, including Tianma and Tianlong, couldn't withstand their assault. Our individual strength is the only thing they fear. Just as we couldn't stop their battleships, their planets can't stop our powerful experts from invading. Changing this situation is a key point of our gathering this time. Dragon Clan. The Pegasus clan has discussed this many times, and there are things our two clans have already begun to do to ensure we don't fall behind. Pausing to catch his breath, Tianma calmly continued in the tense atmosphere. We must conduct scientific and technological research. In terms of technology, we lag far behind the Duluo Federation. But when it comes to resources, they can't compare to us. We have both technology and resources, and when that day comes, it will be the moment the Duluo Federation is destroyed. The Dragon Horse system needs to quickly develop science and technology. If the Duluo Federation creates technology to counter our individual powerhouses, or even just protect their administrative planets from our invasion, it will be a devastating disaster, as none of us can withstand their capital ship cannons. We've discussed how to counter the Duluo Federation fleet for a long time, and we've finally come up with what seems like a very feasible plan. I'm bringing it up in this discussion so everyone can give their opinions. I'll introduce the plan directly to everyone now, and I invite the representatives of each race to consider it. A thought sparked in his mind: the future development decisions of the Dragon Horse Federation would also determine the Duluo Federation's response strategy. Before Tianma's voice interrupted him, he realized that in terms of scientific and technological research, a single race's efforts would hinder their research speed, but each race has different strengths. For example, the Pegasus excel in space technology, while the one-eyed Earth spirits are masters of transformation and defense. So, how do we leverage the strengths of each race? For the future of the Dragon Horse Federation, we hope that scientists will unite and research the latest technologies, benefiting all races in a balanced way, quickly improving our scientific and technological strength to confront the Duluo Federation. As soon as Yi finished speaking, the hall buzzed with discussion. Joint research could indeed compensate for shortcomings in a short time and improve overall technical levels. But each race's special abilities are their own secrets. If they were all revealed, the races would have nothing to rely on, causing Tianma to loudly order silence. Before returning to his over 1,000 page presentation, he emphasizes that joint research is needed to surpass the Duluo Federation. And the second key is to focus on scientific research that translates into productivity, with priority given to unified warships. As each race independently researching and building warships according to their own needs is creating significant limitations and inefficiencies. When war breaks out, the warships of each race cannot be coordinated, and each fights on their own, with different strengths. We have no commander who can coordinate the warships of all races. Neither the Heavenly Dragon Seat nor I could accomplish it. This is the real reason for our failure. Our second proposal is to focus on the resources of all races, like the Duluo Federation, to create a unified type of warship, forming a fleet belonging to our Dragon Horse Federation. The bold appeal drew murmurs from the vast room. What? So sudden. What's going on? Xuanyu fell into thought as the voices grew. These two proposals touched upon the interests of all the races. Even though combining elemental essence would help the Dragon Horse Federation create an invincible fleet, success is very difficult. The Dragon Horse Federation is too fragmented, and no strong race is willing to give up its individual power to contribute to a common essence. After a few minutes of chatter, Tianma abruptly cut them off to save time, demanding silence. What? You can't even handle this much. Calmly consider whether this proposal is reasonable. We all have our flaws and internal conflicts. Small wars never cease. The Dragon Horse Galaxy needs a powerful core to harmonize and stabilize it. If the Dragon Horse Twin Stars are destroyed by the Duluo Federation, no race will be safe. I know you doubt our motives in making these proposals, but this is the truth. The Dragon and Pegasus clans have the strength to move to other star systems, but most of you can't abandon your homes. Therefore, to coordinate resources, maximize development, and ensure peace for all clans, we propose a third option, the establishment of a unified Dragon Horse Star Federation, or Dragon Horse Federation, for short, a proposal that not only stunned the audience, but also shocked Xuanyu, who was listening intently. His mind raced in a flash. He'd anticipated the first two proposals, but hadn't realized the Dragon and Pegasus clans were so powerful, even compared to other races with god-tier experts. The council's uproar proved his concerns. No. This is impossible. You want to enslave us. A unified federation is out of the question. We have our own worlds and our own nations. This is impossible. We demand freedom. This isn't a decision for the Dragon and Pegasus clans to make. The chaotic scene left him in silent contemplation. Unifying the vast Dragon Horse system would be a monumental challenge. If the Dragon Horse Federation succeeds, the Duluo Federation will face utter destruction, given time to standardize technology and create powerful weapons. The Duluo Federation will be annihilated, unable to bear it any longer. Bati gritted his teeth. It's too noisy. Shi raised his hand, his body radiating a heavy aura, and shouted, "Did anyone ask for your opinion? This is just an announcement. Annoying flies. Disappear." He unleashed a powerful blast of demonic energy, and the unfortunate man, his face flashing with terror, was struck squarely in the chest. Everyone paled at the sight of a living person dissolving into the sweltering demonic energy. But seizing the moment, Batty drew their attention. Listen closely. This gathering isn't to ask for your opinions, but to inform you, I, Batty, the Demon King, and the Batty Demon Clan, support the establishment of the Dragon Horse Alliance. Those who oppose will be killed without mercy, and their star system will be destroyed immediately. If you don't want to die, then agree and pledge your allegiance to unification. This ruthless behavior made Xuanyu wary. The Batty Demon Clan actually supports the unification of the Dragon Horse system. This is definitely not a good thing. The Abyssal Demons not only boast immense numbers, but their individual combat prowess is also formidable. It seems the Celestial Horse Seed has been planning all of this. The relationship between the Bodigod Demon race and the Pegasus and Dragon races is one of opposition. Their nature is to plunder and destroy, not to produce. But they still need resources. So to gain their support, the Pegasus and Dragon leaders must have promised the Bodigod Demon King great benefits to help their race continue to survive. Lost in thought, Xuanyu remained oblivious to the heavy atmosphere around him. Besides the Dragon Knights and Pegasus Knights, the Bat Demon Clan was arguably the strongest force in the entire Dragon Horse Federation, boasting a massive population. Once the Federation is established, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of the Dragon Horse Federation's army. And with their strength, the Bat Demon Clan could seize the power of speech within the Dragon Horse Federation. If the Dragon Horse Federation is established, it would be a disaster for the Duluo Federation. How can I stop it from happening? I'm extremely satisfied with my cultivation, but I feel powerless, unable to change the events unfolding before me, no matter how much wisdom I possess. Then, a strange voice echoes from the depths of my subconscious. I have a way. Startling Xuanyu awake. He looked around, wondering who it was. The voice seemed to come from the depths of his heart, yet also from his spiritual sea, eluding his grasp. Overwhelmed, he could only call out to his partner. Little treasure, did you hear that voice? But contrary to Xuanyu's expectations, the kid blankly asked, Loud voice. What loud voice? I didn't hear anything. This plunged him into greater confusion, an illusion, impossible. How could such a sudden voice appear without even Chen Shudong noticing? What kind of existence is this? What happened to Lan Xuanyu didn't affect the ongoing conference to discuss the unified development of the Dragon Horse Federation. After the eight-armed divine demon, King spoke. He returned to his seat. The representative he killed obviously had family members present, but no one dared to say anything. Just then, a figure stood up at the round table. The Golden Lancer's unexpected behavior stunned the crowd, causing a stir despite the tense atmosphere. The Golden Lancer King, current leader of the Lancer clan, ranks 6th in the Pegasus Galaxy, and is the clan's strongest warrior. Kim Duong, Lang Vuong, and the eight-armed Demon King were enemies in ancient times. So his standing up is because. But unlike those empty words, he coldly declared, the Duong Lang clan also supports the decision of the Pegasus chieftain. Chong Wu followed suit, declaring their support as well. Much to the shock of the Skyflight clan's patriarch. This scene surprises Xuanyu, as even the Yukong clan, who fear neither the dragon nor Pegasus, express their support, unafraid of even super god-level space techniques. Persuading them is simple, as long as I provide the void essence. Right, after all. The void crystals have already been taken by me. Shock and instability are useless. And it's not something I, who haven't even reached the god level, can change. Moreover, the merging process will take a considerable amount of time. And the most important thing now is to quickly bring this news back. The Congress will last 3 days, with the final vote on the last day. So please consider carefully over the next 2 days. A simple statement that weighed heavily on even the most brilliant minds. 3 days. Seeing their pale faces, he smiled inwardly, thinking, good. I trust everyone will carefully consider the 3 proposals I presented today, especially the third. After that emotional conclusion, the Pegasus concluded his presentation, saying, therefore, this afternoon's meeting is adjourned. Tomorrow, we'll discuss the first and second proposals, how to leverage each race's strengths, how to create battle formations, where to establish research facilities, and how to manufacture and allocate resources. The day after, we'll discuss the establishment of the Dragon Horse Federation. Meeting adjourned. Silence fell over the hall as the representatives of the various races at the round table rose, and the head of the Pegasus clan cordially shook hands with the others, while the representatives of the Orc clan, unaware of the day's events, looked rather stiff. Bai Shu sighed and said to Xuanyu, let's go. Leaving the large room, his mind began to clear. So, the Longma Federation is finally beginning to unite. Once the merger is complete, the Longma Federation will have resources, and its power will be absolutely terrifying. Currently, the Federation's technology still leads, as does its fleet, but the entire Longma star system has at least 40 super god-level powerhouses, including the Dragon Throne. Facing so many super god-level powerhouses, unless they're up against the main cannon of a mothership, killing one is practically a pipe dream. On their way back, they ran into Meng Long. Miss, how are your injuries? But when he saw the 2 girls silently pass by as if he didn't exist, he was dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. In a sunlit, warm room, Beziu's hésitant voice code. The meeting just now. Before she could finish, Xuanyu interrupted. Let's talk when we get back to Tianlong Star. Understanding each other, they quickly ended the pointless conversation. Get some rest. There's a competition tomorrow. Don't worry. I'm fine. After entering his private lounge, Xuanyu assumed a meditative pose to calm his mind. This was Tianma Star. After all, countless god-level powerhouses surrounded him, making it difficult to ensure that even telepathic communication wouldn't be eavesdropped on. And furthermore, discussing it now is pointless. What's done is done. Now, we must see how the Federation decides to solve this most dangerous crisis at its root. The Federation must face the fact that I have only one path to become the Dragon God. Rebuild the God Realm, become a king-level powerhouse, and even subdue the dragon race, the leading force in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. From his current cultivation, it seems there's a chance in the future, but truly achieving it won't be easy. As Xuanyu and Bai Shu entered a state of cultivation, the entire Tianma Star, even the Dragon Horse Federation, was in turmoil because of the earlier conference, with the high-ranking members of each race falling into a state of shock and pain. Moreover, they suddenly realized that the absence of the Heavenly Dragon seat only increased the pressure. His absence from the conference means he could appear anywhere in the Dragon Horse Federation, on any race's planet. And what happens next is easy to imagine. Dissenters become targets. There's no other possibility. No other way. Everyone feels the same. Compromise is the best option. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of each race felt like ants in a frying pan. The atmosphere on Tianma Star was extremely tense. Though the common folk were unaware, if the races compromised, they would lose their freedom and be forced to obey the Dragon Horse Federation. Meanwhile, Xuanyu was still deep in meditative cultivation in his room, and after a day of training, he slowly opened his eyes, gaining new insights into the power of destruction hidden within him. Yesterday's battle also yielded unexpected gains. Looking at the carefully sealed stone in his hand, Lan Xuanyu's mood turned somber. It was from the 8-armed divine demon's demon core, protected by the light and shadow divine lightning. He absorbed his opponent's power, even the demon god's core, into his soul tool. The demon god's core contains destructive energy, which can be used for research. Extracting the destructive energy within to study the mysteries of destruction. Lost in thought, Xuanyu realizes he suppressed his cultivation using the aura of destruction, buying himself more time to accumulate power, a blessing in disguise. Bai Shu's voice breaks through his reverie, asking if he's up early and how he feels. Her genuine concern bringing a smile to his face as he replies that he's much better. Seeing his pale face, she couldn't help but ask if he could continue participating in the selection competition for outstanding young talents today. Not one for pleasantries, he replied listlessly. I'll take it one step at a time. Even I have unrealistic thoughts sometimes. But I have to face reality at 700 a.m. Xuanyu was too caught up in his own tension to notice Bai Shu approaching from behind. Pressure is also motivation. She happily embraces him, whispering words of encouragement. If that's what you think, then I'm relieved. Do your best. And no matter what, I'll always be here to support you. But then, Hien Vu ruins the beautiful moment with an uncouth remark. Isn't it supposed to be behind? Don't forget. You're my mount. This infuriates Bai Shu, who retaliates with a few lumps on his head as a souvenir, who says a dragon mount can't be on top. The image is so funny in Xuanyu's mind that he blurts out, "Dragon riding knight. Dragon, that's a beautiful sight." She gritted her teeth, glaring at him. What are you thinking about? His guilty look gave him away. Nothing. As the sun shone brightest, Xuanyu turned serious. We need to find a way to get more heavenly nurturing starstones. Everything that happened yesterday only strengthened my resolve. And as for today's competition, we'll need some psychological tactics. A short time later, the arena echoed with frenzied cheers as Yunhong excitedly announced the start of the second day of the Thunderclap Arena, declared by none other than the Celestial Horse Seat. Standing high in the stands, Tianma calmly spoke. I won't say much more. I invite the Lay Lord to the stage, causing everyone to anxiously look forward, their excitement building as he signaled the launch of the opening fireworks. Today's challenge begins. Hien Vu silently stepped into the grand arena, his shadow falling over the petite figure of Bak Tu behind him, prompting murmurs from the staff. That's the Golden Dragon Princess. Her injuries from yesterday's match haven't affected her at all. She's recovered in just one night. Even the crowd in the stands noticed Hyunwoo and began to cheer in unison. They're here. They're here. Golden Dragon Princess is here. Golden Dragon Princess. The lively scene made Tianma and Jixiang happily converse with each other. This Golden Dragon Princess of yours has truly made a name for herself in battle. She's become an idol for our entire star system. This child is a beast. So she's capable of such things. And we only hope she can go as far as possible. But Bati interjected with a blunt, honest question. How much strength does she have left to last through today's competition? Has she fully recovered overnight? The doubt was clear, piquing his interest. So let's wait and see. However, Demon God King, try not to let too many of your people die. You'll have a lot of cleaning up to do later. Zhishuang calmly replied. We'll talk about that after you win. But in her mind, she thought differently. Both the Sagittarius Knight and the 8-armed God King were watching this girl with dragon-like interest. Moreover, Lam actually gave them a chance. But they don't know that since this girl appeared in the Dragon Clan, she has never done anything she wasn't sure of. Nor has she ever lost. Today's competition will first face those who put the celestial nurturing starstones into the payment box in the final hours of yesterday. Calculating that yesterday, 9 people threw their hats in the ring at the last moment, hoping to profit. Shutong slowly raised his hand on the stage, then bowed gently, showing his amiability before the match. Miss Lan. Miss Tutu. Hello? Watching your competition yesterday really made me hesitate. So, at the last moment, he couldn't resist challenging them, never expecting it to be dragged out until today. But that's fine. After a night's rest, I can face the two of you at your best. A drawn-out match is what I hoped for. And this long-winded talk is making Hianvu sigh in exasperation. This guy's just trying to take advantage. Otherwise, why didn't he show up yesterday at the start? And only now does he appear. He gained nothing yesterday. And knowing he and Tutu couldn't recover to their best condition, he deliberately said these words today. Hianvu's eyes glanced back, and the two auras behind Senza were also calculated. As Hao Thien and Mong Long watch from above, Senza recognizes them from long ago. Hu Dong gathers his strength, and Hianvu and Bak Tu await their opponent's move. As the great sword is drawn, his angelic wings burst forth in radiant splendor. The two girls before him make no move. Yet the immense pressure causes Hu Tong's face to stiffen. Unable to conceal his tension, under their watchful gaze, Bai Shu gently squeezed Xuanwu's hand. They exchanged a silent glance, merging their energies and unleashing a wave that left Hu Tong speechless. Instead of outwardly panicking, his brain went into overdrive, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of a superior bloodline. A pressure so intense, he felt his very blood dissolving. He knew they were strong, but he never imagined they'd be this powerful in terms of bloodline. Terrified, Hu Tong instinctively bared his teeth and drew his sword. Knowing this would be a difficult fight, his mind raced, ignoring his sweaty palms, focusing only on defeating Lan and Bai Shushu, and most importantly, testing their true strength. Let's see how much strength this golden dragon princess and her mount have left, how much they've recovered from yesterday's exhaustion. That's why, from the moment they joined hands, I knew their exhaustion yesterday must have been extreme. Moreover, they couldn't recover in time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have borrowed each other's strength to fight. The explosive Skyfall slash was meant to test their remaining strength head-on. Could they withstand it? This explosive attack would reveal their true strength. While Hu Tong was distracted, Xuanyu and Bai Shu unleashed their heavenly severance upon him. The fear on his face only fueled their joy. But Hu Dong's fiery heart remained uneasy. Something wasn't right. But to his surprise, the two before him released their grip, their eyes hinting at a subtle joy. As Xuanyu and Bai Shu went their separate ways, Hu Tong was bewildered. Had they really just let go like that? They dodged it. But if they dodged, wasn't his attack all for naught? Wasn't the Golden Dragon Princess's most defining trait direct confrontation? The battle has just begun, and the style has already changed, no longer willing to trade, blow for blow, to defeat the opponent. Even the audience is puzzled by this. Why isn't the Golden Dragon Princess fighting head-on this time? Before Hu Tong could regain his senses, the mist attack threw his aura into chaos, and he saw Bai Shu raise her staff, channeling her power and Xuanyu's into a spell to ensnare him. The sudden attack caused a massive explosion, but Hu Tong was quick to react, activating a protective barrier just in time to avoid a scratch. But despite his outward speed, Long Han had been in disarray for some time, with over half of his cultivation suppressed, unable to use his true strength. Before Hu Tong could catch his breath, Bai Su's spear unleashed a powerful force, her face radiating undisguised killing intent. Bai Chu's breath seemed to slow as her hands began to dance with her staff, and as the spear pointed forward, she silently chanted, "Death beckons." She unleashed a barrage of powerful spirit energy blasts, forcing Hu Dong, who was defending with his sword, to stagger backward, his life force rapidly draining until he collapsed. Deng Hu Tong is out, and the crowd is gasping in disbelief, a message that will surely reach the ears of Van Hang. The first arena's champion has won, a swift victory that only deepens the audience's fear. For Deng Hu Tong was no weakling. To become a stage master of Arena 6, he was considered a top-tier talent among the younger generation of the Pegasus race. Yet he lost so decisively, seemingly suppressed from beginning to end. And after Princess Meng Long changed her tactics, how did she recover? Zhang Bin couldn't help but comment that Deng Hu Tong couldn't unleash his full power most of the time. He was outmaneuvered. Seeing the display, Hao Tian voices his question. What do you think Mong Long freely speaks her mind? I don't quite understand. Deng Huan is up next. I'll ask him. After a while, the vast arena grew quieter. Meng Long, who was waiting, looked pleased. Deng Xuan. How did it feel? Hu Tong, barely catching his breath, dejectedly replied. The bloodline suppression was too intense. He didn't know what dragon bloodline she had. But hers completely suppressed him. It's that superior to inferior pressure, suppressing me to the point where I can't even use my full strength. Thinking back to that fight, I still get goosebumps. Even my heaven-severing slash was only about 70% as effective as usual. How should I put it? I feel so frustrated. And don't underestimate that girl. 2-2. She's definitely not dependent on Lan. Her close combat skills are formidable. I feel that if she's at her best, even in a one-on-one fight, I might not be her match. The insider's comments surprised Hao Tian, who wondered why he hadn't noticed it yesterday. But Hu Dong's sarcastic remark made him question if fighting people didn't require brains. His anger clouded his judgment as he gritted his teeth. Someone's deliberately causing trouble. Faced with the threat, he just smiled wryly. So what? Meng Long, who had been watching the two of them clowning around, couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in. Because it was very likely that someone had been set up yesterday. And of course, today's situation was also special. Hearing Hao Tian's naive words, he must have exhausted a lot of energy. Otherwise she wouldn't need to fight this way. His curiosity piqued. He turned to Hu Tong and asked Deng Xuan to elaborate on Shu Shu's close combat abilities. Since their fight was so intense and something seemed off, the lingering horror made his voice serious. Something was wrong. Her attacks looked head-on. But in reality, each spear she launched had a different power. Some had a vortex of dragon power. Some were sharp. Some were corrosive. And some were extremely cold. Each spear was adjusted, and some even had no dragon power at all, catching me completely off guard. Despite the arena's activity, Hu Tong remains lost in that horrific flashback. In truth, her ultimate Pegasus aura was shattered. If this were a fight to the death, I'd already be dead, boosted and with abilities that completely suppress me. It's not that I don't want to resist, but that I can't. Seeing the fear in his opponent's eyes, the Dream Dragon could only sigh wearily, so powerful. After all, no wonder the Dragon Clan values them so highly. But how can their teamwork be broken? They're already powerful. And with their combined skills and teamwork, they're a formidable threat. Seizing the moment, Hu Tong shares his long-held belief that they must find a way to drain their very essence. If we only deplete her soul force, she can recover by absorbing the life energy of the natural star stone tonight. Only by depleting their origin, even injuring it, can we truly weaken their combat power, worsen their injuries, and ultimately achieve victory. The long-winded explanation wasn't lost on Meng Long. Only destructive power akin to the 8-armed demonic clan could truly weaken them. The lengthy explanation enlightened Hao Tian, and Meng Long immediately mocked him mercilessly. I understand now. Let's try it. Half and half. Despite some hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Okay. But sadly, there are still 8 matches today. And we're running out of time, which cheered him up considerably. Then we must try. Even if we fail today, there's always tomorrow. I'll go get the heavenly nurturing stones. You go find your people. And with that, the conversation quietly ended. The second match continues, against the same strong opponent who paid for the heavenly nourishing starstones yesterday. This match is much like the first, with Lan supporting and Bai Shu leading the attack with the help of the Dragon God's bloodline. The Ice Demon Dragon Spear combined with the Heavenly Demon Devour, unleashing successive attacks. The opponent was completely suppressed from the start, and the battle ended quickly as Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shu defeated their opponent. The competition continued. Time passed, and match after match was held. The battles on Arena Number 1 never ceased. Yesterday's 9 heavenly nourishing crystals became today's 9 challenges. The spotlight quickly shifted to the 2 youngsters, igniting a constant buzz among the crowd. As Lan and Shu Shu's radiance seemed to dim with each passing moment, throughout today's matches, they never unleashed their true forms. relying solely on their human forms to fight until Yunhan's excited voice rang out Arena 1. Match 9. Complete. Drenched in sweat, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Shushu immediately meditate, using the 10-minute break to recover from their exhaustion. As the arena is filled with the tense breaths of the audience, as Xuanyu and Bai Tu began to meditate, everyone couldn't help but whisper in curiosity. They're finally resting. Suddenly, a beam of blue light struck the black box sitting silently in the stands. This unexpected event drew the eyes of the most esteemed viewers. The murmurs below grew louder. Wagering 30 heavenly nurturing starstones, only Li Menglong and Xing Haoshan would bet so high. They intend to dominate the next 30 challenges. Another 30 celestial nurturing starstones, the yearly output of both the celestial dragon and celestial steed stars, barely exceeds 100. Are they trying to control tomorrow's competition as well? Ji Shuang, stunned by the murmurs, speaks out. The celestial steed clan wants in too. The Pegasus clan stared intently at the arena, slowly replying that if the Dragon clan had proposed a martial arts contest for marriage, then as hosts, if they didn't participate, wouldn't that cause the Dragon clan to lose face? Such sharp words were only amusing. Indeed, the abrupt ending gave the Skyhorse clan the perfect time to contemplate a crucial matter. The Tianlong clan leader's absence from the competition presented the best opportunity to win the girl. After the discussion between me and the 8-armed Demon King, we decided to act no matter what. And which race will ultimately triumph will depend on their own abilities. Excellent. At the current rate, even if the competition ends tomorrow, we might not even reach 30 matches. By doing so, the Pegasus and 8-armed God and Demon clans leave no chance for other races, until she sees Xuanyu and Baishu on the arena, and her calm heart begins to stir. But after they learn, they've also decided on their final harvest. Even if all 30 matches aren't fought, these heavenly nurturing starstones will still belong to her. Just as Xuanyu predicted yesterday, the quiet conversation between the two was overheard by the Pegasus race, and the rest was a setup. This made Yi's dry lips slowly curve into a smile. Thank you both so much for busying yourselves to give us so many heavenly nourishment crystals. The Dream Dragon's intense gaze in the stands caught Xuanyu's attention, but his casual glance made Hao Tian curious, wondering how long they could last through 30 matches. The countdown continued. The rest period wasn't over, and a young powerhouse from the 8-armed divine demon race had already leaped out of the combat zone and onto the first arena. Before any command was given, Zihei activated his energy, and seeing his opponent's youthful face, he grinned menacingly, waiting for the enthusiastic announcement. Begin. Using a magic stone to amplify his power, Zihei braced himself and lunged at Xuanyu, fist flying, before he could unleash his terrifying power. A look of pale fear washed over his gaunt face. Seizing the moment, Xuanyu leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. His calm demeanor doesn't deter Zihei, whose fist is enveloped in a multicolored light, a blinding attack that sends tremors through the arena. Struck on the head by Xuanyu, Zihei entered a brief state of unconsciousness, a sight that stunned Lanmu and the others. Silence blankets the arena as all eyes turn to Xuanyu, his calm expression betraying no hint of his thoughts, causing Meng Long to harbor a secret apprehension, and confirming the Golden Dragon Princess's earlier disdain. Could she have fully recovered already? But how yesterday's battle should have damaged her foundation. Meng Long's mind couldn't forget the murderous aura of Hao Tian, causing his breath to quicken with an indescribable pressure. Though our clan boasts countless powerhouses, these young prodigies all have the potential to reach godhood, or even greater heights. How many have we lost in these 2 days? What tricks does the Dragon Clan have up their sleeves? Meng Long's keen mind led him to issue a command in the next round. He would go. The other party agreed without hesitation. Stepping onto the arena, he introduced himself. Your Highness, Golden Dragon Princess. I am Gao Yiyang. The calm air suddenly tenses as he utters his last words, asking for leniency. His seriousness makes Xuanyu turn to Bai Shu and say, "Lend me your spear." Though she doesn't understand his thoughts, she still offers her weapon, saying, "Okay." As he grasped the mighty spear, Xuanyu unleashed a torrent of immense energy. The crowd roared as the match began. with both fighters sizing each other up. Before we know it, Yi Yang charges forward, still recovering from yesterday's injuries. He knows he must strike first and suppress her. But in those brief seconds of thought, Xuanyu has already stomped her foot. The aura emanating from her was powerful enough to make a warrior like Di Yang visibly wary. The sharp energy radiating from the Golden Dragon Princess was terrifying, filling him with instinctive dread. But just as quickly, he regained his composure. Sword in hand, being ready to meet his opponent's attack head-on, retreat was no longer an option. He had to strike. Seeing his chance, Yi Yang unleashes the devastating Sky Steed Wolf Fang Strike, a technique that would shock even the most seasoned warriors, and one of the Sky Steed clan's most powerful skills. Cultivated to its peak, it can tear space and shatter battleships from afar. Gao Ziyang relentlessly compresses his Pegasus battle aura, pushing it to the limit he can withstand, then unleashing it. For him, this was already a desperate, life-or-death attack. No one saw the victorious smile on Xuanyu's face, as the powerful blow nearly obscured his entire body. Limited perspective has led to misconceptions about Xuanyu. The Golden Dragon Princess has been struck, but Yi Yang, who initiated the attack, doesn't think so. Something's not right. It doesn't feel like he hit her at all. But hearing his thoughts, Xuanyu suddenly appeared behind his opponent, quickly tapping his spear against Yi Jiang's back, a surprise attack that nearly separated his soul from his body. He was about to die. As Xuanyu's cold voice echoed, he said, "She's just frozen. She won't die." This made Hao Tian, standing on the platform, shudder. The Golden Dragon Princess was strong enough yesterday. How could she have evolved today? It's too unreasonable. Meng Long, ignoring that expression, raised his eyebrows and commented that the battle ended so quickly, Gao Ziyang hadn't even expended any energy. And the most important reason was that when he went into battle, his throne had already been taken. His seemingly exaggerated words left him speechless, wondering how they could be so cruel to the 8-armed divine demon tribe while sparing the heavenly horse tribe. Hearing this, he calmly analyzed, "You attacked with your full strength from the start. It's basically a suicidal tactic. So how do you think they'll deal with you?" But as the other's naive question echoes in his mind, "What's next?" Meng Long rarely reveals his helplessness. "What can I do?" Meanwhile, a hooded figure in the crowd discreetly produced a celestial essence stone, releasing it to float forward and merge with the dark box on the stage, a sight that caused both Hao Tian and Meng Long to gasp in unison. Meanwhile, the crowd erupts in speculation about who threw in the celestial stone, unaware that this only deepens the despair of our two friends, who realize that even 30 victories won't be enough, and the clock is ticking. A blatant, mocking challenge. Black Lamb, eyes blazing with anger, stepped onto the arena, unleashing his wings the moment the signal was given, anticipating the Xuanwu's attack. But as time passed with no movement from his opponent, Heilan grew confused. The match had started, so why couldn't he sense any energy from her? She was clearly full of openings, yet he felt like he'd be instantly defeated if he attacked. The silence perplexes the audience. Why hasn't anyone made a move? 2 minutes have passed since the match began. Is the demon afraid to die, whether he is or not? This gives the Golden Dragon Princess time to recover. Those words infuriated Hao Tian, who roared from the stands, "What are you dawdling for? Are you waiting for her to fully recover?" His reminder seemed to awaken Heilan, who realized that as a demon god, she had to fight with all her might. He pours all his power into unleashing a torrent of fierce sword energy, with one belief kill. Just then, Xuanyu, who had been still and silent, opened his eyes, a pair of delicate dragon wings having sprouted from his back. The energy around her surged as Heilan prepared to pounce. But Xuanyu gracefully evaded her relentless attacks. Before he could react, Xuanyu appeared before him, startling him, without giving Heilan time to respond. He focused his mind, unleashing his 10th and 5th soul skills, manipulating the ice element, absolute zero. The air chills rapidly, forcing him back with a grimace elemental power. Though our clan's destructive force can resist some elements, this extreme cold still affects me. I can't prolong this. Having created the perfect distance, he retaliates with his sword, But Xuanyu dodges the feeble blow. Her speed is incredible. I can't keep up. I'll have to attack where she's forced to defend, to have any chance of winning. Driven by that thought, Heilan's body erupts with immense power. Sparking murmurs among the spectators, the divine demon clan is resorting to that move. But to everyone's surprise, Xuanyu suddenly changes direction and turns back. She was heading straight for him, a determined look on her face that struck fear into his heart. He stood frozen as her hand reached for him, aiming for his demon core. In a flash, the entire arena was engulfed in a massive explosion. The terrifying shockwave sent shivers down the spines of the audience. The match was over in mere moments. As the dust settled, Xuanyu emerged, her flawless appearance captivating the audience and elevating their admiration to new heights. The Golden Dragon Princess was simply too powerful. That calm face hides a cocky confidence, giving the Copper Knight some face, using the explosion to conceal the core of the divine demon. That's not too blatant, is it? Meanwhile, Hao Tian is still reeling from Xuanyu's terrifying performance. Has she really fully recovered? It's hard to tell what her true state is. He continued to bluster, describing the strange expression he'd fabricated on Lan Xuanyu's face. Look at her. She's clearly showing off, but that crazed look made Menglong raise an eyebrow in reminder. Have you forgotten how she tricked you yesterday? What if we show fear? And she's already spent all her energy. It was only later that my father told me it was a fake, that the opponent could create illusions. But before he could think, Menglong interrupted his train of thought, saying they'd already spent the heavenly nourishment starstones, so they had to continue. Unlike the Heavenly Horse Clan, the Eight-Armed God and Demon Clan has not been shown any respect, and the Eight-Armed God and Demon King's expression is extremely unpleasant as he observes from the stands. Should we remind that idiot to take it easy? Does she think we don't know what she's up to? In response, Zishuang simply smiled, giving the loose cannon free rein. So, you're allowed to scheme against us, but we're not allowed to profit from it. What kind of logic is that? Wanting to drag more people into the criticism? You even pull in the heavenly horses. Chief, what are you implying, Xianyi, who was watching with interest, had to sigh and say a few words of principle. If you're in the arena, matters in the arena must be resolved there, no matter what happens. We can only watch, relying on our own skills and destiny. Despite appearing calm, the Pegasus was heavy-hearted. The Dragon Clan was, after all, the top clan in the Dragon Horse system. The Heavenly Dragon Seed appeared easily angered, often unable to control his emotions, and he couldn't afford to offend him for the Eight-Armed God and Demon Clan. But having cultivated to that level, could he really not control his emotions, no matter what? Remaining neutral was the most stable course. The Golden Dragon Princess's fighting style was anything but flashy. She displayed incredible combat skills, completely overwhelming her opponent in speed, strength, and bloodline power. She relentlessly pressed her opponents, forcing them to rely on Heavenly Horse Du Qi for defense, until they were overwhelmed and forced to retreat from the arena, ending the battle. After each fight, Xuanyu would return to the center of the arena, standing there, closing her eyes to recuperate, observing everything. Menglong couldn't hide the tension he felt. The speed of today's 4 matches was much faster than the previous 9, as if the Golden Dragon Princess had been resting the whole time. But Hao Tian's confident words caught his attention. He didn't believe that even 10 more matches wouldn't exhaust her. Contrary to everyone's expectations, in the following matches, Xuanwu continued her winning streak, defeating each opponent regardless of their race. Everyone realized that the best outcome was to surrender, because Xuanwu was no ordinary contestant they could face. S. Yunhang cheered, easily winning this match. Could this really be the Golden Dragon Princess, who was seriously injured yesterday? The crowd roared as they witnessed Hianvu's cold face on the stage. The Golden Dragon Princess. To Menglong's surprise, no one could last more than 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Hao Tian Saihu, realizing the abyssal demons had lost 6, with no survivors, and the celestial demons had 6 defeats, 2 of them severely injured, 4 lightly injured, and she hit it so well. She's either back to her peak, or close to it. In yesterday's competition, she hadn't used her full strength. Her power is terrifying. Meanwhile, Xuanyu is lost in a self-made maze of thought. Last night's insight has given him a deeper understanding of destruction and creation. Two attributes beyond the 7 major ones make it easier to control and utilize the light-time divine lightning, even to develop it further. Next, let's test out an even greater power. The matches on the remaining 5 arenas have dwindled, and the other arena masters are mostly watching this fight. Yuan Mo muttered his true feelings. I can't interfere. I can't beat a princess of this level. Qianlong also mumbled in agreement. Yesterday, I wondered why Lan was having such a hard time. But today I understand it's all strategy. They have everything planned out. He even looked up to the sky to hide the sigh in his heart, wondering how many heavenly nurturing starstones were left in the barrel after returning. If Lan absorbs all the life energy in the heavenly nurturing starstone, her strength will increase another level. It seems Zhongwei can only live in her shadow. Hao announced that the Thunder Lord's rest period was ending, and challengers should prepare to enter the arena. As 2 warriors bravely stepped forward, Hat, filled with trepidation, gazed at the silent Xuanyu before him. This seemingly weak golden dragon princess had already faced 6 of her kin in a row. Even the crown prince was no match for her. Could he really face her? Her aura is so heavy. I feel like I'll be crushed at any moment. Meanwhile, Xuanyu silently focuses amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the gossiping crowd from the previous battle. I constantly sense the aura of destruction emanating from the 8-armed divine devil clan, along with the dense energy from the barrel. The laws of creation and destruction are etched in my heart, sometimes visible, sometimes not. In a fleeting moment, Xuanyu's body unknowingly fell into the vortex of immortal consciousness. As I tried to comprehend these 2 energies of destruction and creation, the other energies within me, especially the 7 attributes, seemed to be returning to their source, becoming much gentler than usual, even space and time attributes. So, the attributes of creation and destruction are indeed on a higher level than the others. Creation and destruction are the true origins of the universe. This feeling is truly wonderful, especially when constantly releasing Dragon God energy in every battle. The Dragon God's bloodline power is absorbing the destructive and creative energies in the air, naturally forming a small magic circle. This long monologue finally puts Xuanyu at ease, and he smiles, thinking that if that's the case, then he can try something new. Just as he woke up, Luo Hao happily announced that the rest period was over and a new round was beginning, prompting Haizi to quickly activate his rage. Not to be outdone, Xuanyu unleashed his spirit power to confront him, his eyes flashing with an intense killing, intent that made even the burly Haizi wary and step back. Seeing this, Xuanyu encouraged himself in secret. This is the final battle. Tutu will be ready soon, and she can cover for me, no matter what happens. He then began to wield the heavy spear, chanting under his breath as a 5-colored light enveloped it. Sensing that it had absorbed enough primal force, Xuanyu quickly unleashed an attack on his opponent. His decisive actions frighten even the strongest on the platform. That's lightning tribulation. It's clearly the power of a colorful lightning tribulation, the Golden Dragon Princess. But how can he wield its power? The one who bore the brunt of that attack, Ha Tu, couldn't help but scream out loud. In contrast, Hianvu calmly withdrew his power, pondering that after comprehending the aura of creation and destruction, he could somewhat control the lightning tribulation. He stepped back to create a safe distance, as the annihilation divine lightning could no longer harm him. Sighing as he looked at the fallen Hat Tu, Hao Tian was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Was this really a dragon? When did the dragon race gain control over the power of heavenly tribulation? Even the calm dream dragon couldn't hide his astonishment. It was too terrifying. That was heavenly tribulation, an evolution of the laws of heaven and earth. Even the esteemed council of elders in the highest stands was visibly shaken, their minds reeling, unable to comprehend that the Golden Dragon Princess could wield lightning tribulation in her attacks. Her powerful bloodline suggests a future breakthrough to levels even higher than the Dragon Throne. Not only the Golden Dragon Princess, but Tutu also needs our full support. Her strength is crucial to the overall power of the Blue Domain. So, how can the Heavenly Dragon Assembly support her? Does she really need the Heavenly Dragon Assembly to provide heavenly nurturing starstones? Having regained some strength, Haktu struggled to his feet and swore, Damn it! He secretly activated a dangerous energy orb, alarming Bai Shu, who was watching from the sidelines. He intended to detonate the demon god's core, but Xuanyu's calm voice stunned the crowd. It's not necessary anymore. You've lost. Step down. A cool line that left Haoki frozen in place. After confirming with the organizers, Van Hang happily announced the end of the final match. Sparking cheers from the thousands present, the winner was the Golden Dragon Princess. It was only then that Hianvu was reunited with his beloved Baktu. The two joyfully walked hand in hand to the victory podium amidst a shower of fireworks, leaving Hao Tian and Meng Long with nothing but bitterness. They'd truly lost big. There's no way to get those heavenly nourishment crystals back. She wasn't hurt at all. And she's even stronger than yesterday. He watched the joyous scene unfold, utterly frustrated. Yesterday wasn't just a show of strength, even if he hadn't conceded then. He wouldn't have stood a chance. That realization brought forth rage and frustration. A truly terrifying display of power. How could she be so strong? And all her previous actions were just a ploy to gain even more celestial stones. That statement made Menglong close his eyes and sigh wearily. It's laughable that we spent so many celestial stones. We wanted to monopolize the competition. But in the end, we became the ones being taken advantage of. It's just, the conversation ended with both thinking the same thing. Losing in strength is one thing. Losing in battle is another. But feeling intellectually dominated is truly heartbreaking. How can we even fight like this? Can tomorrow's challenge even continue? I can't let my clansmen go to their deaths. It's already a disgrace that they weren't killed by Lan. This Lan is truly terrifying. Knowing when to yield, to gain the most benefit and almost everyone's favor. When did the dragon race nurture such talent? Meanwhile, the Pegasus' solemn voice slowly rises. Today's competition ends here. We will continue with the research discussion at a later date. After a while, as Xuanyu and Bai Shu waited in the conference room, a familiar voice broke their concentration. Golden Dragon Princess. May we speak? The moment Xuanyu's eyes met Meng Long's, his brain began to race Li Meng Long. What does he want with me? As if reading his mind. He smiled and made a suggestive offer. Could we talk in private? Just you and me. This made him wary. And he replied, the meeting's about to start. It's not a good time to leave. But when he saw Meng Long insist, it won't take much of your time. Just a moment. Xuanyu sighed wearily and stood up. I'll go myself. Watching them leave, Bai Chu's suspicions grew. He knew he had to be careful around Xuanyu. Soon after, Meng Long led Xuanyu to a private area. An uncomfortable feeling rises, making his voice tense. I'm not staying. I'm going back to the tournament. Brother Li, say what you need to say. His bluntness makes the other man laugh. Speak the truth. Having lost to you and Xing Hengtian, we now realize that everything was part of your plan. If I'm not mistaken, the martial arts competition you proposed was just to attract more people, so you could get even more heavenly nurturing star stones. Right, you never actually intended to find a husband in this tournament. Did you? Not receiving an answer, Meng Long took it as confirmation and continued. You're a smart man. You must know the purpose of this conference. The establishment of the Dragon Horse Federation is inevitable, and no one can stop it. How to manage it, how to coordinate it. This is a long-term undertaking. This charade is making Xuanyu uncomfortable. If you called me out here to discuss this, I don't think we'll make it to the meeting. I'm just offering a suggestion for you to consider. Could you consider partnering with me? He flashed a dazzling smile, then dropped a bombshell. For example, marry me. This left Xuanyu utterly stunned, blurting out, Who? Xuanyu's face clearly says, Are you serious? As he replies, Marry you. Hearing this, Meng Long explains, My father is the chief of the Pegasus, and I am his heir. Therefore, I make this proposal to you in this capacity. I've reviewed your file carefully. You're from the Wild Dragon Clan, and joined the Dragon Clan a long time ago. The Dragon Clan may offer you much, but I believe we can offer you even more. The more he heard, the more wary he became. It continued. With your talent, and yet you don't possess a true divine artifact. It's clear you're not highly valued within the Dragon Clan. But if you marry me, you'll be more than just my heir. You'll be a vital part of the Skyhorse clan's future. and we can grant you whatever power or authority you desire. Xuanyu remained silent, listening to the other's words. After a moment, Meng Long happily praised, "You are intelligent, and surely understand my sincerity. Marrying him means betraying the Dragon Clan, and there's no doubt the Dragon Clan is the strongest in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. During the Dragon Transformation, populations were affected by the Dragon Realm, evolving into dragons. The Tianma race now represents the portion that couldn't undergo the Dragon Transformation back then." Xuanyu observed his opponent, weighing things in his mind. The Dragon race's strength is unquestionable, and the Tianma race must crave the Dragon Transformation, which is why they desire his bloodline. The most outstanding descendant, bearing the blood of the Heavenly Horse Clan, stands before him. If their bloodlines were to merge and create offspring, their power would be immeasurable. And this is, at the very least, a precious opportunity. This further confirms his suspicion that the Pegasus race doesn't fear the Dragon race, and their overall strength is likely comparable. Although he could seize the opportunity to provoke conflict between the Dragon and Pegasus races, it's more advantageous for him to remain in the Dragon race and cultivate for now. Seeing his silence, he offered more affection, saying, "Name anything you desire. If the Pegasus clan possesses it, it's yours. Just come, and we'll grant you 2 divine artifacts up front." Dream Dragon's gaze held secrets he couldn't reveal, and at that moment, he and Vu sensed the hidden scheme in his words, such a powerful temptation, offering a super artifact right off the bat. Finally, he refused the offer, saying, "I'm sorry, Li Huyin, I can't agree." Surprised, Li Huyin asked why. He and Vu calmly turned and walked away, explaining, "Because I am of the Dragon Clan. I cannot betray my kind."